Chapter 1, Beast Master World. At 8 a.m., the sunlight of the rising sun poured over the earth, filled with vibrant vitality. On the sports field of the second Beast Master High School in Fengling City, hundreds of students were already standing in formation, their expressions tense. Today is the day for the awakening of the Beast Master powers for the entire third-year class. Qin Ce stood in the queue, his gaze calmly sweeping over the faces around him, some full of expectation, others filled with anxiety, and some pretending to be calm. The air was thick with a restless mix of sweat and the uncertainty of fate. He could clearly hear the heavy breathing of his desk mate Lin Hai to his left, and the soft prayers of a girl ahead of him to the right. 3 years? Qin Ce silently repeated in his mind. 3 years ago, Qin Ce was just an ordinary college student on Earth. A laboratory accident caused him to open his eyes again as a 16-year-old boy in this parallel world. And this world was already no longer the one he was familiar with. 100 years ago, spatial rifts appeared unexpectedly all over the world, and creatures known as ferocious beasts surged out like a tidal wave. Some of them resembled giant lizards, others were like mythical dragons, and some couldn't even be described by known biological forms. Human firearms could barely resist them in the beginning, but as even stronger beasts emerged, modern weapons gradually became ineffective. Just as human civilization was on the brink of collapse, the power of beast masters was discovered. A portion of humanity, through long-term contact with the ferocious beasts, gradually awakened a special energy within their bodies, enabling them to form soul contracts with certain gentle ferocious beast cubs, turning them into pets. These pets not only grew alongside their masters but could also nurture their masters, granting them extraordinary powers. With this power, humans were finally able to fight back against the beasts and secure their place in the world. This gave rise to the highest profession of Beast Master. After a century of struggle, the Beast Master system continuously improved. Every federal citizen turning 17 had one free chance to undergo the Beast Awakening ceremony and attempt to awaken their Beast Master powers. A successful awakening meant a chance to form a contract with a pet beast and gain powers beyond those of ordinary people, climbing into the upper echelons of society and taking on the responsibility of defending their homeland. Failure, on the other hand, would likely result in becoming a commoner working in basic production within the city walls, or even becoming a number to be protected during future beast waves. So the students present took this awakening, which could change their fate, very seriously, including Qin Ce. Silence. A deep and powerful command silenced all the whispers. On the podium, a middle-aged man in a well-tailored military uniform, with 3 stars on his shoulder epaulets, stood with his hands behind his back. His gaze was sharp, sweeping across the field, and though he was not angry, he exuded an undeniable authority. This was the military representative of Fengling City, a golden-tier beast master, Li Cheng. Beside him stood an elderly man with graying hair and a thin face. He wore a plain gray robe, his eyes gentle but subtly radiating a spiritual fluctuation that made one feel uneasy. This was the star-tier beast master responsible for overseeing the awakening ceremony today. His spiritual pet, the heart-bewildering fox, had quietly released invisible psychic waves, calming the students' overly tense emotions. The rules, I believe your teachers have repeated them countless times. Li Cheng's voice echoed across the field through the loudspeaker. Concentrate, sense the power in the rune storm. If you succeed in forming a contract soul rune in your spiritual sea, you will have successfully awakened. Afterward, according to the Federation's new Beast Master training regulations, you will have a chance to form a contract with a newly hatched ferocious beast egg. Of course, he paused, if you have prepared at home, you can directly contract with a family heirloom or purchased pet egg. This is both your advantage and your responsibility. As his words fell, a slight stir arose on the field. Many students from wealthy families puffed up their chests, their eyes filled with an unmistakable sense of superiority. Wang Xian, from Qin Ce's class, was said to have spent a huge amount of money to obtain a white silver-grade iron-armored rhinoceros egg with preliminary identification of high potential from the black market. At this moment, his nose was dripping with sweat, unsure if it was from tension or excitement. Qin Ce withdrew his gaze, his face unchanged. The soul of the time traveler made him more composed than others of his age, but deep inside, his desire for power was just as intense. This world was full of danger, only power could protect everything one wanted to protect, could ensure survival and a better life. Let's begin, Elder Zhou. Li Cheng nodded toward the elder in the gray robe. Elder Zhou nodded slightly, closed his eyes, and focused his mind. In the next moment, a vast mental power, as overwhelming as the sea, exploded outward from him. It was not an attack, but a gentle storm filled with vitality and guidance. In the sky, countless mysterious golden symbols appeared out of nowhere, swirling and combining as if they had life, eventually forming a golden tornado that connected heaven and earth, enveloping all the senior students. The symbol storm. The students only felt a warm and powerful force surge into their minds, trying to take root deep within their spirits. Some held their heads and groaned, their faces turning pale, some trembled, struggling to maintain control, while others smiled, seemingly having grasped something. Qin Ce felt his consciousness being swept into a golden ocean, with countless streams of information rushing past. He remained steadfast in his heart, following the meditation techniques taught by the school, trying to find the opportunity to concentrate in the turbulent sea of his mind. Time seemed to slow down. Just as he felt his mental energy was about to be exhausted and his consciousness began to blur. Ding! Detected familiar special soul fluctuations, probing the source rules of this plane. Fusion in progress. Fusion complete. The strongest Beast Master cultivation system activated. Host, Qin Ce. Age, 18. Beast Master level, unawakened, awakening. Contracted pet, none. Talent, none. System functions loading. 1%. 50%. 100%. Basic function 9-star insight, identification type, unlocked. A cool sensation surged from the depths of his soul, instantly easing Qin Ce's mental fatigue. At the same time, he felt a brilliant soul symbol quietly condense at the core of his mental sea, shining brightly. He had successfully awakened. But at this moment, he was not happy about his awakening. Instead, his heart surged with overwhelming waves. A system? A golden finger? The strongest Beast Master cultivation system? He had been reincarnated for 3 years, and this appeared at such a critical moment? And it unlocked a 9-star insight? What was that? An identification skill? Could it be? Chinsu instinctively looked up, his gaze passing through the fading symbol storm, landing on Elder Zhou on the stage. More precisely, it fell on the fox resting with its eyes closed, its fur shimmering with silver light, on the elder's shoulder. The next moment, a semi-transparent panel, visible only to him, appeared before his eyes. Pet Beast, Moonstar Fox. Level, low gold. Potential, high gold. Attribute, spiritual. Talent, spiritual mirage, gold level, can create illusions to guide, soothe, or impact the target's mind. Skills, mental shock, illusion weaving, mind interference, enchantment. Status, loyalty 85, healthy, proud. Drawbacks, insufficient expansion of the mental sea, suspected improper use of evolution potions. Evolution opportunity, practice the moon attribute innate law, accumulate lunar light, nourish the mental sea. A line of clear data appeared in Qin Ce's vision, as detailed as a game panel. It not only included basic information, talent skills, but also drawbacks and evolution opportunities. Qin Ce's heart skipped a beat, suppressing the shock in his chest. This golden finger. This 9-star insight identification ability. It was far more powerful and against the heavens than the standard identification techniques issued by the Beast Master Association. Let alone whether the system had other abilities, just this insight alone, especially the identification about evolution opportunities. In this chaotic world, he just needed to secure a place for himself. Just as Qin Ce was lost in his thoughts. At that moment, a voice rang out from the podium. Very good. Old Zhou's voice, though tired, was filled with more satisfaction than anything else. This awakening, 43 successful, 15 failed. Those who succeeded, step forward. Qin Ce walked out with the crowd, and Lin Hai excitedly joined him, whispering, Brother So, I succeeded too. Ha ha. I feel so good, I could kill a cow. Qin Ce patted Lin Hai's shoulder, congratulating him. But his gaze couldn't help but flicker toward Lin Hai. Pets can be identified, but what about people? His mind stirred as he used his 9 stars insight to look at Lin Hai. The familiar panel appeared once again. Lin Hai, human. Occupation, Beast Master, no contract, no rank. Pet, none. Talent, none. Innate law, none. Skills, none. Potential, golden rank Beast Master. Weakness, malnutrition, lung metal chi deficiency. Growth opportunity, contracting a metal type pet beast to replenish metal chi, could enter star radiance. People can be explored too? And there are similar growth opportunities? This functionality is unbelievably valuable. Since I can see Lin Hai's opportunities, what about my own? Qin Ce couldn't help but use 9 stars insight on himself. However, this time, Qin Ce didn't uncover any information. Instead, he had a sense that his future was limitless, something that couldn't be deciphered by a panel. In other words, his skill level was insufficient? At this moment, Officer Li Qing stood back on the podium, his expression serious. Congratulations, you've taken the first step towards becoming Beast Masters. But remember, this is just the beginning. Next, you will head to the Fengling City Armory to select your first pet beast. The crowd immediately stirred. Li Hao leaned towards Qin Ce's ear and whispered, Brother Qin, I heard the pet eggs in the warehouse are divided into identified and unidentified areas. The identified ones have clear labels and need to be exchanged with credits, while the unidentified ones don't need credits, but they rely entirely on luck, and 99% of them are trash. Qin Ce nodded. He had already known this common knowledge. The pet beasts in the Beast Master world are ranked from lowest to highest as Black Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Star Radiance, Moonlight, Fiery Sun, Extraordinary, Epic, Legendary, Divine, and Immortal. Each rank is further divided into full, upper, middle, and lower levels. This ranking not only reflects strength but also potential, though in potential ranking, there is no concept of full. Soon, dozens of military trucks drove into the campus, taking the students to the suburban armory. The warehouse was bigger than Qin Ce had imagined, like a massive sports stadium, divided into several sections. When the warehouse door opened, the interior space was far larger than it appeared from the outside. Rows of metal shelves held beast eggs of varying sizes and colors, at least several thousand in total. These eggs were divided into two areas. The left area was more organized, with each egg having a glowing label underneath. The right area was larger, and the eggs were placed somewhat messily, with only numbers underneath. A middle-aged man dressed as a warehouse administrator stepped forward and formally introduced. The left side is the identified area, where the beast egg species, estimated potential level, ranging from black iron to gold, major talent tendencies, and the required credits for exchange are listed. The right side is the unidentified area, which only has numbers, and everything is unknown. Choosing the identified area is safer, but the upper limit is visible. Choosing the unidentified area may result in contracting a high-potential beast that was overlooked due to identification errors, or you might end up with nothing, or even contract a low-quality or violent species. The choice is yours. Oh, and by the way, those who have their own pet beast eggs can go directly to the nearby quiet room to receive them using a key. Lastly, the time to select a beast egg is 3 hours. Now, according to the class order. Qin Ce followed the crowd into the massive warehouse. The interior space was vast, and under the cold light, rows of specially made racks displayed beast eggs of various sizes and colors, emitting faint life waves. Most of the students who had successfully awakened, under the advice of their families or their own cautious considerations, swarmed to the identified area to carefully examine the labels, compare, and discuss, trying to pick the most cost-effective target. A few well-dressed students, however, walked proudly toward the adjacent quiet room, attracting envious glances from everyone. Isn't that the youngest son of Wang Xian? I heard his family prepared a thunder leopard egg with silver potential for him. And there's Secretary Zhou's daughter, she has an ice crystal butterfly egg, also with silver potential. Whispers of envy echoed one after another. Lin Hai pursed his lips, pulling Qin Ce to turn and leave. Brother Ce, let's go check out the identified area, okay? I only scored 483 in my graduation credits. I wonder if I can find a bronze-grade beast with decent potential. Qin Ce smiled without saying a word, but deep inside, he knew that Lin Hai envied those children from powerful families. After all, who wouldn't want to contract a good beast at their first attempt? At that moment, a system prompt suddenly sounded in Qin Ce's mind. Newbie welfare task activated, successfully select a high-quality beast egg, with a potential not lower than golden level. You will receive a welfare reward, 1 chance to draw a mythical level beast talent. Mythical level beast talent? Qin Ce's breath caught, and he paused for a moment. A mythical level talent generally only exists in beasts with divine level potential. Does this mean the first beast he contracts will also be a divine level beast? Qin Ce's steps unconsciously quickened as he walked toward the beast eggs, his eyes full of anticipation. He had to get at least a golden level beast. Soon, the two arrived at the identified area. They looked at the tags under each egg one by one. Stone Shell Turtle, Earth Type, Estimated Potential, Low Bronze, Characteristic, Outstanding Defense, Exchange Points, 300. Fire Fur Rat, Fire Type, Estimated Potential, Mid Bronze, Characteristic, Agile, Exchange Points, 450. Explosive Flame Wolf, Fire Type, Estimated Potential, High Bronze, Characteristic, Fierce Attack, Exchange Points, 580. Looking at this information, Qin Ce frowned slightly. He was used to the data from the 9-star insight identification. These were too rough in comparison. Unable to help himself, Qin Ce used 9-star insight on one of the beast eggs. For the same egg, the description turned out like this. Beast Egg, Stone Shell Turtle. Bloodline, Ordinary Turtle Type. Potential, High Bronze. Attribute, Earth Type. Talent, Multi-Layered Force Dissipation, Silver Level, can construct multiple layers using Earth-type abilities to achieve higher force dissipation effects. Skills, Earth Shield, Charge, Stone Strike, requires activation. Status, Low Physical Constitution, Insufficient Spirit, Ordinary. Drawback, Mixed Bloodline, Insufficient Spiritual Affinity. Evolution Opportunities, 1. High-level Turtle-type Blood Infusion. 2. Optimization with high-level Earth-type energy items. In comparison, not only was the official potential identification wrong, but even the so-called characteristics were more based on the general traits of this type of beast. Whereas Qin Ce could not only detect hidden bloodlines in specific skills but also talents and evolution directions, the difference was like heaven and earth. So, Qin Ce began to ignore the official identification tags and started his own investigation. But as they moved forward, almost all the beast eggs in the identified area had potential at the bronze level. A few good ones were just beast eggs with silver level potential. There wasn't a single beast egg above the golden level that met his goal. Qin Ce's gaze shifted away from the identified area, turning towards the unidentified area. Lin Hai noticed Qin Ce's gaze and asked, "Brother Ce, what are you?" "I want to take a look over there." Qin Ce pointed to the unidentified area. "Ah? Over there? Brother Ce, that's too risky." Lin Hai became anxious. Those are all useless eggs or gambling eggs that the appraisers think have no value or can't be identified. If I end up with a useless egg, my life will be ruined. It's fine, I want to try. Qin Ce patted his shoulder, his tone calm but firm. You pick yours, don't worry about me. With that, Qin Ce took a step towards the unidentified area. But after taking 2 steps, he suddenly remembered something and turned back to speak. If you trust me, then go for the 0096 number, the Savage Beast Egg. Qin Ce and Lin Hai's commotion, especially Qin Ce's determined walk towards the unidentified area, attracted the attention of many around. Some people, hearing Qin Ce's suggestion of the 0096 number, hurriedly turned around to take a look. As a result, the identification tag showed that it was a low-quality copper grade, a battle tiger costing only 200 credits. People couldn't help but sneer. I thought it was some big shot, turns out it's just a fool. Even a low-level mutated beast without elemental properties is considered a treasure to suggest to others. But Lin Hai, while hearing that person's ridicule, snatched the battle tiger egg away. He glared at the person and walked off holding the egg. Lin Hai not only trusted Qin Ce, but for the past 3 years, every decision Qin Ce made had been flawless. He had also noticed that when they were selecting savage beast eggs, Qin Ce had stayed the longest at this egg. On the other side, Qin Ce began scanning the chaotic shelves in the unidentified area, using his 9-star insight skill, one by one. Ice Crystal Striped Snake, Bloodline, Sky Ice Snake. Potential, middle level copper. Useless, discard. Qin Ce only paid attention to those with potential above the golden level. If the information below that level appeared, he didn't even glance at it, moving on to the next. Ghostface Butterfly, Bloodline, Ordinary Ghostface Butterfly. Potential, upper level copper. Change. Iron Feather Eagle, Bloodline, Golden Eagle. Potential, deceased. Change. Steel Spine Beast, Bloodline, Giant Devouring Beast. Potential, low level gold. Qin Ce's eyes lit up, but he continued to read the information. Status, near death. Weakness, congenital damage, weak mental strength, prone to death. Evolutionary opportunity, must first use heavenly ginseng to restore vitality. This, serious defect. As he looked through more and more, most of the eggs were of copper level potential, with the occasional silver level or higher, but most had fatal flaws. Time passed, second by second, and within 2 hours, the other students had gradually chosen their eggs. Some looked overjoyed, some slightly disappointed, but they all began gathering in the central open space of the warehouse, waiting for the final contract stage. Only Qin Ce was still alone, wandering between the shelves in the unidentified area, his gaze sweeping over one savage beast egg after another like a scanner. Who is that guy? Still picking? Seems like a commoner, trying his luck. Pretending, if the unidentified area was that easy to find a bargain, would it still be his turn? Thinking he's got sharp eyes, but I think he's just wasting time. Exactly, we're all done picking, just waiting for him. Why not have the instructor kick him out? The faint murmurs of gossip came, filled with impatience and light ridicule. The warehouse manager and Officer Li Qing also noticed the oddity. Li Qing frowned slightly, glancing at the timer, with 25 minutes remaining until the scheduled time. Qin Ce seemed oblivious to the noise around him. Sweat began to bead on his forehead as he continued using 9-star insight, which had been draining his mental energy. In these 2 hours, he had looked at more than 2,000 eggs. The best one was barely usable, a thunderhorn leopard with low-level gold potential, but the defects of this leopard. Qin Ce still wanted something better. At this point, Qin Ce also realized that although the official identification method wasn't very accurate, it could still distinguish the quality of the eggs. Was he really going to end up with nothing and sign the contract for the thunderhorn leopard? Or perhaps gamble on the steel spine beast, hoping that its congenital defects might be fixed by a mythic-level talent extraction? This was not the result Qin Ce wanted. Chapter 4, Top-Tier Pets? The time was quickly approaching 3 hours. Just when he was about to give up, turn around, and go back to compare the few golden-level potential savage beast eggs he had previously identified. He suddenly stopped, his eyes drawn to a fierce beast egg buried in the dusty layer of scattered cardboard boxes on the ground. Because when his gaze flicked over it earlier, he thought he saw not the usual bronze, silver, or gold, but something else in the potential section, something beyond the usual tired labels. Having seen so many identifications, Qin Ce was a bit dizzy, unable to react immediately. He picked up the fierce beast egg, brushed off the dust, and activated his 9 stars insight again. The identification page for the fierce beast egg slowly unfolded. Beast egg, cloud green bird. Bloodline, a trace of phoenix, a trace of Baifeng. Potential, star glimmer middle grade. Attributes, wind. Talent, cloud glide, golden grade, extremely sensitive to air currents, can ride the wind with incredible speed, wind attacks are greatly enhanced. Skills, wind blade, soaring sky, wing flash, beak strike, tornado claw, requires activation. Status, innately too strong, but physically weak due to insufficient later development. Disadvantages, bloodline constraints make evolution difficult, innate law awakening difficult at star glimmer level, prideful. Evolution opportunities, 1. Infuse Phoenix bloodline to evolve into a Phoenix-type fierce beast. 2. Infuse Baifeng bloodline to evolve into a Baifeng-type fierce beast. 3. High-level items of wind, fire, auspicious, cloud, wood, or bird elements can promote evolution. Due to the influence of both the Phoenix and Baifeng bloodlines, it can trigger either attribute for evolution. Star Glimmer middle grade. Qin Ce gasped, this was the highest grade beast egg he had ever identified. Wait, what's this bloodline? Phoenix, Baifeng. Qin Ce's heart pounded fiercely, blood rushing to his head. What about status, disadvantages, and evolution opportunities? Many great beast eggs had failed because of these things. Innately too strong but weak later? That's not a problem, just supplement it. Then, difficulty in evolution, difficulty in innate law awakening, pride. Is this a disadvantage? Isn't it showing off its advantages? Shouldn't the excellent ones be hard to level up? Shouldn't they be prideful? What's the problem with this being a disadvantage? And the evolution opportunities are even better. This is the top quality. Qin Ce carefully wiped the beast egg. No, it was his pet beast egg, feeling the slight coolness as he held it, the rhythm of the wind almost palpable. Then, he held it tightly in his arms. Kid, have you decided? Time's up. The warehouse manager's voice, tinged with impatience, came from behind Qin Ce. Unknowingly, 3 hours had passed, and everyone had made their selections, except for him. I've chosen. Qin Ce turned around and answered calmly, but the pet beast egg in his arms refused to even be shown. Seeing Qin Ce's precious look, the warehouse manager's lips curled slightly, but said nothing, leading him out. But the surrounding students burst out in suppressed sneers and murmurs. Took so long, still in that corner, really thought he'd find a treasure? The way he moves, as if we're going to compete with him for it, hilarious. Damn, wasting time because of this guy, can't we just start the contract already? Lin Hai also looked at the egg in Qin Ce's arms with worry, hesitating to speak, filled with concern. Today, Qin Ce seemed especially strange. Facing the mockery, Qin Ce's expression remained calm. He simply hugged the cloud green egg tighter and joined the line. Officer Li Qing's gaze lingered on him for a moment, sharp as if trying to see something, but in the end, he just spoke calmly. Since everyone has made their choice, next, all of you, take your eggs and head to the outdoor square to prepare for the soul contract. Remember, the contract is mutual, using your soul seed as the guide, spiritual power as the bridge, to establish a connection with the emerging spirit inside the egg. During the process, you must not be disturbed, or else the contract may fail, or worse, cause a mental backlash. Move. Walking out of the warehouse, the sunlight was a bit blinding. The students followed the instructions, spreading out across the square, sitting down on the ground, placing their chosen beast eggs before them, closing their eyes, and beginning to draw on the soul seed power they had just gathered. Qin Ce also sat cross-legged, placing the cloud green egg in the center of his lap. He took a deep breath, focused his mind, and let his awareness sink into the sea of spirit, guiding the dazzling soul symbol, releasing gentle threads of spiritual power, slowly reaching toward the egg on his knees. The moment his spiritual power touched the shell, he seemed to hear an extremely faint whisper, as if it had slept for millions of years. A cool yet intimate breath of wind flowed back along the thread of spiritual power. With my soul, bind your spirit. Qin Ce silently recited the contract spell, his threads of spiritual power becoming solid, trying to leave his own soul mark on the newborn, ignorant spirituality inside the egg. Then the whole process went unexpectedly smoothly. That sleeping spirituality seemed to have no rejection toward him at all, and even actively accepted his spiritual power. Very soon, a feeling of blood connected, soul tied together rose from deep inside. The contract, success. Crack. On the eggshell on his legs, a thin crack began to spread like a spider web. The clear breaking sound was not loud in the wide square, and similar sounds also rang out around them. Puff. Only to see the gray eggshell completely open at the top, and a wet little bird, no bigger than a palm, with only a few thin small fluff hairs hanging on its whole body, clumsily struggling to drill out. It shook the mucus on its body, and the few scattered feathers on it, while shaking, directly made it fall over, its small body looking extremely fragile and thin. But the little bird did not care. After slightly showing a trace of confused blankness, its black bean-like eyes shook left and right to look around, and finally fixed on Qin Ce's face. Chirp. A weak, yet fully joyful and excited soft cry, full of attachment. Hello. Qin Ce responded. Just at this time. In Qin Ce's mind, prompt sounds suddenly rang densely. Ding. Detected that the host successfully contracted a star glory level potential pet beast cloud jade bird. Novice task successfully choose a high-quality fierce beast egg completed. Task evaluation, excellent, contracted pet beast potential exceeds gold level. Begin issuing reward drawing myth level talent. Drawing complete. Congratulations host for obtaining myth level talent, ninefold blue sky. A flood of extremely mysterious information, as if containing the source rule of wind, violently poured into the deepest part of Qin Ce's soul. Chapter 5 Ninefold Blue Sky. The talent of pet beasts also follows a 12-level grading just like level. Black iron bronze silver gold star glory bright moon blazing sun transcendent epic legend myth immortal. A pet beast with gold level potential is already enough to become the main battle power of a medium city, and is the end that most beast masters dream of day and night. And above that, from star glory to blazing sun level, those are existences of the high level of a city. As for transcendent to legend, the whole federation knows them like thunder in the ears. Even legend level, in the whole federation, the number does not exceed 2 hands. Myth-level creatures have occasional records. Immortal is completely something that some top pet beasts learned from bloodline inheritance when breaking through star glory and awakening innate law. Humans until now have not even seen it. And now, Chinsu will obtain 1 myth-level talent. A series of information gradually sorted out in Qin Ce's mind. The full picture of the myth-level talent appeared before Qin Ce's eyes. Myth-level talent, ninefold blue sky. This is the supreme talent that controls the source rule of Gang Wind above the 9 heavens, one of the 3 great source wine system supreme talents. This talent is divided into 9 folds, each time awakening 1 fold, the power will have a qualitative leap. Currently can awaken the first fold, Condensed Breath. Condensed Breath special effects. 1. Energy Condense, all wind attribute energy of the pet beast and beast master will automatically undergo 10-fold condense when operating, no matter when cultivating and absorbing energy, or when operating cultivation energy, the purity, strength, and recovery speed of energy will obtain essential improvement. 2. Cultivation efficiency double, wind attribute energy absorption, transformation, and efficiency of transforming one's own body and genes increase 3 times. 3. Skill amplification, all wind attribute skills, power, speed, and control effect obtain 3-fold condense amplification. Beast Tamer's reciprocity, when a Beast Tamer cultivates by using the energy from their contracted beast, due to the enhancement of the energy's essence, they gain an additional one-time bonus to their comprehensive cultivation effect. Note, the ninefold Bailu, with each awakening, the control over the wind's rules deepens, unlocking more powerful original abilities and enhancing previously awakened powers. However, subsequent awakenings must meet specific conditions and requirements. Hiss. Even though Qin Ce's resolve was firm, at this moment, he couldn't help but take a sharp breath. 10 times concentration. 10 times cultivation speed. 10 times skill power. Plus the additional Beast Tamer's reciprocity. This is only the first layer. A mythical grade talent, terrifying indeed. Moreover, when identifying the Yun Shui egg earlier, the evolution opportunity clearly stated that high-level wind-related items and energies could evolve the Yun Shui bird. Here, high-level means anything of a higher rank than the current level of Yun Shui. And the ninefold Bailu is far beyond the stellar radiance, a divine grade. Will the evolution be even more advanced? Without a second thought, Qin Ce focused his mind. He directed the newly gained ninefold Bailu condensed breath talent toward the contract channel he had just established, pouring it fully into the small, confused, and slightly unstable creature before him. Ah! The little creature only felt the familiar warmth of its master and a primal power that could shake its very soul, then it felt its body and soul separate as its soul began to rapidly undergo metamorphosis. In reality, the little creature, who was already unstable on its feet, kicked out with its small legs, stiffened, and collapsed directly onto Qin Ce's leg. Only a barely noticeable breeze surrounded them, swirling in place. Seeing the pet like this, Qin Ce quickly activated the 9-star insight. He wanted to see what exactly was happening. Pet beast, Yun Shui bird. Level, juvenile stage, unranked, upgrade experience, 0 out of 100. Potential, stellar radiance mid-tier. Attributes, wind system. Talent, ninefold Bailu, mythical grade, awakening. Cloud ride, golden grade, extremely sensitive to air currents, can control wind with ease, fast speed, wind attacks are doubled. Skills, wind blade, sky piercer, wing flash, beak strike, tornado claw, requires activation. Status, loyal 100, weak, unconscious. Drawbacks, evolution is difficult due to bloodline restraints, innate law awakening is difficult at stellar radiance level, proud. Evolution opportunity, 1, inject phoenix bloodline to evolve into a phoenix-type fierce beast. 2. Inject divine-bloodline to evolve into a divine-type fierce beast. 3. Wind system, fire system, auspicious, cloud system, wood system, or high-level bird-type items can promote evolution. Due to the influence of both Phoenix and divine bloodlines, it is prone to triggering either attribute for evolution. Currently undergoing evolution due to stimulation from high-level wind energy, evolution result unknown. Perhaps it was due to using 9-star insight to identify it. Qin Ce heard the system prompt once more in his mind. Ding! Newbie task rewards have been distributed. Detection shows the mythical grade talent 9-fold Bailu condensed breath is deeply integrating with the contracted pet beast, triggering the pet's original evolution. Real-time monitoring of evolution is in progress, estimated evolution time, 10 minutes. Everything is normal. Phew. Upon hearing this, Qin Ce felt relieved, the system really was thorough. Knowing that the little creature was stiff only due to the evolution process, he relaxed and began to observe the surroundings, only to look up and see Lin Hai walking towards him with a delighted expression. Lin Hai was holding a small battle tiger the size of a shoebox, shouting from afar. Brother Ce, you are truly amazing. Just now, old Zhou passed by and saw my little battle tiger, saying it has silver grade potential. Wow, the identification tag clearly said it was bronze low tier, and it only cost 200 credits. It's all thanks to Brother Ce's sharp eye. Hearing this, countless people turned their gazes towards them. At the same time, many recognized that Qin Ce was the one who had stayed in the unidentifiable zone until the selection time ended, wasting a lot of their time. Then, their eyes couldn't help but fall on Qin Ce's contracted beast, wondering what kind of beast he would choose for himself, someone who could pick a silver grade potential pet. On Qin Ce's leg lay a straight, still bird, with hardly any feathers on its weak body, clearly a bird with the worst constitution imaginable. Put. No one knew who started laughing first, but the sound spread quickly. What is this? After all that picking, he ended up with this little thing? And it doesn't even seem that great? Is this it? Has it already passed away? I thought when he was so serious earlier, he was really going to find something precious. But this? Ha 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 ha. He picked a silver potential pet beast for someone, and I thought it would be something amazing, but turns out it's just pure luck. The discussions grew louder, filled with unreserved ridicule, sarcasm, and schadenfreude. Especially those students who were previously unhappy about the wait, now they found an outlet for their frustration, going to great lengths to humiliate him. Chapter 6, The Mythical Qingluan. Lin Hai opened his mouth, wanting to say something for Qin Ce, but looking at the sleeping weak little bird, he didn't know how to start, regretting how he had been so showy just now. Qin Ce, however, paid no attention to the surrounding noise. He nodded at Lin Hai, whose face was full of apologies, and gave him a reassuring smile. His attention then returned to the pet beast. He gently cupped the sleeping little bird in his hand, and through their soul contract, he could clearly feel a vast and pure wind power flowing, reorganizing, and sublimating within its tiny body. The talent power of the ninefold azure sky, like the finest catalyst, was igniting the ancient bloodline that had been dormant deep inside this body. Commander Li Qing and Old Zhou also noticed the movement here. Old Zhou, seeing Lin Hai, who had earlier surprised him, and hearing the surrounding discussions, realized that the silver-tier pet beast had been chosen by Qin Ce. A flash of doubt crossed his eyes, and using his starry-level beast master's mental power, he sensed the cloud blue bird. This skin only deepened Old Zhou's confusion. He could sense the wind elements around the blue little bird were unusually active and pure, but the bird's own aura was faint and silent, quite contradictory. On the other side, Li Qing's gaze was deep, seemingly lost in thought. The mocking voices grew more intense, nearly drowning Qin Ce out. Several privileged and proud students sneered repeatedly, as if they were watching a poorly performed farce. What a joke, all this show, and it turns out to be a decorative pillow. Commoners are commoners, their vision is just like this. What a waste of a contract opportunity. Maybe tomorrow it'll be sent to the city for repairs. Just as the ridicule reached its peak. Li! A clear, melodious, and piercing cry suddenly exploded from Qin Ce's palm. This cry wasn't violent, but it carried an indescribable nobility, arrogance, and penetrating power, as if it resonated deep in everyone's soul. Wherever the sound passed, all the noise was instantly suppressed. Immediately after, a dazzling azure light burst forth from Qin Ce's palm. Within the light, the small blue bird, no bigger than a palm, stretched and grew at a visible speed. The sparse feathers on its body, in the blink of an eye, grew countless azure down feathers. The feathers shimmered, like the finest jade, and the most striking part was the 3 long feathers on its head, which faintly showed a hint of rainbow color. Then, its body and form became more elegant and agile, its tail feathers quietly elongating, adorned with strands of golden patterns. At the same time, in Qin Ce's perception, an inconspicuous azure glow symbol appeared at the heart of the bird, like the core of the wind. The cloud blue bird's once innocent black bean eyes had now opened, its pupils pure azure gold, agile and sharp, radiating an aura of authority with every glance. Immediately after, a pure, ancient, and noble wind aura spread. Though still weak, it made the other students around feel an inexplicable heart palpitation. It was as if a lower life form had encountered the pressure of a superior existence. When the radiance dissipated, what appeared on Qin Ce's arm was a bird with nearly half a meter wingspan, an extraordinary and majestic green-feathered bird. It stood with its head held high, its golden blue eyes coldly scanning the crowd that had just mocked it. As its gaze swept across, those students felt an overwhelming pressure that seemed to pierce into their very souls. What was even more shocking was that with the appearance of this green-feathered bird, all the newly contracted or still in the process of contracting young beasts in the warehouse, whether it was the high-quality silver-level potential beasts of the noble's children, like the flame badger and the iron-armored rhinoceros, or the other fierce beast cubs of the bronze-level potential from regular students, all seemed to encounter a natural enemy, trembling uncontrollably, whining in fear. Desperately shrinking into the arms of their beast masters, some even lying flat on the ground, with excrement and urine flowing freely. At this moment, the whole place was deathly silent. At this moment, the sound of a needle dropping could be heard. Everyone widened their eyes, staring in disbelief at the miraculous green bird on Qin Ce's arm, and at the pitiable display of their own beasts. This is... Elder Joe exclaimed, his eyes bursting with astonishment. Bloodline suppression? And it's an extremely high-level bloodline suppression. This is something no ordinary golden-level potential beast could do. Officer Li Qing took a step forward, his gaze intensely fixed on the green bird. He swallowed hard, then spoke in a deep voice. Good. Good lad. Qin Ce, right? The beast you've contracted, its quality is definitely above the golden level. I never expected such a pet would be hidden in the untested area. This pet is extraordinary, and so are you. How about it, still not interested? Ahem, discipline. Elder Joe hurriedly interrupted Officer Li Qing's slip of the tongue. Qin Ce, sensing the moment, didn't pick up the conversation. Instead, he stood up slightly, bowed, and thank you, officer, and thank you, Elder Joe, for your praise. I will continue to work hard. But the scene was now undeniable. Qin Ce was the first in the world of contracted beasts. However, Qin Ce's mind stirred slightly. He didn't care about such empty titles. Instead, he sensed something from the conversation. It seemed that even a starry-level beastmaster could only judge that the green-feathered bird's potential far surpassed that of gold, but couldn't precisely identify its true essence. Because from his perspective, the evolved cloud green bird's potential was clearly at the inferno level. And it was no longer the cloud green bird, but the legendary phoenix. Pet beast, Qingluan. Level, juvenile stage, not yet ranked, experience for upgrade, 0 out of 100. Potential, inferno lower grade. Attributes, wind element. Talent, 9-fold azure sky, first layer, breath condensation, mythical grade, wind element origin. Cloud sailing, golden level, extremely sensitive to airflow, rides the wind with incredible speed, enhancing wind-based attacks. Skills, wind blade, lingxiao, wing flash, beak strike, wind ripping claws, requires activation. Status, loyalty 100, transformation ongoing growth period. Weakness, difficult evolution due to bloodline constraints, each major level requires a breakthrough, proud, noble, and high consumption. Evolution opportunities, 1. Inject Phoenix bloodline to evolve into a Phoenix-type fierce beast. 2. Inject Bifong bloodline to evolve into a Bifong-type fierce beast. 3. Wind, fire, auspicious, cloud, wood, and avian high-level items can all promote its evolution. Due to the influence of both the Phoenix and Bifong bloodlines, it can easily activate either attribute to complete evolution. Li Qing took a deep look at Qin Ce, nodded, and turned to the crowd. His voice regained its commanding authority. Did you all see that? The way of beast masters, the most important thing is vision. If you can't see the strength of others, or even distinguish the strength of fierce beasts, and still feel proud, then you were just one step away from death. The crowd finally awoke, and their gazes toward Qin Ce had completely changed. Shock, horror, envy, jealousy, disbelief, all sorts of complex emotions intertwined. Those who had mocked the most just moments ago were now red-faced, wishing they could find a hole in the ground to hide in. But Qin Ce, facing these previously arrogant and now obsequious attitudes, simply gently stroked the smooth feathers of the Qingluan. This composure made Li Qing secretly nod, and he became even more satisfied with Qin Ce. Chapter 7, Going Home. The contract is complete, and we are ready to proceed to the next item. Li Qing said loudly. Next, I'll explain the method of storing contracted beasts. This is a fundamental skill you must master. There are two main storage methods, tattoo symbiosis and spatial containment. Tattoo symbiosis is the most common and basic method. The contracted beast is transformed into an energy form and stored on a specific part of the beastmaster's body, forming a contract tattoo. In this state, the beast and the beastmaster's life forces are connected, breathing together, growing together, and even sharing life to some extent. But be aware, one person can only have one beast in the active tattoo state at a time, meaning it is deeply connected with the Beastmaster, can be summoned at any time, and bestows part of its abilities and traits to the Beastmaster. Other contracted beasts must sleep within the tattoo and cannot provide enhancements. Before reaching the starry level, most Beastmasters rely on this method. Spatial containment is a more advanced method. It requires the Beastmaster's strength to reach the starry level, with strong mental power. Additionally, when the beast breaks through to the starry level, it awakens ancient memories from its lineage and acquires innate techniques. Based on this, the Beastmaster opens their own unique Beastmaster space within their body. This space not only provides a better environment for the beast's recovery and growth, but some special innate techniques can even accelerate the beast's cultivation, refine energy, and promote evolution. This is a symbol of the path to strength. But before reaching the starry level, do not aim too high. After finishing the explanation, Li Qing waved his hand and said, "Now, try to store your beasts in tattoos. Focus, and guide them through the soul contract connection." The students began trying one by one. In an instant, lights flickered, and various beast-shaped tattoos, clear or blurred, appeared on their arms, chests, backs, and other places. Lin Hai's battle tiger transformed into a lifelike tiger head and appeared on his left shoulder, making him excited. Chinsu also tried. He focused his mind, linking with the Qingluan through the contract. The Qingluan obediently nodded, its body turning into a flash of blue-golden light, and with a whoosh, it entered Qince's chest. The next moment, a delicate, beautiful, vivid Qingluan tattoo spread its wings on his chest, the lines clear, and a faint blue halo swirling around, making it look much more solid and lively than the tattoos of other students. At the same time, Qinsu immediately felt a light and agile force spreading from the tattoo across his body, as though his senses had become sharper, and his body felt lighter. This was the physical enhancement brought by the Qingluan's possession. At this moment, the Qingluan was still in its juvenile form, so the ability enhancement was not much. Once the Qingluan truly grew, Qinsu would even become as powerful as a fierce beast. Lin Hai saw that after Qince's possession, his tattoo instantly received elemental power, making his tiger head on his shoulder less impressive. His eyes were filled with envy. Li Cheng and Elder Zhou both noticed this, their eyes filled with more admiration. For an ordinary beast to reach this stage, it would need to be at least at the black iron level. All right. Li Qing clapped his hands and announced. The awakening ceremony is officially over. Your information has been entered into the Federal Beastmaster Network. Next, based on your contract situation, soul quality, and academic scores, you will be assigned to different battle academies for 4 years of focused study and assessment. In 7 days, please check the official website and report to your assigned battle academy. Now, dismissed. The crowd began to stir, with students either excited, proud, or a bit regretful, boarding the buses to leave the warehouse and return to the school. Lin Hai continued to chatter on the way, praising Qince's good eye and the extraordinary Qingluan. Qince only smiled and listened, but his thoughts had already drifted far away. His home was in Yai Town, a small town under Fengling City. Tomorrow, I should go back and tell this good news to my mother and sister. Qingluan felt Qince's emotions, and a slight warmth spread in her chest, bringing a sense of dependence and closeness, filling his heart with warmth and strength. The road ahead is long, but at least the first step was taken with incredible confidence. The next day, Qince and Lin Hai traveled together by bus back to their hometown, Yai Town, located in the outer defense zone of Fengling City. The bus bumped along the road, with the view outside gradually changing from neat suburban farmland to a more wild, rugged landscape. The towering stone walls wound in the distance, marking the main defense line of Fengling City. Smaller settlements like Yai Town were scattered in the buffer zone outside the main city wall, surrounding the main city like satellites. The bus entered the town, and Qince looked out the window. The so-called town looked more like a small military fortress. The 10-meter-high city walls were made of gray-black alloys mixed with coarse rocks, covered in metal spikes to prevent climbing and marks from energy burns. On top of the wall, patrolling Beast Tamers could be seen, their beasts either perched or flying, vigilantly watching the wilderness outside the city walls. The buildings inside the town were mostly low and sturdy, the streets not particularly wide but still relatively well-planned. People hurried along, their faces bearing the caution and resilience that came from living on the edge of danger for so long. The air was filled with the faint smell of gunpowder, metal, and the distant stench of beasts drifting in from the wilderness. Overall, there was a unique tension in the atmosphere. This was a microcosm of how humanity struggled to survive under the threat of magical beasts. The bus reached the station. Finally back. The city is nice, but there's something more familiar about this place. Lin Hai sighed and then said eagerly, "So bro, I'll go home and share the good news first. We'll catch up later." Okay, take care. Before Qince could finish, Lin Hai had already dashed off. Shaking his head, Qince turned and walked toward his home to the west of the town. As soon as he reached the old neighborhood where his house was, he saw familiar neighbors hanging clothes outside their doors, and children chasing and playing in the open space. Is Xiao Ce back? How was the awakening ceremony? Did it succeed? The neighbors greeted him warmly. Qin Ce's mother was well liked in the town, and he had grown up in the eyes of the community. It was successful. Qin Ce smiled as he replied. Oh, that's wonderful. Our town now has another Beast Tamer. Sister-in-law Qin is so lucky. Amidst the congratulations, Qin Ce reached his small yard. It was a yard formed by 3 small houses, with vines crawling on the walls and a small vegetable garden in front. Although simple, it was neat and tidy. Chapter 8, Crisis in the Town. Returning home brought a feeling of unease. Qin Ce carefully pushed open the gate. Inside the yard, a little girl with pigtails, around 7 or 8 years old, was playing on the ground. Hearing the sound, she looked up and saw Qin Ce entering the yard. Her eyes immediately lit up, and she charged towards him like a little cannonball. Brother! Brother, you're back! Hearing such an enthusiastic voice, Qin Ce felt relieved and smiled as he crouched down to catch his rushing little sister. Qin Jian, Xiao Jian, did you listen to Mom at home? I did. I've been good. Xiao Jian nodded eagerly, then immediately asked impatiently, Brother, did you succeed? Did you become a Beast Tamer? Yes, I succeeded. Qin Ce ruffled his sister's hair. Wow! That's great! Xiao Jian cheered, but her little face soon fell, tugging at Qin Ce's sleeve, her voice filled with both hope and a trace of fear. Brother, does that mean you can take me and Mom to live in the city soon? Aunt Wang said the city is really safe now, with high walls and many powerful Beast Tamers patrolling, unlike here. Last time Xiao was taken by that big blackbird that came flying from outside and never came back. As she spoke, her eyes turned red. Qin Ce's heart tightened. Xiao Hu was the child from the neighboring family. 2 months ago, while playing at the edge of the village, they encountered a mutated flying bird that flew dangerously low. He tightly hugged his sister and solemnly promised, Xiao Jian, don't worry, brother will work hard. When I graduate from the academy and reach the bronze level, I'll be qualified to apply for a residence spot in the city. I'll definitely bring you and Mom to live there, in a big house, and we'll have a peaceful life. Really? Qin Jian's eyes sparkled. Really? Pinky promise. Pinky promise. Just then, a gentle woman's voice came from inside the house. Xiao Su, you're back? Qin's mother walked out from the kitchen, wearing an apron with flour on her hands. She appeared to be in her early 40s, with 7 points of resemblance to Chinsu in her features. Though time had left its marks on her face, it was still clear she had been beautiful in her youth. She wiped her hands on the apron and looked at him with a mix of expectation and nervousness. Is everything going smoothly? I succeeded. Qin Ce looked at his mother, proudly pointing to the blue phoenix tattoo on his chest and said, and I contracted a really great pet beast. Su Wan's eyes instantly reddened. She quickly stepped forward, grabbed Qin Ce's arm, and carefully looked at the exquisite blue phoenix tattoo. Her lips trembled. Good, it's great that you succeeded. My son is a beast master now. Xiao Jian, your brother is a beast master. Old Qin, your son is a beast master. She pulled both Chinsu and Qin Jian into a tight embrace, her voice choked with emotion. Qin Ce patted his mother's back to comfort her, but said, Mom, I want dumplings today. Upon hearing this, Suwan quickly wiped her eyes and smiled. Okay, I'll make dumplings for you today, with cabbage and pork filling, your favorite. Wow! Dumplings! Qin Jian cheered. Afterward, Suwan composed herself, took off her apron, and went out to buy vegetables. Qin Ce felt a warmth in his heart and was about to say something when his sister tugged at his sleeve. Brother, where's your pet beast? Can I see it? Sure. Qin Ce nodded affectionately, then thought for a moment. The blue light from the tattoo on his chest flared up, and the graceful and majestic blue phoenix spread its wings and appeared on his shoulder, its azure gold eyes curiously surveying the new environment in Qin Jian. Wow! What a beautiful little bird! Qin Jian exclaimed, reaching out her hand, though a little scared. Can I touch it? The blue phoenix seemed to sense Qin Jian's kindness and Qin Ce's emotions. It lowered its head and gently nuzzled her extended finger with its beak, letting out a soft, melodious chirp. It's so well behaved. Qin Jian smiled so widely her eyes turned into crescent moons. It's called the Blue Phoenix, Qin Ce introduced. Blue Phoenix? What a lovely name, just like mine. Brother, what does it eat? I'll go find something for it. What does it eat? This time, Qin Ce froze. Since it hatched yesterday, it seemed the Blue Phoenix hadn't eaten anything yet. It was still in its growth stage, and he seemed to have overlooked that. Just then. Screech! A sharp, piercing cry came from the sky above the village, filled with violence and greed. The vicious bird. The vicious bird is here again. Quick! Hide! Ah, my child! My child! Quick, notify the patrol team to rescue the people. The village was immediately thrown into chaos. Qin Ce's face changed. He dashed out of the small courtyard in a single leap. Above the village, a ferocious giant bird with a wingspan of over 3 meters, its body entirely gray-brown with feathers like iron and claws like hooks, was grabbing a struggling, crying child, trying to fly out of the village. Below, the child's mother collapsed to the ground, screaming in agony, while a few villagers armed with hunting crossbows and simple weapons dared not shoot for fear of accidentally hitting the child. Ding! At this moment, a system notification rang in Qin Ce's mind. Emergency mission, urgent rescue. Save the child from the claws of the mutated flying eagle. Mission reward, 100 experience points, pet beast food * 300. Save the child. Qin Ce immediately activated the identification skill on the giant eagle. Beast, mutated flying eagle, mature stage. Level, black iron superior. Potential, black iron inferior. Attributes, metal system. Talent, iron feather. Skills, diving claw strike, eagle scream, iron wings. Status, hungry, pleased, neck injured. Weakness, the feathers on its shoulder blades are hard, and its flying agility is insufficient. Evolutionary opportunity, gold element high-level energy enhancement. Comparing to Qingluan's stats, this demonic flying eagle's level and growth stage. Clearly, in terms of strength, physique, and agility, it far surpasses the recently born Qingluan. After all, one is an adult-grade black iron, while the other is in its juvenile stage, not even graded. The level gap is solid and undeniable. However, Qingluan possesses the potential of a blazing sun, and the mythical level talent Condensed Breath adds a tenfold attack boost. It's not without a chance, but the risks are high. Qingluan. Qin Ce looked at Qingluan, his finger pointing to the demonic flying eagle, just about to ask for its opinion. But in the next moment, Qingluan proudly raised its head, letting out a high-pitched cry, fearless, its eyes shining with a green light, and it shot straight into the sky. Chapter 9, Killing the Evil Bird. Oh my god. That little bird is charging up. It's crazy. Get it back. Nonsense. Quickly call the Beastmasters from the patrol team. The townspeople watched in shock as the tiny Qingluan flew toward the enormous demonic flying eagle, almost no one expecting it to succeed. The mother of the child looked at Qin Ce in despair, her eyes filled with pleading and doubt. Brother! Can Qingluan defeat the evil bird? Little Xian asked, her face pale with fear, clutching Qin Ce's pants tightly. I believe it can. Qin Ce said, his focus entirely on the sky, communicating with Qingluan through his thoughts. The opponent's attributes are stronger than yours, especially in strength and physique, you can't win by brute force. But your skill power, boosted by condensed breath, will far exceed its. Use your speed advantage, dodge, and look for an opportunity to attack its old injury on the back of the neck, the joint of the wings, or directly cut off its claws that are holding the child. Got it? Screech. Qingluan responded, then activated, Wing Flash, quickly catching up to the demonic flying eagle. The demonic flying eagle, seeing a little thing daring to intercept it, let out a disdainful shriek. One claw still firmly held the child, while the other, gleaming with cold light, swiped fiercely at the charging Qingluan. Diving claw strike. Qingluan did not dodge or retreat. Just as the sharp claw was about to strike, it suddenly rose with incredible agility, narrowly avoiding the claws, and its beak gathered green light at an alarming speed. Scree! A louder, more authoritative cry exploded from Qingluan's mouth. The pressure of a high-level flying creature was released without reserve. The demonic flying eagle, which was about to flip and counterattack, stiffened suddenly. A flash of primal fear appeared in its vicious eyes, and its movements slowed for a moment. Even the child under its claw seemed to cry less, affected by the pressure. Now's the chance. Qingluan seized the fleeting opportunity, hovering above and slightly to the side of the flying eagle, its wings slamming forward. Whoosh! 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 3 razor-sharp wind blades, each no longer than the length of a palm but flashing with a sharp green light, shot forward in a triangular pattern, tearing through the air with a sharp sound, accurately striking the joints of the demonic flying eagle's claw holding the child. Although the flying eagle was affected by the pressure, its battle instincts were still intact, and it instinctively tried to retract its claws, but it was too late. Thud! 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 3 muffled sounds. Under the boost of condensed breath talent, the power was comparable to a middle-grade black iron skill, effortlessly slicing through the relatively weak tendons and bones at the joints of the demonic flying eagle's claw. Scree! The demonic flying eagle let out an agonizing, soul-piercing scream as the claw holding the child snapped off at the wrist. The child, along with the severed claw, plummeted down. The crowd below collectively gasped in shock. Qingluan! Save the child! Qin Ce's heart was in his throat. Whoosh! Upon hearing Qin Ce's command, green light shot down swiftly, reaching the boy before him. Just as the boy was about to hit the ground, Qingluan's small body accurately collided with the boy's chest, a gentle yet strong wind immediately surrounding him, cushioning his fall. Then, just before hitting the ground, Qingluan grabbed the boy's clothes and pulled him upwards again. The boy rolled and fell into a pile of sand. He rolled twice, although covered in dirt and with a face full of tears, clearly terrified and crying loudly, but it was obvious he hadn't suffered any serious injuries from the fall. Little Bao. My little Bao. The child's mother crawled over frantically, holding her child tightly and crying out in despair. The child was saved. But at that moment, the battle in the sky had not yet ended. The excruciating pain from the broken claw completely triggered the bloodthirsty nature of the demonized hawk. Its eyes turned blood red, ignoring the bleeding stump of its broken claw, as it viciously lunged toward the Qingluan, who had just taken flight again, with its back to the hawk. This time, it used all its strength. Its other claw and beak, energized with all its might, gleamed coldly, ready to tear apart the small bird that had hurt it. Qingluan, watch out behind you. Qin Ce urgently called through the contract. Qingluan seemed to have eyes on the back of its head. The moment the hawk lunged, it flapped its wings forcefully. Ling Xiao. Its body shot straight up into the sky, not only evading the attack but also flying directly above the demonized hawk. The hawk missed, and just as it tried to turn, Qingluan's attack had already descended. This time, it was no longer a scattering wind blade. Qingluan's bright azure eyes flared, and the wind elements swirling around it gathered in a mysterious pattern at the tips of its slender wings. Then, a wind blade, several times more condensed than before and almost jade-colored, silently fell, precisely slashing toward the demonized hawk's injured neck. Wind blade condensed breath amplification version. The demonized hawk seemed to sense the deadly threat. It crazily twisted its body to avoid the blow, while desperately flapping its iron-feathered talent, causing its gray-brown feathers to shine with a metallic gleam. But it was useless. SSS. With a soft sound, the jade-colored wind blade cut through the metallic sheen as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter, piercing the demonized hawk's neck. All of the hawk's movements instantly froze. The savage red glow in its eyes quickly faded, replaced by confusion and stillness. Its massive body froze momentarily in midair before plummeting to the ground like a kite with its string cut, crashing down at an angle, kicking up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, the demonized hawk lay in a pool of blood, its body almost severed, already dead. The entire street fell into a deathly silence. Only Qingluan gracefully flapped its wings, slowly landing on Qin Ce's shoulder, affectionately rubbing its cheek against his, letting out a soft chirp, as if asking for credit. Its body was pristine, with only a slight heaviness in its breath, clearly showing that the battle had been somewhat taxing, but it was far from exhausted. After the deathly silence, there was a sudden uproar. This is really the contracted pet beast? This kid Qin Ce is something else. He won. He really won. Incredible. That little bird is so strong. Qin Ce. Well done. The mother, after confirming her child was unharmed, was overjoyed and tearfully grabbed her child, rushing over and kneeling in front of Qin Ce, kowtowing repeatedly. Benefactor. Thank you, benefactor. Thank you for your pet beast saving my little Bao. Thank you. If it weren't for you, my little Bao would've. Qin Ce quickly stepped aside and reached out to help her up. Aunt Wang, please get up, it's nothing. We're neighbors, it's just what I should do. At that moment, he recognized the woman as Aunt Wang, who ran the tofu shop at the alley's entrance. Aunt Wang, now helped to her feet, looked at him closely, becoming even more excited. Oh. It's little Su. It's Qin Ce from the Qin family. Look at me, I was so frightened I didn't even recognize you. Su Wan's sister is really lucky. She raised such an outstanding son. Beast Master. And so powerful. The neighbors gathered around, chattering excitedly in praise. Little Su has really grown up. Now our Yuntai town has someone to be proud of. With Little Su around, those damn vicious birds will have to think twice. One enthusiastic aunt directly grabbed Qin Ce. Little Su, do you have a girlfriend? My niece is quite pretty, works in the city, shall I introduce you to? Go away, go away. Your niece is not good enough for our Little Su. My niece has actually studied. Qin Ce was instantly overwhelmed. He kept pushing away again and again. Aunties, I am still in school, I do not think about these. So what if you are in school, first date each other? Yes, yes. Just when the noise was making a mess that could not be opened, from far away came hurried footsteps. Chapter 10 The Meaning of Family. The patrol team Beast Masters of Yuntai Town arrived. Leading the team was a strong man around 30 years old, wearing a dark gray uniform, on his chest wearing a bronze-level Beast Master badge. Behind him followed 3 team members, and a blood-colored giant wolf half as tall as a man. Where is the fierce bird? Has the child been saved? The man's voice was loud, his eyes sharp as he swept over the whole place. Captain Zhang, the fierce bird has already been shot down. A town person pointed not far away at the still twitching demonized flying eagle corpse. It was the Qin family boy who saved the person, using his pet beast. The patrol team captain called Captain Zhang was stunned for a moment, and looked in that direction. When he saw that flying eagle corpse with a wingspan more than 3 meters, then looked at the little Qingluan only half a meter big in Qin Ce's arms, on his face appeared a hard-to-believe expression. This little bird killed the demonized flying eagle? It was not strange that he doubted. The body size difference between the two was really too big. Captain Zhang, it is true. Aunt Wang held the child and stepped forward, excitedly telling the battle just now, thanks to little Su, otherwise my little treasure would. Captain Zhang squatted down to check the flying eagle corpse. When he saw the slash wound at the neck, his pupils slightly shrank. Accurate, deadly, this was quite a high-level one-strike kill. This is a talent. He stood up and looked at Qin Ce again. Classmate, what is your name? Which academy are you from? Qin Ce, Fengling City's 2nd Beast Master High School, just graduated. Qin Ce answered calmly. Graduate? Just contracted? Shock in Captain Zhang's eyes became even stronger, then he showed a smile. A hero comes out from a young boy, powerful. I wonder if there is. He was just about to say something, the blood wolf behind him suddenly became restless, growling as it walked toward the flying eagle corpse. In its eyes showed desire. The blood wolf's desire for flesh and blood, among all low-level pet beasts, is the strongest. Little Ertzi, stay. Captain Zhang hurriedly pointed at the blood wolf, just about to call it back, when a sudden change happened. The Qingluan in Qin Ce's arms suddenly lifted its head, blue-gold eyes coldly staring at the blood wolf, letting out a short and majestic cry. Chirp! The blood wolf was like struck by thunder, its 4 legs went soft, almost falling to the ground. From its throat came a fearful whimper. Captain Zhang's face suddenly changed. His blood wolf is a black iron top-grade pet beast, has gone through dozens of battles. How could it be scared into this by only one bird cry? Unless... Captain Zhang suddenly remembered a rumor he heard this morning. In the military equipment warehouse, a new student contracted a pet beast from the never-identified area. During the contract ceremony, one cry made all pet beasts on the scene tremble and shake. It was said later because of fighting over this student, big figures from the academy and the military even fought fiercely. No one knew if it was true. You are called Qin Ce? Captain Zhang asked testingly. Yesterday in the military equipment warehouse, was it you who contracted a pet beast with potential above gold level? It was me, Captain Zhang. Qin Ce nodded. It is really you. On Captain Zhang's face, enthusiasm replaced everything in an instant. Oh my. So it is little brother Qin Ce. Disrespect, disrespect. I have long heard your great name. Did not expect your old home is our Yai Town. Good. Did beautifully. Removed harm for the people. He strongly patted Qin Ce's shoulder, then looked at the Qingluan, clicking his tongue in wonder. No wonder, no wonder. One glance scared back my old wolf. Your pet beast, amazing. Future without limit. Little brother, tonight have time? Big brother, I treat, invite you to drink, on behalf of the town villagers, thank you. Qin Ce wanted to politely refuse. He had not gone home for a long time. This first meal, he wanted to eat with family. At this time, Qin Jian pulled his mother and squeezed in from outside the crowd. On Su Wan's face still had anxiety and worry. When she saw Qin Ce safe and sound, only then did she let out a breath. Then she understood Qin Ce's meaning. In a gentle voice she said to Captain Zhang, little Ce just came back, the food at home is already cooked. Captain Zhang took a look, quickly smiling and said, Sister Su. You have a good son. Alright, your family reunion is the most important, let's drink another day, I'll treat next time. He then said to Qin Ce, little brother, if you ever need anything in the town, feel free to come find me. Qin Ce politely thanked him. Then, amidst the envious and admiring gazes, Qin Ce and his family of 3, carrying their spoils, returned to their little yard. However, the deeds Qin Ce did in the city began to spread throughout the town, through Captain Zhang's words. Qin Ce's reputation began to gain some fame in Yai Town. But right now, Qin Ce couldn't care less about all this. Because as soon as he returned to his little yard, the system's prompt sound rang out. Ding, the host successfully saved a child and killed the mature black iron low-grade beast, demonized flying eagle, triggering an upgrade bonus, battle evaluation, excellent. Experience points 300, refined food asterisk 500. As the system's prompt sounded, Qingluan's experience bar instantly became 300/100. Buzz. A warm and pure energy surged through the contract and entered Qingluan's body, its figure glowing faintly, its aura rising and stabilizing at a visible speed. Its whole body expanded, growing visibly to a meter long. The level directly crossed over from the juvenile stage to the black iron low-grade stage. This was 3 whole months faster than a normal person. It leveled up. Qin Ce felt overjoyed in his heart. At the same time, he also felt a faint, more refined wind energy flowing back from the contract, nourishing his body and spirit. This was the Beast Master's feedback effect. Though it wasn't very noticeable since he hadn't officially started cultivating his techniques, he could still clearly sense a slight improvement in his physical condition. After upgrading, Qingluan's feathers became more glossy, and its eyes sharper and more agile. It looked down at its spoils, then raised its head to look at Qin Ce, its eyes revealing a trace of longing for energy. Go ahead, Qin Ce nodded. Beast flesh was a great tonic for pet beasts, especially from same attribute or higher grade beasts. Qingluan let out a joyful cry, flying to the body of the demonized flying eagle. Its sharp beak easily tore through the skin and fur, beginning to devour the blood and flesh essence filled with rich energy. Ah, this is all raw, not even processed yet. Suwan blocked Qingluan's head, picking up the demonized flying eagle and heading to the water pool. Qingluan didn't get to eat, but it knew who had stopped it, and it looked back at Qin Ce with a resentful gaze. Qin Ce shrugged, I can't provoke her. The processing was quick. However, as Suwan skillfully opened the flying eagle's abdomen, a crystal, about the size of a fingernail, irregular in shape, dark red in color, and with faint airflow inside, appeared at the heart of the eagle. Crystal core. Qin Ce's eyes lit up, and its wind attribute, the energy is pretty pure. If we take this to the trade hall in the city, it can exchange for quite a bit of money. Mom, this is enough for our family's expenses for 3 months. Chew. Chew chew. Qingluan saw the crystal core and immediately flapped its wings, flying to its mother's side, rubbing its small head against her wrist, its black pearl-like eyes full of longing, with a bit of a coquettish look. Suwan was amused by it and looked at Qin Ce. It wants to eat it? Qin Ce nodded. It consumed a lot in this battle and just leveled up. This crystal core is a great supplement for it. Through the contract, he could clearly feel Qingluan's intense desire for this crystal core. However, it can also eat the blood and flesh. This is still. Then give it to it. Suwan didn't hesitate for a moment and handed the crystal core to Qin Ce. A pet beast is like family, a companion who lives and dies with you. Good things should be saved for it. The stronger it becomes, the safer you'll be. She spoke softly but with a wisdom born from experience. Xiao, remember, in this world, money and status are all fake. Only the strength you hold in your own hands is the foundation for survival. You've awakened and gained such an extraordinary companion, it's a blessing from heaven. You must cherish it. Mom, I understand. Qin Ce solemnly took the crystal core. The crystal core was eagerly fed to the Qingluan. The Qingluan swallowed it in one bite, letting out a satisfied chirp. Immediately, a faint green light spread across its body as it lay down on the soft mat prepared by Qin Ce, beginning to digest the pure energy. Suwan began to process the remaining blood and meat of the flying eagle. Beast meat contains energy, which is beneficial for both beast tamers and ordinary people, though it has a strong, pungent taste and requires skill to handle. Her mother was clearly very skilled in this area, quickly sorting the meat into categories, some for marinating and some for cooking. When it was time to eat, the table was unusually abundant. With flying eagle meat as the main ingredient, her mother carefully prepared several dishes, along with Qin Ce's favorite dumplings. Though the seasonings were simple, the beast meat was tender and firm, and the energy it contained made the whole family feel warm and content. After finishing the crystal core, the Qingluan was energized, and it was given a large portion of cooked meat, which it ate eagerly. At the dining table, Qin Ce shared the news of his successful awakening, the contract with the Qingluan, and the shocking events that followed. Xiao Xian chattered excitedly, describing her brother's heroic appearance in battle. Suwan listened quietly, always with a gentle smile on her face, her eyes filled with pride. Mom, Xiao Xian, Qin Ce put down his chopsticks and said seriously, don't worry. I will work hard in the Battle Academy and strive to reach the bronze level as soon as possible. Outstanding graduates from the Battle Academy can apply to have their direct relatives move to the main city and settle there. When that happens, we'll move into the city, live in a safer house, and Xiao Xian can attend a good school in the city. Xiao Xian clapped her hands and cheered, yay! Brother is the best. Suwan patted her daughter's head, looked at her son, her eyes filled with both comfort and a slight, barely noticeable worry. Mom knows you're filial and capable. But life in the city won't always be smooth, so be cautious in everything. Cultivation is important, but your health and safety are even more crucial. Don't push yourself too hard. I understand, Qin Ce nodded firmly. In any case, this meal was filled with warmth and satisfaction. During the next 7 days of vacation, Qin Ce didn't waste a single moment. He trained daily with Qingluan in the relatively safe areas near the town. On one hand, he continued to work on improving his battle coordination with Qingluan, practicing various tactical formations. On the other hand, he consciously began to guide the wind element energy from Qingluan into his body, attempting to control and familiarize himself with this extraordinary power flowing within him, and how it enhanced his speed, agility, and even his perception. He could clearly feel his physique improving steadily, his reflexes becoming quicker, his jumping ability stronger, and his sensitivity to subtle air currents much sharper. This was the benefit of a Beast Tamer, whose abilities grow in tandem with their contracted beast. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Before the vacation ended, Qin Ce received the Battle Academy assignment notice. The elite class of the first Battle Academy. Qin Ce said goodbye to his reluctant mother and sister, carrying a simple bundle and accompanied by Qingluan, which had grown stronger and was more in sync with his heart. He boarded the bus heading to the first Battle Academy in Foamling City to register. His goal was clear and determined: to work hard in the academy, graduate with excellent results, reach the bronze level, obtain the qualification to settle in the city, bring his family into the city, and give them a stable life. Chapter 11: The Unforeseen Disaster. 2 hours later, the bus arrived at Foamling City. Compared to Yai Town, this place felt like a completely different world. The 30-meter-high alloy city walls, with Beast Tamer squads patrolling them, the neat streets, towering skyscrapers, and the never-ending flow of vehicles. Following the address on the admission notice, Qin Ce found the first Beast-Taming Battle Academy of Foamling City. The first Battle Academy of Foamling City was located in the eastern part of the city's core area, occupying a vast expanse. The towering dark gold alloy gates were imposing, with intricate carvings of giant beasts fighting side by side with Beast Tamers. The atmosphere was cold and imposing. The campus buildings were mostly made of sturdy gray-black stone and special alloys, with a tough, rigid style. Everywhere, there were training fields, simulation battle halls, and areas for breeding various teaching beasts. The air was filled with faint energy fluctuations and the distant sounds of beast roars and bird calls. At this moment, many freshmen had gathered on the campus. Qin Ce noticed that most of these new students were dressed in fine clothes, accompanied by their parents or servants, with only a few, like him, walking alone and wearing simple clothing. Carrying his luggage, Qin Ce followed the flow of freshmen to complete the registration, receiving his student ID, basic supplies, and dorm key. The Battle Academy classified new students into ordinary classes and elite classes based on their awakening assessment and the estimated potential of their initial contracted beasts. The elite class had limited spots and enjoyed better teaching and resource allocation. Following the directions, Qin Ce put down his luggage and headed to the classroom for the elite class. When he pushed open the classroom door, more than 20 students were already seated, both boys and girls. They were dressed in fine clothes, with an air of either arrogance or composure. Most of them seemed familiar with each other, whispering and laughing, forming small circles among themselves. My family just opened a new transport route. My brother just contracted a golden tier beast. I heard the city lord's family is arranging a marriage with Shangjin City. Qin Ce's entrance caused a brief moment of silence in the classroom. All eyes turned to him, his faded jeans, and ordinary cotton t-shirt. Among these elite, rich youths, he seemed out of place. Qin Ce's face remained calm as he sat in an empty seat by the window. Not long after Qin Ce sat down, 2 more people entered the classroom from the front door, immediately drawing more attention. The first was a girl, about 17 or 18 years old, with a graceful figure and an extraordinary beauty. Especially her eyes, clear as water, with a natural spiritual aura as she glanced around. She wore a fitted light blue academy uniform, her presence remarkable. Even among these rich elite students, she shone like a pearl. She was followed by another girl, who was also quite attractive but slightly less so, likely her close friend. It's Wang Xian, the daughter of Minister Wang from the city guard. As expected, she's really beautiful. I heard when she awakened, it caused quite a stir. Her contracted beast's potential is at least high-level silver. The one next to her is Zhou Min, right? The youngest daughter of the Zhou family from logistics, her beast isn't bad either. As expected, the elite class is different. Whispers echoed, and many boys' eyes brightened. Wang Xian seemed to have long been accustomed to this attention, her expression calm. She scanned the classroom, looking for a seat. When her gaze passed over Qin Ce sitting by the window, it paused for a moment, seemingly surprised by this plain-dressed newcomer, but she said nothing and, along with her friend Zhou Min, chose 2 empty seats in the front row, closer to the middle. Their arrival made the front half of the classroom the focus. Many boys eagerly shifted, hoping to sit closer to the beauties. A few minutes later, the classroom door was pushed open. A boy, wearing a limited edition tracksuit and with silver gray hair, walked in with a few followers, swaggering in. He scanned the room, his gaze landing on Wang Xian sitting in the front row. His eyes brightened. Then, he saw Qin Ce sitting behind Wang Xian. The silver-haired boy furrowed his brow, first pretending to adjust his collar, then, without any hesitation, walked straight to Qin Ce's desk and knocked on it. Hey, I want this seat. You move somewhere else. His tone was as if it were a matter of course, even too lazy to explain why. The classroom fell silent for a moment. Many people turned to look. Some with schadenfreude, others indifferent. Wang Xian and Zhou Min in the front row also turned around to glance. Wang Xian's brow slightly furrowed, while Zhou Min wore a look of anticipation. Qin Ce didn't raise his head, continuing to place the Introduction to Beast Mastery book handed out by the Academy on the desk. The ignored boy's face immediately darkened, feeling like he had lost face in front of everyone, especially Wang Xian. He snorted coldly, stopped talking, and reached out to grab Qin Ce's shoulder, his 5 fingers tightening. Clearly, he had trained in some martial arts and intended to use brute strength to lift Qin Ce and throw him aside. Just as his hand was about to touch Qin Ce's shoulder, Qin Ce moved. He remained seated, only slightly tilting his upper body to dodge the incoming hand, while his right hand shot out like lightning, precisely grabbing the opponent's wrist, twisting, pulling, and sending him flying. Wang Yu only felt an irresistible force surge through him, causing him to stagger backward and fall out of the classroom door, rolling twice in the corridor before finally stopping. The classroom was silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they had just seen. Wang Yu was a mid-tier iron-grade beast master, with physical abilities far surpassing ordinary people, yet he had been thrown out so easily? Qin Ce straightened up, reopened his book, as if he had just brushed off some dust. In the corridor, Wang Yu clumsily got up, his face pale with rage. He pointed at Qin Ce, his voice trembling with anger. You're looking for death. Damn it. Everyone, get him. Cripple him. A few henchmen snapped out of their stupor. Although they felt a bit intimidated, they saw it as an opportunity to show off in front of their big brother and immediately surrounded Qin Ce, shouting loudly. Some even secretly activated their beast energy, with faint light glowing around their fists and feet, their momentum even stronger than the previous guy. Qin Ce finally stood up, turned to face the group, his gaze calm and unwavering. With the continuous enhancement from the Qingluan energy and the subtle strengthening from his condensed breath talent, his speed, strength, and reaction had already far surpassed these freshmen who had just contracted beasts and had not undergone systematic training. He was even on par with some second and third year students at the iron grade level. Dealing with these privileged kids with no real combat experience was like a small matter. Bang! 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 A series of muffled crashes and cries of pain sounded. Everyone only saw Qin Ce's figure flicker between the group like a ghost, moving with swift precision, each strike landing exactly on the most painful or vulnerable joints and soft spots. In less than 5 seconds, the 4 henchmen were sprawled on the floor in various twisted positions, groaning and unable to fight. The entire class was silent. The look in everyone's eyes when they looked at Qin Ce had changed from disdain to shock and disbelief. This time, even the sound of breathing in the classroom seemed to quiet down. Everyone realized that this seemingly simple and humble freshman, wearing plain clothes, was probably not as simple as he appeared. Chapter 12, Group Brawl and One-on-One Fight. Wang Yu stood at the door, his face alternating between pale and ashen. He stared at Qin Ce with hatred in his eyes, then took out his phone and started making a call. Qin Ce ignored him completely. He knew that the trouble was just beginning. But so what? Wang Yu hung up the phone and stood at the door, his face so dark it could drip water. Alright, you have guts, he gritted his teeth and said, if I don't make you roll out of the first academy today, I'll change my last name to Wang. The classroom was completely silent, all the students holding their breath, their eyes moving back and forth between Qin Ce and Wang Yu. Qin Ce did not lift his head, his fingertips turning a page of the book, his tone calm. Your last name has nothing to do with me. If it did, you wouldn't be happy either. You. Fine. 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 Wang Yu was on the verge of losing his temper. Whoever helps me cripple him, I'll make sure my family grants them 3 premium resource procurement quotas. I'll also guarantee that when they contract their second beast, its potential will at least reach top-tier gold. With great rewards come brave men. Some rich young masters, who had been watching the show, suddenly had their eyes light up. 3 premium resource procurement quotas. The temptation was too great. It was enough to elevate their family's power to the next level. Moreover, the law does not punish the crowd. With so many people attacking together, could the school really expel them all? Young Master Wang, I'll help you. Count me in. This poor, arrogant brat deserves a lesson. Suddenly, more than half of the class, over 15 boys, and even 2 girls who believed their favored pets made them special, with a menacing look on their faces, stood up in unison, their eyes gleaming with greed and cruelty, slowly closing in on Qin Ce. Many of them started to emanate faint glows of various colors, the signs that they were channeling the power of their contracted beasts. Wang Yu's eyes flashed with pride as he looked at Qin Ce. Kneel down and apologize, leave on your own, and I'll consider going easy on you. Qin Ce scanned the more than 20 faces, some excited, some greedy, some full of schadenfreude, and his gaze finally turned icy cold. Come at me together. He stood up, cracking his wrist. Trash. Arrogant. Get him. More than 20 people surged forward in an instant. A chaotic battle, or rather, a one-sided cleaning, erupted violently in the elite class's classroom. Desks and chairs were overturned, the dull thuds of energy clashing, fists and feet hitting flesh, mixed with cries of pain and shrieks of fear. Qin Ce's figure weaved through the crowd, like a tiger in a sheep herd. He held nothing back, each strike heavy and forceful, precise and ruthless, targeting vital points, but cleverly avoiding fatal areas. With the added speed from his wind attribute energy, he moved like a ghost. Despite the numbers, the opponents couldn't form an effective encirclement, often getting hit by a powerful blow before even realizing what happened, sent flying as if riding the wind. The first boy was dodged by Qin Ce's sidestep, and Qin Ce's elbow struck the boy's ribs. The boy grunted and collapsed to the ground, soft like a rag. The second, third, fourth. Qin Ce's moves were simple and efficient, without any flashy tricks. It seemed like he could predict every attack's path, always dodging and counterattacking at the perfect moment. Every hit landed precisely on the weak points, taking out his opponents without causing serious harm. The sounds of chaos, overturned desks and chairs, flesh colliding, and painful groans grew louder. The noise began to ripple through the entire building. Outside in the hallway, a number of students from other classes had gathered, peeking inside. What's going on? The elite class is fighting? Oh my god, one person fighting against more than 20? Who is that new guy? He's so strong? Amid the whispers, Chinsu had already taken down 15 people. The remaining 7 or 8 finally realized something was wrong and began to retreat. Wang Yu's face turned pale, and he suddenly pulled out a red crystal from his pocket, crushing it with a violent force. Roar! A phantom beast's roar echoed, and Wang Yu exploded with intense energy fluctuations. His eyes glowed red, his muscles bulging slightly. He was forcibly activating the power of his contracted beast, rapidly enhancing his physical abilities for a short period. After all, the contracted beast was still in its juvenile stage and needed external energy to activate. You're forcing me! Wang Yu roared as he charged forward, moving more than twice as fast as before. Qin Ce's gaze slightly faltered. Using beast powers within the school was strictly forbidden. It was an ironclad rule. These rich brats dared to ignore that rule. This time, Qin Ce didn't hold back. He sidestepped Wang Yu's straight punch and struck a precise handblade to Wang Yu's neck. Ugh! Wang Yu froze for a moment before toppling forward, falling heavily to the ground. The battle didn't even last, and it was already over. In the end, after Qin Ce had taken down everyone, the scene was a mess. Nearly 30 people lay sprawled across the room in all directions. Qin Ce stood in the center of the classroom, breathing evenly, his clothes barely creased. In the classroom, besides Wang Xian and her short-haired best friend, there were still a dozen people who hadn't participated, mostly girls and a few more reserved-looking boys. They were all staring wide-eyed, unable to believe what they were witnessing. Why, you're done for. A boy lying on the ground struggled to speak. Wang Yu's uncle is the director of the Battle Academy. The Wang family won't let you go. Is this still the school's connection relationship? Qin Ce stopped his steps, which were originally heading back to his seat. In that case, he had to make things even bigger. Only then would it not be dealt with in private. Qin Ce glanced at him but said nothing, heading straight for the classroom door, clearing a small path. Then, under the puzzled gazes of everyone, he grabbed the closest boy and, like throwing trash, dragged him out of the classroom. Then, in front of everyone, he tossed him from the window's balcony onto the ground in front of the teaching building. Ah! Crazy! A shrill scream came from downstairs. Then. 1, 2, 3. Qin Ce's face was expressionless as he picked up those who were still able to move and those who couldn't, one by one, and threw them out the corridor's railing. The teaching building had 5 floors, and the elite class was on the 2nd floor. This height wouldn't kill a beast tamer who had contracted a pet beast. But in front of the whole school, the bruised faces and the loss of dignity, it was inevitable they would die socially. Bang! 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 The sound of heavy objects hitting the ground echoed continuously, accompanied by screams and groans rising and falling. On the playground below, a mountain of people quickly piled up. All the students in the teaching building stopped what they were doing and came out to watch this bizarre scene. What's going on? Did people fall from the sky? Damn, isn't that Wang Yu? Who threw him down? When Qin Ce threw the last person, less than 17 students remained in the classroom, none of whom had made a move. Finally, he looked around at everyone in the room, walked over to his seat, picked up the fallen chair, and sat back down. His gaze turned to the blue sky outside the window, as if the thrilling chaos just now had nothing to do with him. Chapter 13, Fighting and Dissolving. At that moment, a figure appeared at the door of the classroom. A man in a dark gray teacher's uniform, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, looking about 30 years old, with an elegant and gentle demeanor, walked in slowly. He held a roll call sheet in his hand, his calm gaze sweeping over the disarrayed classroom, then across the few students who were still in shock, and finally stopping on Qin Ce, who sat calmly by the window. His gaze then fell on the direction of the hallway railing, where pained groans and curses continued to echo. A hint of confusion appeared on his face at the perfect moment. The man, who was presumably the homeroom teacher, pushed his glasses up and spoke in a mild tone, as if he really didn't understand what had happened. Is this just finished with a big cleaning? The desks and chairs are arranged very creatively. The students seem very enthusiastic. They've all gone outside to sunbathe? The students in the classroom. Qin Ce's mouth twitched slightly. The homeroom teacher seemed to not notice everyone's expressions, flipping open the roll call sheet and slowly saying, "Then, before the class officially starts, let's call the roll and, by the way, restore the classroom to its original state. Students still in the classroom, please lend a hand. As for those outside." He glanced outside the window. Looks like they still need a bit more time. Under the homeroom teacher's gentle gaze, the students in the classroom, including Qin Ce, all stood up and began to clean up the mess of desks and chairs. The entire process was eerily quiet, with only the sound of desks and chairs colliding. Outside the teaching building, the students who had been thrown down, under the homeroom teacher's instructions, helped each other, bruised and limping, slowly making their way back to the classroom. They looked at Qin Ce with eyes full of fear, resentment, and a trace of deeply hidden humiliation. The homeroom teacher picked up the roll call sheet and began calling out names one by one. Each name called was followed by either a student looking down in shame, gritting their teeth, or answering with trembling fear. When Qin Ce's name was called, he calmly responded. The homeroom teacher glanced at him, his gaze behind the glasses unreadable, and nodded. Soon, the roll call was finished. Except for Wang Yu, the main culprit of the whole incident, who hadn't shown up, probably at the infirmary or somewhere else. There should have been 52 students in the elite class. In the classroom, there were 18 people including Qin Ce, and with the 33 injured students who had just crawled back in, everyone was present. However, the two groups were sharply divided. The head teacher closed the roll call book, placed both hands on the podium, and scanned the students below, still wearing that gentle and refined smile. Everyone's here. Now, before we begin our first meeting, there is one thing that needs to be addressed. As soon as he finished speaking, the classroom door was suddenly pushed open with a loud bang. Mr. Sun. Mr. Sun Zhengping. Your students are simply out of control. Accompanied by the angry shout, a middle-aged man with a slightly plump figure, slicked back hair, and a pale face stormed in. This was the director of the War Institute, Gao Fuping. Behind him, a student covered in dirt, bruised, with grass and mud on his clothes, entered. It was Wang Yu, the one who was absent during roll call. He glared at Qin Ce, his eyes full of hatred. Director Gao, what is this? Mr. Sun turned around and showed an appropriately surprised expression. Mr. Sun, look. Look at what your new student has done. Director Gao pointed at the group of students behind him, his voice sharp with agitation. They openly fought in the classroom, using brutal methods to throw so many classmates from the hallway onto the plaza. The nature of this act is extremely severe. He must be severely punished. I suggest his expulsion immediately, and handing him over to the City Defense and Security Department. The previous 33 injured students straightened their backs as soon as their backup arrived, all echoing in agreement. Yes. Expel him. Mr. Sun, Qin Ce started the fight. He bullied classmates just because he's a bit stronger. We just wanted to reason with him, but he suddenly went crazy and attacked. Director Gao, you have to stand up for us. The bad guys spoke first, as the students who were thrown out by Qin Ce blamed him for everything. They twisted the truth, putting all the responsibility on Qin Ce. Director Gao's face darkened as he listened, and he looked at Qin Ce with a stern expression. Qin Ce, what do you have to say? All eyes were on Qin Ce, including Mr. Sun's. Qin Ce stood up, facing Director Gao and the group of victims full of righteous anger, his expression still calm. Director Gao, Mr. Sunday. The matter is simple. One, you asked me to give up my seat for no reason. When I ignored him, he directly attacked me. Then, his 4 companions joined in. After I stopped them and escorted them out of the classroom, Wang Yu used favors and beasts to stir up more than 20 students to attack me, some of whom even used their beasts. I was forced to defend myself, and that's all. His account was clear and concise, without any emotional embellishment, yet it caused Wang Yu and the others to change their expressions. You're lying. You were the one who provoked us first. We were just defending ourselves. They all shouted at once, turning the truth upside down, describing Qin Ce as a violent thug who provoked them first. Meanwhile, they were portrayed as a group of united friends who fought for justice, forced to defend themselves. Mr. Sun adjusted his glasses, still wearing his gentle smile, and looked at Qin Ce. Qin Ce, is what the students say true? Did you, all alone, provoke a whole group? And then, made them all go out to sunbathe? He intentionally emphasized all alone and a whole group, making his question quite artful. Wang Yu froze, and the other students around them looked embarrassed. Director Gao furrowed his brow. Mr. Sun, no matter how it started, Qin Ce's actions were too harsh, causing many students to get injured. This has had a very negative impact. This is an undeniable fact. He must be punished. Otherwise, what is the point of school rules? Seeing that Director Gao's attitude was firm, Wang Yu and the others immediately gained confidence, shouting again. Yes. He must be severely punished. Expulsion is the only way to satisfy public outrage. Mr. Sun once again adjusted his glasses, seemingly unaware of Director Gao's unreasonable argument, and slowly said, Director Gao, logically, Qin Ce's version of events seems to make more sense. It seems unreasonable for one person to actively provoke 20 or so people. He paused and looked at Wang Yu and the others. Also, in the classroom, it's clear that some students used their pet beast's powers. Although the residual energy on site is faint, if you investigate carefully, there should still be traces. Using pet beast's powers to attack classmates without permission in the school, and outside of a combat training setting, is a serious violation of the Federation's regulations, as well as school rules, Articles 5 and 17. If this is pursued, it should be even more serious, right? Sun's words were logical and well-founded. Immediately, Wang Yu, the one who used pet beast powers, became less vocal, his face turning somewhat unpleasant. Director Gao's expression also darkened. He knew full well that this situation was likely a result of Wang Yu and his group provoking others and hitting a brick wall. But Wang Yu's family was his foundation, and he could only serve as the director of teaching at this school thanks to the Wang family's connections. Moreover, several other students came from wealthy or powerful families. And Qin Ce, according to the records, came from an ordinary family in Yai Town, with no background whatsoever. When weighing the pros and cons, it was natural for him to favor speaking on behalf of the influential students. But now, Sun had clearly seized the weakness of Wang Yu and the others. The matter had already escalated to this level, and if it really reached the school authorities and was thoroughly investigated, no one would come out unscathed. After weighing his options, he looked at Sun Zhangping, softened his tone, and asked, Mr. Sun, as the homeroom teacher, what do you think should be done? The ball was kicked back to him. Sun Zhangping fell silent for a few seconds, his gaze flashing behind his glasses. He glanced at Qin Ce, then at the already resentful Director Gao and Wang Yu's group, and considering that he would still have to deal with these rebellious students for 4 years, he suddenly sighed, showing a bit of difficulty and compromise on his face. Director Gao's point is valid. Between classmates, harmony should be the priority. Fighting is indeed wrong and has a terrible impact. He looked at Qin Ce, his tone becoming serious. Qin Ce, no matter what the cause, the fact remains that you injured several classmates and damaged the classroom facilities. As punishment, you need to write a deep self-reflection and read it aloud at tomorrow's school opening ceremony, publicly admitting your mistakes to the injured students and the entire school. Is that acceptable? Qin Ce met Sun Zhangping's gaze. As Sun emphasized again, the reflection needed to be public, fair, and sincere. Qin Ce suddenly understood something. He nodded and said, okay, I'll reflect. The director of teaching and Wang Yu were both taken aback. They had both thought that Qin Ce, after hearing Sun's analysis of their mistakes being more serious, might reverse the situation and start questioning them. To their surprise, Qin Ce agreed so quickly and straightforwardly. Good. After tomorrow's opening ceremony, you'll go on stage and reflect. The director of teaching, fearing Qin Ce might backtrack, immediately locked down the matter. He then left in a hurry, taking Wang Yu with him, using the excuse of needing medical treatment. As soon as they left, the atmosphere in the classroom relaxed. The 33 injured students hung their heads in dejection, and the dozen or so onlookers also sighed in relief. Mr. Sun clapped his hands. All right, the interruption is over. The issue we needed to address has been resolved smoothly. Everyone, focus up, let's prepare for the start of the school year. Oh, and Qin Ce, remember your reflection needs to be honest. Make sure to apologize thoroughly to everyone. With that, he began explaining the rules of the Battle Academy and the teaching arrangements for the first academic year. Wang Xian was slightly stunned, then suddenly turned her head and whispered in a voice only her best friend could hear, Mr. Sun's move, it's clever. After this reflection, isn't it just going to embarrass those who got beaten once again in front of everyone? With this incident as a foundation, those spoiled ones will be less likely to stir up trouble over the next 4 years. Zhoumin blinked, not quite understanding, huh? Why? Wang Xian shook her head, not explaining further, but her gaze shifted between the homeroom teacher and Qin Ce, deep in thought. These two are not easy to deal with, they are very clever. Chapter 14, Self-Examination. The next day, the grand opening ceremony was held on the Battle Academy's playground. All the teachers and students gathered together, the crowd densely packed. On the high stage, the school leaders sat one after another, following the set procedures. The principal gave a speech of encouragement, the teacher representative spoke to inspire, and the outstanding student representative shared their experiences. As the event was about to conclude, and the host was preparing to announce the end of the ceremony. However, Director Gao, the director of education, suddenly stood up and took the microphone. Teachers and students, before the ceremony concludes, I have a few words to say. Director Gao cleared his throat, his face serious. Our academy is a place for cultivating the pillars of the Federation's future, those who will fight against the beast horde and protect our homeland. School culture and discipline are crucial. Unity and friendship are the most basic requirements. If there are any conflicts, they should be settled in the practical combat classes, hunting beasts. Using energy for internal fights, what kind of skill is that? His voice grew louder, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Just yesterday, our school had an extremely serious incident of group fighting. The impact was extremely bad. After research, the main culprit, a student from the first-year elite class, Qin Ce, will be dealt with as follows. He is required to publicly reflect on his actions to serve as a warning. As his words fell, the entire crowd was in an uproar. Countless gazes instantly turned to the first-year student area, looking for the new student named Qin Ce. They had seen the scene yesterday, and rumors had already spread in 8 different versions. Now, please, Qin Ce, come up and give your self-reflection. Director Gao's voice was deep and firm. Qin Ce walked out from the first-year group, his steps steady, his expression calm, walking toward the high stage. As he passed by, the new students automatically parted to make a way for him. Their expressions varied, some curious, some gloating, and some sympathetic. Just as he was about to step out of the group, a boy, who had participated in the attack yesterday and still had bruises on his face, suddenly grabbed Qin Ce's sleeve, lowering his voice with a trace of pleading. Qin Ce. Qin Gu. I beg you, please don't mention my name when you get on stage, alright? Yesterday, I was wrong, and I apologize. As soon as he spoke, several students who had been thrown down yesterday froze. Mention his name? Then, everyone realized at once, their faces going pale. Yes. Public self-reflection. If Qin Ce mentions the names of those who participated in the attack yesterday, wouldn't they be humiliated again in front of the entire school? That would be worse than being beaten. Qin Ce, I didn't do anything, I just stood up. Qin Gu, please show mercy. Qin Gu, I beg you. Qin Ce expressionlessly brushed off his hand, not pausing his steps, directly walking up to the high stage and taking the microphone from Director Gao. Director Gao looked at him, his eyes full of warning. Below the stage, thousands of eyes were fixed on him. The principal slightly leaned forward, showing an interested expression. Qin Ce stood firm, his gaze calmly sweeping over the audience. He cleared his throat and began to speak. Respected leaders, teachers, and dear students, hello. I am Qin Ce, a new student from the first-year elite class. His voice echoed through the loudspeakers, clear and steady. Yesterday, in the elite class classroom, I made a serious mistake. The audience quieted down, waiting for his confession. My mistake was, Qin Ce paused, his tone suddenly carrying a unique touch of sincerity. I should not have kept silent when Zhao Kai asked me to give up my seat for no reason. I should have immediately stood up, respectfully given him my seat, and thanked him for giving me the opportunity to show the virtue of humility. The crowd below was stunned. Director Gao frowned. Qin Ce continued, my mistake was that when Zhao Kai and his 4 friends tried to communicate with me intimately using body language, I should not have over-defended and asked them to leave the classroom. I should have stayed where I was, patiently accepted their guidance, and reflected on why I couldn't understand their eagerness to get close to their classmates. The murmurs and suppressed laughter began to rise from the crowd below. This self-criticism doesn't seem right? My mistake is even greater, Qin Ce's voice raised slightly, when Zhao Kai, downstairs, generously promised rewards in the form of human kindness and pet beasts, inviting over 20 classmates to come up and engage in friendly sparring with me, some even using their pet beasts to deepen the exchange. I shouldn't have failed to appreciate their kindness by improperly defending myself. I should have actively surrendered, cooperated with everyone's real battle drills, and felt honored to be such a live target for so many classmates practicing their combat skills. Put. Finally, someone in the crowd couldn't hold back their laughter. This isn't a self-criticism. This is clearly a sarcastic retelling of what happened yesterday. A sophisticated form of black humor. Director Gao's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. He didn't expect Qin Ce to dare play him like this. He stepped forward, about to grab the microphone. At that moment, a hand pressed down on him from behind. But Qin Ce suddenly changed his tone, turning grave and firm. After the patient guidance of class teacher Sun and deep reflection last night, I have fully realized the root of my mistake. My strength is simply not enough. If I had stronger power, perhaps I could have earned Zhao Kai's friendship without giving up my seat. If I had a better family background, perhaps I could have made these 30-some classmates my friends directly, without needing to use pet beasts to enthusiastically communicate with me, which would prevent them from facing risks of breaking the law and school regulations. So, I solemnly self-criticize. Qin Ce said into the microphone, his voice spreading far and wide, I criticize myself for not being gentle enough, giving my classmates the opportunity to make mistakes. I criticize myself for being a mere commoner, making it difficult for the director of education to treat me fairly. I have to waste all the well-intentioned and thoughtful persuasion. I apologize sincerely to all the classmates who have suffered physical discomfort and emotional harm because of this incident. At the same time, I guarantee, Qin Ce's gaze swept across Zhao Kai and the others in the crowd, their faces pale, and his lips curled into the faintest of smiles. In my future academic life, I will strive to improve my strength, so that when I face similar situations again, I will have an identity that doesn't make the leaders uncomfortable, and the courage to prevent my classmates from taking risks. Finally, Qin Ce looked toward the director of education, whose face was ashen, then turned to the principal and other leaders, their expressions strange. Chapter 15, The Self-Criticism continues. I want to especially thank the school leadership, especially Director Gao, for giving me this opportunity for a deep reflection in front of everyone. It has made me realize how unique the unity of the War Academy is and how impressive the school's fair handling is. Here, please allow me to express my sincere apologies to the 34 classmates who were bullied by me yesterday. The first and most deeply regretful student, Wang Yu. At the mention of his name, Wang Yu trembled all over. The second, Tong Hao. Another boy lowered his head. The third, Li Shi. The fourth, Han Ming. Qin Ce, slow and steady, read out the 34 names one by one. With each name, a figure in the audience wished they could dig into the ground. The other students began to whisper, pointing fingers at those who had been named. Wow, it's really them, Wang Yu and the others. 34 against 1, and they got counterattacked and thrown down the stairs? That's embarrassing. No wonder Director Gao wanted Qin Ce to self-criticize, he was trying to save face. But Qin Ce turned it around with an apology, making it public. Hilarious. When Qin Ce finished reading the last name, the atmosphere in the auditorium had completely changed. What was supposed to be a serious self-criticism had turned into a public execution. 34 rich kids had become the laughingstock of the entire school. The director of education sat on stage, his face flushed with anger, wishing he could adjourn the meeting right now. My self-criticism is finished. Thank you, everyone. Qin Ce put down the microphone, bowed to the crowd, and turned to walk down from the high stage with steady steps. The entire playground fell into an eerie silence. Then, with a loud boom, a huge uproar and a flurry of discussions erupted. Damn! This new student is amazing. That self-criticism, incredible. A reverse move to the max. Ah, I'm dying of laughter. This isn't a self-criticism, it's a challenge, right? What exactly happened yesterday? It sounds like Wang Yu started trouble and even called for a group fight? I know. My cousin is a sophomore. He said that yesterday in the elite class corridor, people were falling like dumplings, thrown by a new student. No way? That intense? So what he said just now? Countless eyes and discussions surged toward Wang Yu and the students who had participated in the siege the day before. Each of them turned red and embarrassed, wishing they could find a hole in the ground to crawl into, their heads bowed so low they didn't dare to look up. Qin Ce's self-criticism was like wielding a whip, stripping them bare in front of the entire school, and then beating them again. It was 1,000 times more painful than being physically beaten. Director Gao stood on the stage, holding the microphone with trembling hands, unable to speak from rage. He had originally wanted to humiliate Qin Ce with the self-criticism, to protect the Wang family's face, but he never expected to shoot himself in the foot and turn the school's image of justice into a joke in front of everyone. At this moment, the principal, who had been silent all along, suddenly chuckled softly and took another microphone from the side. Ha! The principal was a sharp-minded old man. He smiled as he looked at Qin Ce, who was walking down the stage. His voice was gentle but carried clearly, "Is it Qin Ce, right? This young man is impressive." This one sentence caused the entire crowd to fall silent. The principal's gaze swept across Director Gao. His eyes were calm, but they made Director Gao break into a cold sweat in an instant. The principal had clearly seen through Director Gao's petty attempt to favor the privileged student. Young people should have sharpness and strength, that's a good thing, the principal continued, with an approving tone. Our War Academy trains warriors who can fight beasts outside the walls, not docile sheep. There is competition and friction between students, as long as it's not excessive, it might not be a bad thing. The key is to use this energy in the right way, to improve one's strength and defend the country. He turned to Qin Ce with encouraging eyes. Qin Ce, your self-criticism was very creative. It also showed us the other side of yesterday's incident. Since you have realized the lack of strength, then work hard. I hope to see you on the stage one day, receiving praise for slaying beasts, not standing there to apologize for mistakes. The principal finished with a final word. All right, Director Gao, the ceremony can end now. With a single statement, the principal gently redefined the entire matter as sharpness and competition, giving Qin Ce a positive evaluation and hope for the future, completely suppressing Director Gao's attempt to take advantage of the situation and push for further investigation. Director Gao's face turned red and pale in turns. Under the principal's gaze, he could only grit his teeth and manage to squeeze out a sentence into the microphone. The opening ceremony is over. Classes, please return in an orderly manner. On the ground, Qin Ce exited with his class in line. Wherever he passed, countless eyes were focused on him, filled with awe, admiration, and curiosity. He became famous in a single battle. No, it was a self-criticism that made him famous, and he had completely become the most talked-about figure on the first day of the War Academy's opening. Far in the distance, in the senior class, a tall and stunning figure watched Qin Ce with shining eyes. She was the legend of the entire school for the past 3 years, the daughter of the city lord Jang Rui. She listened to the surrounding people discussing Qin Ce's commoner background, and then thought of the vague rumors at home about a possible political marriage in her future. A peculiar light flashed in her eyes. The opening ceremony ended in a strange yet heated atmosphere. Qin Ce's earth-shattering self-criticism was like throwing a boulder into a calm lake, and the ripples quickly spread throughout the entire War Academy. His name, along with labels like one person threw down 34, Master of Yin-Yang Review, and head-on clash with the discipline director, instantly became the most popular topic of conversation for students of all grades during breaks. Did you hear? That new freshman in the first year, Qin Ce, is tough as hell. Not just tough, he's outright arrogant. But I like it, haha. The discipline director turned pale, but in the end, the principal had to cover for him. He comes from a common background, and I heard his contracted beast is no ordinary thing. Looks like we're in for a good show. Wang Yu and his group are officially famous now, though it's for all the wrong reasons, ha. Amidst the discussions, Qin Ce walked back to the classroom with his class. Along the way, he could feel countless gazes focused on him: admiration, curiosity, jealousy, and scrutiny. His expression remained unchanged, as though the storm he had stirred up just moments ago on stage hadn't happened at all. Chapter 16, The Aftermath. Back in the elite classroom. Teacher Sun Zhengping was already standing behind the podium, watching as the students entered one by one, a faint smile playing on his lips. Everyone's back? Please, have a seat. Teacher Sun knocked on the podium. On the first day of school, we've had such an exciting start. Our class has certainly set a good example for the Battle Academy. His words were laced with teasing, his gaze lingering on Qin Ce for a moment before sweeping over those like Wang Yu, who had their heads down, wishing they could shrink under their desks. No more chit-chat. The first order of business, electing the class president. Teacher Sun went straight to the point. The class president needs to assist the teacher in managing the class, organizing activities, and must have some level of prestige and responsibility among classmates. Anyone want to volunteer? Or is there anyone you'd like to recommend? The classroom fell silent for a moment. After what had happened earlier, who still had the heart to take on the role of class president? Especially Wang Yu's group, who were too embarrassed to speak up. Teacher Sun's gaze swept across the room before finally landing on Qin Ce. Qin Ce, do you think you can handle this? I see that you have, prestige among your classmates. He purposely emphasized the word prestige, causing a few students to almost laugh out loud. Qin Ce stood up, shook his head, and said calmly, Teacher Sun, I'm afraid I'm not suitable. The class president needs to unite the classmates and coordinate relationships. As for me, he paused, his gaze steady, I seem to be more skilled in physical persuasion than in winning hearts through virtue. At least half of the class probably appears to obey, but their hearts may not follow, and they might not even appear to obey. For the sake of the class's harmony and development, it would be better to elect someone more suitable. He spoke with honesty and a touch of self-mockery, which, instead of making him seem arrogant, eased the expressions of several students who had previously held a grudge against him. At least this guy knew his own limits and wasn't the type to act reckless when he got some power. Teacher Sun nodded in approval, seeming satisfied with Qin Ce's answer. Knowing one's limits is a good thing. How about the rest of you? Any suitable candidates? At that moment, Wang Xian, who sat in the front row, suddenly stood up. She was tall and graceful, with striking beauty, and her voice was clear as a bell. Teacher Sun, I'm willing to give it a try. The eyes of the entire classroom immediately focused on her. Wang Xian, the eldest daughter of the Wang family, was exceptionally gifted and stunningly beautiful. Though she was somewhat aloof, she was fair in her actions, with high prestige among the girls, and even higher among the boys. Having her as the class president seemed like the perfect choice. Zhou Min quickly raised her hand, I support Wang Xian. I support her too. Wang Xian is perfect for the role. Soon, the room was filled with voices of support. Even Wang Yu and his group, in this current situation, dared not object. Teacher Sun turned to Qin Ce. Qin Ce, what do you think? Qin Ce nodded. Wang Xian is very suitable. I support her. Good. Teacher Sun hammered the final decision. Since everyone agrees, the class president of the first-year elite class will be Wang Xian. Wang Xian, I hope you won't disappoint us. I will do my best, Teacher Sunday. Wang Xian nodded slightly, sat back down, and her gaze unconsciously swept over Qin Ce, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. After the class president was chosen, Teacher Sun began to outline the upcoming teaching plans. In the next month. We will mainly focus on cultural classes and basic combat theory studies. This includes the Warcraft Encyclopedia, Beast Master Training Basics, Team Tactics Cooperation, Outdoor Survival Knowledge, and more. After 1 month, there will be a comprehensive written exam. His tone became serious. Only those who pass the written exam will be eligible to participate in the upcoming field combat training. The training will be held at the first-year training base located on the west outskirts of Fengling City. It is a military-designated safe zone, but it is still a real wilderness with low-level magical beasts roaming. The training will last for 2 weeks and is intended to let you experience the environment and pressure of a real battlefield for the first time. So, for this month, all of you should focus and study well. If you fail the written exam, don't even think about the practical training. You won't even be allowed into the base. Dismissed. Teacher Sun finished speaking, grabbed his lesson plans, and walked straight out of the classroom. The students began to leave one by one, many of them stealing glances at Qin Ce as they departed. Qin Ce packed up his things and was about to leave when a pleasant yet somewhat distant female voice rang out behind him. "Qin Ce, please wait." Qin Ce turned around and saw a tall, beautiful figure standing at the door of the classroom. She was wearing the deep blue uniform of a senior, her figure graceful and her face as exquisite as a painting. Her temperament was noble with a touch of briskness. It was Jang Rui, the daughter of the city lord, whom Qin Ce had noticed during the ceremony. Jang Rui's appearance immediately caught the attention of a few students who had not yet left, and they turned to look at her. "Senior Jang?" Qin Ce was somewhat surprised. She was the only person from another class he recognized these days because she was so famous. Jang Rui walked up to him, her beautiful eyes scanning him up and down, a faint smile playing at the corner of her mouth. "Junior Qin Ce, your review at the opening ceremony was wonderful. It's been a long time since I've seen Director Chen with such an upset expression." "Senior, you flatter me. I was just stating the facts." Qin Ce responded, neither humble nor arrogant. Stating facts also requires courage. Jang Rui took a small step closer, lowering her voice slightly, with a hint of curiosity and admiration. "I heard that you're from a commoner background? To get this far is not easy." "I admire people who have both strength and courage." Her active friendliness and somewhat closer posture made the students nearby gasp quietly. Jang Rui was the dream goddess of countless boys at the academy. Her family background, beauty, and talent were all top-notch. She usually appeared aloof to everyone, but today she was so proactive toward a newly enrolled commoner who had caused trouble. Qin Ce sensed the focused gazes around him and the not entirely pure admiration in Jang Rui's eyes. A slight sense of caution stirred within him. He politely but distantly took a step back and slightly bowed. "Thank you for the compliment, senior. I'm just starting school, and there's still a lot I need to learn. I don't deserve your attention. If there's nothing else, I'll head to the library." The refusal was clear and unambiguous. Jang Rui's smile slightly froze, and a hint of surprise and displeasure flashed in her eyes. She didn't expect Qin Ce to reject her goodwill so decisively. With her status and beauty, how had she ever been treated this way at the academy? But she quickly adjusted herself, keeping her smile unchanged, though it had softened a little. "All right, it's good that you're diligent, Junior. If you need any help at the academy in the future, you can come find me." After saying that, she gave Qin Ce a deep look, turned, and walked away gracefully, her back still elegant, though seemingly carrying a touch of coldness. The students who had been eavesdropping exchanged strange glances, their eyes filled with even more confusion as they looked at Qin Ce. Rejecting Senior John's closeness? This guy, does he not know he's foolish or arrogant? Qin Ce didn't care about it. Jang Rui might be beautiful and dazzling, but he knew well that in this world, strength was the foundation. Any relationship not based on strength could be a hollow structure, or even a trap. His goal at this stage was clear and simple: to study. Qin Ce became stronger, graduated, and brought his family to the city. Just as he walked out of the teaching building, heading for the library, he saw Teacher Sun Zhengping standing under a tree not far away, seemingly waiting for him. "Teacher Sunday." Teacher Sun nodded, looking at him. "Jang Rui is looking for you?" "Yes." The city lord's daughter, with top-tier talent and background, but her mind is not simple. Teacher Sun said meaningfully, people at her level, every move might have deep meaning. "You handled it well, for now. Focusing on improving yourself is the right path." "I understand, teacher." "Good. You heard what the principal said today. There are still many wise people in the school's upper management. Work hard and don't let down their expectations. Also, that reflection of yours, though satisfying, offended some people quite severely. Be more cautious in the future." "Thank you for the reminder, teacher." "Go ahead." Chapter 17, Learning and Joining the Camp. In the following month, Qin Ce's life was regular and fulfilling. He was like a dry sponge, crazily absorbing the knowledge of this world. The War Academy's library had a rich collection of books, far exceeding the pitiful bookstore in Yai Town. From Encyclopedia of Monsters, Basic Edition, to Beast Tamer's Energy Guidance Introduction, from Identification of Common Dangerous Wild Plants to Squad Cooperative Combat Outline, he systematically made up for the gaps in theoretical knowledge as a transmigrator and commoner. With the pure wind-type energy continuously nourishing his body, amplified 3 times by his condensing breath talent through Qingluan's feedback, Qin Ce found that his learning ability, memory, and mental agility had significantly improved. What was once difficult to understand theory could now often be quickly grasped. Complicated monster data could also be memorized and linked more easily. This was a subtle evolution brought about by an increase in his life level, making him cherish this opportunity even more and study even harder. Apart from cultural subjects, he did not neglect his physical training. Every morning and night, he would practice energy guidance in a secluded part of the academy, getting familiar with his body's changes and attempting basic combat movements. Qingluan was kept in his tattoo for nurturing, occasionally released in a specific training area for simple skill practice and speed training, but to avoid attracting too much attention, no high-intensity combat training was conducted. A month flew by in focused study. The written exam day arrived. The exam room was solemn. The exam paper covered a wide range of content, including both basic theoretical knowledge and practical case analysis that required judgment. Qin Ce took the paper and quickly scanned through the questions. Short answer: briefly describe the habits, weaknesses, and counter-strategies for the demonized flying eagle. 15 points. Case analysis: suppose you encounter a pack of black iron rank blood wolves, 3 to 5, please formulate 3 escape plans. 9 points. Essay: please combine examples to discuss the importance of cooperation between beast tamers and their beasts in combat. 15 points. Qin Ce picked up his pen, almost without thinking. The habits of the demonized flying eagle are plundering, with weak neck and abdomen defenses, verified by the Qing foam blade in the previous practical training. When encountering a pack of blood wolves in the wild, there are 8 methods in the library's low-level dangerous beast response guide, just choose 3. As for cooperative combat, this is basic textbook knowledge. Any student who has taken a high school exam on Earth would find this question as easy as a textbook exercise. The only challenge was some high-level monsters' habits and rare materials characteristics, which were beyond the syllabus, but with the help of the system's identification function and logic reasoning, he answered almost perfectly. 3 days later, the results were announced. Qin Ce passed the written exam with an almost perfect score, earning the qualification to participate in the field combat training. Only a few rich students, who had been too negligent, failed, including one of Wang Yu's followers. They could only leave in disgrace to make up for their lessons. Students who passed the written exam, gather at the school gate at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. We will head to the first-year training base at the western suburbs of Fengling City. Teacher's son announced at the class meeting. Just a reminder, conditions at the base are tough, be mentally prepared. The next morning, under the school's unified organization, first-year students boarded dozens of military trucks, leaving Fengling City in a grand procession. The trucks traveled along bumpy dirt roads for about 2 hours, and the scenery outside gradually shifted from neat farmlands and watchtowers to more desolate hills with sparse vegetation. The air was filled with the smell of dirt and wild grass, and occasionally, distant sounds could be heard, indistinguishable between the wind or the howls of beasts, reminding everyone that they were now at the edge of civilization. The training base was located in a relatively flat valley, surrounded by rough but sturdy wooden fences and barbed wire. Inside was an abandoned small town, with a few rows of simple barracks, a larger canteen and activity room, a medical clinic, and a training field that had been well trodden. Beyond that, there were vast wastelands and rolling hills, and at the horizon, a few watchtowers could be faintly seen atop the hills. The environment at the camp was harsh. The barracks were shared, with dozens of people in one room, cramped and noisy, filled with the smell of sweat and dust. The toilets were basic outhouses, located some distance from the barracks, with a very unpleasant smell. What caused many privileged rich kids to break down the most was, there were no bathrooms. Want to shower? In the middle of the base, there was a water well and a few large wooden barrels, with cold water to be handled on your own. All freshmen were gathered on the training field. In charge of the base was a middle-aged officer with dark skin, sharp eyes like an eagle, and a scar on his face. His surname was Lei, and everyone called him Instructor Lei. The opening ceremony was simple and brutal. Instructor Lei stood on a wooden box, his voice like a thunderclap, without any nonsense. Welcome to the comfortable resort, rookies. The students below looked at each other. This joke was not funny at all. Here, you are no longer the young masters and young ladies of the city. You are rookies, soldiers, hunters who need to survive in the wilderness. Do you see the exchange station over there? He pointed to a small wooden house in the corner of the base with a sign that said Material Exchange, all the living supplies for the next 2 weeks, food, water, medicine, even if you want to improve your living conditions, will all be exchanged for points. How do you earn points? Simple. Instructor Lei smiled broadly, showing his white teeth. Go outside, hunt magic beasts. Use the materials and crystal cores from the magic beasts to exchange for points. Hunt a lot, enjoy delicious food, drink well, and live in a single room. Hunt little, or not at all. His smile faded, and he said coldly, then you will starve, drink cold water, and sleep in a crowded barack. The base only provides basic safety and limited emergency care, it's not responsible for feeding you fledglings. Class and practical combat time will be arranged alternately, but remember, here, survival itself is part of the training. One last reminder, Instructor Lei smiled again, showing his white teeth, making him look somewhat ominous, we've cleared the training area. Most of the beasts there are black iron low-grade to mid-grade, suitable for you to practice. But the wilderness is never completely safe. Occasionally, black iron high-grade or even bronze-level beasts might slip through. Injury, or even death, is possible. The school has a disclaimer agreement. Now, if anyone wants to leave, they can return by truck, and we will treat it as a dropout. Anyone? The students below were silent. Although many faces had turned pale, no one raised their hand. Good. Instructor Lei nodded in satisfaction, now, dismissed. Find your own place to settle. Tomorrow morning, we start the official training. Instructor Lei's words were like a cold splash of water, waking up many students who still held a field trip mindset. Looking at the simple environment and the vast, desolate wilderness outside, many faces showed anxiety and confusion. Qin Ce silently carried his own backpack. According to the assignment, he found the location of his barracks. There were already some other people's luggage piled on the shared bedding, the smell mixed. He chose a spot near the window, relatively well ventilated, placed his things, and began to organize. The environment was harsh, but he was mentally prepared. Compared to the wilderness dangers he had heard of in Yai Town, this place was much safer. This was exactly the right place to train himself, to help Qingluan quickly gain experience. He looked out at the vast wilderness outside the window, his gaze calm and determined. Chapter 18, Hunting Preparation. Early the next morning, as the sky lightened, the urgent sound of a whistle rang through the base. All the students gathered in the training field. Instructor Lei stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze sharp as it swept over the students, some still half asleep, others looking sluggish due to the change in environment. This morning, a combat skills class. In the afternoon, a course on magical beasts' habits and wilderness danger recognition. Instructor Lei's voice was loud and clear. Don't think that once you're in the wilderness, it's all about grazing. If you don't know how to exert force, if you can't identify the prey or the dangers, you'll end up as food for the beasts. The first class of the combat skills lesson in the morning was taught by Instructor Lei. In this combat skills class, I'll teach only the most practical. Instructor Lei stood before the students, with a massive rock bear crouching by his side. When you encounter magical beasts in the wild, remember three things: fast, accurate, and ruthless. He demonstrated several simple combat moves: elbow strike to the throat, knee kick, joint lock, each aimed at vital points. Your pet beasts are your main combat force, but the beast masters themselves cannot be a burden. Instructor Lei said. At the very least, you need to learn how to protect yourself, and create opportunities for your beasts. Qin Ce learned very seriously and, with his enhanced physical condition, grasped the skills quickly. The afternoon cultural class was taught by teacher Sun Zhengping. He provided a detailed explanation of the most common low-level magical beasts around the training base: giant-legged rabbits, blood wolves, bone-eating rats, shadow bats, etc. He discussed their habits, weaknesses, danger levels, and valuable material parts. This training area has already been cleared by the military, and only black iron level magical beasts remain, suitable for your practice. The instructor, a glasses-wearing administrative officer, explained. But don't take it lightly, wild black iron beasts are completely different from the cubs you've contracted in the city. This knowledge was crucial for the upcoming hunting. After the lesson ended, Instructor Lei gathered everyone again. All the basic theories and techniques have been taught to you today. Instructor Lei folded his arms. Next, it's time for practice. Starting tomorrow, you'll have lessons one day, and team hunting the next. The final results will determine your daily quality of life. Instructor Lei stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze sweeping over the students, each with different expressions. He grinned, saying, "You've learned the theory, practiced a little bit of the basics, now it's time to test your results. Do you see the wilderness outside the camp and the small hill behind it? That's your training field. The area has been roughly outlined with markers, don't go too far. If you get lost or encounter a danger you can't handle, you're on your own. I suggest," he paused, "you'd better work in teams. 3 to 5 people per team, to look out for each other. With your current half-baked skills, forget about hunting fierce beasts. If you meet something slightly stronger, being able to run back alive would be a win. Of course, if someone is overly confident, they can try on their own." He smirked slightly, "But I bet most of you, even if you form teams, might end up hungry tonight, and some of you might need to borrow food to get through the day. Alright, enough talking, now begin forming teams. Tomorrow, you will enter the training area from different entrances in your small teams. Remember, you must return before sunset. The wilderness at night is a different story. With his words, the crowd immediately became restless. People who knew each other quickly gathered, starting to form teams. The wealthy students, relying on their family background and connections, quickly formed sizable teams. Qin Ce stood still, not moving. Soon, he realized he had become an isolated island. No one came to ask him to join their team. On one hand, he was from a common background, with no connections to these rich kids. On the other hand, these inexperienced young people had their own pride and couldn't bring themselves to get close to someone like Qin Ce, who had to clean up his own mess. But there was an exception here. Qin Ce. A cold voice sounded, and Wang Xian walked over with Zhou Min. She recognized Qin Ce's strength and potential. Our team is still short of people. Do you want to join us? Acting alone is riskier. Having more people gives us mutual support. The other members of the team, including Zhou Min, looked subtly awkward upon hearing Wang Xian invite Qin Ce. Qin Ce was strong, but he was also a troublesome character, and he preferred to act alone, making him hard to get along with. Qin Ce looked at Wang Xian, shaking his head politely but firmly. Thank you for the kind offer, but I'm more used to working alone. Also, he glanced at the expressions of Wang Xian's team members. My hunting methods might be a bit different. Joining the team would actually be inconvenient. Be careful. Qin Ce hadn't planned to join any team. He had too many secrets, and Qingluan's strength far exceeded that of these new students. Joining a team would only hinder him. Wang Xian saw that his mind was made up and didn't insist. She nodded and said, then take care. She turned and walked back to her team. Soon, teams were formed, and with emotions of excitement, nervousness, or concern, they registered at the gates of the base. The next day, teams picked up simple maps of the area and eagerly rushed out of the camp fences, disappearing into the entrances of the wasteland or the forest. Qin Ce was the last to leave. He calmly checked his equipment. Then, he called forth Qingluan. Qingluan landed on his shoulder and affectionately nuzzled his cheek. Qin Ce smiled slightly and walked toward a direction with fewer people. Instructor Lei and several assistants stood on a tower at the gate of the base, watching the students' retreating figures. Lei too, do you think this batch will make it? An assistant asked. Instructor Lei lit a cheap cigarette, took a puff, exhaled grayish smoke, and his gaze remained indifferent. Flowers in a greenhouse, never seen blood. If half of them don't come running back crying, it'll be a success. As for results? If they manage to hunt 1 or 2 giant-legged rabbits, that's excellent. Most of them will probably have to rely on water to survive the night. He recalled past years and shook his head. These students had been protected too well. Most of their contracted pets were still in the juvenile or early growth stages, and faced with the cunning, ruthless, and even the lowest-tier beasts of the wilderness, they would inevitably panic. Then, he saw Qin Ce, who was acting alone. Teacher son, that Qin Ce from your class, he's going alone? Instructor Lei asked. Teacher son nodded, a bit helpless. This kid, he's solitary, and his strength is indeed somewhat unique. Unique? Is he the one who beat up over 30 people when school started? Instructor Lei became interested. I heard his pet is pretty good. But going into the wilderness alone, isn't that a bit too arrogant? Teacher son looked at Qin Ce, walking alone and slowly heading toward the gate of the base. His eyes were deep. The Qin Ce, he might be a bit different. Oh? Teacher son has so much confidence in him? Instructor Lei raised an eyebrow. Just wait and see. Chapter 19, The Hunt Begins. Qin Ce stepped into the training area. The air was filled with the dry, dusty, and faintly fishy smell characteristic of the wilderness. The ground beneath was cracked hard soil with sparse dry grass, and in the distance, there were scattered shrubs and weathered rocks. He remained vigilant, extending his mental power to sense the movements around him. Qingluan rested on his shoulder, its sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. After walking less than a kilometer, a rustling sound came from behind a bush ahead. Qin Ce signaled to Qingluan to stay alert, then quietly approached. There, he saw a creature about the size of a small lamb. A gray-brown rabbit with back legs abnormally thick and strong was gnawing on the root and stem of a dry plant. Its ears stood up in alert, its red eyes turned in sharp watchfulness. He signaled Qingluan to prepare for battle, while he himself opened the system appraisal. Fierce beast, giant leg rabbit. Level, black iron lower grade. Potential, black iron middle grade. Attribute, wood element. Talent, jump, hearing. Skill, rabbit kick, jump charge, gnaw. Status, hungry, alert. Weakness, weak vision, insufficient aptitude. Evolution opportunity, none. Qin Ce quickly evaluated. The paper data of the giant leg rabbit was even a little stronger than the young beast pet he had just contracted, especially that move rabbit kick. The power was not bad. For most new students in their first real battle, this was indeed a hard opponent. No wonder Instructor Lei said a single person might go hungry. A gust of wind blew past, leaves brushed against Qin Ce's clothes. Just such a tiny sound. Also made the giant leg rabbit instantly discover Qin Ce. Only to see its back legs kick, turning into a gray shadow rushing straight toward Qin Ce's face. The speed was extremely fast. Qin Ce felt a chill in his heart. The speed was even faster than Eagle transformation Flying Eagle. And the force of the charge, if hit solidly, would at least break several ribs. Qingluan. Chirp. Wind blade, pin-shaped formation. Qingluan flapped its wings and flew up. At the same time both wings swung, 3 blue wind blades whistled out. After 1 month of training, Qingluan's control over wind blades was already quite precise. The 3 wind blades formed a pin shape, sealing off the giant leg rabbit's dodge path. The giant leg rabbit heard Qingluan's cry at that instant, instinctively wanted to dodge, but the wind blades were too fast. Puff. 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 3 soft sounds, 3 flowers of blood burst open on the giant leg rabbit's body. It wailed once, fell heavily to the ground, twitched a few times and then did not move. Killed black iron lower grade giant leg rabbit, gained experience value, 5. The system prompt sounded. Qin Ce walked forward and checked the corpse. The blue wind blades cut open the giant leg rabbit's neck and chest cavity, 1 strike killed. This was the power under the blessing of the condensed breath talent. The wind blade of an ordinary black iron lower grade pet beast might only cut a wound on the giant leg rabbit's body, even be weakened by thick skin and muscle. But Qingluan's wind blade, after tenfold condensation by the god-level talent, its penetration and cutting power reached an exaggerated degree, dealing with enemies of the same rank or even slightly higher rank, as long as it hit the vital point, often was instant kill. Only, seeing this experience, Qin Ce could not help but frown. As far as he knew, an ordinary beast master needed 100 experience points to upgrade a young beast to black iron lower grade. If according to the experience given by the giant leg rabbit, it needed to hunt 20 to reach black iron lower grade. If adding team completion, an ordinary beast master needed at least 1 to 3 months. And from black iron lower grade to black iron middle grade, it needed 1,500 experience points. In that case, an ordinary person needed at least 1 year. By this calculation, from middle grade to upper grade, from upper grade to perfection. If one rank 1 year, breaking through to bronze level, reaching the graduation standard, was almost 4 years. So, this was the reason the Battle Academy generally took 4 years as one term? Qin Ce suddenly understood. After all, others did not have such a detailed appraisal panel like Qin Ce, everything was designed by experience. Then, could he speed up this process and graduate early? But to speed up this process, this experience was too little. How much experience did other fierce beasts give? Was there any with high-cost performance? After all, Qin Ce's current strength in this area could be said invincible. Qin Ce took out the crystal core of the giant leg rabbit. Qingluan had not much interest in what element crystal core. Qin Ce casually put it away. After that, Qin Ce used local bush branches as material, simply wove into a drag sled. This was a simple transport tool he made by himself, referring to sled and sledge of previous life. You must know every corpse could exchange for money. Continue. Today's target is to fight as many fierce beasts as possible, compare the experience they give, and make planning for faster upgrade in the future. He took Qingluan with him. He began to push deeper into the wilderness. With the system's identification feature, he could detect and evaluate most magical beasts in advance, choosing the most suitable targets. Blood Wolf, Black Iron Intermediate, lurking behind rocks, was pierced through the eye socket by Qingluan's long-range condensed wind blade. Experience, 7 points. Bone-Eating Rat, Black Iron Low, social but weak individually, 3 of them charged out together, killed by Qingluan's 3 consecutive wind blades with pinpoint accuracy. Experience, 3 points. Shadowbat, Black Iron Intermediate, skilled in soundwave attacks and flying, ambushed in the dim bushes, was suppressed by Qingluan's faster speed and stronger aerial maneuverability, eventually struck down by a wind blade that penetrated the soundwave. Experience, 10 points. Almost all the fierce beasts Qin Ce encountered were easily crushed along the way. But gradually, he realized, just as the textbook and teacher Sun had said, these magical beasts left around the training base were all training species carefully selected by the military and the academy. They generally have strong reproductive abilities, and their individual combat strength is not outstanding compared to others of the same rank, except for the Blood Wolf, which is a bit stronger. But each had its characteristics. The giant-legged rabbit was fast and had strong bursts, the bone-eating rats were numerous and stealthy, the shadow bats could fly and had soundwave interference. For freshmen lacking practical battle experience, they were indeed excellent sharpening stones. However, relatively speaking, the experience provided by each beast was pitifully low. The most, the shadow bats, only gave 10 points. More importantly, the beasts with higher experience usually had fewer numbers, so sometimes they were not even as rewarding as group beasts like bone-eating rats or giant-legged rabbits. Looking at it this way, there was no need to focus on the types of beasts, but rather on the efficiency of hunting them. The setting sun began to slant to the west, dyeing the wilderness a golden red. Qin Ce looked at the sky, then at the 30 or so magical beast corpses piled up in the drag cart behind him. He only took the crystal cores from the low-value bone-eating rat corpses, not the bodies, and the 30-plus crystal cores of various sizes packed in a leather bag in his arms, deciding it was time to return. Qingluan's experience had risen to 383/1500. Previously, when killing the flying eagle, the system had also awarded an extra 200 experience points, and tomorrow he could start focusing on the Black Iron Intermediate. Chapter 20, Everyone's Harvest. At the same time, inside the base, the last trace of the sunset was about to disappear. Instructor Lei, Teacher Sun, and several assistant instructors were chatting casually in the open space beside the warehouse and exchange point, waiting for the students to return. "How many teams do you think will have results today?" Teacher Sun asked. "No more than 10. A young assistant instructor said, "and most will only bring back small things like black iron low giant-legged rabbits or rodents." "I bet 5 teams. Another instructor laughed. "These young masters and young ladies will be lucky if they don't cry when they see a magical beast." Instructor Lei, with a grass stem between his teeth, squinted his eyes. "It would be nice if half of the teams bring something back. I expect the most will bring back 1 or 2 black iron low beasts." Black Iron Intermediate? That would require a team to work exceptionally well together or have some standout members. Honestly, on the first day, if they see blood and don't return empty-handed, that's a success. Just then, the first team appeared in the distance. 5 people, their heads hung low, empty-handed. "See?" The young assistant instructor shook his head. The second team, 5 people, one with a bandaged arm, pale face, holding only a crushed bone-eating rat, low, which had little value. The third, an 8-member team led by Wang Xian, performed decently, hunting 1 black iron intermediate blood wolf and 2 black iron low giant-legged rabbits. But everyone was injured, and the most serious one was even carried back. Instructor Lei nodded. Wang Xian's team is good, the leader knows how to command, and the strength is balanced. More and more teams returned, with similar conditions. More than 40% came back empty-handed, about 40% brought back 1 low-tier beast, and just over 10% brought back 2 low-tier beasts or 1 intermediate-tier beast, usually injured. People like Wang Xian's team who harvested 3 beasts are rare. The sun was setting, and almost all the teams had returned, except for Qin Ce. Only Qin Ce left. The administrative instructor furrowed his brow. Something didn't happen, did it? Instructor Lei stood up, looking into the depths of the wilderness. "Wait another 10 minutes. If he doesn't come back in 10 minutes, I'll go find him." At the exchange station, students had already begun exchanging their materials. Giant-legged rabbit corpse, 70% intact, 15 points, the materials officer said with no expression. "Only 15? The student panicked. "The price list says the corpse of a low-tier black iron beast is worth 30 points. That's the price for a beast with 90% or more intact." The materials officer coldly responded, "Your rabbit was slashed to pieces by wind blades, the fur severely damaged. I can only give you 15. The student was speechless, only able to accept the deal. After that, the exchanges didn't go smoothly. Rodent, 60% intact, 10 points. Blood wolf, 80% intact, but with damaged organs. I'll give you 40 points. Sigh, fine. Ha? Wait. A can of meat is 10 points? I only earned 15 today, and I can't even buy 2 cans? Hearing this, the students looked at their meager points earned through hard work, even getting injured, then glanced at the exchange list on the wall behind the materials officer. They were stunned. Black bread, 500 grams 5 points. Drinking water, 1 liter 3 points. Basic healing medicine, small 20 points. Single person tent, night 15 points. Hot shower, per session 10 points. Seasoning, salt, 100 grams 2 points. Instructor's suite, night, with kitchen and bathroom 200 points. The prices were outrageously high. With the points they had, many couldn't even afford the basic food and water. Let alone healing medicine, showers, or staying in good rooms. Some teams who gained nothing or very little turned pale, reluctantly having to lower their faces and borrow points from familiar or local teams to buy food, their faces flushed with shame. This is too much. Someone couldn't help but complain. The materials officer rolled his eyes. Think it's expensive? If you're capable, go hunt more. Does the base operate without cost? Are the instructors protecting you for free? Take it or leave it. Everyone immediately fell silent, grinding their teeth and exchanging their meager points for the most essential food, planning to work harder the next day. Wang Xian's team had a relatively good harvest, hunting a blood wolf and 2 giant-legged rabbits, along with some scattered crystal cores, totaling 77 points. Divided among 8 people, each received 9 points, just enough to buy a day and a half's worth of food and water, but many of them were injured. Apart from the basic healing supplies from the base, which only offered pain relief and stopped bleeding, there were no recovery treatments available. Wang Xian looked at the exchange list, her brows tightly furrowed. Class leader, Qin Ce doesn't seem to be back yet? Zhou Min leaned over, whispering with a worried expression, what if something happened to him? Alone. Wang Xian looked towards the base gate, the sunset almost completely sinking below the horizon, the sky rapidly darkening. Wait a little longer. She also felt some unease in her heart. Although Qin Ce was strong, being alone was still too risky. Other students also noticed Qin Ce's absence. Where's that maniac, Qin Ce? Still not back? Yeah, the one acting alone? Could something have really happened? Running that deep by himself? Hard to say. He's good at fighting humans, but beasts are different. Probably realized he couldn't handle it and found somewhere to hide, planning to sneak back later? I think it's unlikely, maybe he ran into a pack of blood wolves or a swarm of shadow bats. Serves him right, trying to show off. Instructor Lei looked at the time and then at the darkening sky, saying to Sun Zhangping, Teacher Sun, looks like your different student is in trouble. I'll go. Before he finished his sentence, an assistant who had been using binoculars to observe the wilderness suddenly exclaimed, Hey! Instructor! Look over there! What is that thing coming? Instructor Lei, Sun Zhangping, and the others immediately grabbed their binoculars and looked in the direction the assistant pointed to. In the last rays of the twilight, they saw a figure dragging an enormous cart made of bush branches. He walked slowly toward the base. In the trailer, various monster corpses were piled high, almost obscuring the person in front of the trailer. Is that Qin Ce? Instructor Lei lowered his binoculars, rubbed his eyes, unsure if he was seeing it right. Seems like it is him. Sun Zhangping also lowered his binoculars, his eyes wide with slight surprise. Chapter 21, One person overpowers an entire class. As Qin Ce came closer, the students waiting, exchanging, and complaining at the base entrance began to notice the shocking scene. The noise quickly quieted down. Everyone stood stunned, staring at the increasingly clear figure, resembling a moving mountain. What? What the hell is that? It's Qin Ce. What is he dragging? Beast corpses? No way, that many? All by himself? This can't be real, did he steal other people's prey? Under countless shocked, doubtful, and disbelieving gazes, Qin Ce finally dragged the heavy trailer to the base entrance. The trailer was filled with the corpses of blood wolves, giant leg rabbits, and even shadow bats, their bloodstained smell overwhelming. The visual shock was more persuasive than any words could ever be. Qin Ce stopped, wiped the sweat off his forehead, and nodded at the still-dazed Instructor Lei and Sun Zhangping. Instructor, Mr. Sun, I'm back. Instructor Lei, Mr. Sun, and several assistants exchanged glances, all with expressions full of astonishment. The grass stem in Instructor Lei's mouth fell without him noticing, and he said to Mr. Sun, Your student is something else. The entire exchange point went silent in an instant. Everyone stared wide-eyed, mouths open, as if witnessing something unbelievable. Did he go stock up, someone mumbled, voicing everyone's thoughts. The crowd exploded with excitement. My God! Did he really hunt all of this by himself? Impossible? Our team only managed to. Look! There's even a shadow bat. That thing can fly, it's the hardest to catch. Cheating! He must have cheated. Or stole someone else's prey. The voices of doubt rose instantly, especially from those students who had poor results or got nothing, unwilling to believe the scene before them. Qin Ce ignored the chatter and dragged the trailer straight to the exchange point. The crowd automatically parted, all eyes following him closely. Qin Ce dragged the heavy trailer and walked directly up to the exchange point, placing the trailer down with a dull thud. He nodded to the materials staff. Please count it. The material officer, with his ever-cold face, showed a crack in his expression. He quickly walked down the stairs, approached the trailer, and began inspecting it. The more he looked, the wider his eyes grew. Black iron mid-grade blood wolf, fur intact, fatal wound to the throat, worth 78 points. Black iron mid-grade shadow bat, complete, wings intact, worth 95 points. Black iron mid-grade bone-crushing rat, large size, worth 20 points. Black iron mid-grade giant leg rabbit, fur intact, worth 18 points. He continued listing dozens of items, and not a single one was below black iron mid-grade. There were even 2 black iron high-grade blood wolf corpses. This can't be possible, someone exclaimed, he's alone. He just signed a pet beast contract a month ago. Cheating. It must be cheating. How could he kill so many? And even black iron high-grade. Exactly. He must have bought them or stolen them. Voices of doubt erupted instantly. Even Wang Xian's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. Qin Ce remained calm in the face of the doubts, waiting for Lao Lu to finish counting the corpses. Unhurried, he took out a small animal skin bag from his chest, shook it, and a small pile of colorful, differently sized crystals spilled out, shimmering with faint light under the setting sun. Beast core crystals. More than 30 of them. From black iron low-grade to mid-grade, and even 2 high-grade ones. The air froze again. The beast core is the heart of the beast's power, irrefutable and impossible to fake. Who would really give their crystal cores to someone else? And so many crystal cores, with fresh energy fluctuations, can only mean these fierce beasts were indeed the ones he had just hunted. All the doubts were forcefully silenced by this pile of crystal cores. Only the sound of heavy breathing and swallowing saliva remained in the air. The supply officer took a deep breath, his voice trembling slightly. The body materials, roughly estimated. 1,250 points. The crystal cores need to be separately tested for energy purity, but conservatively estimated, not less than 3,800 points. The total exceeds 5,000 points. 5,000 points. The whole room fell silent. All the students looked at their own point vouchers, some barely in double digits, then at the gold mountain in front of Chinsu. A huge, unreal feeling of absurdity and frustration flooded their hearts. Qinsu's harvest alone was far more than what the rest of them combined had. Chinsu was somewhat satisfied with this number. He looked at the redemption list, and under the eager gaze of everyone, began to splurge. A single-room suite at the instructor level, book it for a month. 1,050 points deducted. A set of seasonings, salt, spices, etc., 1 set, 30 points. Replacement clothes, training combat uniforms, 2 sets. 100 points. High-quality injury medicine, 2 bottles. 50 points. Also, he pointed at a few high-energy portable jerky and fruits on the list. These, get some of each. The supply officer recorded them one by one, his attitude much better than when he dealt with the other students, even proactively asking, "Do you need help bringing these things to your room? There's a simple kitchen in the suite." "Thanks, I'll trouble you." Qin Ce nodded. "No trouble, it's my duty." The supply officer even managed to force a smile. Watching Qin Ce spend a large number of points without blinking, redeeming things they all dreamed of but could never afford, especially the top-level suite with a bathroom and kitchen. All the students' eyes turned red, envy making their mouths water. Compared to their own situation, where they might not even have enough to eat and would have to share a crowded dorm with dozens of people, the gap was simply worlds apart. The earlier doubts and ridicule were now replaced by silent shock and bitter jealousy. How did this guy do it? The supply officer was very efficient, quickly organizing the items Qin Ce had redeemed and personally guiding him to the abandoned small town within the base. In the middle of the town, there was a tidy, independent, quiet neighborhood. The instructor-level single-room suite was inside. The other freshmen were left standing by the redemption point, watching their departing figures, their feelings complicated to the extreme. 5,000 points, let me calculate, our team of 6, how long would it take to save up? Don't even think about it, he does in one day what our whole team would take 3 months to do. A suite with a bathroom and kitchen. I can't even take a hot shower. He even bought seasonings. Is he planning to cook? Cooking beast meat himself? That's way more nutritious than the processed food we can redeem. Damn it, now I envy him even more. Wang Xian looked in the direction Qin Ce had left, then looked down at the 10 rough metal tokens representing her points, and sighed softly. Zhou Min leaned close to her ear and whispered, Xian, did you notice? He bought seasonings. Does that mean he'll cook? And with the beast meat he hunted? Wang Xian was stunned for a moment, then realized. Right, beast meat is rich in energy. And the food they redeemed was just basic synthetic food that barely filled their stomachs. If they wanted to eat beast meat, they either had to hunt it themselves or pay a high price to redeem it after it was processed, which cost several times more than the raw meat. If they hunted the meat themselves and cooked it with seasonings, that would undoubtedly be the most economical and nutritious choice. But they, the rich kids, might have seen their family chefs handle high-end ingredients. But cook for themselves? They probably couldn't even light a fire properly. He really knows how to plan ahead. Wang Xian said softly, her opinion of Qin Ce rising another level. Not only strength, but also a clear mind and the ability to survive independently. Qin Ce followed the supplies officer to his new home. It was a small high-rise in the center of the neighborhood, on the 2nd floor. Not too tiring, but not too damp either. He unlocked the door with the key, and inside was surprisingly spacious, about 150 square meters. It was divided into a living room, bedroom, a separate bathroom, and even had a marble kitchen counter and a small dining area. Though the decoration was old-fashioned, the bed was clean, and the furniture was complete. It had water and ventilation, making it the best setup in the base. The supplies officer put the things down, briefly explained a few things, and then left. Qin Ce closed the door, looked around this temporary space that belonged to him, and a wave of satisfaction rose in his heart. This was the most direct reward brought by strength. He walked to the window, looking out at the darkening wasteland and the scattered lights in the base, but his mind drifted to the simple yet warm little courtyard in Yai Town, his mother busy at the stove, and his younger sister, Xiaoyu, bent over a desk writing. If only Mom and Xiaoyu could live in a house like this, he whispered, his eyes becoming more determined. This kind of house was the life his mother and sister deserved. He had to get stronger faster, reach the bronze-level Beastmaster goal, bring them to the city, and let them live a truly stable and comfortable life. After a refreshing hot shower, Qin Ce washed away all the blood and fatigue, feeling completely refreshed. He went to the small kitchen, lit the liquefied gas stove, water and electricity were included in the rent, and began preparing the best pieces of blood wolf meat he had brought back today. With memories from his past life and his experience helping his mother cook, combined with the seasoning he had exchanged for, the irresistible aroma of meat quickly began to fill the apartment. Chapter 22, The Squad Leader's Request for Help. Meanwhile, in the shabby barracks on the other side of the base, a heavy, oppressive exhaustion hung in the air. Each barracks was packed with new recruits, the air thick with dust, sweat, and a faint smell of blood. At this moment, the tempting scent of meat, mixed with oil and spices, floated in from somewhere, winding its way into every barracks. Who's cooking? This smell, it's beast meat. Who else could it be? Qin Ce. He swapped 5,000 points today alone. 5,000, our team fought like crazy just to catch 3, and that's less than 100. The discussions were mixed with the sound of swallowing saliva, but underneath that was a deep sense of helplessness and defeat. In the girls' barracks, the atmosphere was even heavier. Wang Xian was leaning against the edge of a hard bed, her face pale, her lips tightly pressed, and beads of cold sweat dotted her forehead. Her left pant leg was carefully rolled up, revealing a wound on her inner thigh about an inch long. Though the bleeding had stopped, the edges were red and swollen, covered in dirt and dried blood, which made it stand out even more under the dim light. During the day, while hunting a blood wolf, she was scratched by its claws while trying to save a teammate. At that moment, she had focused on the fight, but now the pain was searing. Xian, you need to treat that wound quickly. Otherwise, in this environment, it will get infected. Zhou Min crouched beside her, her face filled with worry. Her own arm was wrapped in a simple cloth, with some blood seeping through. I know, Wang Xian's voice was weak. But the basic medical care at the exchange center is only enough to handle this level. Better healing medicine costs at least 50 points, and our team only earned a little over 80 points today. We used most of it to buy basic food and water, we are almost out. She didn't finish her sentence. Not having enough points was a huge weight pressing on everyone's hearts. Being injured, in this resource-scarce camp, had become a luxury problem. Zhou Min bit her lip and looked out the barracks window toward the small town there, in the abandoned town center, a renovated community sparkled with warm lights, and the smell of meat was wafting from there. A thought suddenly surged up. She leaned in close to Wang Xian's ear. In a very low voice, she said, Xian, let's go find Qin Ce. Wang Xian was stunned and looked at her. Look, he lives alone in a suite, he definitely has clean hot water, and with all those points, I think I saw him exchange for some medicine before. Zhou Min's eyes sparkled, her speech speeding up. Your injury is on your thigh, it's not convenient to treat it here. Let's go ask him if we can borrow a place, and maybe ask for some medicine too. We'll return it when we have enough points. He's our classmate, and when he was class monitor, he even supported you. He should not turn us away. Wang Xian instinctively wanted to refuse. Showing a wound to a boy and asking for supplies, that's harder than borrowing a bathroom. But the pain in her leg came in waves, reminding her of the consequences of doing nothing. In this unsanitary dormitory, the risk of infection was high, and tomorrow there would be even more strenuous training in hunting. The sharp conflict between her pride and the harsh reality left her silent for a long time. In the end, worries about survival overcame her hesitation. She took a deep breath, her voice hoarse, okay. I'll try. Zhou Min immediately helped her up. The two supported each other, walking with a slightly unsteady pace toward the stone house with lights on. Along the way, other students cast surprised or understanding glances at them, but they didn't have time to pay attention. Standing at the door, the smell of meat and warmth became clearer. Wang Xian steadied her breath, raised her heavy arm, and knocked on the door. The door opened. Qin Ce stood at the door, dressed neatly, with a clean aura about him. His gaze swept over Wang Xian's pale face and rolled up pant leg, immediately noticing the wound, his brow furrowing slightly. Class monitor? What's going on? He stepped aside, come in first. His response was quick and direct, not asking many questions, just letting them in first. Wang Xian felt slightly relieved in her heart, and with Zhou Min's help, she walked into the living room. I was scratched by a blood wolf during the day, Wang Xian explained in a low voice, trying to hide her embarrassment. Qin Ce, I'm really sorry to disturb you so late. We don't have enough points to exchange for medicine, and it's inconvenient to treat it in the dorm. We wanted to borrow your place to clean the wound. If you have any medicine, could you lend us some? We'll definitely pay you back with points as soon as possible. Zhou Min hurriedly added, we'll pay with points. Or we can do something for you. If Wang Xian's wound isn't treated soon, it might get infected. Chinsu had already walked to the cabinet, pulling out a small first aid kit, the one he had exchanged with points earlier in the day, which included disinfectant, gauze, bandages, and basic anti-inflammatory ointment. He looked at Wang Xian, sit down, the wound needs to be cleaned and disinfected first. His tone was calm and practical, which eased some of the awkwardness. Wang Xian sat down as instructed, and Qin went to the bathroom to get clean warm water. He had planned for Zhou Min to do the cleaning, but she was also injured and lacked skill. Do you mind? Qin asked, holding a disinfectant swab and looking at Wang Xian. Wang Xian's face flushed, but she shook her head. At this moment, treating the wound was more important than anything else. Qin didn't say anything more, squatting down, his movements quick but careful. Warm water flowed over the wound, washing away the dirt, and he then used tweezers to pick up a cotton ball, dipping it in disinfectant. It'll sting a little, bear with it, he reminded. The cold medicine touched the wound, the sting causing Wang Xian's body to tremble, taking a sharp breath, and her fingers gripped the armrest tightly. But she bit her lip and made no sound. Qin's movements were quick, cleaning the wound, applying medicine, covering it with gauze, and securing it with a bandage, all in one smooth motion. His focus and skill made Zhou Min, who was nervously watching, finally relax. The wound isn't deep, but it's been contaminated. Change the dressing on time, avoid intense activities, it should be fine. Qin finished bandaging, stood up, I'll give you the anti-inflammatory ointment, change it yourself tomorrow. Thank you, really, thank you so much. Wang Xian looked at the neat bandage on her leg, the pain now replaced by a cooling sensation, and the tension in her mind also loosened. Gratitude rose from the depths of her heart. Zhou Min also thanked him repeatedly, hesitating for a moment before quietly asking, Qin Ce, do you have any extra medicine? I also. Qin Ce glanced at the bandage on her arm. He took out some more from the bag and handed it to her. At this moment, a light gurgling sound came from the kitchen, and the rich aroma of meat once again wafted through the air. Qin Ce glanced at the two women's tired and pale faces, especially Wang Xian's weakness from blood loss, and spoke, I stewed the meat of a black iron mid-grade giant leg rabbit, added some blood-boosting tonic. Beast meat is full of energy, which helps with recovery. If you don't mind, let's eat some together. This time, Wang Xian didn't hesitate. The weakness of her body and the kindness of the other person made her nod, thank you. Qin Ce brought over 2 steaming bowls of stew, the broth rich and thick, the meat tender and falling apart, emitting a unique fragrance of herbs mixed with meat. For the two who were starving and had just endured pain and tension, this wasn't just food, but a warm comfort. They ate quietly, but every sip of hot soup seemed to drive away a bit of cold and pain. The energy contained in the beast meat slowly nourished their bodies. During the meal, Qin asked about the details of their battle earlier that day and pointed out that the previous injury was due to several issues with their coordination and positioning. The blood wolf is fast and likes to attack from the side. Your formation was too loose, allowing it to slip through. His analysis was spot on. Wang Xian listened carefully, committing these lessons to memory. This injury made her more clearly realize the cruelty here. She also came to understand Qin's excellence more deeply. In addition to his help this time and personally changing the bandages, Wang Xian's gaze toward Qin Ce became more and more infatuated. Soon, the meal was finished, and Zhou Min rushed to clean up the bowls and chopsticks. It was late at night, and the two once again thanked him seriously, insisting on writing an IOU, listing the types of medicine borrowed, promising to repay with points in the future, before hurriedly leaving. Before leaving, Wang Xian paused at the door, looked back at Qin Ce, and said seriously, Qin Ce, today thank you. And it's nothing. Qin Ce felt somewhat puzzled but still nodded politely. He saw them off, closed the door, and put away the IOU. He didn't care about these points, but respected their effort to maintain their dignity. Outside the window, most of the camp had already fallen into darkness. For many, injuries, hunger, and worry about tomorrow intertwined to form a sleepless long night. But for Qin Ce, everything was full of hope. Chapter 23, Aerial Stunts. The next morning, Qin Ce had a light meal in his suite, then went out to begin his training for the new day. Though he had earned a huge amount of points on the first day, creating a huge gap with ordinary students, that was not his main goal. His real purpose was always to quickly improve his strength. Qingluan had hunted over 30 magic beasts yesterday, and the experience gained was only about 380 points, still far from reaching Black Iron mid-grade. To level up, he would have to work harder for a while longer. In the following days, Qin Ce's life was regular and efficient. One day was spent attending training courses, which was a perfect opportunity for him to review and validate his progress. Another day, he would take Qingluan deep into the wilderness for high-intensity hunting. Therefore, Qin Ce's hunting efficiency was astonishingly high. With Qingluan's bronze-level combat power and the tenfold boost from ninefold blue sky, black iron-level magic beasts were no match for him. He quickly figured out the distribution pattern of all the magic beasts in the area and mapped out the most efficient hunting route. On the 15th afternoon, after Qin Ce cleared the last giant leg rabbit burrow in the northwest corner of the base, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Qingluan's experience is full, level up, black iron low-grade, black iron mid-grade. The Qingluan on his shoulder let out a joyful cry, visibly growing larger, with its wingspan expanding from about 1 meter to 1.5 meters. The feathers became shinier, and the intelligence in its azure eyes deepened. At almost the same time, Qin Ce felt the Beastmaster power within him surge, a stronger warm current flowing into his limbs, strength, speed, endurance, and even his sensitivity and control over wind elements all increased. His physical fitness had improved significantly. The enhancement of his body was comprehensive, and he even felt that his 5 senses had become sharper. Host level upgraded, black iron low tier, black iron mid tier. This is a feature of the Beastmaster system. Before reaching starry rank, a Beastmaster's level increases in sync with the strongest contracted beast. Every level up, all contracted beasts would feed back energy to enhance the Beastmaster's physicality. As for the power that could be borrowed in battle, it could be switched at any time, but only the attributes of one beast could be used at a time. Therefore, before reaching starry rank and opening the Beastmaster space, a Beastmaster's practical strength in combat, energy intensity and skill power, was basically equivalent to the current activated beast, with the only difference being combat techniques and tactical application. So, at this stage, my actual combat strength is equal to the strength of Qingluan, Qin Ce analyzed. But combat techniques and tactical commands still need me to hone them myself. After all, the Beastmaster themselves is an important part of the combat system and cannot rely entirely on the beasts. He looked at Qingluan, who had reached black iron mid-tier. The little guy's combat strength was already invincible among black iron tier beasts, and with the talent ninefold by Luo, he could even threaten a low-tier bronze-level magical beast. But what about Qin Ce himself? How much practical combat ability would he have without Qingluan? This question made Qin Ce alert. Beastmasters and their contracted beasts have a symbiotic relationship, but they should never rely entirely on their beasts. History was full of examples of powerful Beastmasters being assassinated. The enemy only needed to deal with the Beastmaster first, and no matter how strong the beast, it would be useless. Starting today, the focus of training will be adjusted, Qin Ce said to Qingluan. You assist, and I will take the lead. Qingluan tilted its head, seemingly puzzled, but still obediently chirped, indicating agreement. So, the hunting became inefficient from that point on. Qin Ce no longer let Qingluan directly kill magical beasts. Instead, he would go in first, with Qingluan responsible for distracting, harassing, and finishing off. This allowed him to practice basic combat skills, get familiar with wind energy in battle, and hone his combat intuition. At first, it was quite awkward. Black iron-level magical beasts were extremely ferocious, and Qin Ce almost got injured several times, all thanks to Qingluan's timely rescue. But progress was also evident. On the 5th day, Qin Ce could already deal with a black iron low-tier giant leg rabbit on his own. Though the fight was messy, he still managed to win. On the 7th day, with Qingluan's limited assistance, he managed to kill a black iron mid-tier blood wolf. On the 10th day, an accident occurred during a hunt. Qin Ce was struggling with a black iron mid-tier blood wolf when suddenly another black iron high-tier blood wolf sprang out from the bushes on his side. It was an ambush. The timing was perfect, just at the moment when Qin Ce's old strength had been exhausted and his new strength had not yet risen. The blood wolf's fangs bared, aiming directly for Qin Ce's throat. Qingluan! Qin Ce called out urgently, but Qingluan was still dealing with the first blood wolf and couldn't come to help in time. At the critical moment, Qingluan let out a sharp cry, flapped its wings forcefully, and instead of attacking the blood wolf, it dove down and grabbed Qin Ce's shoulder with its sharp claws. Puff! The blood wolf's fangs scraped past Qin Ce's calf, tearing a bloody wound. But Qin Ce was already being lifted off the ground by Qingluan's grip, soaring more than 3 meters into the air. The blood wolf missed its leap and let out an unwilling roar. Suspended in midair, Qin Ce's heart raced. He looked down at Qingluan gripping his shoulder. The little guy was flapping its wings with all its strength, clearly struggling to carry him, but it had truly done it. You can carry me? Qin Ce was both surprised and delighted. Qingluan chirped, as if saying, of course I can. This sudden flying method shocked Qin Ce, and then a rush of joy filled him. Qingluan's strength was already enough to carry him for a short time. After safely landing, Qin Ce and Qingluan quickly dealt with the 2 cunning blood wolves. Once the battle was over, Qin Ce immediately began practicing this grasping flight with Qingluan. At first, Qingluan struggled to control the strength and balance, and Qin Ce's shoulder and back were sore from being grabbed. The Qingluan is smart, and Qin Ce has strong learning ability, plus the advantage brought by the ninefold Azure Sky talent, which allows them to quickly master the key techniques. The Qingluan's claws found the best position to grip Qin Ce's shoulder, and with its powerful wing force, it could now carry Qin Ce in short distance, low altitude, high-speed movement and sharp turns. As their coordination improved and Qingluan's control over its strength became more precise, the time of flight with a passenger increased, and the altitude and speed gradually rose. From initially lifting off just a meter off the ground and wobbling for just a few meters, to later stabilizing and soaring to 100 meters high, cruising several miles. This was simply a divine skill for both battle and travel. Not only did it greatly enhance Qin Ce's mobility and survival ability, but it also made their tactical coordination more diverse. Qin Ce could easily overcome terrain obstacles, view from the sky to spot prey or danger in advance, reach distant hunting areas quickly, and if they encountered stronger enemies or dangerous situations, they could swiftly escape thanks to their flying ability. Although Qingluan's physical consumption increased, the number of battles and their safety were significantly improved, and the speed of gaining experience actually became faster. In the training base, other students often saw a shadow of blue flying across the sky, carrying a young man, darting above the wilderness, sometimes diving, sometimes circling, fast like the wind. Envy doesn't even begin to describe their feelings, it was pure awe. Flight ability is undoubtedly a strategic advantage among low-level beast masters. I've decided. When I get to the bronze level and can contract a second beast, I'm definitely getting a flying one. Who wouldn't want that? But do you know how rare flying beast eggs are? Look at Qin Ce, people are just on another level. Qin Ce paid no attention to them, as he and Qingluan immersed themselves in the thrill of rapidly increasing power. The bond between them, strengthened by days of flying and fighting side by side, became deeper and stronger. Chapter 24, Crisis Rescue. One day, Qingluan was holding onto Qin Ce, gliding low over a forest, scanning the area below for suitable prey. Suddenly, Qin Ce's gaze sharpened. He saw a student team about a kilometer southeast, fleeing in panic. Behind them was a dark mass, a swarm of wolf spiders. Scythe wolf spiders. The group of pursuing scythe wolf spiders numbered at least 30. Each spider was as large as a millstone, with 8 sharp legs like scythes, making a bone-chilling crack sound as they moved. Their blood-red eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty light, clearly seeing the students as prey. Qin Ce's pupils constricted. What caught his attention even more was the slender, cold figure at the front of the fleeing group. It was Wang Xian, squad leader. They're getting closer. Zhou Min cried out, her voice trembling. Her flame lizard was the slowest and had fallen behind, a spider thread narrowly missing its tail. Wang Xian's face turned pale, but her eyes remained calm. She glanced back at the rapidly approaching wolf spider swarm, then at her exhausted teammates and pets. Gritting her teeth, she said, run towards those rocks. Use the terrain. But everyone knew that at their current pace and condition, it was just a matter of time before they were caught. Qin Ce gave the order. Qingluan gripped his shoulder and swiftly flew southeast from the treetop height. The wind howled past his ears, and the ground below quickly retreated. Along the way, Qin Ce quickly used 9-star insight to identify. Fierce beast, scythe wolf spider. Level, black iron upper grade. Potential, black iron upper grade. Attributes, dark element, poison element. Talent, bone reinforcement, bone scythe goldification. Skills, scythe slash, poison spray, web bind. Status, hungry, excited, greedy. Weaknesses, afraid of fire, vulnerable chest and abdomen, weak vision and sense of smell. Evolution opportunity, devouring high-level dark and poison energy. Black iron upper grade. No wonder Wang Xian and the others were in such a miserable state. A single scythe wolf spider was already too much for them to handle, let alone 30 or more coming in a swarm. Even a bronze-level beastmaster would have a headache over this. Seeing the wolf spider swarm getting closer and closer, the sharp scythe-like front limbs of the spiders were almost close enough to reach the last boy at the back of the group. At this moment, a clear, melodious bird call rang out from the sky. Everyone instinctively looked up and saw a blue shadow streaking across the sky like a meteor, drawing an arc in the low sky, moving incredibly fast, and firmly intercepting between the fleeing group and the wolf spider swarm. Squad leader, do you need help? Qin Ce, suspended in midair with the power of the Qingluan, asked, looking at the terrified Wang Xian and the others. Qin Ce. Wang Xian looked up, a flash of surprise crossing her eyes, before urgently shouting, quick! Go to the base and call the instructor to save us. We discovered a hidden underground cave over there, and we accidentally disturbed an uncleaned wolf spider nest. There are so many of them, and most of them are at least mid-grade black iron. We can't handle them. The other students, seeing Qin Ce, also looked as if they'd seen a savior. But upon hearing Wang Xian's words, despair once again engulfed their hearts. Call the instructor? It would take at least 10 minutes back and forth. By then, they would have already been overwhelmed by the wolf spider swarm. At this moment, Qin Ce shook his head. He glanced at the disheveled group and the approaching wolf spider swarm behind them, his tone calm yet filled with a reassuring steadiness. It's too late. They're not slow, you can't outrun them. I'll handle it. The Qingluan dove down, placing Qin Ce 10 meters ahead of Wang Xian's group. Qin Ce? How? Wang Xian stopped in her tracks, both shocked and anxious. Quick, go. There are too many wolf spiders, you can't handle them alone. The squad leader is right. A boy with a face covered in blood shouted, even all 8 of us can't defeat them, we almost all died inside. Qin Ce didn't turn back, he simply said calmly, you all retreat first, I'll try. Try? Zhou Min stomped her foot anxiously, what do you mean try? You'll die. Others nodded as well. They admitted Qin Ce was strong, but the current situation was beyond what individual bravery could solve. If Qin Ce stayed, it might just be a suicide mission. Wang Xian anxiously looked at Qin Ce, about to persuade him again. But Qin Ce had already moved. The Qingluan soared into the sky, releasing a clear, long cry. At the same time, Qin Ce communicated mentally with the Qingluan. Wind blades, cover the area. The Qingluan fully spread its wings, and green wind elements gathered wildly around it. In the next second, dozens of crescent-shaped wind blades rained down like a storm. Such a high frequency of wind blades was only possible due to the 9 layers of Bailu that granted absolute control over wind. This was also something the Qingluan could only perform after reaching mid-grade black iron, with enough energy to support it. Of course, while each wind blade wasn't as powerful as a single target wind blade, the area it covered was vast. Puff, 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 puff. The wind blades struck the wolf spider swarm, instantly splattering dark green blood. The 7 or 8 wolf spiders at the front were sliced into pieces by the wind blades, and the others were sent flying in all directions, their formation completely disrupted. Everyone in Wang Xian's group was stunned. They had fought for a long time and barely killed 2 or 3 wolf spiders. Yet Qin Ce, with one move, killed 7 or 8 and disrupted the entire wolf spider charge? The gap in power was simply too great. But what shocked them even more was yet to come. Qin Ce moved himself. He didn't stay in place and give orders, instead, like a cheetah, he charged into the wolf spider swarm. With the wind-based energy boosting his speed, he moved incredibly fast, weaving and dodging among the spiders. Each time he dodged, he skillfully avoided the side-like strikes, each time he struck, it was a deadly blow. He wielded a short blade, his form like the wind, closely following the gap opened by the Qingluan. With the wind attribute energy enhancing his abilities, his speed and agility far exceeded others of the same rank, and his strikes were precise and ruthless, targeting the weak points of the wolf spiders, like their compound eyes and joint connections. Although he couldn't harvest as widely as the Qingluan, with the Qingluan's suppression, every strike he made brought down one wolf spider's combat ability, making his efficiency astonishing. He can fight like this too? A boy said with a trembling voice. And it's even fiercer than our pets. Is this really a new student who just awakened 2 months ago? The students stared at Qin Ce, who moved through the wolf spider swarm as if there was no one around, a complex feeling rising in their hearts. On the first day of school, they had looked down on this commoner student. Later, after Qin Ce threw Wang Yu and the others, they watched with a mix of awe and distance. In the past few days, Qin Ce's hunting efficiency had been shocking, and they felt a mixture of envy and jealousy. But until this moment, when they saw Qin Ce crushing the wolf spiders with absolute power, all the barriers between them suddenly disappeared. What replaced it was a deep admiration that came from the heart. This was a world where strength was paramount. When the gap was too large to close, jealousy turned into awe. Stop standing there. Wang Xian was the first to react. Ranged pets, support Qin Ce. Melee pets, protect the flanks. The students, as if waking from a dream, released their own pets one after another. Ice crystal butterfly, bloodthirsty wolf, fire lizard, although all of them were black iron rank, under their combined fire, they could still cause quite a bit of trouble for the wolf spiders. The tide of battle completely shifted. Qin Ce attacked, Qingluan provided aerial suppression, and the students assisted with finishing blows. The number of wolf spiders decreased rapidly, visibly to the naked eye. 15 minutes later, over 30 scythe wolf spiders, only 5 remained, still struggling in resistance. We won. Zhou Min murmured. Everyone let out a sigh of relief, their faces showing the joy of surviving a close call. But just at that moment. Hiss. A sharp, ear-piercing hiss came from underground. The ground suddenly trembled, the soil cracked open, and a massive shadow burst out from the earth. It was a giant wolf spider, over 3 times the size of an ordinary one, as big as a 2-story small building. Its shell was dark gold, and its 8 side-like legs shimmered with a metallic sheen. Its compound eyes were blood red, and corrosive venom dripped from its mouth. The most terrifying thing was the aura it emitted, wild, bloodthirsty, and filled with a sense of oppression. Qin Ce's pupils shrank, and he immediately activated his identification skill. Beast Scythe Wolf Spider King, mutated. Level low bronze. Potential high bronze. Attributes dark, poison, metal. Talent Spider Silk Muscles, metallized skeleton. Skill scythe slash, voodoo contamination, net trap, screech, multi-hurt, passive. Status enraged, greedy, locked onto food. Weakness: the connection between chest and abdomen is relatively fragile, weak sense of smell, vulnerable to metal contamination. Evolution opportunity: devour high-level dark, metal, and poison energy. It was also a mutated lord. Lords are 50% stronger than beasts of the same rank. Qin Ce's heart sank. He was at the Black Iron intermediate rank. Although he was only a step away from Black Iron Advanced, even if he reached that rank, the gap to Bronze rank would still be as vast as the sky. Bronze rank, that was a whole new level of combat power. Defense, strength, speed, and energy reserves, all completely crushing Black Iron. That was why Qin Ce could use Qingluan's ninefold blue sky breath freeze to produce bronze level damage and dominate the training field, because bronze beats Black Iron. It's like an overwhelming strike. But now, the opponent was also at the bronze rank. And looking at that dark gold shell, its defense was likely stronger than an ordinary bronze rank. Qin Ce. Wang Xian's voice trembled. You should leave. Go call the instructor. She looked at Qin Ce, her eyes filled with complexity. She knew Qin Ce could fly, and realistically, he could escape. But she also knew that if Qin Ce left, the rest of them, including herself, had almost no chance of survival. The Scythe Wolf Spider King's blood-red compound eyes had already locked onto Qin Ce, clearly considering him the greatest threat. The surrounding students fell silent. Some moved their lips as if they wanted to say something, but in the end, they didn't speak. Should they try to persuade Qin Ce to stay and die with them? They didn't have the right to do so. Should they urge him to run? That would be like giving up their own lives. The atmosphere was so heavy it felt suffocating. Qin Ce stared at the Wolf Spider King, his mind racing with calculations. Escape? He could escape. Qingluan could fly him away, and the Wolf Spider King wouldn't be able to catch up. But he looked at the students around him. They had fear and despair on their faces, but when they looked at him, there was no hatred in their eyes, only a kind of resigned calmness. The boy with a face full of blood opened his mouth, and in the end, he just whispered, Qin Ce, about what happened at the beginning of the school year. I'm sorry. Others also spoke up one after another. I'm sorry too. I followed Wang Yuan causing trouble before, sorry. Thank you for saving us just now. You should go, don't worry about us. Qin Ce stared at the approaching Spider King, glancing at the classmates around him who, despite their despair, bore no grudge against him and even silently allowed him to leave. A certain place in his heart was touched. Running away alone was indeed the most rational choice. But he didn't want to. His pride wouldn't allow it, and the admiration and approval he had just seen in his classmates' eyes wouldn't allow it either. More importantly, these people's reactions were worth him staying. Almost at the same time, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Urgent task: kill the Side Spider King, mutated. Task: kill the bronze low-level mutated Spider King. Task reward: 2,000 experience points, 1 chance to absorb the source of mutation. Failure penalty: none. Do you accept? The system's prompt sound was like the final catalyst. Qin Ce's eyes lit up. This was like someone giving him a pillow when he was sleepy? He couldn't leave now. If he won this battle, Qingluan could directly level up to high bronze. Accept. Then, he turned around and said to everyone, I want to try to kill it. Everyone froze. Qin Ce, are you crazy? Zhoumin screamed, that's a bronze level. You'll die. I know. Qin Ce cracked his wrist, his fighting spirit rising, you all run first. I'll hold it off. If it doesn't work, I'll fly away. Go now. But Wang Xian still wanted to persuade him. Go quickly. Qin Ce shouted, don't stay here and hold me back. These words were hurtful but effective. The students gritted their teeth and turned to run. The Spider King seemed to sense that its prey wanted to escape and felt the threat from Qin Ce, the blocker, and no longer hesitated. It let out a sharp mental screech, and with a burst of power from its 8 legs, its massive body transformed into a dark golden shadow, rushing towards Qin Ce with a foul wind. Its side-like front limbs, flashing with purple light, tore through the air, letting out a terrible screech. The battle had begun. Qingluan! Qin Ce shouted sharply while retreating quickly. Qingluan turned into a streak of blue light, charging toward the Spider King. Its wings flapped, and 3 razor-sharp wind blades formed in a triangular pattern, shooting out. The wind blades struck the Spider King's dark golden carapace, making a metallic clash, sparks flying everywhere, but only leaving 3 shallow white marks on the armor. Such strong defense! Qin Ce's heart tightened. The defense of the bronze level was indeed incomparable to the black iron. Qingluan's wind blades could easily kill a black iron high level, but they couldn't even break through the defense here. The Spider King was hit by the wind blades. Though uninjured, its momentum was momentarily blocked. Its crimson compound eyes locked onto Qingluan, and it suddenly spewed out a mass of dark green venom. Venom bomb! The venom exploded in the air, turning into a cloud of poisonous mist that descended. Qingluan nimbly sidestepped, and the poisonous mist hit the ground, instantly corroding a blackened pit. Keep dodging. Don't let it get close. Qin Ce commanded through the mental link. Qingluan understood the tactic, using its aerial advantage to begin circling the Spider King. It continuously released wind blades to harass while moving at high speed, causing the Spider King's attacks to miss again and again. After several failed attempts, the Spider King grew more and more enraged. It suddenly stopped, its 8 side-like legs sinking deep into the ground, and its abdomen violently contracted. Puff! 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 Dozens of thick spider threads sprayed from its abdomen, weaving into a giant web in mid-air, heading straight for Qingluan. Net shot! This move covered a vast area, almost sealing off all of Qingluan's evasion space. Upward! Qin Ce shouted urgently. Qingluan flapped its wings forcefully, narrowly brushing past the edge of the web, but still got its tail feathers stuck by a thread. Chirp! The Qingluan let out a painful cry, struggling desperately to break free, but in the process, several green feathers were left behind. The Wolf Spider King seized the opportunity, all 8 legs moving together, charging at an incredible speed toward Qin Ce. It had figured it out. While the Qingluan was troublesome, the Beast Tamer was the key. As long as Qin Ce was killed, the Qingluan would naturally fall apart. This is bad. Qin Ce's expression changed. The Wolf Spider King's speed was too fast. With the boost of its bronze-level speed, it even left afterimages as it charged. Qin Ce pushed all of his wind energy to the limit, reaching the black iron-level peak in agility and speed, but compared to the bronze-level Wolf Spider King, he still lagged behind. Qingluan! The Qingluan dove madly, using wind blades, wind pressure, and even its body to crash into the Wolf Spider King, trying to stop it. But the Wolf Spider King was determined to kill Qin Ce first. It even tanked several wind blades from the Qingluan, sparks flying off its shell, but it only left deeper scratches, without breaking its defense. Qin Ce could only dodge desperately, using the terrain and trees as obstacles. But the Wolf Spider King's power was too great, and it smashed through small trees as thick as a bowl and easily tore through rocks. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. For a moment, Qin Ce was in constant danger, barely dodging the sickle strikes and the splashes of poison with his predictions and extreme reactions. The Wolf Spider King was getting closer, and Qin Ce could even smell the foul stench coming from its mouth. 5 meters. The sickle-like forelegs were raised high, aimed at Qin Ce's neck, and came down hard. If this strike landed, Qin Ce would undoubtedly die. Chapter 26, The Palm Strike from the Sky. Chirp! In the nick of time, the Qingluan let out a heart-wrenching long cry, its claws grabbing Qin Ce's shoulders, and it flapped its wings with all its might. Thud! The sickle barely grazed Qin Ce's calf, causing a spray of fresh blood. But Qin Ce was already lifted off the ground by the Qingluan, rising into the air. The Wolf Spider King's deadly strike missed. That was close. Qin Ce's cold sweat soaked his back instantly. The speed and strength of the bronze level were indeed not something a black iron level could withstand. If it weren't for Qingluan's quick reaction pulling him off the ground, that strike would have been enough to cleave him in half. Suspended in the air, the pain from his injured calf made him gasp. Looking down, the wound was deep, exposing the bone, and fresh blood was constantly flowing. But he couldn't care about treating the wound, because the Wolf Spider King, missing its lethal strike, turned its blood-red eyes toward Wang Xian and the others who were still fleeing. This is bad. Qin Ce's heart sank. Wang Xian and the others hadn't run far, they were only about 500 meters away. With the speed of the Wolf Spider King, it could catch up in just a few dozen seconds. The Wolf Spider King clearly realized this, and it stopped caring about the floating Qin Ce. All 8 legs moved together, transforming into a dark golden flash, charging directly at Wang Xian. Qin Ce's expression changed. Damn it, so cunning. But his own output couldn't break the strength and defense of this mutated Wolf Spider King. Even if he stopped it, he would only be putting himself in a dangerous situation, and it wouldn't change anything. Should he give up? Was he really going to bury the prestige he had just built in front of his classmates and the system's task rewards here? Was he really going to fight alone for survival? Qin Ce was unwilling. Extremely unwilling. He forced himself to calm down, his gaze fixed on the Wolf Spider King, which had turned its back to him again, ready to pounce on Wang Xian and the others. Its chest and abdomen, where it connected to its head and back, had a relatively narrow section, with incomplete armor coverage. That was the weak spot many arthropod beasts had. If he could use enough force to sever that connection, the Wolf Spider King would die. But the attack power of him and Qingluan wasn't enough. Even with 10 times the power of his breath, it still wasn't enough against the Wolf Spider King's bronze-level defense. Attack power is constant. How could he strengthen it? Qin Ce's thoughts were racing. Fragments of knowledge from his past life flashed through his mind. Momentum, mass times velocity, pressure, attack area. The attack area of the wind blade was small enough. If he could give the wind blade more momentum? He suddenly raised his head and looked towards the sky. A crazy thought surged in his mind. Wolf Spider King, have you ever heard of a move, the palm strike that descends from the sky? On the other side, a distance of 500 meters was nothing. In the time Qin Ce thought, the distance between them had already been shortening. 100 meters, 80 meters, 50 meters. Wang Xian heard the movement behind her, turned around, and her face turned deathly pale. The snarling mouthparts of the Wolf Spider King were already right in front of her. Its sharp-side legs raised high, aiming at her neck, and came down fiercely. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. All the fleeing students turned around and saw this despairing scene. Zhoumin screamed, and several boys' eyes were wide with rage, but they were powerless to help. Wang Xian looked at the scythe getting closer and closer, a moment of confusion flashed in her eyes, then it turned into calm. Is this how it ends? It's fine, at least Qin Ce will escape. However, just as the scythe was less than an inch away from her neck. V-room. A piercing sound of air being split came from the sky. No, not one, but two. Two cyan wind blades, one from Qingluan, the other from Qin Ce. Even more astonishing, the two wind blades in the air actually began to merge, forming a more solid, more dazzling cyan gold light blade. The light blade descended from the sky, its speed so extreme that the air around it was torn apart, emitting a sharp explosive sound. The Wolf Spider King's body instantly bristled with sweat. A deadly threat. It could no longer care about its prey in front of it. 8 legs slammed into the ground, forcibly stopping its momentum. It then looked up at the sky, and its mouth gathered a thick blob of dark green venom, blasting it out with all its might. Hiss! The Wolf Spider King screeched sharply, no longer caring about anything else. The two scythe forelegs crossed to protect its head, and at the same time, gold energy surged wildly inside it, forming a thick dark golden metallic sheen at the sides and its chest. It was going to withstand it. The next moment, the cyan gold light blade collided with the venom in midair with a thunderous crash. Boom! The deafening explosion echoed, and the cyan gold light intertwined with the dark green venom, forming a chaotic energy storm that swept out in all directions. The shockwave sent Wang Xian and the others flying. The surrounding bushes and rocks were instantly cleared away. Smoke and dust filled the air. Everyone lay on the ground, staring in disbelief at the center of the explosion. Faintly, they saw a cyan figure plummeting straight down from the explosion, crashing onto the ground dozens of meters away with a thud. It was Qin Ce and Qingluan. At this moment, they were both disheveled, their clothes burned and torn, their bodies covered in burns and scratches, lying on the ground with no strength to get up. As for the Wolf Spider King, its dark golden massive body was still standing in place, 8 legs deeply planted into the ground, both scythe legs raised high, maintaining a defensive posture. A boy with a face full of dust cautiously crawled up from the ground and said with a trembling voice, This is blocked? Before he could finish his words. Crack! A faint crisp sound. Then, the crisp sound multiplied. Under the horrified gazes of everyone, the massive body of the Wolf Spider King split open along the delicate line between its chest and abdomen, creating a smooth gap. Boom! Its enormous body split into two, crashing to the ground with a deafening sound. Dark green blood and internal organs spilled everywhere, emitting a pungent, foul odor. Deathly silence. The entire area was deathly silent. Only the sound of the wind whistling through the smoke and the heavy, incredulous breaths of the crowd could be heard. Did we win? The bronze-level mutated Wolf Spider King was split in half? What kind of godly attack is this? Black iron kills bronze? After a brief silence, a thunderous cheer erupted. We won. Qin Ce won. The bronze-level Wolf Spider King. He killed it. My god, black iron kills bronze. This is a level-up kill. Qin Ce is amazing. The joy of surviving made these students forget the pain, forget the fear, each one of them excited to the point of being incoherent. Wang Xian got up from the ground, not caring about the dirt covering her body, and rushed toward Qin Ce as fast as she could. Qin Ce. How are you? Qin Ce lay on the ground, breathing heavily. The blow just now had nearly drained all the energy from both him and Qingluan. But hearing Wang Xian's voice, he still managed to lift his head, forcing a smile. I'm not dead yet. Qingluan also struggled to get up, her feathers messy, but her golden eyes still filled with pride. Wang Xian looked at the man and the bird, and her eyes suddenly turned red. She knew that if it hadn't been for Qin Ce's desperate strike just now, she would already be dead. Thank you, she said softly, her voice choked with emotion. Class monitor, you're too kind. Qin Ce tried to sit up but was stopped by the pain from his injured leg, gritting his teeth. Don't move. Wang Xian quickly pressed him down. The wound is deep. It needs to be treated immediately. The other students gathered around. At this moment, the way they looked at Qin Ce was no longer just admiration but almost worship. Black iron kills bronze. This achievement was enough for Qin Ce's name to spread throughout the entire academy. Qin Ce, from now on, you're my big brother, a blood-covered student said excitedly. I sincerely apologize for what happened at the beginning of the term. From now on, I will listen to whatever you say. Me too. Qin Good, please take care of me from now on. Qin Ce waved his hand. Let's not talk about that for now. We need to deal with the Wolf Spider King's body. The crystal core and materials are valuable. Also, he looked in the direction where the Wolf Spider King had fallen, a hint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Task completed, kill Scythe Wolf Spider King, mutated. Rewards, 2000 experience points, mutated source extraction opportunity ×1. Do you want to extract immediately? Extract. A formless wave spread from Qin Ce, enveloping the Wolf Spider King's body. To the untrained eye, dark golden, tough, and metallic essence began to emerge from the split body of the Wolf Spider King, gathering in front of him into a fist-sized, wriggling, almost living dark gold gel. Acquired mutated essence, spider silk bone tendons. Effect, transforms the microscopic structure of the bones into a spider silk network, forming a bone tendon system. Effects, 1. Bones become lighter, 30% weight reduction, 2. Bone toughness increases by 500%, 3. Bone tendons can extend and infiltrate muscles and skin, enhancing defense and toughness, constantly strengthening muscles and skin, 4. Passively increases body flexibility. Please select the pet to use. Qin Ce's eyes brightened. He finally understood why Qingluan's wind blades couldn't break the Wolf Spider King's defense. Spider silk bone tendons had created a dual defense system for its bones and shell, making it incredibly tough. Without hesitation, Qin Ce focused his thoughts. Use it on Qingluan. Qingluan's potential was at the crescent moon level, destined to be a ruler of the skies. Lightened bones were extremely important for her. Moreover, the continuous enhancement from the spider silk bone tendons would give her defense a massive leap. A light orb transformed into a dark golden streak and entered Qingluan's body. At the same time, the 2000 experience reward pushed Qingluan beyond the threshold of black iron premium. So, chirp. Qingluan's body suddenly shuddered, letting out a sound that was both pleasant and a little painful. She then closed her eyes, softly collapsed into Qin Ce's arms, and fell into a deep sleep, with a dark gold and green glow swirling around her. Qin Ce could feel a strong, heavy force spreading, merging, and transforming within Qingluan's body. What's wrong with her? Wang Xian asked nervously. Oh, it's nothing. She's exhausted and needs some rest, Qin Ce said as he returned Qingluan to her tattoo. In reality, Qingluan was absorbing the mutated essence and undergoing a new round of evolution. This process took time and provided the perfect cover. Let's drag the body back, Qin Ce said, looking at the Wolf Spider King. This thing should be worth quite a few points. The student's eyes immediately lit up. That's right. The body of a bronze-level mutated beast. How many points would that be worth? Under Qin Ce's guidance, the students made a simple drag stretcher out of branches and vines. They dragged the two halves of the Spider King's body and began to return to the base. Under the sunset, a group of people was dragging the enormous corpse of a magical beast, walking across the wasteland. Although they looked disheveled and injured, every face was filled with an unprecedented glow. It was the kind of light that only appears after experiencing life and death and witnessing a miracle. Qin Ce, supported by two people, limped at the front of the group. He glanced back at the trail left by the Spider King's body and then looked up at the sky. The harvest of today was unexpected. But what excited him even more was, what would Qingluan look like after completing its evolution? When Qin Ce and his group dragged the Scythe Wolf Spider King's body back to the base, the entire training base was in an uproar. It was already dusk, and most of the teams had returned, lining up at the exchange counter. When they saw the massive, halved creature being dragged through the gates, everyone stopped what they were doing, stunned. What? What is that? It's huge. It's several times bigger than a blood wolf. That dark golden shell? I've never seen such a fierce beast before. Wait, isn't that Qin Ce and Wang Xian's team? What kind of monster did they hunt? Whispers spread, and the crowd automatically parted, creating a path. Wang Yu stood in front of the exchange counter, looking at the corpse, his face alternating between green and pale. He had led a team to hunt two mid-grade black iron beasts today, thinking he would stand out, but now compared to that thing, his harvest seemed utterly insignificant. Move aside. Everyone, move, a bloodied young man shouted excitedly. Qin Ce killed the bronze-level Spider King. A cross-level kill. What? Bronze level? I heard Qin Ce did it alone. Impossible. Isn't he mid-grade Black Iron? How could he possibly kill a bronze-level lord? He's just boasting. The instructor must have secretly helped. Doubts arose again. After all, a mid-grade Black Iron killing a bronze-level low-tier lord was an achievement too incredible to believe. Chapter 28, Metamorphosis and Leap. But this time, Qin Ce didn't need to speak. His classmates, especially Wang Xian, immediately stepped forward, excitedly describing the entire heart-pounding process to everyone, from being chased by the spider swarm to Qin Ce descending from the sky, fighting the spiders alone, to the Spider King appearing, the desperate counterattack, and finally that earth-shattering Skyblade finishing blow. They spoke sincerely, with detailed accounts, leaving no room for disbelief. At that time, we all let Qin Ce go first. He insisted on staying behind to cover us. If it weren't for Qin Ce, we would have all died there. That final blow was commanded by Qin Ce, directing Qingluan to strike from the extreme heights. It was so overwhelming. At that moment, the instructors arrived in response to the news. Instructor Lei squeezed through the crowd. When he saw the two halves of the corpse on the ground, his pupils suddenly contracted. The Scythe Wolf Spider King, it's even a mutated variant. He crouched down to examine the cracks in the shell, then sucked in a breath. Cut in two. What a sharp attack. He stood up and looked at Qin Ce, who was being supported. Kid, was it really you who killed it? Yes, Qin Ce answered calmly, but the main credit goes to Qingluan. That was, of course, a humble statement. But Instructor Lei didn't press further. He just patted Qin Ce's shoulder. Good boy. Black Iron killing bronze, and a mutated lord at that. This achievement will be your bragging rights for a lifetime. Other instructors gathered around, inspecting the corpse and clicking their tongues in amazement. The shell's hardness is close to mid-grade bronze. The defense power. Look at this cut. It should be a wind-type skill, but its power is ridiculously high. What kind of pet beast does Qin Ce have? It's way beyond the standard. The administrative instructors thought of something else and whispered to Instructor Lei, Old Lei, I remember the military sent out a report a few days ago saying that a bronze-level magical beast might have infiltrated the training zone. We should be careful. Could it be this one? Instructor Lei's face darkened. It's possible. Inform everyone. Starting tomorrow, we'll suspend all student hunting activities. We need to conduct a thorough cleanup of the entire training zone. He turned to Qin Ce, his tone serious. Qin Ce, where did you find this Wolf Spider King? Are there any others like it? About 10 kilometers to the southeast, there's an underground nest. Qin Ce reported truthfully. When we entered, there were over 30 regular wolf spiders, all of Black Iron mid-grade. This Wolf Spider King was the last to come out. Over 30. Instructor Lei furrowed his brows tightly. This scale is abnormal. It seems they just recently moved here. He immediately issued an order. Team 1, Team 2, head out now to check that nest. Team 3, escort the injured students to the infirmary. The instructors quickly sprang into action. Qin Ce and the other injured students were sent to the infirmary, actually just a slightly larger wooden hut, with a military doctor present. The military doctor checked Qin Ce's leg injury, surprised. The wound is deep, almost reaching the bone. But strangely, the bleeding has stopped, and the muscle tissue is healing quickly. Your constitution is quite special. Qin Ce's heart stirred. This must be the energy from Qingluan absorbing the mutated spider silk bone muscles, plus the enhancement from his Beastmaster rank increase. It might be because Qingluan's power is special. He explained vaguely. The military doctor didn't ask further, cleaned the wound, applied medicine, bandaged it, then went on to treat the other students. After the wound was treated, Qin Ce was arranged to a private restroom. He sat on the bed, closed his eyes, and sensed Qingluan in the tattoo space. The little creature was still asleep, but its aura was steadily growing stronger. A dim golden light circled inside it, and its bones emitted faint crackling sounds, undergoing a transformation. Qin Ce waited patiently. About 2 hours later, a system prompt rang in his mind. Qingluan has finished absorbing the mutated essence. Potential increase, inferior sun inferior extraordinary. New talent awakened, spider silk bone muscles, moonlight grade, DT. New skills gained, silk web wind blade, intermediate, thread wind blade, intermediate, DT. Extraordinary level potential. Qin Ce's heart surged with joy. Potential ranks go from Black Iron to Immortal, with 12 total levels, and every 3 levels is a big hurdle. But the basic Black Iron stage doesn't count. So, Copper, Silver, and Gold are warrior levels, Starshine, Moonlight, and Sun are hero levels, Extraordinary, Epic, and Legend are Overlord levels, Divinity and Immortal are mythic levels. Extraordinary level means Qingluan has entered the threshold of top-tier pet beasts and is destined to become a ruler in the future. At the same time, Qingluan's defense increased significantly, and it also integrated a faint metal property. What made Chinsu even more delighted was that the talent tab added a new skill, Spider Silkbone Muscles, rated Moonlight grade. 2 new skills also appeared, Thread Wind Blade and Silk Web Wind Blade. Thread Wind Blade, within a certain mental energy range, you can subtly control the flight path and direction change of already released wind blades, like pulling strings, elusive and unpredictable. Silk Web Wind Blade releases a special web-like wind blade that, upon touching the enemy, automatically gathers to attack, then disperses to form a wind-type binding cyclone, briefly imprisoning the enemy. These 2 new skills directly elevated Qingluan's flexibility and control in battle to a new level. Silk Web Wind Blade compensated for the lack of area control and continuous damage, while Thread Wind Blade made the wind blade's attack path even more elusive, making it hard to defend against. Qin Ce's tactical abilities thus reached a new peak. And as Qingluan grew and mutated, Qin Ce could clearly feel that the energy Qingluan provided him was not only more refined, but also had a unique resilience. This resilience was quietly transforming his bones, muscles, and even skin, making him lighter and tougher, and subtly enhancing his defensive abilities. This intense change made Qin Ce eager to see what Qingluan looked like now. But just then, footsteps were heard outside the door. Teacher's son opened the door and walked in. "Qin Ce, how are you feeling?" The homeroom teacher looked at him with concern. "It's fine, the wound isn't deep," Qin Ce answered. Teacher's son sat down by his bed, fell silent for a moment, and suddenly smiled. "You kid, always able to surprise me. On the first day of school, you threw out over 30 people, topped the written exam, and now you've killed a black iron with a bronze." He shook his head and sighed. "I just spoke with the instructors. Instructor Lei said your achievements already meet the graduation standards." Qin Ce was stunned. Graduation standards? The graduation standard for the first year is to be promoted to bronze level, or to kill 3 bronze level beasts. Teacher's son explained. "Although your level hasn't reached that yet, you've already completed a higher level kill, and it was the hardest, a mutated lord." He looked at Qin Ce, his eyes flashing with complicated emotions. "Qin Ce, have you ever thought about skipping a grade?" "Skipping a grade?" "Straight to the 4th year," Teacher's son said seriously. "With your current strength, staying in the first year is meaningless. The beasts in the training zone are too weak for you, and they will affect the training of other students. Look, it's only been a month, and you've nearly caused havoc in the training area." Qin Ce then remembered that, indeed, over the past month, he had killed a large number of beasts. In recent days, many teams had vaguely complained about not encountering any beasts. The 4th year training ground is in the real wilderness. The lowest beast level is black iron high grade, bronze level beasts are common, and sometimes even silver level beasts appear, Teacher's son continued. There, your growth will be much faster. Qin Ce fell into deep thought. Skipping to the 4th year? That meant he could access higher level battles and resources 3 years earlier, and his growth would undoubtedly speed up. But the risks were also higher. The 4th year students were all experienced veterans, and the competition would likely be much more complex and brutal than in the first year. However, thinking of Qingluan, who had already reached black iron high grade and had combat power comparable to bronze level, as well as his own recently improved strength, Qin Ce felt that both challenge and opportunity coexisted. More importantly, if he could skip a grade, he would reach bronze level earlier, graduate earlier, and bring his mother and sister into the city sooner. "I agree," Qin Ce made the decision. Teacher's son sighed in relief. "Good. I'll apply right away. With your achievements, it should be approved quickly. By the way," Teacher's son's tone shifted to casual, "do you have any plans for the future? For example, where do you want to go after graduation?" Qin Ce asked, "Please guide me, teacher." Teacher's son's gaze turned distant, as if recalling something. There are roughly 3 paths for beast masters. The first, join the military. The system is complete, resources are relatively stable, and there is a channel for promotion through military achievements, but the discipline is strict, freedom is low, and you face the most dangerous front lines directly. The second, join or form a private faction. Adventurer teams, mercenary groups, caravan guards, and so on. There is more freedom, and the rewards and risks are directly linked, but there is no stable security, and internal competition is fierce. The third, follow the path of a lone strong person. A ranger, or someone pursuing the peak of personal martial power, a beast king. This path is the freest, but also the hardest. It requires very strong personal strength, survival skills, and the ability to acquire resources. Moreover, the wilderness between cities is full of dangers, and without golden level strength, it's almost impossible to travel safely alone. He looked at Qin Ce. With your potential and performance, all 3 paths are open to you. The military will definitely try to recruit you. The major private factions will also extend olive branches. As for the third path, although it's tough, it also has the highest ceiling. Qin Ce thought for a moment and said seriously, "Teacher, I want to follow the third path." Pursuing the peak of personal martial power, soaring freely between heaven and earth, that was exactly what he longed for deep inside. What's more, with the system, his goal was to cultivate the strongest beasts, and being a lone wolf might allow him to fully unleash his potential. Teacher Sun was not surprised, but he solemnly reminded him, the minimum requirement is golden level. Before that, you need to accumulate, gather resources, and have companions or temporary support. You need to take it one step at a time. The student understands. Qin Ce nodded. Golden level, this was another goal for him in the short term. After chatting for a while, Teacher Sun stood up to leave. Before leaving, he once again reminded Qin Ce to rest well and wait for the news of the promotion application. After seeing Teacher Sun off, Qin Ce closed the door, his mood unsettled for a long time. Promoting to the 4th year, a new challenge, a new stage. And the confirmation of the third path, the future seemed suddenly much clearer, and much broader. The next 2 days, just as Teacher Sun said, the base suspended all students' hunting activities and organized manpower for a full-scale inspection. Chinsu was thus granted a rare holiday. He didn't waste his time. First, he exchanged almost all his remaining points for practical supplies, high-quality energy bars, portable water purification tablets, multifunctional tools, several sets of sturdy, durable combat suits, and a more refined alloy sword blade and throwing knives. The remaining points were all converted into easily portable, high-energy density beast jerky and concentrated nutrients. These were all essential items for survival in more dangerous and harsh environments. Next, after finally being able to leave the infirmary, he couldn't wait to summon the Qingluan. Chirp! A clear and melodious cry, filled with joy and pride. After evolving, the Qingluan's size had increased again. Its wingspan had grown from 1.5 meters to nearly 3 meters. The deep blue and gold feathers were more intense, each feather as long and gorgeous as jade, with a metallic sheen. Golden patterns appeared on its elongated tail feathers, and faint golden light flickered under the feathers. The spiritual intelligence in its blue-gold pupils almost spilled out, and when it looked at people, it seemed as though wisdom was flowing. The most noticeable change was in its skeletal structure. Although its size had increased, it felt even lighter. When its wings flapped, there was almost no sound, only subtle fluctuations of wind elements. Wow! Qin Ce couldn't help but exclaim. The Qingluan affectionately rubbed its head against his face, then spread its wings, showing off its broader back. Through the mental link, it conveyed its awareness. It could carry Qin Ce into the sky and fly high. Qin Ce looked at it in disbelief and stroked its head. You can carry me and fly? The Qingluan nodded, chirped once, and then lowered its body. Qin Ce rolled up his pant legs and carefully mounted its back. The evolved Qingluan's back was wide, and sitting on it felt very stable. Take off. With a powerful flap of its wings. Whoosh! A fierce wind suddenly blew up. Qin Ce felt his body lighten, and he was already lifted into the air. Unlike before when he was being carried by its claws and unable to bear the weight, this time it was true riding flight. The Qingluan's flight was smooth and swift, and sitting on its back, he could clearly feel the flow of wind elements. Speed up! The Qingluan flapped its wings again, and its speed suddenly increased. Qin Ce looked down at the training base. The wooden houses turned into matchboxes, and the people became ants. The evening breeze brushed his face, bringing a sense of freedom like never before. This was real flight. The Qingluan's physical changes didn't go unnoticed. When it soared through the sky with its nearly 3-meter wingspan, performing high-difficulty flying maneuvers above the training grounds, it once again caused a sensation. Look! Qin Ce's bird has gotten so big. Those wings, too cool. He really can fly with it. This is so convenient. I'm done, now I want to contract a flying pet. Whispers of envy spread all around, and even Instructor Lei was rubbing his chin, amazed. This kid's pet beast grows so fast. After circling the air a few times, the Qingluan slowly landed. Qin Ce jumped off its back, his heart full of ambition. With such a companion, what challenge couldn't be faced? Chapter 30, Fengling Mountain Base. Time quickly arrived at the third day. The official promotion approval document and transfer orders from the academy arrived at the training base. The efficiency was so high, showing the academy and the military's importance of Qin Ce. Teacher Sun personally drove a military jeep, sending Qin Ce to the Fengling Mountain Training Base where the senior year is located. In the car, Teacher Sun held the steering wheel while introducing the situation along the way. This road looks calm, but it's actually not. Occasionally, fierce beasts from deeper wilderness roam by, and sometimes even small groups of monster scouts. Last month, a convoy was attacked by a bronze-level beast, and 3 people died. Qin Ce looked out the window. On both sides of the road were dense forests and rolling hills, occasionally catching glimpses of fierce beasts in the distance. The air was thick with the scent of grass and soil, mixed with a faint hint of blood. Fengling Mountain Base was forcibly established 3 years ago by the military in collaboration with several large mercenary groups and adventurer guilds, as a frontline outpost against beasts and powerful monsters. It holds an important geographic location and is relatively resource-rich. After 3 years of cleanup, within a 50-kilometer radius of the base, the main threats are fierce beasts from black iron to low bronze ranks, with occasional medium bronze beasts. It's the perfect place for senior students to undergo their final practical training and assessments. It's completely different from your freshman base. There's no fixed protection, everything relies on the student squads themselves. The base only provides the most basic supplies, intelligence, and emergency rescue at a great cost. There is a brutal point-based competition system, with rare internal resources allocated based on monthly rankings. Points directly affect graduation honors and future choices. The competition is fierce, and sometimes for the sake of points and resources, conflicts between students arise. As long as no one dies, the base instructors generally won't interfere too much. Qin Ce quietly listened, noting all the information in his mind. He had already anticipated the intense competition. Resources obtained by force? Exactly what he needed. He thrived in pressure-filled environments that accelerated growth. Teacher Sun, what exactly does elite class resources refer to? Qin Ce asked. Rare high-purity energy crystals, special herbs that can slightly enhance pet potential, rare materials for custom equipment exchange, even spots for certain special cultivation secret realms. Teacher Sun glanced at him. These are things that can't be bought easily with money, or their prices are exorbitantly high. So, spots in the elite class are highly coveted. Since you're skipping grades, you're jumping straight in, and you'll inevitably be taking up other people's share of resources. At this point, Teacher Sun paused, his tone becoming serious. That place is a semi-battlefield, and also a stage for fame and fortune. Qin Ce, although your strength is impressive, your contract time is short, and your experience might not be as rich as the veterans. Once you get there, observe more, listen more, be cautious in your actions, but when it's time to fight for what's yours, don't be weak. Do you understand? I understand, teacher, Qin Ce nodded seriously. Where there is profit, conflict is inevitable. After nearly 3 hours of bumpy driving, the scenery outside the window grew even more desolate and rugged. Jagged rocks, bottomless ravines, dense and ominous primeval forests, all exuded a dangerous aura. Occasionally, large nests could be seen on distant cliffs, or quick black shadows darted through the forest. The atmosphere here was much wilder and more oppressive than at the freshman base. Finally, a cluster of buildings appeared in the valley ahead. The walls were higher and thicker, covered with defensive structures and energy surveillance devices. Watchtowers stood tall, and armed soldiers could be seen patrolling. This was Fengling Mountain Base, a true semi-militarized fortress built on the front lines of war. The car passed a strict security check and entered the base. The base was quite large, but the buildings were rough and utilitarian. Except for the central area with command centers, medical facilities, and exchange halls, the rest of the area consisted of student dormitories and training grounds. The atmosphere was much more solemn and heavy than the freshman base, with students mostly rushing about, looking hurried and focused. His gaze was sharp, carrying a faint smell of blood and killing intent, clearly the mark of someone who had been through many life-or-death battles. Mr. Sun drove straight to a 3-story stone building. This is the office of the senior year department head. I'll take you upstairs to meet Director Tuesday. The two of them went upstairs and knocked on the innermost door. The office was not large, with simple furnishings. A man in his 50s, with graying hair and a scar on his face, sat behind a desk reading documents. Hearing the noise, he lifted his head. Old son? You're here so quickly? His voice was hoarse, and his gaze immediately fell on Qin Ce. Is this the advanced student you mentioned? Yes, Qin Ce. Mr. Sun introduced. Qin Ce, this is Director Tu Feng, the head of the senior year. Hello, Director Tuesday. Qin Ce greeted politely. Tu Feng sized him up from head to toe and nodded. Black iron killing bronze, and he's a mutated leader. Definitely qualified for skipping a grade. But, he shifted his tone. Senior year is different from freshman year. The competition here is fierce. Are you mentally prepared for it? I'm prepared. Qin Ce replied calmly. Good. Tu Feng didn't waste any more words. He picked up the communicator on his desk. Teacher Wei, come to my office, there's a new student assigned to your class. A few minutes later, a man in his 30s, wearing glasses and looking scholarly, walked in. Teacher Wei Ming, the homeroom teacher of the elite class. Tu Feng introduced. This is Qin Ce, the advanced student, assigned to your class. Take him to the registration. Wei Ming looked at Qin Ce, a flash of surprise passed in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. All right, Director. Qin Ce, please follow me. Mr. Sun patted Qin Ce's shoulder. Kid, do your best. If you have any problems, you can contact me anytime. Thank you, teacher. After bidding farewell to Director Tu and Mr. Sun, Qin Ce followed Wei Ming out of the office. Mr. Sun watched Qin Ce's back, his gaze filled with both encouragement and a hint of concern. Wei Ming observed Qin Ce as they walked, then suddenly laughed. I just remembered. You're the one who threw 30 people during the opening ceremony, ranked first in the written exam, black iron killing bronze. I've heard of you before. You flatter me, teacher. It's no flattery. Wei Ming pushed up his glasses. It's the truth. But Qin Ce, I have to warn you, a senior elite class is a completely different world from where you've been before. The people here have been contracted with their beast companions for 4 years. The weakest among them are black iron high rank, and the strongest are close to bronze. Their teams are well coordinated, and their tactics are mature. You, a newcomer who's just awakened 2 months ago. He paused. You might be excluded, or even bullied. Be mentally prepared. I understand. Qin Ce nodded. Chapter 31, No One Accepts. The two of them arrived at a huge open training field at the back of the base. On the field, about 50 to 60 students were standing in groups of 3 or 5, some quietly chatting, others wiping weapons or interacting with their beasts. The atmosphere was tense and full of competition. Anyone who could enter the senior elite class was an outstanding individual who had been through 3 years of brutal elimination and tempering. Each one had a calm breath, sharp eyes, far beyond any new student. Qin Ce's arrival immediately attracted everyone's attention. A new student? He looks so young, not like a senior. Could he be a transfer student? At this time? Wait. I think I've seen him somewhere. Someone stared at Qin Ce, furrowing their brows in thought. Suddenly, a male student gasped in realization. I remember now. The opening ceremony. The new student who apologized in front of the entire school and punched the director of education and a group of spoiled freshmen. Yes. That's him. I was there that day. That tough guy? How did he end up here? The gossip quickly spread, and many people remembered the sensational story from the opening ceremony, their gazes on Qin Ce now filled with surprise and a touch of amusement. Amidst the discussion, Qin Ce noticed a familiar figure in the crowd, Jang Rui. She also saw Qin Ce, her eyes flashing with a hint of complexity, but her expression remained unchanged, only giving him a faint glance. Qin Ce understood in his heart. Previously, he had refused her offer, and this senior probably had some grudges inside. Wei Ming walked to the front of the training ground, clapped his hands, and attracted everyone's attention. Students, quiet down. Wei Ming's voice wasn't loud, but it clearly spread. Let me introduce a new student. Qin Ce, a former first-year elite class student, specially approved by the academy. Starting today, he will be skipping grades and joining our 4th-year elite class. Please welcome him. Skip grades? Skipping from 1st year directly to 4th year? The training ground instantly erupted in an uproar. All the students showed expressions of shock, confusion, and even resistance. Skipping grades? From 1st year to 4th year? What a joke. How long has he had a contracted beast? 2 months? His beast is probably just low-tier black iron, right? Is he just going to hold us back? What is the academy doing? This special approval is too reckless. Exactly. We've worked hard for over 3 years, fought countless battles, suffered injuries, just to stand in the elite class position. Why should he be parachuted in? The most important thing is, the resources in the elite class are already scarce. There's only a fixed amount each month. And now, we have to share it with one more person? After the uproar, there was an uncontrollable sense of doubt and dissatisfaction. Especially when Wei Ming mentioned skipping grades, almost all the students' expressions changed. Their gazes toward Qin Ce quickly turned from curious scrutiny to rejection, disgust, and even a hint of hostility. On one hand, Qin Ce had only contracted a beast for less than 2 months. Even if he was lucky enough to contract a powerful beast, could his foundation and experience keep up with students who had been training for 3 or 4 years? On the other hand, and more importantly, the resources in the 4th-year elite class were fixed, and the competition was extremely fierce. Every month, according to the squad's ranking points, the academy allocated rare training resources, evolution materials, and even precious heavenly and earthly treasures. These resources had to be redistributed within each squad. Qin Ce's addition meant there would be one more person to share the cake. For example, if a 3-member squad would originally divide the resources evenly at 33% per person, now it would be 4 people, and each person could only get 25%. It seemed like each person lost only 8%, but in reality, it meant losing nearly a quarter of the resources. Who could accept this? It was essentially touching everyone's core interests. Therefore, after Wei Ming finished introducing him, the training ground fell into an awkward silence. No one clapped, no one welcomed him, only cold, rejecting glares could be felt. Qin Ce stood beside Wei Ming, calmly enduring these stares. Teacher Sun and Director Tu's reminders still echoed in his ears. He had been mentally prepared for this. He just didn't expect the resistance to be so direct and strong. Wei Ming didn't seem surprised by the scene. He pushed up his glasses and continued, according to the usual procedure, new students need to join a fixed squad in order to be eligible for the elite class's resource allocation. Which squad would be willing to accept Qin Ce? Silence. An even deeper silence. Each squad member exchanged glances, some shook their heads, some sneered, and some simply avoided Wei Ming's gaze. No one spoke. Only Jang Rui, who had previously tried to recruit Qin Ce, now wore a natural expression, even with a slight amused smile. She seemed to have a more theatrical attitude. Kid, I let you reject me before, now I'll let you taste the feeling of being excluded and struggling. But, if this kid can't handle the pressure and comes begging me, it wouldn't be bad either. Wei Ming furrowed his brows. No one is willing? Although Qin Ce has just awakened, his talent is very good. He killed a bronze-level beast with a black iron-level pet beast. Teacher. A voice rang out from the crowd, talent is one thing, but practical combat is another. Our squad is going to go hunting in the wilderness. If we take on a burden and something goes wrong, who will take responsibility? The speaker was a tall, slim boy. His gaze was arrogant. Some people whispered, that's Wu Zhou, the leader of the Thunder Squad. It seems his younger brother was beaten by Qin Ce when the semester started. Qin Ce looked at Wu Zhou, who was staring at him provocatively. Wei Ming's expression darkened, but he patiently advised, Wu Zhou, Qin Ce's achievements are real, not a burden. So what? Wu Zhou sneered, he killed the bronze beast alone, who knows if he got lucky? Maybe someone else wounded the beast, and he just took the finishing blow? This remark drew some agreement from the crowd. Exactly, a black iron killing bronze, that's absurd. Maybe the instructor helped him? Yeah, I don't believe it either. Time passed second by second, and the atmosphere became increasingly tense. Qin Ce's situation was as awkward as it could get. Just when Wei Ming also felt his authority being challenged and was about to forcefully assign teams according to the rules, Qin Ce suddenly stepped forward and walked out from behind Wei Ming. His gaze swept calmly across the entire room, his voice clear and steady, since no one is willing to accept me, I'll form my own team. Form his own team? Everyone froze for a moment. Ha! Wu Zhou scoffed, as if he had heard the biggest joke, you think the elite class can just form teams whenever they want? He mocked, there are 12 teams in the elite class because there are only 12 team badges. All the resource distribution, task acceptance, and point accumulation are tied to the team badges. Without a team badge, you can't even accept a task, so how can you form a team? But, if you really want to form a team yourself, it's not impossible. Wu Zhou's eyes flashed with a hint of calculation. According to the rules, if you challenge an existing team leader and win, you get the team badge, and you can form your team. He looked at Qin Ce provocatively, with sarcasm in his voice, I just don't know if this genius junior has the guts. Or does he only dare to bully freshmen in the first year and then just rely on resources in his senior year? Qin Ce didn't respond immediately but turned to the head teacher. Teacher, is this rule true? Wei Ming nodded helplessly, it is indeed, but Qin Ce, you've only recently contracted your beast, and Wu Zhou has been a senior for 4 years. His beast is at least black iron top tier, and you. Before he could finish, Qin Ce turned his head and calmly looked at Wu Zhou, then I challenge you. It was decisive and without hesitation. A low murmur filled the training ground. He really dares? Is he crazy? Wu Zhou is at the peak of black iron. He's been contracting his beast for 4 years. The young don't fear the tiger. I think he's just impulsive, got carried away. Wu Zhou was momentarily stunned, but then a glint of scheming satisfaction and joy flashed in his eyes. He immediately shouted to those around him, everyone heard that, he challenged me first. I didn't force him. Afraid Qin Ce might back out, he quickly turned to Wei Ming, Teacher Wei. I accept. I'm applying to use the combat arena. Wei Ming frowned slightly but still said his piece of advice, Qin Ce, you need to think carefully. Wu Zhou's strength is top tier even among seniors. You've just contracted your beast, and you might be at a disadvantage in terms of level and experience. Once the challenge starts, it must have a winner and a loser. If your beast is defeated in the arena, it will need to rest inside for a month, which will waste a lot of your time. I can still arrange a team for you. Qin Ce shook his head, his tone calm, I've thought it through. I confirm the challenge. Seeing his resolute attitude, Wei Ming sighed, alright then. Since both sides have agreed, let's follow the rules. Go to Arena 3. The group moved toward a high, 50-meter by 50-meter alloy arena, raised 1 meter above the ground. The news spread like wildfire, quickly reaching everyone in the elite class, even attracting students from regular classes and some personnel stationed at the base. Soon, around 300 to 400 people gathered around the arena. The crowd was buzzing with discussion. Is that the new student who skipped a grade? They look pretty young, daring to challenge Wu Zhou? I heard they're the one who skipped a grade and wants to snatch the team leader position. Wuzhou's blood-eating flame wolf is at the peak of black iron, just a step away from bronze. Qin Ce's pet beast is only 2 months old, probably just low-grade black iron? This newcomer is too arrogant, daring to challenge the senior team leader right after arriving? Isn't Wuzhou's brother the one this newcomer beat up? Clearly, this is personal revenge. The crowd below overwhelmingly favored Wuzhou. On the arena, Wei Ming stood in the center as the referee. The rules are simple: when one side's pet beast loses combat ability or is forced to return to the Beast Master, they lose. No killing blows on the Beast Master. Understood? Understood, Chinsu and Wuzhou answered at the same time. Good, both sides, take your positions. Wuzhou sneered and spoke to Chinsu. Kid, don't say I'm bullying a newcomer. How about adding a little more stake? Whoever loses, voluntarily leaves the elite class and gets lost. Do you dare? He was trying to completely cut off Chinsu's options. Chinsu glanced at him and said calmly, I'll give you a chance to take those words back. Take it back? Wuzhou laughed as if hearing a joke. What, scared? No. Qin Ce shook his head. I'm afraid you'll regret it. Regret? Ha ha ha. Wuzhou laughed loudly. Regret? Ha. Fine. Let's bet on this. Whoever loses, leaves the elite class. Fine. Qin Ce stopped talking. Let's begin. Almost simultaneously, Qin Ce's mind buzzed with a system notification. Sudden mission, stand out. Mission content, defeat the opponent and gain recognition in the new grade. Mission reward, skill rewards based on the level of fame from the victory. Failure punishment, none. Hearing this, Qin Ce's eyes lit up, and his fighting spirit surged. As usual, the rewards from the system were never bad. The two of them took their positions. Both sides, summon your beasts. Wei Ming ordered. A flash of red light appeared next to Wuzhou, and a giant wolf nearly 3 meters long, with a shoulder height over a meter, all red fur, exposed fangs, and surrounded by a burning heat, appeared. Wuzhou's blood-eating flame wolf at the peak of black iron. As soon as it appeared, it let out a deep and fierce growl, its crimson eyes staring at Qin Ce, exuding a powerful presence. A wave of admiration rose from the crowd below. Peak of black iron. Wuzhou's flame wolf is even stronger. This energy, it's close to bronze. That newcomer is done for. Wuzhou's blood-eating flame wolf was well known even within the elite class. On the other side, Qin Ce's chest glowed with blue light, and the clear cry of a phoenix sounded. A graceful and majestic figure suddenly appeared, lightly landing in front of him in mid-air. Its wings folded slightly, and the blue and gold feathers shimmered with a noble glow under the sunlight. The eyes of the bird were calm and sharp as it looked down at the blood-eating flame wolf. It was the Qingluan. After evolving, its wingspan nearly 3 meters, its majestic bearing, and the faint pressure naturally radiating from it, which belonged to a high-tier creature, immediately drew all eyes to it. Wow! What a majestic bird! This size, is this really a pet beast contracted just 2 months ago? This energy feels strong. Peak black iron? No, it feels even stronger than that. Exclamations filled the air. Many students who knew their stuff, including Jang Rui, who was watching from the sidelines, narrowed their eyes. This Qingluan was no simple beast. Just its appearance and the faint pressure it gave off were already far beyond an ordinary black iron beast. Chapter 33, Wuzhou, destroyed. The appearance of the Qingluan caused a stir, but most people still believed Wuzhou had the greater chance of winning. Wuzhou's eyes flashed with envy, but more of it was ruthless determination, flashy tricks. Flame wolf, go. Tear it apart with your fiery claws. The blood-eating flame wolf howled, its back legs powering up, turning into a red blur as it lunged towards the airborne Qingluan. Its front claws were engulfed in fierce flames, ready to strike. Qingluan, wind blade. Qin Ce calmly ordered. The Qingluan's wings flapped lightly, and a concentrated green wind blade shot out, its speed far exceeding the flame wolf's attack. Wuzhou's face changed slightly. Dodge. The flame wolf reacted quickly, twisting in midair, and the wind blade grazed its rib, passing by. A trail of blood flowers and broken fur was left behind. Though there were no major injuries, this blow had already put it at a disadvantage. Such a fast wind blade, someone in the crowd exclaimed. Flame wolf, long range, explosive fireball. Wuzhou changed his tactics. The flame wolf opened its mouth, and several energy balls, the size of human heads, compressed with furious fire elements, were shot at the Qingluan one after another. The fireballs whizzed through the air, their heat so intense that even the students at the edge of the stage felt the scorching waves. But the Qingluan remained calm. It flicked its wings, and 3 wind blades shot out in a triangular formation, accurately hitting the fireballs. Boom! The fireballs exploded in mid-air, turning into a shower of sparks. Then, the Qingluan elegantly turned in the air a few times, easily avoiding the incoming explosive fireballs, while its wings flapped again, launching wind blades from different angles to block the flame wolf's movements. The flame wolf had no choice but to awkwardly dodge, and new wounds appeared on its body. It had power, but it couldn't even touch the agile and fiercely attacking Qingluan. It's completely being toyed with. That bird's speed and attack frequency are unbelievable. Is it really using Black Iron Tier 1 to fight against Black Iron Peak? Am I seeing this wrong? The whispers in the crowd began to change direction. Wuzhou's forehead was sweating, gritting his teeth as he said, "Flame Wolf, go berserk. Close in on it." The bloodthirsty Flame Wolf's eyes turned red in an instant, and its body seemed to inflate slightly. It let out a low growl, exerted force on all fours, and surged forward with a burst of speed and power, accompanied by a stench and heatwave, rushing straight toward the Qingluan. Its speed was like lightning, and there was a flicker of flame on its sharp claws. Facing this vicious attack, the Qingluan simply tilted its body slightly, flapped its wings, and with an agility far surpassing the bloodthirsty Flame Wolf, easily dodged the claw strike. At the same time, the edge of its left wing shimmered with green light, like the sharpest blade, slashing across the exposed side of the bloodthirsty Flame Wolf as it missed. Slish! A shallow but clear wound appeared, the dark red fur was sliced open, and blood oozed out. Ah whoa! The bloodthirsty Flame Wolf yelped in pain and staggered after landing. In just one exchange, the outcome was already clear. Qingluan, don't hold back, finish it quickly. Chinsu ordered through their contract. There was no need for any testing against such an opponent. Chirp! The Qingluan let out a lone cry in response to its master's battle intent. It spread its wings wide, no longer merely dodging, but actively attacking. It flickered, transforming into several elusive blue shadows, circling around the bloodthirsty Flame Wolf at high speed. Meanwhile, palm-sized wind blades, solidified and showing a jade-like color with slight spatial distortions at the edges, shot toward the bloodthirsty Flame Wolf like a torrential storm. These wind blades were unbelievably fast, with tricky angles, targeting weak points such as the eyes, joints, and abdomen of the bloodthirsty Flame Wolf. Puff! 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 The bloodthirsty Flame Wolf hurriedly swung its flaming claws to block, or braced its body against the attack. But its proud speed and defense appeared clumsy and fragile before the Qingluan's assault. The flame claws shattered 3 or 4 wind blades, but more wind blades hit their mark. The fur around its eyes was torn apart, blood flowing freely, affecting its vision, its joints were struck, slowing its movements, and its abdomen was sliced open in several places, though not deep. The pain and blood loss continuously drained its stamina. What was most terrifying was that the Qingluan's wind blades were extremely powerful. Each one was like a full-force strike of Black Iron Peak skills, even slightly exceeding them. The bloodthirsty Flame Wolf's fiery defense and thick skin seemed like paper before the condensed wind blades. How is this possible? Wuzhou looked on, his eyes about to burst. His Flame Wolf was supposed to be Black Iron Peak. How could it be so utterly powerless? How could that bird's attacks be so strong? He tried to command the Flame Wolf to launch more fireballs, but the Qingluan's movements were erratic and too fast, making it impossible to lock onto it with the fireballs. He wanted to engage in close combat, but he couldn't even touch the Qingluan. In less than a minute, the bloodthirsty Flame Wolf was already covered in wounds, stumbling, its breath weak, forced into passive defense and evasion. Completely lost the ability to attack. And the Qingluan continued to circle calmly in the air, as if the fierce storm-like attack just now was merely a warm-up. Crushing. Thoroughly crushing. The entire arena fell silent. Everyone was stunned by this overwhelming turn of events. The expected hard battle, or a scenario where Wuzhou easily won, did not appear. What happened instead was a one-sided, almost like an adult crushing a child, domination. Black Iron superior, crushing the peak of Black Iron? The power of that wind blade definitely exceeds the scope of the Black Iron level. What kind of pet beast is this? Its potential is definitely beyond Black Iron. No wonder they dared to challenge a higher level. Turns out, they really have something. Shocked discussions erupted like a tidal wave. All the previous doubtful and dismissive gazes had turned into astonishment and disbelief. Jang Rui also put away her watching expression, her eyes flashing with a hint of seriousness and even more intense interest. This Qingluan was stronger than she had imagined. Its attack power definitely reached the bronze level. She finally understood why Chinsu had refused her back then. This guy, he was hiding much deeper than she had thought. On the stage, Wuzhou's face was pale, cold sweat pouring down. He knew he had lost, and lost completely. If they continued, the Flame Wolf would be dispersed, returning to its body. By then, it wouldn't just be a matter of winning or losing, the growth progress would be directly interrupted, and the entire graduation points for the senior year would be heavily affected. I concede. He struggled to squeeze out these 3 words from his throat, his voice dry and hoarse. As soon as his words fell, the bloodthirsty Flame Wolf could no longer hold on, letting out a mournful cry, collapsing onto the ground. Teacher Wei Ming timely announced, Wuzhou concedes, Qin Ce wins. A series of gasps sounded from the audience, followed by even more heated discussions. Qin Ce's expression was calm, as if he had only done a trivial task. He looked at Wei Ming and asked, Teacher, according to the rules, can I get the Thunder Team's team badge? Wei Ming nodded. According to the regulations, the winner of the challenge has the right to obtain the team badge and resource allocation of the team. Wait! A loud shout interrupted Wei Ming's words. Teacher Wei turned around. He saw the other 6 members of the Thunder Team below the stage suddenly panicking, all rushing onto the stage. No! This is too childish. The gambling fight was Wuzhou's personal decision, it doesn't represent our whole team. The team badge is ours. We can't give it up just because he lost. We don't agree. One by one, they were filled with righteous indignation, vehemently opposing. The team badge represented the qualification for the elite class and the fixed high-level resource allocation every month. If Qin Ce took it, they would become teamless, forced to take temporary missions or muddle through in regular classes, and all the efforts and investments of the past few years would be in vain. Teacher Mo raised his eyebrows slightly. Qin Ce calmly asked, when Wuzhou, as the captain, proposed the gambling fight earlier, did any of you express opposition? The 6 were left speechless. At that time, they had just watched the drama and even hoped to see Wuzhou teach Qin Ce a lesson. Who would have opposed? Since none of you opposed, it means you agreed. Qin Ce said, now that you've lost, trying to back out is not appropriate, is it? The 6 looked at each other in silence. One of the members of the Thunder Team, a seemingly clever boy, his eyes spun for a moment. He immediately switched to a sincere expression and said to Qin Ce, how about this? Since you won against Wuzhou, we acknowledge your strength. How about you join our Thunder Team, and even, we can elect you as the new team captain. The previous issues were all Wuzhou's ideas, it has nothing to do with us. At this moment, not only did Wuzhou's face turn ashen, glaring at his former teammates. The faces of everyone else in the class also became extremely ugly. This fence-sitter switched sides too fast, too realistically. For the sake of profit, they could easily throw their former captain under the bus. But some others had clever thoughts. If Qin Ce really joined the Thunder Team, did their team just gain a bronze-level combatant out of nowhere? Wouldn't that give them an advantage in competing for resources? For a moment, everyone looked at Qin Ce, waiting for his decision. However, Qin Ce's mind wasn't entirely on this matter. He was a bit confused, as he had clearly won the challenge, yet the system's standout in the new class mission still hadn't shown as completed? And the rewards hadn't been issued yet? When he checked the mission description again, his gaze landed on the words Victory Prestige Level and Standout. A thought suddenly struck him. So that's it. Just one victory wasn't enough to truly earn the recognition of the entire elite class, these arrogant top students from the 4th year, and make him stand out. What this mission required was a more shocking performance, one with enough prestige to sway the whole crowd. With that thought, a gleam flashed in Qin Ce's eyes. He raised his head and looked at the Thunder Team members, who were all eagerly staring at him, then scanned the faces of the elite class students in the audience, their expressions varied. Finally, his gaze returned to the people in front of him. Since you don't recognize this result. He paused, his eyes sharp like a drawn sword as they swept over the 5 Thunder Team members, then he said the words that made the entire arena fall into immediate silence. How about you all come at me together? Win the team badge back? Qin Ce's voice wasn't loud, but it crashed like thunder across the arena, then quickly swept through the entire training ground. Everyone was stunned, thinking they had misheard. What did he say? Come at him together? He's challenging the remaining 6 members of Thunder Team all by himself? He's crazy. Absolutely crazy. Even if his Qingluan is strong, he can't take on 6 well-coordinated beasts at once, right? And besides, the 6 members of Thunder Team train together every day, their coordination is like second nature, their strength is greater than the sum of its parts. He's too arrogant. Doesn't know his place. A loud buzz of conversation erupted, filled with disbelief and looks as if they were watching a madman. Jang Rui, standing among the crowd, had already lowered her arms from the crossed position. Her beautiful eyes were now wide open, staring unblinkingly at Qin Ce on the stage, her eyes sparkling, as if she was seeing this person for the first time. If before, her interest in Qin Ce had been a mix of admiration for his rebellious spirit and seeing him as a tool for a marriage alliance, now, Qin Ce's near-mad confidence and dominance had truly struck a chord in her heart. This kind of man, now he's interesting. The 6 members of Thunder Team were also stunned. They hadn't expected Qin Ce to make such a request. This was no longer a challenge, it was outright disrespect and humiliation. Qin Ce. You're too arrogant, the clever boy who had suggested making Qin Ce the team leader earlier now flushed red in the face, feeling insulted. That's right. Do you really think our Thunder Team is made of mud? Do you think defeating Wuzhou means you're invincible? You're so arrogant. Absolutely outrageous. The six of them scolded, shaking with anger. Chinsu waved his hand, ignoring their fury, and asked, "Will you accept?" The six of them turned pale, then red again. Facing the whole school, if they didn't dare to accept this challenge, they'd never be able to make a name for themselves in Fengling City. What team would want a bunch of cowards who won't even accept a one-on-one duel? "We accept," the short-haired girl gritted her teeth and said, "but Chinsu, this is what you said. Don't regret it if you lose." "Of course," Qin Ce said calmly. "Good." Teacher Wei, seeing this, stopped trying to stop them and instead grew interested. "Then the rules are the same as before, but pay attention to the limits. Both sides prepare. In 10 minutes, a 6-on-1 team battle, begin." The 6 members of Thunder Team immediately formed a circle and began to discuss their strategy in low, urgent voices. They put aside all their dismissiveness and wore solemn expressions. Qin Ce's Qingluan was incredibly fast. The attack power is strong and it can fly. This is the biggest threat. They must bring out their hidden abilities and all their tacit cooperation. Long-range suppression. Lao Zhao, your golden beak eagle and my shadow bat will control the air, interfering with its flight and looking for a chance to use ultrasonic stunning. Ground assault. Li's violent ape and Lao Wang's swift leopard will launch a direct assault, limiting its movement space. AI Ling, your moonstar fox, wait for the right moment to use psychic control. As long as you control it for a moment, we can focus fire and kill it in seconds. Shu Rou, your thorn flower, once the Qingluan lands, use your vines to strangle it. It can't fly, and we'll win for sure. Commands were issued quickly, with clear divisions of labor. Clearly, this team has earned its place in the senior elite class, not without reason. Their tactical proficiency is exceptionally high. In contrast, Qin Ce simply stood quietly on the side of the arena, gently stroking the smooth feathers of the Qingluan beside him, transmitting reassurance and trust through the contract. The Qingluan's sharp azure eyes scanned the 6 people and 6 beasts across from it, letting out a clear, battle-filled cry, filled with disdain, without fear. Chapter 35, Bronze-Level Attack Power. Soon, 10 minutes passed quickly. Both sides returned to the arena. This time, more than 500 people had gathered around the arena. Almost all the senior students at the base had come to witness the newcomer challenging the old squad's spectacle. Both sides took to the arena. This time, the 6 people spread out, surrounding Qin Ce in the middle. The newcomers in the crowd began discussing excitedly upon seeing this. Is Qin Ce crazy? 1 against 6. Even if his beast is strong, there's no way he can win. The Thunder Team's coordination is really good. They even got 3rd place in the team competition last year. Looks like it's going to be a good show. Wei Ming took a deep breath. Summon your beasts. The light flickered. On Qin Ce's side, the Qingluan stood proudly, its majestic form and the aura of wind it released were unabashedly spread out, carrying a hint of nobility and a heavy pressure. On the Thunder Team's side, 6 beasts of various shapes, all with fierce auras, appeared at the same time. A shadow bat with a wingspan of more than 2 meters, dark gray all over, silent and eerie. A golden beak eagle with dark golden feathers, a hooked beak, and sharp eyes. A violent ape, over 3 meters tall, its muscles bulging, beating its chest. A moonstar fox, snow white with a crescent moon mark on its forehead and lively eyes. A swift leopard, with a sleek figure, fur glowing with a greenish hue, growling softly. A thornflower rooted in the arena ground, its vines dancing like snakes. The 6 beasts stood together, their fierce might overwhelming. Especially the aura of their coordinated attacks, which seemed to pressure the Qingluan slightly. The crowd below couldn't help but feel nervous for Qin Ce. Even some veteran bronze-level beastmasters would probably find this lineup troublesome. The battle begins. Wei Ming shouted as he swung his arm down. The fight, from the very first second, became intense. The 6 members of the Thunder Team clearly had a pre-planned strategy, and as soon as the battle began, they moved at the same time. Shadow Bat. Use the ultrasonic wave to stun. At the back of the team, a tall, thin male student shouted fiercely. A bat-like beast with a wingspan close to a meter, black all over with eyes glowing red, opened its mouth wide and emitted a silent yet intensely disturbing wave, heading straight for the Qingluan in midair. This was a sound wave attack, aimed at controlling the most threatening airborne unit right away. Almost simultaneously, another team member's golden beak eagle flapped its wings and turned into a golden arrow, shooting from the side straight towards the Qingluan, its sharp beak flashing with a metallic cold light, its speed astonishing. Swift leopard. Wind blade blockade. Thorn flower. Bind with vine whips. On the side, a leopard with blue patterns all over its body opened its mouth and released several ordinary wind blades. These weren't meant for damage, but to block any space the Qingluan might use to dodge. On the ground, an eerie, spiky vine plant, thornflower, swung 2 thick vine whips. Like a venomous snake, it struck towards the landing point of the Qingluan, attempting to restrict its descent. Head-on, the violent ape roared as it charged forward, its enormous fists accompanied by a malicious wind, aiming for the Qingluan in the center of the arena. The last member's Moonstar Fox quietly retreated, the crescent moon symbol on its forehead faintly glowing, clearly preparing some kind of psychic skill. 6 people, 6 beasts, with clear division of labor and perfect coordination, long-range suppression, close combat assault, control interference, and psychic charging. It was clearly a simplified hunting formation. This was no impromptu plan, but the battle instinct honed over years of training by the elite team of 4th-year students. Even when facing just one opponent, they used the cautious tactics they would apply against a powerful magical beast. It's over. Too cruel. This freshman has overestimated himself. Many people in the audience already foresaw the outcome of the Qingluan being severely injured or even defeated. However, just as all the attacks were about to land, the dazed Qingluan suddenly regained clarity in its eyes, even flashing a hint of mockery. Then, the Qingluan's figure moved. It wasn't dodging, but disappearing. No, it didn't disappear, its speed had reached the ultimate limit. With the breath concentration talent enhancing it, the Qingluan's control over wind elements reached a microscopic level, and with the speed of wing flash, its short-distance burst movement was so fast it made one's head spin. The Qingluan's speed exceeded the visual capture ability of most people in the audience. All they saw was a flash of blue light, leaving only a faint afterimage where it had been. Boom! All the attacks, sonic waves, the eagle's strike, wind blades, fists, and vines missed, crashing violently into the spot where the Qingluan had been, creating a deafening roar and a chaotic energy storm. And the Qingluan's real body had already appeared like a ghost above the shadow bat that had just released the sonic wave and was about to take off to dodge. On its claws, the blue light gathered. Boom! One claw slammed down hard. The shadow bat didn't even have time to scream before being smashed into the arena's hard surface like a ragdoll, its shell shattered, and it fainted instantly, losing all combat ability. The first beast of the 6-member team was out. In the next moment, it was already in midair, wings spread, countless incredibly condensed wind blades with edges shimmering with jade blue light, pouring down like a storm, covering most of the arena. This was no longer the single wind blade used to toy with Wushou, it was a wide-area attack. The Thunder team members changed color in shock, hurriedly commanding their beasts to defend or dodge. The violent ape roared, crossing its arms to protect its head, the gale leopard jumped agilely, the golden beak eagle swiftly ascended, the thorn flower shrank back its vines, and the moonstar fox hid behind the violent ape, while Wushou's flame wolf spit fireballs in an attempt to intercept the wind blades. However, the Qingluan's wind blades, enhanced by the breath concentration talent and bronze-level energy, far exceeded the power of black iron skills. Boom boom boom. The wind blades landed, creating shallow craters, rocks flying everywhere. The shockwave made the arena hum loudly. Though the gale leopard was nimble, the range was too wide, and it was still grazed by several wind blades, its skin torn open, blood dripping. The violent ape relied on its tough hide to withstand the blows, but it was still forced to retreat repeatedly, its arms covered in blood marks. The golden beak eagle narrowly avoided most of the wind blades, but still had a few feathers sliced off. Several of the thorn flower's vines were severed. In just the first round of covering strikes, the Thunder team members were all injured, their formation thrown into chaos. The audience was silent. Everyone was stunned by the ferocity of the attack and the Qingluan's ghostly speed. This was no battle, this was clearly a crushing defeat. A massacre. This is really black iron top quality. This is clearly the power that only a bronze-level beast can have. Someone mumbled in a hoarse voice. This is insane. The power of these wind blades is definitely at bronze mid-tier. What kind of beast is this? The faces of the 6 people turned pale, and their hearts churned with shock. They finally understood why Wu Zhou had lost so terribly. This is not black iron at its best. This attack power is definitely at the bronze level. Chapter 36, is this a new life? We can't delay any longer, the boy with glasses shouted. Moonstar Fox, quickly, mind control. Full force. Hiding behind the violent ape, barely dodging the wind blades, Moonstar Fox's crescent-shaped mark in its eyes suddenly shone brightly, and an invisible mental wave quietly shot towards the Qingluan, who was about to launch its second round of attacks from the air. Never having encountered such a direct mental attack before, the Qingluan's body froze for a moment, its eyes filled with confusion once again, and it began to wobble and fall from the sky. Great opportunity. Focus fire, the Thunder Squad cheered in delight. The golden beak eagle immediately changed direction without hesitation, like an arrow leaving the bow, and with all its strength, it slammed into the falling Qingluan. The violent ape, ignoring the pain, roared and leapt up, its hands clasped into fists, like a heavy hammer, smashing down onto the Qingluan's back. The gale leopard and the flame wolf also released wind blades and fireballs with all their might, blocking the Qingluan's retreat. The thorns flower's vines once again shot out, wrapping around the Qingluan's legs. It was a sure kill situation. The Qingluan seemed on the verge of being crushed to pieces under the focused attacks. The crowd below gasped in shock. Jang Rui instinctively covered her mouth. However, boom! The golden beak eagle's beak slammed into the Qingluan's body, but the expected scene of blood and flesh flying apart didn't occur. Instead, it sounded like it had hit a layer of incredibly tough metal leather, producing a muffled sound and even sparking a few sparks. The Qingluan's body merely shook slightly, and not even a few feathers fell off. The terrifying defense of the spider silk bone was now becoming apparent. This was a mutated talent that could even defend against bronze-level attacks. What? The beast master of the golden beak eagle was stunned. At that moment, the violent ape's heavy hammer and the gale leopard's wind blades were already closing in on it. The falling Qingluan suddenly regained its composure after the eagle's strike. It gracefully spun in the air, avoiding the wind blades. Then, facing the violent ape below, who was jumping up, ready to smash down with a heavy fist, a flash of light appeared in its azure golden eyes. Its wings lightly flapped forward. It wasn't a regular wind blade, but a strange blue net made of 18 fine wind blades woven together. Spider web wind blade. The large net swooped down and enveloped the violent ape. The violent ape roared, trying to tear the net apart with its fists. But the net was incredibly flexible and instantly wrapped around it. Then, the 18 wind blades seemed to come to life, turning in unison, and all of them sliced into the violent ape's body. Puff 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 puff. Blood mist exploded. The violent ape's huge body was instantly shredded into a bloody mess, letting out a miserable howl before crashing to the ground, knocking itself out cold. The second beast, out of the game. No! The violent ape's master's eyes widened with rage. The mind control didn't work? How is that possible? The Moonstar Fox's master was also dumbfounded. Quick! Moonstar Fox, control it again, someone urgently shouted. But Moonstar Fox had just released a strong mental control, and now its mind was exhausted. It barely gathered another wave of mental energy, ready to target the Qingluan again. Too late! Qin Ce's cold voice rang out. The Qingluan quickly made a sharp turn in midair and did not attack the Moonstar Fox directly. Instead, it shot out another regular wind blade, this time targeting the gale leopard, which was trying to sneak up from the side. The gale leopard's master quickly ordered it to dodge. The wind blade skimmed past the gale leopard's back leg, leaving a bloodstain. To outsiders, it seemed like the shot had missed, not hitting the target. However, at that moment, a sudden change occurred. The wind blade, which had been flying off the edge of the arena, abruptly defied logic and made a sharp turn, tracing a strange arc as if pulled by invisible threads. Its speed surged, and it shot straight for the back of Moonstar Fox's head. Silk thread wind blade. The Qingluan had used a thread of its mental energy, connecting through the wind element, to carefully control the trajectory of the wind blade. Everything, impossible to defend against. Puff! Moonstar Fox was entirely focused on the Qingluan. He never expected the attack to come from behind. The wind blade hit the back of his head with a solid thud. He didn't make a sound. His legs went limp, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The third pet beast of the Thunder Squad was out. At this moment, the only pets still standing on the arena were the Thorns Flower, which was tangled in confusion, unsure whether to attack or defend, its vines shaking in fear, the Gale Leopard, frozen in place, stunned and unable to move, and the Golden Beak Eagle, which had failed its attack, unable to break through the Qingluan's defense, circling in confusion. The arena was dead silent. Everyone was frozen as if under a spell, staring blankly at the stage. The once perfectly synchronized team moves now seemed fragile, as though made of paper, in the face of absolute speed, attack power, and strange new skills. The terrifying cutting and controlling abilities of the newly added web windblade, and the mysterious twisting direction of the stringed windblade, completely shattered their understanding of wind-based skills. This was not a battle that should belong to the Black Iron level. This was clearly a preview of a battle at the Bronze level, no, even at a higher tier. The 6 members of the Thunder Squad were pale as paper, their lips trembling, watching their fallen or gravely wounded pets. They looked up at the Qingluan in the sky, as if a god had descended, and at the calm-faced Chinsu. An overwhelming sense of despair and helplessness drowned them. They had lost. They had lost terribly. Lost, willingly. The gap was too huge, too big to even entertain the thought of resistance. Finally, one of the boys from the Thunder Squad bitterly opened his mouth, his voice dry and hoarse, filled with exhaustion and acceptance. "We surrender! Surrender!" These 2 words hit the hearts of the spectators like a hammer. The entire arena fell into a strange silence again, only the faint hum of the arena's energy shield and the painful groans of the injured pet beasts could be heard. They had lost, 6 against 1, they lost. And they lost so thoroughly, so without suspense. From beginning to end, Chinsu hadn't even moved a step, just calmly standing at one corner of the arena, occasionally giving commands. That magnificent Qingluan, with overwhelming strength, had shattered their control, brute force, surprise attacks, and mental interference tactics, crushing 6 perfectly synchronized pet beasts. Is this really something a freshman who had contracted a pet beast just 2 months ago could achieve? Is this really the battle power of a black iron top-tier pet beast? After a brief silence, a huge uproar and exclamations erupted like a tidal wave. My god! They won! They really won! 1 against 6. A total crushing. This Qingluan is incredible. Defense, speed, attack, skills all top-notch. This definitely has potential above the gold level. Qin Ce. Amazing. This freshman, no, this junior is going to defy the heavens. Gasps, admiration, and unbelievable discussions filled the arena. All eyes were focused on the calm-faced young man in the center of the arena and the Qingluan beside him, proud and majestic. Those eyes that had once been filled with dissatisfaction over resource allocation had now been replaced by shock and admiration. Strength is the truth, wherever you are. Jang Rui stood among the crowd, her beautiful eyes sparkling, fixed on Qin Ce. The small grudge she had felt earlier from being rejected had long disappeared, replaced by intense curiosity and admiration, even with a hint of affection she herself hadn't noticed. Was this an achievement that a commoner could reach? A man like this, destined to become a legend. Chapter 37, Skills Take Effect. On the arena, however, Qin Ce didn't immediately pay attention to the reactions around him. Because at the moment when the Thunder Squad's captain called for surrender, the system's prompt sounded in his mind. Mission making a name complete. Victory prestige level being assessed. Assessment result, dominating the year. Ding. Defeating 6 opponents with overwhelming strength, completely stunning the crowd. In the new class and base, a preliminary invincible strong image was established. Surpassing the task of standing out in the new class. Task evaluation, perfect. Task reward granted, extraordinary skill, mirror image. A mysterious and profound stream of information surged into Qin Ce's mind, instantly mastered by him. Skill name, mirror image, extraordinary level. Skill type, wind-based attack/movement. Skill effect. 1. Release a giant wind blade. Base power is over 5 times that of an ordinary wind blade, enhanced by the breath control talent. During its flight, the wind blade can absorb surrounding wind elements and manifest a mirror image shadow that looks exactly like the caster, pet or beast master, depending on the user of the skill. 2. The mirror image shadow has physical interference and energy confusion effects, attracting enemy attacks or interfering with judgments. 3. The caster can swap positions with the mirror image shadow within the effective time of the skill, lasting for 15 seconds depending on current mental strength, by consuming mental strength. The spatial swap must occur while the mirror image exists and within a distance of 500 meters. Usage limitation, consumes a massive amount of mental strength. With Qingluan's current mental strength, it can only be used once in the short term. It must be mastered before it can be used stably. Remark, involves the preliminary application of elemental energy transformation, illusions, and spatial laws, with high potential. Extraordinary skill? Top-tier skill involving energy transformation and spatial laws? Qin Ce's heart surged with joy. This reward far exceeded expectations. Not only is it immensely powerful, but it also includes illusions, confusion, and teleportation. This is truly the ultimate trump card. Whether for a counterattack, a surprise assassination, or an escape, it has unimaginable uses. The only downside is the huge consumption, making it only usable as a trump card in the short term. Just as Qin Ce reveled in the joy of his new skill, Wei Ming stepped onto the platform. He took a deep breath, suppressing his shock, and announced loudly, Qin Ce wins. According to the rules, he receives the Thunder Squad badge and has the right to reorganize or form a new team. As for the original Thunder Squad members, Wei Ming looked at the 7 members of the Thunder Squad, including Wu Zhou, whose faces were ashen and eyes hollow, then glanced at the calm-faced Qin Ce, and spoke. Wu Zhou, as the initiator of the bet who lost, must leave the elite class. The remaining members, having lost their team badge, have lost the right to fixed resource allocation and points accumulation. As soon as these words were spoken, the 6 former Thunder Squad members trembled, their faces showing pain and reluctance, but more than anything, there was a sense of resigned despair. They lost, and they lost convincingly, with nothing more to say. However, at that moment, among the other students in the elite class, many frowned. It was like the rabbit grieves for the fox's death, or one feels pity for others of the same kind. Though Qin Ce's strength commanded respect, kicking an entire fixed team out of the elite class all at once seemed a bit too much. Furthermore, the bet was between Wu Zhou and Qin Ce, but it involved the entire team. Wasn't that a bit too harsh? Many wanted to plead for the Thunder Squad members, but didn't know what to say. Should they join their team? That was impossible. Or should Qin Ce accept them? They might have dared to argue a little before, but now, they hadn't forgotten the reason behind that 1-on-6 battle, and Qin Ce's tactics made them extremely wary. Just as everyone was at a loss, Teacher Wei spoke again. But the remaining 6 members are still part of my elite class, and they can't just wander around without any rank or division. So, I've decided to give them the status of a temporary team, keeping them in the elite class for now. Temporary team? Everyone was stunned. Yes. Teacher Wei's tone was calm. They will, with my permission, continue to participate in the monthly tasks and earn corresponding task points. Their senior year academic points will be sealed. Material allocation qualifications. Teacher Wei's voice stretched, and a glimmer of calculation flashed in his eyes. The monthly allocation quota is still 12. But, it will no longer be just the teams with a team plate that can receive it. Instead, a bottom-ranked elimination system will be implemented. At the end of each month's score calculation, the team ranked last, whether a permanent team or a temporary team, will lose all rights to fixed resource allocation for that month and the qualification to accumulate points. The 12 allocations will be given to the top 12 teams in order. If any team with a team plate ranks last for 2 consecutive months, the team plate will be given to a temporary team. After Teacher Wei finished speaking, the entire arena fell silent again, and everyone looked at him with astonished eyes. This is so ruthless. So brilliant. This bottom-ranked elimination system is truly a stroke of genius. It directly pits all the teams in the elite class against each other, making the competition between them intensify geometrically. From now on, everyone's focus will be on not finishing last, and the competition will become even more intense. Qin Ce narrowed his eyes and looked deeply at Wei Ming. This teacher is no simple person, his thoughts are so meticulous, and he knows how to guide things according to the situation, using force to fight force. He's nowhere near the harmless image he once gave off. He's practically a seasoned-old fox. Now, Qin Ce's pressure has increased as well. After all, his team consists of only one person. Boom! Whispers rose everywhere. Bottom-ranked elimination. Hiss, are they playing this big? We'll have to fight every month. Old Wei's move is impressive. The elite class students below the stage, hearing this new rule, were stunned for a moment, then immediately gasped, feeling the immense pressure. Among them, the only one unaffected was Wu Zhou. When this plan appeared, he knew that the situation was lost. His original plan to incite the students who lost their teams to stir up trouble in the school had completely failed. His face turned ashen, knowing he was done for. He cast a resentful glance at Qin Ce and then looked at his former teammates who now gave him cold, even accusing looks. He knew he no longer had a place here. He staggered to his feet, retrieved the heavily injured blood-crazed flame wolf, lowered his head, and awkwardly squeezed through the crowd to leave the arena. Whether he transferred to another school or went to a regular class, no one cared anymore. Teacher Wei concluded, "All right, this matter is settled. Qin Ce, from today on, you officially have the Thunder Team's team plate and enjoy the elite class's fixed resource allocation rights. Everyone else, disband." The crowd gradually dispersed, but the crushing battle where Qin Ce single-handedly defeated 6 people and Wei Ming's bottom-ranked elimination rule would undoubtedly become the hottest topic at the Fengling Mountain base for a long time to come. Qin Ce put away the metal plate handed to him by Wei Ming, representing the Thunder Team's team plate, feeling its heavy weight. This was not just a plate, it was a symbol of his hard-earned position and voice in this strong, competitive D4 base. He turned around, about to leave the arena, but saw Jang Rui walking toward him, her face wearing a bright and sincere smile, completely different from the previously scrutinizing and playful smile. "Qin Ce, Jr., no, now it should be Qin Ce, classmate." Jang Rui's beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration, not hiding her appreciation. "That battle just now really opened my eyes. Congratulations, you've truly established yourself in the elite class." "Thank you, Senior Jiang." Qin Ce replied politely, still calm, not losing composure despite her enthusiasm. The relationships between the teams in the elite class are actually quite subtle due to the special task regulations. "Here, I sincerely want to ally with you, Qin Ce, classmate," Jang Rui said, handing over a small, delicate metal card with her contact details on it. "Our cooperation will definitely be the best win-win." Qin Ce took the card and nodded. "Let me think about it." Jang Rui gave him a deep look before leaving gracefully. She knew that this young man had completely changed. He deserved to be treated by her, and even her family behind her, with a new, equal attitude. Qin Ce put the card away and looked towards the distant, vast, and undulating Fengling Mountains. The new journey had just begun. With the team badge in his hand, extraordinary skills, and the limitless potential of Qingluan, this Fengling Mountain base, and even the broader world, would surely bear his name, Qin Ce. At this moment, Teacher Wei finished handling some paperwork and walked over to him. Qin Ce had just arrived today, and there were a series of tasks that needed the class advisor to take care of. Chapter 38, The Benefits of Being Ranked First. The elite class's residence was more independent than Qin Ce had imagined. A 6-story gray building stood in the northeast corner of the Battle Academy, surrounded by training grounds, simulated combat rooms, and an area for pet training covered by a transparent energy shield. Class advisor Wei Ming was an efficient person. In no time, he helped Qin Ce complete the transfer procedures, assigned him a private dormitory for elite-class students, gave him standard equipment, a highly resilient combat suit and communication devices, and finally handed him an energy crystal meal card with special patterns engraved on it. The treatment in the elite class is different right from the food. Wei Ming glanced at the sky, noticing it was lunchtime, and called out to Qin Ce, "Come, let's eat and talk. There are some rules you need to understand quickly." The elite class cafeteria was located in an independent building deep within the academy. The environment was elegant, and the air was filled with a rich aroma of food, but it was not the usual smell of ordinary food. Instead, it was a unique fragrance that contained energy, making people feel invigorated and energized just by smelling it. There were few windows, and the dishes were not extravagant, but each one was clearly labeled. Today's special. High-quality black iron-armored bison steak, nourishes chi and blood, strengthens bones 30 credits/portion. Medium-quality black iron, blue water crocodile stew, nourishes spirit, relieves fatigue 25 credits/portion. Low-quality black iron, windwolf meat pie, increases agility, lasts 3 hours 15 credits/portion. Low-quality bronze, rock-armored earth dragon tendon, limited purchase, requires reservation, strengthens meridians 80 credits/portion. The blood meat of fierce beasts is specially processed to remove violent energy, retaining the essence. Long-term consumption can slowly strengthen the body and assist in soul power cultivation. Wei Ming was obviously familiar with the process. He ordered 2 high-quality black iron sets and additionally gave Qin Ce a low-quality bronze set. "You're in a rapid growth phase, so eat more. This meal is on me, as a welcome." Well, though the way of welcoming is a bit special. He remembered Qin Ce's solo victory in the team competition and smiled. The two found a corner to sit down. Qin Ce did not hold back. The iron-armored bison steak was thick and juicy, melting in his mouth. A warm current spread from his throat to his limbs. He clearly felt his physical exhaustion rapidly recovering, and even his mind became clearer. Wei Ming watched him devour the food and smiled. "Slow down, no one is competing with you." Halfway through the meal, Wei Ming put down his chopsticks and pointed at the dark purple Thunder Team badge on Qin Ce's wrist. "Use your spiritual power and immerse yourself to see. The true function of the team badge is not just a symbol of identity." Qin Ce followed his instructions, sending a thread of spiritual energy into the team badge. Buzz. It felt as though his consciousness passed through a layer of water film, and suddenly, everything became clear. Inside the team badge, it was not a physical space, but a set of three-dimensional interfaces made of light and shadow. Several clear modules floated in the center. Thunder Squad, ID, 03. Current total points, 1427. Points for this month's tasks, 0/300, basic requirement. Overall ranking, 7th place, out of 13 teams. On the left was the task hall, divided into daily tasks, star tasks, 1 to 3 stars, and accepted tasks. On the right was the resource exchange, showing next month's resource list, to be updated, and current available points, 1427. At the bottom, there is a contact section, which contains basic information about the other 11 teams, only visible to the team leader. Qin Ce suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with undeniable shock. This is not just a simple ID tag, but clearly a highly integrated miniature command and resource system. Wei Ming seemed to have anticipated his reaction, took a sip of juice, and said, "See it? This is the real value of the team tag. It connects to the Academy's central system and is the core tool for the elite class competition. Teacher, this. Eat first." Wei Ming tapped Qin Ce's plate with his fork. "Finish your soup, and I'll explain slowly." Qin Ce suppressed the turmoil in his heart, picked up the soup, and drank a large mouthful. The warm broth had a faint fishy sweetness, but once it entered his stomach, his spirits were indeed lifted. Wei Ming waited until he put the bowl down, then gently tapped his finger on the table, beginning to explain. "First, the top ranking at the very top, that's what all the teams are ultimately competing for." His tone became serious. "Qin Ce, you need to remember, this is the Windling Battle Academy's elite class. The best university in the city, the top class. Every year, the people who graduate from here represent the backbone of this city for the next 10 years. So, when you graduate, the team that ranks first in total points will receive the highest level of benefits the city can offer." Wei Ming paused, speaking slowly, word by word. "First, career choice. Any position below director in Windling City is yours for the taking. This includes the military, city hall, resource management, city defense, all the departments with real power. Second, top-tier social security quotas. 3 immediate family members can enjoy city-level medical insurance, pension subsidies, and priority education for their children. Simply put, your entire family would be elevated from the commoner class to the citizen class. Third, franchise rights. A monopoly on a strategic resource, which could be rare minerals or the right to hunt dangerous beasts in a specific area. This is something that can make a family wealthy. Fourth, inner-city property. Not the pigeonholes of the outer city, but actual homes with independent courtyards, security, and supporting resources. The moment you get the keys, you become a resident of the noble district. 5th, security level. On par with the city lord's family. This means that as long as you're within Windling City, your family will receive covert protection. And there are more hidden resources and connections. Wei Ming smiled as he looked at Qin Ce, whose eyes were slightly widened. Now you understand why all the city's powerful families fight to send their offspring here? Why Wu Zhou's loss of his team tag nearly ruined his bright future? Because here, if you achieve first place in the elite class graduation, it means your family's resource base will directly rise to a whole new level. Of course, these rewards are usually distributed among team members, each selecting what they need most, then negotiating internal compensation. But Wei Ming paused, looking at Qin Ce, suddenly smiling with a hint of teasing. Someone like you, with a team of one, theoretically, you could claim all the rewards. That would be like rising to the top in one step. All these rewards concentrated on one person would essentially create a new noble family in Windling City. But I'm just joking. He shook his head, a little emotional in his smile. This is too difficult, almost impossible. First place is never easy to obtain. Chapter 39, Qin Ce's Hope. Qin Ce expressed his doubt. Wei Ming sighed, his tone turning realistic. Jang Rui's team is supported by the city lord's mansion, with top-tier resources, intelligence, and connections. Lin Yuan's team has a military background, and Zhou Haoren's team represents a business alliance. You are strong, but your foundation is too shallow. He retracted his smile, becoming serious. Outside of first place, second to third place rewards are less, but still quite generous. Fourth to sixth place, it's another level. 7th to 10th place, it's even worse. And the 10 beyond. Wei Ming shook his head. Then it's not much different from an ordinary graduating class. No matter how hard you've worked before, once you fall out of the top 10, everything will be for nothing. You're currently ranked 7th, which seems okay, but this position is dangerous. The score gap behind you isn't big. You could drop out of the top 10 at any moment. Qin Ce didn't speak. His gaze fell on the overall ranking projection of the team board. Thunder Squad, 7th place. Counting upward, 6th place Storm Squad, with 1532 points, 5th place Mountain Squad, with 1688 points, 4th place Shadow Squad, with 1890 points, 3rd place Frostblade Squad, with 2103 points, 2nd place Crimson Flame Squad, with 2455 points. 1st place, Starshine Squad, with 3,917 points. Captain, Jang Rui. Jang Rui's cliff like lead. However, Qin Ce paid no attention to this. Instead, his eyes lingered for a long time on inner city property and security level. Mother and little sister. They were still living in the old house in Yai Town. The town's outer wall was only 5 meters high, enough to fend off scattered beasts, but what if a beast tide came? Qin Ce didn't dare to think too deeply. If they could move into the inner city. If they could get the same level of security as the city lord's family. It would mean that the illness caused by his mother's years of hard work might finally be cured, and his little sister could receive the best education. A bodyguard of the royal guard level would be enough to ensure their safety for the rest of their lives. Other wealth and power, he didn't care too much about, but these were the things he most wanted to secure for his family right now, their shield and foundation. Teacher, Qin Ce raised his head, his voice calm. After the 10th place, there are no rewards, right? Yes. Wei Ming nodded. The 11th and 12th places receive the same graduation treatment as the ordinary class. So, during the last 2 months of each year, the teams ranked lower fight especially hard. No one wants to drop out of the top 10. Qin Ce lightly tapped his fingers on the table. Thunder Squad is currently in 7th place. They are only 3 spots away from the bottom of the top 10. They are 6 places away from first, 2,490 points behind. I understand, Qin Ce said. His tone was calm, but Wei Ming could sense something different. It was a gaze that fixed its target at the far end of his view, then began calculating the distance. Qin Ce lowered his head and continued eating all the food on his plate. Each bite felt like gathering strength. When Qin Ce's mood had calmed down again, he remembered that he hadn't asked how to fight for first place. Teacher Wei. Qin Ce raised his head, his eyes clear and determined. How do we get this first place? How do we earn points? Do we submit beast materials like in the first year? He remembered the practical training from 3 months ago. At that time, he hunted beasts and exchanged their crystal cores and bodies for points at the camp, simple and direct. One person's points surpassed the entire class. Wei Ming shook his head. No. The elite class doesn't have the exchange concept, at least, you can't exchange ordinary beast bodies for points. He tapped the task hall icon. All points can only be earned through completing tasks. And tasks have strict rules and limitations. Qin Ce frowned slightly. Why? Because for the families of elite class students, collecting beast bodies is too easy. Wei Ming's tone was flat, but it carried the cruel reality. If we allowed exchanges, the ranking would directly become a competition of family wealth. What would be the point of that for an elite competition? The academy wants to select people who truly have ability, intelligence, and can complete tasks in a complex environment. Chinsu was silent for a moment, then nodded. I understand. So what are the task rules? Wei Ming drew a few circles on the table with his finger. The tasks are divided into 4 levels. First, daily tasks. These must be completed every day, usually basic requirements like bring back a complete black iron level beast body. Simple, but you must do it, or you'll lose points. Second, 1-star tasks. A batch is released every month, occasionally with additional temporary ones. Each task has only 6 spots for completion. Wei Ming raised one finger. The first 6 teams to finish will receive different point bonuses based on their rank. The first place earns 100 points, second place 90 points, and so on, down to 6th place with 50 points. But he changed the tone of his voice. If you accept a 1-star mission but finish 7th, not only will you get no points, but you'll lose 50 points, essentially the same as losing the points for 6th place. Qin Ce's pupils contracted. What if I don't finish? Even worse. Wei Ming's face remained expressionless. If you give up on a mission, you'll lose 100 points. Double the punishment. What about 2-star missions? They are released every quarter, and there are only 3 spots to complete them. First place gets 300 points, second place 250 points, and third place 200 points. Finishing 4th will deduct 200 points, and abandoning it will deduct 400 points. For 3-star missions, they're annual bounties, with only 1 spot to complete. The reward depends on the difficulty, typically between 800 and 1500 points, and usually includes extra supplies. Second place will have their points deducted by the same amount, and giving up will result in a double penalty. Qin Ce took a deep breath. He suddenly understood why the competition in the elite class was so intense. This wasn't just about doing more to get more, but a carefully calculated game of strategy. So, Wei Ming looked at him. As a team leader, you need to consider much more than just, can we complete the task? You also need to consider. He raised his fingers to count. First, task difficulty assessment. Can you do it? How long will it take? Second, analysis of the competition. Are other teams interested in this task? Which teams might take it? What is their strength? What are their usual tactics? Third, time window prediction. From accepting the mission to setting off, traveling, fighting, and returning, how long will the entire process take? When will the other teams likely finish? Fourth, intelligence disruption. Sometimes, you need to intentionally release false information to mislead competitors into accepting other tasks. Other times, you need to hide your true goal. Fifth, resource allocation. How many people are in your team? How many tasks can you push forward at the same time? What about the state of your pets, supplies, special items, logistics? All of these need to be calculated. All of this is not simple. Chapter 40, Advantages are also disadvantages. Wei Ming's tone became clearly serious and solemn. Choose the right task, and the right timing, and a middle-level team can use the point bonuses to break into the top 5. But choose wrong, like crashing into a strong team, or misjudging the difficulty of the task, then even if you fight to the death and complete it, you might still lose points because of your ranking and end up ruining the rhythm of the whole month. He pointed to the exchange list. Do you see these resources? Wind Spirit Fruit, Earth Essence, Mental Dew, these are things that can't even be bought on the market, and this exchange list is refreshed once a month. Some materials that might be crucial to you may only appear once this year. If you miss it, you'll never get it again. Not to mention that this is tied to the total point rankings and the final graduation rewards. So how you use your monthly points? Oh, on this point, you don't need to worry about your teammates, which is an advantage. But at the same time, this is what I'm saying, it's also your disadvantage. He stared directly into Qin Ce's eyes. You only have one person. Even if Qingluan is strong, it can only fight in one place at a time. Other teams, with 7 or 8 people, even a dozen, can split up. One team goes to scout, one goes to prepare items, one goes to hunt, even pushing forward 2 or 3 tasks at the same time. But you? You have to do everything yourself. Finding monsters, fighting, gathering, traveling, your efficiency is naturally slower than others. What's worse is that you started off by slapping the whole class in the face. Wei Ming lowered his voice. Although you drove Wuzhou away, he had been in the elite class for 3 years, and his connections are still there. Those 6 former Thunder team members, now reformed into Team 13, do you think they hold a grudge against you? Will other teams become wary or even hostile because of your dominance? Qin Ce didn't answer. He knew Wei Ming was speaking the truth. Most importantly, intelligence. Wei Ming tapped the table with his finger, in the elite class. Intelligence is sometimes more crucial than strength. Which task is highly competitive? Which area has high-value ferocious beasts? Which team is in poor condition? These pieces of information usually flow among squad leaders. And you. He paused. You might find it difficult to get first-hand intelligence. You might even be misled on purpose. So, what does the teacher mean? Qin Ce asked. Wei Ming hesitated for a moment before quietly saying, actually, the 6 people from Team 13 are also at a disadvantage from the start. They've lost their leader and team badge, and under the new elimination system, the pressure is enormous. If you can release some goodwill, perhaps, you can try to absorb them. Of course, this requires skill and time to adjust. But at least it can solve your manpower shortage. Integrating people from different backgrounds, or even those who once had conflicts, is also an extremely valuable ability. Qin Ce swallowed the food in his mouth, looked at Wei Ming, his tone calm but unquestionable. Teacher Wei, thank you for the advice. However, our paths are different, so we cannot work together. He thought of how the 6 of them had been silent when Wu Zhou provoked them, and how, after failing, they had unhesitatingly betrayed the mission information. Integrating people with different interests and philosophies is indeed a skill. But the premise is that these people must have a basic bottom line and loyalty. I can't trust them with my back. However, what Teacher Wei said was indeed the truth. Slow efficiency, little information, isolated. Qin Ce quietly repeated Wei Ming's words, but the corner of his mouth slightly curved upwards. He remembered that 3 months ago, when he started, everyone thought that he had contracted an unidentified beast, and there was no way he could succeed. He remembered how, during his first year, those sons of the powerful families casually took his seat. He remembered standing on the stage, facing 6 members of Thunder Squad, with all the spectators looking down on him. At a disadvantage? He was never afraid. Qin Ce's eyes sharpened. Since I chose to form a squad alone from the beginning, I should be prepared to face the problems that come with this situation. I was able to defeat an entire squad by myself before, so now, I can fight an entire class with my squad. If they choose to unite against me, fine. I also want to test how much these so-called elites can weigh, and see if my one-man squad can outbalance this so-called elite group. The smell of food in the cafeteria was still filling the air, but Qin Ce put down his chopsticks and once again infused his mental power into the team badge. If the key to competing in the senior squad is tasks, then I must first take a look at what tasks are in this badge. How difficult are they? Then, he saw the tasks accepted section. There were already tasks listed. In addition to the daily mandatory task of bring back the corpse of a black iron level ferocious beast, there were also 4 unfinished tasks on the list. 1-star task: clean the swamp rhinoceros crocodiles. Requirement: kill at least 10 black iron top grade swamp rhinoceros crocodiles and bring back complete crocodile hides. Progress, 0 out of 10. Reward, 50 base points, up to 50 points for ranking bonus. Remaining completion slots, 6. 1-star task: expel the golden claw shadow monkeys. Requirement: kill at least 50 black iron mid-grade golden claw shadow monkeys. Progress, 0/50. Reward, 50 base points, up to 50 points for ranking bonus. Remaining completion slots, 6. 1-star task: eradicate the desert scorpions. Requirement: kill at least 30 black iron top-grade desert scorpions and bring back their venom sacs. Progress, 0/30. Reward, 50 base points, up to 50 points for ranking bonus. Remaining completion slots, 6. 2-star task: track the underground rock lizards. Requirement: track and mark 3 underground rock lizard nests, bring back at least 5 bronze-level rock lizard corpses. Progress, 32%, 3 nests marked, but rock lizard corpses not yet acquired. Reward, 200 base points, up to 100 points for ranking bonus. Remaining completion slots, 3. Qin Ce furrowed his brow slightly. Where did these tasks come from? Could it be that by inheriting the Thunder Squad's team badge, he also inherited these unfinished tasks? A 1-star beast is already a terrifying monster of the black iron level, which isn't too difficult. The 2-star beasts of the bronze level, clearly solitary in nature, are within our ability range as well. According to the mission rules, all of these need to be completed within this month, and after calculating the time, Qin Ce figures there's no problem. With his own abilities, he won't end up in a position lower than 6th place, avoiding the risk of losing points. Especially that 2-star mission that's already 32% complete. This means the original Thunder team has invested a lot of time and resources. He's even less likely to fail now. However, what Qin Ce didn't know was that his challenge wasn't the mission itself. Soon after the disbandment, when Teacher Wei took him to collect supplies, Wu Zhou had already been secretly contacting various teams with eyes full of resentment. Chapter 41, The Released Mission List. Qin Ce snatched my team card and ruined my future. I can't let him off easy. I'll give the Thunder Team's mission intel for free to everyone, with only one condition: beat him to it and complete them first. Let him fail every single task and lose points. Let's see how he, a lone commander, can stand in the elite class. So, within the elite class teams, a message had spread quickly. The Thunder Team currently has 3 1-star missions and 1 2-star mission. They are Swamp Rhino Crocodile, Golden Claw Shadow Monkey, Desert Scorpion, and Burrow Rock Lizard. Afterwards, in the rest area at the northeast corner of the elite class training ground, several teams didn't disband to rest or go eat as usual, but instead gathered together in unspoken agreement. The news is confirmed. The speaker was the captain of the Gale Wind team, a lean, sharp-eyed young man. Wu Zhou said it himself: the Thunder Team, now just Qin Ce solo team, has taken those 3 1-star and 1 2-star missions. He paused and added, and the 6 original Thunder Team members also confirmed it: the intel is true. What about the Starshine team? What's Jang Rui's attitude? The captain of another team asked. Jang Rui's team didn't join the fray. Someone else interjected: their points are far ahead, they have their own pace. But other teams. The group fell silent for a moment. The Mountain team has already set off. Someone suddenly whispered, I just saw them leaving the base in a hurry, heading west toward the swamp area. The Shadow team also moved, they went to the southern jungle. The Fire Tiger team seems to have headed east to the desert. The names of each team were called out, and the tension in the air grew stronger. So, the captain of the Gale Wind team scanned the room. The current situation is, every team knows Qin Ce has 4 missions already taken. And the number of spots to complete the missions is limited. He held up 6 fingers. For the 1-star mission, there are 6 spots. For the 2-star mission, there are 3 spots. Everyone's focus is on these missions now. No one dares to not complete them first. The room fell silent, everyone knowing what this meant. They were all trapped. Whether they intended to make things difficult for Qin Ce or not, they all had to prioritize these missions. Because there are only 6 spots for the 1-star mission, and 3 for the 2-star mission. As soon as someone takes them, the spots decrease, and no one can be sure that the other teams won't also go for them, nor can anyone guarantee they'll finish within the top 6. If they finish after the 6th spot, it means the mission won't just earn no points, but will also deduct points, losing all previous progress. We have no choice but to go. The short-haired girl gritted her teeth. Wu Zhou is too malicious, he's dragging us all into this to get back at Qin Ce. Bastard. And these missions, many teams have already chosen them early. The tall boy added, plus, Wu Zhou hinted that as long as we make sure Qin Ce fails all 4 of his missions, his father's side will offer an additional thank you. This further intensifies the competition for these tasks. As soon as these words were spoken, the eyes of the captains of several teams flickered. Wu Zhou's father was a minister of a powerful department in the inner city. Although he had been kicked out of the elite class, the Wu family's influence still remained. This thank you was definitely not light. Everyone looked at each other, seeing helplessness in each other's eyes. This is why I hate the Wu Zhou faction. People who are always calculating can't control their own fate. Enough nonsense. The short-haired girl stood up. Let's head to the mission point now. The swamp rhinoceros crocodile is nearby, let's go there first. A scheme targeting Qin Ce thus began, pushed forward by the tacit understanding of everyone. And Qin Ce, the center of this scheme, was just finishing his dorm arrangement at that moment, following the head teacher to receive his combat uniform. Then, when the fierce wind team arrived in a rush, not even stopping to eat. What lay before them? Made Zhao Rui, the team leader standing on a slightly elevated mound at the edge of the swamp, turned pale with rage. He looked at the muddy water and the bustling several teams on the surface. 7 teams. He gritted his teeth, including us, 8. Looking around, the entire perimeter of Blackwater Swamp had already been occupied by various teams. Some rode water buffaloes adept at walking in swamps, some stood by the water summoning blue water crocodiles, and other teams sent small-bodied mud mice into the depths of the swamp. And in the depths of the swamp, battles had already erupted. Found it. 3 o'clock, 20 meters. A scout from a team shouted. No sooner had he finished speaking than 3 team members simultaneously struck. A red firefox shot out fireballs, an armored pangolin suddenly burrowed into the mud swamp, and another wielded a spear, with the spear tip wrapped in wind energy. The water surface exploded as a 4-meter-long, gray-black giant crocodile with bumpy, horn-like protrusions on its back leapt out, its gaping mouth attacking a beast master nearby. High-quality black iron swamp rhinoceros crocodile. Focus fire. The team leader shouted. Fireballs, wind blades, and earth spikes hit the rhinoceros crocodile simultaneously. But the crocodile's skin was tougher than it appeared, with most attacks leaving only shallow scars. Its thick tail swept out violently, and the mud splashed like cannonballs, forcing the 3 team members to retreat in a disorganized manner. This defense One of the team members gasped, "It'll take at least 3 coordinated attacks to break through." "No more talking, keep going." Others are still searching. The team leader urged, seeing that some teams had already started battling. On the other side, a short-haired girl gritted her teeth and directly jumped into the waist-deep muddy swamp. "Xiao Ling!" a teammate exclaimed. "My shockwave frog works better underwater." The girl shouted, placing her hands on the mud surface. A green frog, the size of a basin, puffed out its cheeks, making a low gurgling sound. Virun, the ripples spread across the muddy surface. A few seconds later, at less than 10 meters away from her, the water surface began to churn violently. 2 rhinoceros crocodiles were forced to the surface by the shockwave, charging toward her in fury. "Over there, 2 of them, block them!" the girl shouted as she quickly retreated. Her teammates simultaneously launched their attacks, wind blades and ice spikes weaving into a net to barely hold the 2 beasts back. Thus, all teams had started moving. 8 teams. It was clear that 2 teams would end up being deducted points. No one wanted to be the one who lost points. So, the whole swamp seemed to boil like hot water with rolling stones thrown in. The intensity of the battle far exceeded anyone's expectations. The rhinoceros crocodiles, which had originally been hiding in the depths of the swamp, were disturbed, provoked, and forced to emerge by all kinds of methods. The roars of beasts, skill explosions, and team members' shouts mixed into one chaotic sound. Chapter 42, The Cruelty of Competition. 4th 1. We're 4th. A team shouted excitedly as they dragged the recently slain rhinoceros crocodile's corpse to the shore, quickly skinning it. "Hurry, we need 6 more to complete the task." The team leader urged, "Don't worry about the quality of the skin, just kill them first." But the speed of hunting was getting faster. The greater the pressure of the competition, the more impatient everyone becomes. "The mountain team has completed 7, someone shouted. "Damn it, they have more people and better coordination." The captain of another team had sweat on his forehead. "We've only completed 3. Quick, go to the east, there was movement there just now." A team quickly moved out, but collided head-on with another team that was also rushing over. "Get out of the way." "We found it first," the former team shouted angrily. "Did you write your name on it?" The latter team didn't back down. The 2 teams glared at each other, but after a few seconds, neither made a move. Wasting time now was equivalent to wasting spots. Others would be happy if they fought each other. In the end, the later team quietly withdrew and began searching in another direction. However, the number of rhino crocodiles in the swamp was limited, and they were growing more cautious. As time passed, most of the rhino crocodiles retreated deep into the mire, no longer easily revealing themselves despite various vibrations, lures, or even the smell of blood. "Damn it, can't find any," the captain of a team gasped, his pet mud lizard already exhausted, lying on the shore. "What about the other teams?" a team member asked. "The Wild Wind team has 6, the Mountain team has 9, the Frostblade team has 6, and we have 4. The captain looked at the task progress on the team board with a grim expression. 2 teams have already finished, and there are 4 spots left. "No, only 3 now. The Mountain team has finished too." In the distance, Jang Rui watched as his team hauled the 7th rhino crocodile ashore, surpassing the Frostblade team. But before he could relax, his nerves tightened again. "Quick, process the crocodile skin, then immediately head to the other rhino crocodile site that Gu Yang found," he ordered. "We can't stay here any longer, it's too inefficient." The team members scrambled to peel, clean, and package the skins, the entire process taking only 5 minutes. But 2 other teams had already completed another one. 8th, 9th. The task progress on the board jumped like a death knell. When the Wild Wind team was harvesting 1 by 1, the task progress had already jumped to 9 out of 10. Only 1 spot was left on the task list. At this moment, the 3 teams still in the swamp nearly all had red eyes. "The last one. Quickly find it. East." There were bubbles just now. "No, the swamp on the west is moving." In the chaos, a shadow that had been lurking on the edge suddenly moved. Not far away, Jang Rui, the captain of the Wild Wind team, kept his eyes closed, seemingly sensing something, then suddenly opened them wide, 3 meters underwater, 2 o'clock direction, the injured one. 3 team members leapt into the swamp at the same time, their movements perfectly synchronized as if they had practiced countless times. A water arrow turtle shot a high-pressure water column to clear the mud, an electric eel released a current to paralyze the target, and the poisonous spear on the tail of an ice scorpion accurately pierced the rhino crocodile's eye. October 10th. The team board shook, and all the team captains still in the swamp received a prompt at the same time. 1-star task clearing the swamp rhino crocodiles, 6 teams have completed. The remaining teams will lose 50 points if they fail, if they give up, they will lose 100 points. We're the 6th to finish. At the edge of Black Water Swamp, Jang Rui, the captain of the Wild Wind team, looked at the prompt that popped up on the team board and shouted in excitement. But then, it was followed by a swift, clean command. Pack up, let's go. The 6 team members quickly packed up the last crocodile skin they had just peeled, then mounted their team's riding pets, a windwolf, a rock-armored camel, and Jang Rui's own Snow White chasing cloud horse. Next task point, the jungle area of the Golden Claw Shadow Monkey, full speed ahead. Slap. Suddenly, the once lively swamp fell silent. The sound of mud dripping, heavy breathing, and the distant calls of unknown insects filled the air. The last 2 teams who had not completed their task stood in the muddy water, looking at the rhino crocodiles they had just found but not yet killed, then at the prompt on the team board. Their faces turned from red to white, then finally to an iron gray. Damn! Someone angrily threw their weapon into the mud. They worked in vain. The captain of the rock team glanced at the team board, then at his muddy, out-of-breath team members, gritted his teeth and said, "Skin it, clean it up. Since we've killed it, we can't just kill it for nothing." "But Captain, we already failed." "Failing is still better than giving up and losing double points," the captain yelled. "Giving up will cost 100 points. Do you want to drop out of the top 10? The team members fell silent, quietly squatting down to start processing the crocodile corpse. Meanwhile, another team, Dragon Feather Team, faced an even more awkward situation. They had found a rhinoceros crocodile, already dealing massive damage to it, but hadn't made the final strike yet. "Captain, just a little more," shouted the damage-dealing team member. The Dragon Feather Team captain stared intensely at the glaring prompt on the team board, then glanced at the rock team in the distance, who were processing the rhinoceros crocodile hide, his mind racing with calculations. To finish the kill, at least 2 more minutes were needed. Skinning would take another 10 minutes. And after that, there were 2 more rhinoceros crocodiles to kill. That meant at least half an hour would be wasted. But in that half hour, other teams could have already completed several shadow monkeys in the jungle area. More importantly, if they rushed to the next task location now, they might still grab a spot in the top 6. Staying here would mean it's too late for anything. "Stop," the Dragon Feather Team captain suddenly shouted. "What?" The team member was stunned. "Forget this one, immediately head to the jungle area," the captain decisively ordered. "This place has no value anymore, let's go grab the next task." "But Captain, giving up will cost." "Who cares about the cost, we're not done for good." The Dragon Feather captain's eyes turned red. "Trust me, let's go." The team members looked at each other, then finally chose to obey. They retracted their attacks, quickly retreated, and rode their pet beasts toward the jungle at full speed. The captain of the rock team, still skinning the crocodile, was momentarily stunned by this scene, then suddenly realized. Right, there's the next task. He looked at the torn crocodile hide in his team member's hands, then at the other task progress on the team board, and suddenly felt that this hide was just so obstructive. "Captain?" A team member looked up in confusion. The captain opened his mouth, about to say something, but finally waved his hand in defeat. "Last one, keep skinning." He had missed the best decision-making moment. Now, if they went to the jungle, they probably wouldn't even get 7th place. This is when the competition in the elite class shows that sometimes victory or defeat isn't about strength, but about that moment's judgment. Chapter 43, The Race for the Top. In the cafeteria, Chinsu had just finished listening to Wei Ming explain the resource exchange module. He was about to ask for more details about the resources when a clear vibration suddenly came from the team board on his wrist. It wasn't a regular notification sound, but a warning vibration with a mental impact. Qin Ce paused, put down his water cup, and sank his mental energy into the team board. A line of crimson words jumped into his sight. "Notice, the 1-star task clearing the swamp rhinoceros crocodiles you took has been exceeded by 6 teams. According to the rules, your task status has been changed to failed. Points deducted, 50 points, basic task reward points. Current team total points, 1377. Immediately after, the points behind Thunder Team, Qin Ce, on the team board suddenly dropped by 150. In the team real-time points ranking, his rank slid down like a slide, instantly dropping from 7th place, bypassing 8th and 9th, directly falling to 10th place. 10th place, just 1 step away from falling out of the reward range, 11th place. Qin Ce stared at those words for 2 seconds, then slowly lifted his head. Wei Ming noticed his change and asked, "What's wrong?" Qin Ce showed the team board notification to Wei Ming. Wei Ming's face changed slightly. "So fast? This shouldn't be. The swamp rhinoceros crocodile isn't easy to deal with, and it's only been a little over 2 hours since we disbanded. 6 teams arrived at the swamp, found, and killed 10 high-defense, elusive black iron quality beasts. This speed is already beyond the usual task pace. And it's not just fast." Wei Ming's brow furrowed tighter and tighter. The swamp crocodile is skilled at hiding, and even if the top 3 teams put in their all, it would still take incredibly high cooperation and resource support to find and kill 10 in just over 2 hours. Let alone having 6 teams work together. Something's off. The 2 of them exchanged a glance, both seeing the same judgment in each other's eyes. At that moment, Qin Ce's team badge vibrated again. It wasn't a failure notification, but a private communication request. Sender, Jang Rui. There was no sound, just a simple line of text directly projected into Qin Ce's consciousness. The details of the 3 1-star tasks and 1 2-star task in your team badge have been leaked by the 6 members of the former Thunder team, including Wu Zhou, to all teams. Currently, every team has acquired the information and is caught in passive competition. Whoever doesn't complete the tasks first might lose points for lagging behind in the rankings. This is a blatant strategy, forcing everyone to stand against you. The information is free, consider it an early investment from me. At the end of the message, a tiny star-shaped badge icon appeared. It was Jang Rui's team insignia. Qin Ce remained silent for 2 seconds before replying with 2 words, "Thank you." A simple 2-word reply, accepting the favor. No matter what Jang Rui's intentions were, this information was valuable to him at that moment. The communication was cut off. He lifted his head and briefly summarized the information from Jang Rui to Wei Ming. Wei Ming's face darkened after hearing it. I see. Wu Zhou is unwilling to accept defeat. He wants to drag everyone down with him, pressing you completely down. By forcing every team to stand against you for their own scores, they have to complete your tasks first. This bold strategy is indeed ruthless. But it doesn't seem like something Wu Zhou could have come up with on his own. He must have someone powerful behind him advising him. Qin Ce nodded, about to speak when... Ding! A crisp, clear notification sound rang in his mind, one only he could hear. Suddenly, a line of semi-transparent golden text appeared before his eyes. System task released, the race for first. Task requirement, achieve first place in the elite class overall points before graduation and complete your studies as the strongest graduate, thwarting the schemes of the villains and making a name for yourself in Foneling City. Task reward, mythical level talent. Failure penalty, none. Qin Ce's pupils constricted slightly. Another system task? And it's a mythical level talent? But why did this task appear only when others manipulated the situation, instead of when he accessed his team badge? Qin Ce couldn't help but think of the previous series of tasks. When he was selecting beast eggs, he encountered the currently highest potential yet most overlooked Yunshui bird. The task appeared. Later, when he saved a child, a task appeared. After killing the wolf spider king and saving Wang Xian, another task appeared. After defeating Wu Zhou and seizing the team badge, the task appeared. And now, when someone is stirring trouble and changing the normal rules of behavior, the task directly points to the strongest graduate race. Especially after taking first place, there would already be huge benefits in changing social ranks. This made Qin Ce vaguely sense a pattern. These tasks seemed to happen when some fate lines were altered by him. Each time, it felt like he had snatched away opportunities that originally belonged to someone else from a certain predetermined trajectory. And the greater the change, the greater the reward. It's like usurping someone else's destiny and fortune? Before Qin Ce could think further, the team badge vibrated again. Notice, 1-star task collect Golden Claw Shadow Monkey Tails, 50 tails, has been completed by 2 teams. Current progress, February 6th? Qin Ce's gaze sharpened. He had just changed the notification on his team badge to reflect the task change. He hadn't expected that even the second task had been completed by someone. At the same time, Wei Ming, who had been keeping an eye on this matter, also saw the change from his teacher's privileges. He looked at Qin Ce, his eyes full of regret. This was my oversight. I didn't expect them to use such a nearly unscrupulous method, exploiting loopholes in the rules to hunt you down. This has already surpassed normal competition. This is malicious interference. Wei Ming pondered for a moment before decisively saying, I can intervene in this matter as your homeroom teacher. I'll apply to the academy for a freshman task protection, temporarily freezing or even cancelling all the unfinished tasks inherited from the original Thunder team in your team card. Then, you can pick up a new, unrevealed task and make up for this points gap. It may take some time, but at least it ensures a relatively fair starting point for you. This was undoubtedly a safe solution, one that would help Qin Ce get out of his current predicament. However, Qin Ce slowly shook his head. He raised his head, his gaze going beyond the cafeteria window, seemingly looking toward the various teams fiercely competing for tasks in the distance. A subtle, inexplicable smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and in his eyes, instead of anger or frustration from being encircled, there was excitement. Teacher Wei, thank you for your kindness. Qin Ce's voice was calm but carried an unmistakable determination. But there's no need. Fighting against heaven is endless joy, fighting against people is endless joy. He repeated the words from earlier, his eyes growing sharper. They want to suppress me with rules, wear me down with numbers, and calculate against me with intelligence. Then I'll fight them within these rules. Who will end up on top, no one can say. I really want to see, when they think they've already won, but find that the prey has become the hunter instead, what their expression will be. Wei Ming was stunned. He looked at the young man in front of him, whose eyes were bright and fearless, as if he saw a kind of long-lost sharpness and wildness. It was not recklessness, but a kind of absolute confidence in his own strength and a surge of battle intent when facing challenges. Are you sure? Wei Ming couldn't help but ask again. You're currently a single-person team, behind on intelligence, targeted for tasks, and with a low initial score. If this isn't handled well, you might really be squeezed out of the top 10, or even have your points reset to 0. I'm sure. Qin Ce nodded, then changed the subject. But before that, I have a few questions I need to ask you, teacher. They are about some details in task execution. Chapter 44, The Unspoken Rules. Master, add 3 more portions of ironclad barbarian beefsteak and 2 bowls of stew. Qin Ce stood up and walked to the food window, calmly requesting more food. The cook looked at him in surprise, but quickly started preparing the order. When he returned to his seat, Wei Ming was looking at him with a complex expression. Teacher, Qin Ce sat down again and, while waiting for the food, spoke. First question, how does the elite class define stealing kills? Is it allowed? What counts as stealing? Wei Ming fell silent for a moment. There's no explicit rule, he said slowly. But there's an unwritten first strike principle. Whoever attacks a beast first has priority to kill it. Other teams, when they see this, usually avoid it and go after another target. Unwritten? Qin Ce raised an eyebrow. Yes, unwritten, not protected by academy rules. Wei Ming nodded. This is just an agreement among everyone to avoid wasting time and energy on internal fighting, so it doesn't affect the overall task efficiency. After all, if every time a beast is encountered, everyone has to fight over who gets it, no one would complete their tasks. He paused before adding, but this kind of tacit understanding usually only lasts until 2 months before graduation. During the final sprint phase, for the sake of points and rankings, any principle can be broken. Qin Ce understood. The so-called first strike principle was just a temporary compromise when the conflict of interests wasn't yet significant. When the last piece of cake is left, no one cares about who made the first move. Second question, he continued. How does the team card system determine the ownership of a beast kill? Is it the last hit, or the total damage dealt? This time, Wei Ming answered decisively, the last hit. He looked at Qin Ce, his tone turning serious. The team card system only records the exact moment the beast dies. The final blow came from a member of which team? As for who dealt how much damage or who controlled for how long, the system doesn't recognize that. Qin Ce nodded and stopped speaking. The sound of ding came from the kitchen window, and 3 freshly cooked steaks and 2 steaming bowls of stew were brought over. Qin Ce picked up his chopsticks and began eating. His manners weren't rude, but his speed was incredibly fast, each bite like he was replenishing urgently needed energy. Wei Ming watched him and finally couldn't hold back from speaking. Qin Ce, I know what you're trying to do. You want to use the final blow rule to steal their monsters, right? Qin Ce didn't deny it. But have you thought about this? Wei Ming leaned forward and lowered his voice. You are alone. Every one of their teams has 7 or 8 people, even 10 or more. Do you think you can beat their coordinated firepower? Can you steal the final blow in the chaos? Even if you manage to steal 1 or 2, your task progress will be severely delayed. You're using your already limited time to gamble on an uncertain result. He paused and softened his tone. Listen to me, think about my previous suggestion. Those 6 former Thunderstrike team members, even though they were on the wrong side before, have been in the elite class for 3 years. They understand the rules, have experience, and some combat power. If you approach them now, make an offer, and pull them over. Teacher. Qin Ce suddenly interrupted him. He put down his chopsticks, raised his head, his eyes calm as a deep pool. Can you unite a group of people? Qin Ce asked. When the captain takes advantage and acts unethically, they silently follow. After the captain fails, they immediately turn on him, even trading the entire team's information as bargaining chips. Wei Ming froze. In our hometown, Qin Ce continued, his tone level, such people are called heartless, unfaithful, disloyal, and unfilial. Unifying people with different interests and thoughts is indeed a skill. He paused, but if the paths are different, there's no way to collaborate. Wei Ming opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but it turned into a deep sigh. He knew Qin Ce was right. The actions of those 6 members had crossed the line. This wasn't an issue of position, but of character. People like this could sell Wuzhou today, and Qin Ce tomorrow. Qin Ce said no more, lowering his head and finishing the rest of his food. 3 steaks, 2 bowls of soup, and the leftover bread, everything was gone. After wiping his mouth with a napkin, he stood up. Teacher, he walked to the door of the cafeteria and suddenly turned around, since the core of this system's design is competition, and they've chosen to use competition to target me. He paused for a moment, the corner of his mouth curling up into a faint yet sharp arc. Then let's compete. Fighting against the heavens, there's endless joy. Fighting against people, there's endless joy. Who will claim the deer's life, we still don't know. I'm curious to see, when they think victory is assured, and realize that the prey has turned into the hunter, what their expressions will be. Wei Ming froze. He looked at the young man in front of him, his eyes blazing with intensity, fearless, as if he saw something long lost, a sharpness and wildness that wasn't reckless, but a form of absolute confidence in his own strength and the passionate will to fight in the face of challenge. Qin Ce finished speaking, and with a wave of his right hand, the Qingluan tattoo on his chest lit up. The clear, melodious cry of the bird tore through the sky. A bird, glowing in green and blue, with shimmering tail feathers, spread its wings and landed in the open space outside the cafeteria. Qin Ce mounted it, and the Qingluan flapped its wings, sending a gust of wind that swept up the leaves and dust from the ground. Let's go! A soft command, and the Qingluan shot into the sky, turning into a green rainbow, racing toward the southeast forest zone. The wind howled in his ears, making Qin Ce's clothes flap in the air. He glanced down at the team badge on his wrist. 1-star mission: expel Golden Claw Shadow Monkey, progress 0/50. Remaining spots, 4, 2 teams have completed it. 1-star mission: clear out Sand Poison Scorpions, progress 0/30. Remaining spots, 6. The 2-star task, tracking the Burrow Rock Lizard, progress 37%. Remaining slots, 3. Task progress is behind. But in Qin Ce's eyes, there was no impatience, only a kind of almost cold focus. In the cafeteria, Wei Ming sat alone by the window, gazing at the fading green rainbow, not moving for a long time. The tableware on the table hadn't been cleared, and the residual warmth of the food still lingered. He slowly picked up the fruit juice that had gone cold and took a sip. Fighting against heaven, endless joy? Heh, interesting. He softly repeated these words, suddenly laughing to himself. As he laughed, his smile slowly faded again. Kid, don't screw this up. Chapter 45, the tease begins. The Qingluan's flying speed was even faster than Qin Ce had expected. In less than 15 minutes, the terrain below rapidly changed, from the plains and hills at the city outskirts to the continuous forest. Soon, a dense, towering forest with intertwining vines appeared in his field of view. This was the habitat of the Golden Claw Shadow Monkeys. Qin Ce did not recklessly lower his altitude and dive into the forest. He had the Qingluan circle above the forest, high up, looking down on the entire area. 9-star insight, activate. In his eyes, it was as if a faint star-like glow flickered, and the world in his vision immediately became transparent and three-dimensional. In an instant, the forest below became transparent in Qin Ce's perception. The chaotic branches, twisted vines, and dappled light were stripped away layer by layer, leaving behind fainter strong, lifelike breaths, clear and shining like lights in the dark, reflected in his mental vision. Those Golden Claw Shadow Monkeys, hiding in the shadows of the treetops, with fur that blended almost perfectly with the environment, were now fully visible in Qin Ce's eyes. Their positions, approximate strength, and even small movements were all clearly captured. As expected, cunning, hiding so deep. Qin Ce thought to himself. Without the insight talent, finding 50 shadow monkeys in this vast forest, who were skilled at hiding, would indeed require a lot of time and manpower for a thorough search. No wonder those two teams, who had the same task at the same time as the first team, finished so late. It must have been due to the difficulty of detection. At the same time, he also saw 5 energy gathering points scattered throughout the forest. These were 5 teams searching for the shadow monkeys. They were either in groups of 7 or 8, or in teams of 9 or 10, carefully exploring, occasionally startling 1 or 2 shadow monkeys, leading to brief but intense battles. Qin Ce's gaze locked on one of the teams nearby, on a shadow monkey hiding on a very high tree branch, baring its teeth at the team below. I'll start with you. His mind shifted slightly, and the Qingluan immediately understood. With a swift contraction of its wings, it shot like a blue arrow toward that direction, suddenly slowing to a hover when it reached treetop height. Qin Ce extended his fingers like a sword, his spiritual energy circulating, connecting with the wind elements. Green light gathered at his fingertips, condensing but not yet released. Below, one of the team members was complaining, "Damn, we've flown around 3 times and haven't found a single one." A short-haired guy cursed under his breath, "This thing's slipperier than a loach." "Don't rush, keep looking carefully." The team leader, a girl with glasses, was holding a palm-sized glow butterfly in her hands. Its wings emitted faint light, but it didn't seem to help much. The shadow monkey's vision and smell are very sharp. If we make too much noise, they've probably already run off. What now? We can't just wait here, right? 2 teams have already finished, and if we don't hurry up. Before the team member could finish speaking. Swoosh. A sharp whistling sound came from above, heading straight down. The team was startled and instinctively looked up, only to see a precisely aimed wind blade, with sharp edges tinged with blue light, flying at a tricky angle directly into a dense treetop above their side. Crack! The sound of branches breaking was followed by a high-pitched, piercing monkey scream. Eek! Suddenly, a gray-brown figure clumsily sprang out from the leaves, with a deep, bone-exposing wound on its shoulder, golden blood dripping from it. This was an adult black iron-grade golden-clawed shadow monkey. The shadow monkey seemed caught off guard by the attack from above. In immense pain and fear, it became ferocious, its golden claws gleaming with a cold light as it directly lunged at the small team below, which had just been searching for it. Clearly, it had shifted its anger to the nearest target. Damn it! The team captain was both startled and angry. Startled that the shadow monkey had been hiding right above them without being noticed, angry at the sudden attack and the monkey's counterstrike. Defend! Counterattack! The team members reacted quickly, hastily commanding their beasts to fight. The previously peaceful corner was instantly thrown into chaos. Meanwhile, high above, Qin Ce, having struck and exposed the shadow monkey, did not continue attacking. Instead, he gently raised the Qingluan's altitude, coldly watching the team below as they clashed with the injured, enraged monkey. The shadow monkey, already wounded, soon could not hold up under the concentrated fire from the team, but it was extremely cunning. Taking advantage of the cover from the trees, after withstanding several attacks, it managed to break free from the encirclement and, still injured, darted deeper into the forest, disappearing once again. Bastard! It got away. The team captain stomped his feet in frustration. They had fought for nothing, exhausting their soul power and their beast stamina, but gained nothing in return. What was even more frustrating was that they still hadn't figured out who had launched the wind blade from above, only knowing it had come from the sky. At that moment, one of the team members finally pointed up and shouted, "Look! It's Qin Ce! He's here!" The members of the 5 teams now all noticed the cyan figure circling above the forest, with a young boy riding on its back. They all stopped their movements, looking up, their expressions varied, but most carried surprise, caution, and a hint of schadenfreude. Why is he here? By himself? What's the point of him coming? TCH, he probably saw that the mission was about to be completed and rushed over to see if he could pick up some leftovers? Pick up leftovers? Just him? Ha, we've been struggling with 8 of us here, and he thinks he can do something by himself? He'll be eating dust behind us. Exactly. Can he really search and kill faster than all of us? Up until now, they hadn't connected the wind blade with Qin Ce. Because their arrogance made them believe Qin Ce couldn't possibly be more capable than they were. Mocking whispers started to spread between the teams. Though Qin Ce's dominance on the arena and his seizing of the team had made others wary, in this wilderness mission that required efficiency and cooperation, almost no one believed in his potential as a lone ranger. Some even thought that his appearance at this moment was more like a desperate, futile struggle. Ignoring the discussions and gazes from below, Qin Ce acted as though he hadn't heard a thing. He continued to ride the Qingluan, leisurely gliding above the forest, his eyes like lightning, scanning the area below. Soon, he locked onto his second target, hidden in the shadow of a bush not far from the side rear of another team. The Qingluan glided past. Whoosh! Another precise wind blade shot out. Squeak! A painful cry echoed as another hidden shadow monkey was struck in the hind leg and fled in panic, just running right into the guard range of the nearby team, causing a chaotic commotion once again. Qin Ce repeated his method. A third time, he hovered, sending a wind blade toward a hollow in a dead tree. A fourth time, he shot it at a seemingly ordinary bush. A fifth time, he aimed it at the moss-covered rock beside a stream. Chapter 46, Bait. Qin Ce was like a graceful and cold hunter, riding the Qingluan, tracing irregular paths in the sky above the forest. Each brief stop was followed by a precise, ruthless windblade, drawing out one hidden shadow monkey after another from their hiding spots. Disturbing, injuring, and then, letting them escape or driving them into the area of a nearby team. His actions quickly caught the attention of all 5 teams. An absurd feeling of frustration spread through the jungle. What is he doing? Is he messing with us? Someone couldn't help but say. It looks like he's helping us find the monkeys? Bullshit. Look at where he attacks every time. It's always near us. Clearly, he's deliberately disturbing them, driving the monkeys towards us, or exposing our position. Damn it, this guy is so sneaky. No, a team leader stared at the sky, his gaze serious. He's telling us he can find the shadow monkeys faster than all of us combined. These words made everyone silent. It was like a slap in the face to their earlier mocking. Everyone quickly realized Qin Ce was not blindly attacking, but was consciously using his aerial vision and some kind of detection ability they couldn't understand, to disrupt the shadow monkeys hiding and redirect the focus of the fight to each team. This action, which seemed to be helping expose targets, was actually full of provocation and interference. The teams were furious at Qin Ce's interference, but they had to admit his efficiency in finding the shadow monkeys was shockingly high. He really had a way to easily find the shadow monkeys. If he wanted to, he could have easily killed 50 by himself and completed the mission. But he didn't. He just forced the shadow monkeys out, scared them away, and then continued to find the next one. It was like he was deliberately showing off. Damn, so arrogant. The short-haired guy was stirred up, spat, "If you're so great, come down and fight us. What are you showing off up there?" As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Ce suddenly looked down and glanced at him. The look was very calm, without much emotion, but it made the short-haired guy feel a chill down his spine. The next second, Qingluan's wings flapped, and it flew deeper into the jungle. Qin Ce no longer paid attention to these teams, his gaze shifted toward the denser life points deeper in the forest. Through the 9-star Insight's vision, at least 100 shadow monkeys were active in the farther regions, with a few stronger auras. These should be the small leaders of the shadow monkey group, black iron grade, even close to bronze. A faint smile appeared on Qin Ce's lips. "You all think a single person is inefficient at clearing monsters? That's because you don't understand what efficiency means." Qingluan drew a long arc through the sky above the jungle, and Qin Ce's eyes locked on the deeper regions. "Qingluan, lower your altitude, fly close to the treetops." With a command, Qingluan slightly retracted its wings and dove down like an arrow, skimming just above the highest branches. Swish! 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 3 wind blades shot out in a triangular formation, precisely hitting 3 shadow monkeys lurking in the middle branches of the iron fir. This time, Qin Ce let Qingluan release the attack, deliberately controlling the power, shallower wounds, but more painful, enough to anger them without being fatal. Screech! The sharp scream echoed through the quiet jungle, piercing to the ears. The 3 injured shadow monkeys jumped up in fury, their claws glinting with metallic coldness under the moonlight, and pounced toward Qingluan. But how could they catch up to the aerial predator's speed? Qingluan simply performed a light flip and shook them off by dozens of meters. However, this was just the beginning. The cries of the injured shadow monkeys served as a signal, and the monkey group around the iron fir was alarmed. The branches and leaves shook violently, and figures with gray-brown fur leapt out from their hiding spots, furious screeches filling the air. 5, 10, 20. Qin Ce did not stop. He steered Qingluan around the iron fir, with wind blades falling like raindrops, each strike accurately hitting a shadow monkey's non-lethal spot: tail, hind leg, shoulder. Not fatal, but enough to hurt, enough to humiliate. The anger of the monkey group was completely ignited. Screech, screech, screech. A shadow monkey, significantly larger, with a patch of white fur on its chest, leapt out from the top of the treetops. It howled to the sky, its voice carrying the oppressive aura of a low-grade bronze beast. This was the small leader of the monkey group. With its command, dozens of monkeys began to chase the Qingluan in the sky, their furious screams echoing through the night sky. The noisy commotion once again caught the attention of others. Below, Captain Zhao Rui of the Fierce Wind Team was the first to notice the anomaly. "What sound is that?" He perked up his ears. At first, it was just a faint scream, but soon, the sound grew louder, closer, and more intense, accompanied by the crashing sound of branches being trampled and broken. "Something's wrong." The female team leader with glasses changed her expression. "It sounds like a herd of beasts moving?" "A herd?" "Shadow monkeys are solitary or in small groups." Zhao Rui's words abruptly stopped. Because he saw it. About 200 meters ahead, a blue shadow gracefully swept across the treetops. Behind that blue shadow, a dense mass of gray-brown figures surged forward like a tidal wave. As they passed, the branches and leaves trembled wildly, and the howls of monkeys shook the heavens. "Damn!" The boy with the crew cut gaped. Other teams also gradually noticed this terrifying scene. "That's Qin Ce? What is he doing? Leading a group of shadow monkeys? Look at the numbers, at least 80 or more. Is he crazy? One person leads so many black iron-level beasts, and a bronze-level leader?" Shocked, confused, and even with a hint of fear, their gazes all turned towards the figure in the sky. Qin Ce seemed completely unaware of the attention below. He still maintained that steady pace, drawing large circles in the air above the jungle. The monkey horde behind him relentlessly pursued, their furious screams making the entire jungle tremble. But his flight path, though purposeful, seemed to intentionally fly back and forth near several small teams. What is he trying to do? The captain of the mountain team, the burly man with a large axe, gripped his weapon tightly. No one answered. But everyone subconsciously began to gather together. The originally scattered teams all moved towards the direction of the sound. Some out of curiosity, some to see how Qin Ce would handle it, and some sensed an opportunity. He's gathering monsters?" A team member cried out in disbelief. "Is he crazy? Gathering so many monsters by himself? Is he looking for death?" "No, look at his position and flight path." Another observant team leader's pupils contracted sharply. Qin Ce, riding the Qingluan, did not charge directly into the monkey horde to clash head-on, but instead maintained a delicate distance and speed, flying in complex arcs above the jungle. The massive horde of monkeys behind him, as if pulled by invisible strings, chased, climbed, and tried to surround him, but always just barely missed. They couldn't close the net, instead being led by him, gradually moving through the jungle. Chinsu was like the most skilled kite master, using himself as bait, with the Qingluan's exceptional speed and maneuverability as the line, creating a death kite made up of nearly 100 ferocious shadow monkeys. And during this movement, the kite inevitably passed through or got close to the areas where other teams were located. Chapter 47, Who Stole Whose Monsters? The members of the 5 small teams stared, dumbfounded, at the terrifying monkey horde that roared past, screeching and howling, with shadowy monkeys swirling around, and the calm, guiding blue figure ahead of them. Shock, absurdity, and disbelief, a mix of emotions flooded them. They finally understood Qin Ce's intent. He wasn't here to scavenge, nor was he here just to cause trouble. He was here to complete the task efficiently in a way no one had ever imagined. One person, leading a whole group of monsters, and it was nearly double the number required for the task. As long as he could eliminate this horde, the target of 50 shadow monkeys would be exceeded in an instant. This efficiency was far beyond their individual teams' capabilities. It was even higher than the combined efficiency of 2 or 3 teams clearing them. Gulch. Someone unconsciously swallowed. How is this even possible? Someone muttered to themselves. Yet, the magical scene in front of them. The scene is unfolding for real. Chinsu, a new student who just entered the elite class, regarded as an outlier and a loner, is using a near-mad ingenious way to show all the veterans what it means to have absolute power and control. The monkey group howls, and the green shadows dance. A solo show, a crushing efficiency that shatters everyone's understanding, has already begun. And the best part is still to come. The massive shadow monkey group, under Qinsu's guidance, surged forward like a violent gray-brown river, rushing through the green jungle canopy. Where it passed, branches and leaves swayed wildly, and the monkeys' cries shook the sky. The members of the 5 small teams kept their eyes locked on that blue figure and the terrifying monkey group behind it. The shock in their hearts gradually turned into a stronger emotion: greed. Captain. One team member said with glazed eyes, his throat bobbing, that monkey group. There must be more than 50 of them. If we take them down, the task will be instantly completed. Not just completed. That would be an overachievement. And there will be bonus points added. Another team member breathed heavily. The captain's eyes also reddened. The mockery of Qin Ce's low efficiency from earlier was still fresh in their ears, but now, it felt like silent slaps to their faces. Qin Ce was using facts to show them that, in the face of absolute power and skill, numerical advantages were not insurmountable. More importantly, the monkey group in front of them, gathered by Qin Ce and now disorganized because of the chase, focused on Qin Ce. This group was like a delicious dish emitting an irresistible fragrance, right in front of these hungry men. Qin Ce could gather the monsters, but could he clear these over 100 shadow monkeys by himself? Impossible. He would need time, and he would need to maneuver. So, in the process. Once that thought rose, it could not be suppressed any longer. Captain, one member from the fierce wind team swallowed nervously. Should we get a little closer and take a look? Jang Rui stared at the blue shadow in the sky, then glanced at the surging monkey tide behind. His eyes flickered. Everyone, move towards Qin Ce's flight direction. He gritted his teeth and ordered, maintain distance, stay alert. If he can't hold on, or if the monkey group scatters, we. He didn't finish, but everyone understood. Pick up the scraps. By the time the other teams reacted, the 5 teams had already tacitly formed a loose half-circle, trailing far behind the monkey group. They remained cautious of each other, but for the moment, united by the same goal. In the air, Qin Ce glanced down at the gradually converging light spots below, a barely perceptible smile curved on his lips. It's a hit. He suddenly made a sharp turn, the blue phoenix almost grazing the treetops as it cut a sharp angle, and the monkey group behind it turned as well, their angry screams growing more intense. The direction of the turn was right towards the few small teams behind. They're coming, someone cried out. The monkey tide, like a black flood, surged forward with anger and madness, sweeping toward the small teams behind. Prepare for battle. No one knew who shouted, but the formations of the teams instantly spread out. The fierce wind team's Firefox unleashed a fiery wall, trying to block the frontal assault. The mountain team's rock-armored earth dragon roared, slamming the ground and raising waves of soil. The shadow team's members merged into the shadows, their daggers gleaming coldly. The frostblade team summoned ice wolves, their cold aura spreading. The skills lights intermingled and collided in the night sky, blending with the sharp screeches of the shadow monkeys. The first wave of contact, flesh and blood flew. 3 shadow monkeys at the forefront crashed into the firewall, falling with a terrible scream. 2 others trying to sneak attack from the sides were pierced by rock spikes. One low-tier bronze shadow monkey leader took the ice spikes head-on and slashed open a team member's shoulder with its claws. Support! Don't panic! Healers! Hurry! Control that bronze one! Chaos, but in the chaos, there was order. After all, teams that could enter the elite class. They all had solid practical experience. After the initial panic, each squad quickly found their rhythm, frontline tanks holding strong, long-range output, healing support, and crowd control. Chinsu hovered about 30 meters above the battlefield, watching quietly. The wings of Qingluan glowed with a cyan halo under the moonlight. He sat on the bird's back, like a king overseeing the battlefield. The battle below grew fiercer. The numerical advantage of the shadow monkeys was gradually offset by the cooperation between the squads. One by one, shadow monkeys fell, heavily wounded, and blood stained the ground and leaves. "We did it!" The squad member who first made the kill shouted excitedly, and the captain in charge of recording immediately checked the squad card, kill count 1. Then, on each squad's card, the task progress quickly updated. Current kills, 7 out of 50. Current kills, 8 out of 50. Current kills, 2 out of 50. Seeing this, all the squads were energized, their attacks growing even more frantic. For a moment, they forgot about Qin Ce's presence, their eyes only on the shadow monkeys that represented points in task progress. In the sky above, Qin Ce felt the chaos caused by the monkey group being attacked behind him, and the cold smile on his lips finally became clear. Finally, when his squad reduced a shadow monkey to its last breath, and the team member's pet leaped high, its claws about to strike. Whoosh! A wind blade, refined to the extreme, fast as if only a green shadow remained, shot down from a tricky angle in the sky. Just before the claws could strike, it precisely pierced the shadow monkey's brow. Put! Brain matter exploded. On Qin Ce's squad card. Current kills, 1 out of 50. Below, the smiles on the two squad members' faces froze, the cheer they were about to shout caught in their throats. They stared blankly at the shadow monkey, its body and head separated, and then looked up, dazed, at the figure floating calmly in the sky. He stole our kill," one squad member murmured in disbelief. Chapter 48, The Battle for the Final Kill. Almost at the same time, in another part of the jungle, another squad, in perfect coordination, had reduced a shadow monkey of black iron peak to near death. The team member in charge of the final blow had already commanded their pet to pounce. Whoosh! Another wind blade. Put! The same precise throat strike. Killed the black iron peak golden claw shadow monkey, task progress 1. Bastard! The squad leader of this team exploded in anger, suddenly looking up, glaring at Qin Ce. "Qin Ce! What are you doing?" Qin Ce stood on Qingluan's back, his clothes fluttering, completely ignoring the angry shout from below. His gaze swept the entire battlefield calmly, his 9-star insight running at full power, like a commander in control of the situation, precisely capturing the state and position of every shadow monkey near death. Whoosh! 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 The sound of wind blades cutting through the air began to echo rhythmically. With each sound, it meant that a squad below was about to claim their victory, only to have it mercilessly taken by a streak of green light falling from the sky. Mine! Damn it! He stole it again. Intercept his wind blades. Use skills to stop them. Can't intercept. Too fast. The angle's too tricky. Below, there were gasps, curses, and frantic shouts all around. 5 squads, nearly 40 people, were being relentlessly toyed with by Qin Ce, as he snatched the final kills in a way that seemed almost like play. They fought desperately, bringing the shadow monkeys to their last breath, draining their soul power and their pet stamina, risking injuries from counterattacks by the shadow monkeys. But in the end, they could only watch helplessly as Qin Ce nonchalantly took the final blow, effortlessly adding the points and task progress to his own score. Qin Ce's task completion rate began to soar at a jaw-dropping speed. 10%, 20%, 30%. Meanwhile, the task progress for the squads below grew incredibly slowly, even stagnating frequently because of Qin Ce's interceptions. The squad leader whose monster was the first to be stolen was shaking with rage. He pointed at Qin Ce in the sky and shouted, "Qin Ce! You shameless bastard! How dare you steal other people's achievements? Is there no decency left?" A roar of fury erupted, as if it ignited a barrel of explosives. Other teams, who had also been frustrated by their monsters being stolen, immediately stopped their attacks, glaring at Qin Ce with angry eyes and harshly accusing him. Despicable coward! Taking advantage of others' weakness. Come down and fight like a man. What kind of skill is stealing monsters? Breaking the unspoken rules, you will be ostracized by all elite teams. Give us back our points. The condemnation voices rose one after another. Faced with the angry accusations from below, Qin Ce finally reacted. He urged Qingluan to slightly lower his height, ensuring his voice could clearly reach everyone's ears. His voice was not loud, but it carried a cold, penetrating force that instantly silenced all the insults. Rules? A sneer curled at the corner of his mouth, filled with unhidden mockery. Just now, when I was gathering the monsters, before I had given up my first-hand right to attack these shadow monkeys, who was it that struck first, stealing my kill? Did I ever say that I gave up hunting these shadow monkeys? I led them here to make them queue up, so it would be easier for you to harvest them? 3 rhetorical questions, like heavy blows, slammed into the hearts of the crowd below. The scene fell silent. The movements of the teams slowed for a beat. That's right, these shadow monkeys were brought by Chinsu. According to the default first-hand principle, Chinsu had the right to kill them first. Their actions just now, strictly speaking, were stealing monsters. But no one admitted it. Who saw it? Zhao Rui sneered, the shadow monkeys came on their own, we were just defending ourselves. Right. Defending ourselves. Do you have any proof? The teams pretended to be deaf and dumb, once again focusing on killing monsters. But this time, the teams were more cautious. Not only did they have to watch out for other teams stealing monsters, but they also had to guard against the hunter above, who might strike at any moment. A cold curve formed on the corner of Qin Ce's mouth. Since you don't follow the rules, he said slowly, then don't blame me for being unreasonable. With his words, Qingluan flapped its wings, drawing a graceful arc in the air. Below, a team was about to finish off a shadow monkey. Surrounded by 3 beasts, its health was almost depleted, and one team member raised his spear, its tip gleaming coldly. Whoosh! The wind blade reappeared. Accurate, ruthless, and the timing was perfect. Before the spear could fall, the wind blade pierced the shadow monkey's throat. Current kills, 29 out of 50. You! The team member trembled with rage. But Qin Ce had already turned to the next target. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 wind blades shot out almost simultaneously, stealing the remaining health of 2 other teams' shadow monkeys. 30 50ths. 31 of 50. At this moment, everyone realized. Before, Qin Ce wasn't pulling monsters or attracting aggro. He was calculating their greed. Now, he hung silently in the air, like an elegant king, waiting for the contributions below. And these self-proclaimed elite teams, were desperately fighting, outputting, controlling, and healing, bringing all the shadow monkeys to near death. Then, Qin Ce struck. A light blow, and he took the kill. The task progress was all his. We are all working for him? A team member muttered, his face pale. And it's the kind of work without pay, another person bitterly added. Qin Ce. Zhao Rui could no longer hold back and let out an enraged roar, his head thrown back in fury. But Qin Ce didn't even look at him. Qingluan slightly tilted its body, avoiding an angry rocket shot, its wings fluttering lightly as it flew to the other side of the battlefield. There, several more shadow monkeys were nearly dead. Qin Ce. Do you have no shame? The short-haired guy from the Fierce Wind team was the first to curse loudly. Are you addicted to stealing monsters? Exactly. We've been working hard for so long, and you just casually take the kills. What kind of skill is that? If you have the guts, come down and fight face to face. Hiding above and shooting from a distance, coward. Angry accusations surged like a tidal wave. 5 teams, nearly 40 people, all united in their resentment, at least verbally. Qin Ce hovered in midair, Qingluan's wings gently fluttering in the night wind. He ignored the curses from below. A glance swept across the battlefield, and the 9-star insight quietly activated. Another shadow monkey was being besieged by the mountain squad, its health dropping to a third. Whoosh! A wind blade cut through the air. Current kills, 32 out of 50. You! Captain Zhao of the mountain squad's face shook with anger, his chubby body quivering. Only then did Qin Ce lower his head and look at the twisted faces below, filled with rage. His tone was as calm as stating a fact. Since you didn't follow the rules first, don't blame me for not being reasonable. He paused, his voice carrying a cold, condescending indifference. Now, I ask one question. Are you still going to kill this monster? Chapter 49, Fishing in Troubled Waters. Kill your ass. The insults flared up again. Qin Ce's face turned cold. If you don't want to kill, then get the hell out and find your own monster. He paused, his voice suddenly rising, overpowering all the noise. If you're going to kill, let's see who can steal the last hit. These words were like a bucket of ice water poured over everyone's heads. That's right, the last hit. According to the squad card system's judgment rules, the kill belongs to the one who lands the final blow. Qin Ce hadn't violated any written rules, he was simply using the system's rules, just like how they had previously stolen Qin Ce's tasks. And strictly speaking, they had broken the first-hand principle first, stealing the monsters Qin Ce had attracted. The accusations and insults were instantly choked back. But the anger didn't die down, instead, it accumulated in silence, burning people's eyes red. Fine, fine. Zhao Rui gritted his teeth, then let's steal. Everyone, listen up, change tactics. He stared intensely at the figure in the air, giving orders word by word. Abandon the regular output rhythm and use the instant kill combo. Drop the monster's health below 20%, then hit it all at once, leaving no chance for him to land a finishing blow. The captains of the squads nodded in understanding. This was a tactic the elite squads had trained for when in a chaotic fight over the last hit, they would hold all their burst skills, waiting for the target's health to reach the kill threshold, then unload everything to kill it instantly. Orders were swiftly passed down. The atmosphere on the battlefield changed dramatically. What was once a disordered siege became more organized. The squads no longer focused on continuous damage output but instead started to systematically lower the Shadow Monkey's health while saving their most crucial ultimate skills. One Shadow Monkey was being focused by the Fierce Wind Squad, its health slowly dropping. 50%. 40%. 30%. Zhao Rui kept his eyes locked on the Shadow Monkey, silently counting in his head. Only 2 more hits and the health would drop to the 20% kill threshold. The main attackers in the squads felt their palms slightly sweat, their eyes glued to the Shadow Monkey as they mentally counted down, second to last hit. Almost there, the captain growled low. The ready players raised their hands. Their summoned beasts glowed brightly with powerful skill lights, a scorching fire pillar, a sharp rock spike, and a rapid lightning bolt, all hidden and waiting for the health to drop further. The combo's power would definitely be enough to finish off a nearly dead, high-quality Shadow Monkey. A cold smile appeared on their faces, confident of victory. This time, let's see how you, Qin Ce, can steal it. However, just as the second-to-last attack was about to hit the Shadow Monkey. Buzz! A faint yet sharp air vibration rang out, seemingly resonating directly within everyone's mental perception. A green wind blade, arriving late but striking first. It didn't come from the usual angle, but rather from a gap hidden by branches and leaves, so unexpected that no one saw it coming. Its speed was so extreme that it almost left a green afterimage in the air. Thwip! The dull sound of a sharp blade slicing through flesh. The Shadow Monkey, still with nearly 30% health, froze abruptly. A thin line of blood appeared at the junction of its head and neck, rapidly widening. Its bloodshot, violent eyes dimmed instantly. The massive force and momentum sent its broken body flying sideways. It narrowly avoided the fiery pillar, rock spikes, and lightning bolts that had been released due to the accident. The area was shattered into chaos. In Qin Ce's mind, the prompt echoed again: kill the black iron high-grade golden claw Shadow Monkey, task progress 1. Below, the team that had been preparing for a burst of power, the cold smirks on their faces froze completely, turning into expressions of disbelief and confusion. How is this possible? The captain cried out in a voice that cracked. How could he act before us? And how could his attack be so high? That Shadow Monkey still had 30% of its health. Theoretically, it should have been able to withstand a powerful attack from all of their team members and not die. That was why they had planned to launch a combo attack when its health dropped to 20%. But Qin Ce's wind blade, it directly killed it in one hit? They had no idea that under 9-star insight, Qin Ce not only saw the Shadow Monkey's health but could also pinpoint every weakness due to differences in each monkey's individual characteristics and injury spots. A Shadow Monkey with the same health could be dealt vastly different damage depending on which weak spot or old injury was attacked. Add to that the extreme boost from the breathing condensation talent for wind-based attacks, along with Qingluan's outstanding natural ability, and Qin Ce's single wind blade attack had long surpassed the skill power of an ordinary Black Iron Peak Beastmaster's pet. It had reached the strength of a mid-tier bronze attack. The killing line, naturally, was much higher than others. One team was like this, and other teams' meticulously prepared instant burst stealing strategies also met the same fate. Every time the Shadow Monkey's health dropped to a critical point and various teams were about to unleash their final strike, that Cyan Windblade, like a Grim Reaper's scythe, would always strike first with a tricky angle, terrifying speed, and unreasonable damage, snatching the fruit away. Once was a coincidence, twice was an accident, 3 times, 4 times, everyone understood. This wasn't luck, it was a crushing display of strength. Qin Ce's insight, attack power, and timing were all leagues above them. Their so-called coordination, schemes, and bursts were, in Qin Ce's eyes, probably like a child's game, full of flaws. Despair, like a cold tide, began to drown the hearts of the members of the various teams below. They were numerous, they coordinated well, they prided themselves on being elites, but before Qin Ce, this one-man team, they appeared so clumsy and powerless, like monkeys being played with. The rage and battle spirit that had burned in their hearts earlier were now chilled by the cruel reality. Could it be that, today, the 40 of them were truly going to work for Qin Ce all day and still not earn a single penny? Amidst this suffocating, oppressive atmosphere of despair, Zhao Rui, the captain of the Fierce Wind Squad, the one who had originally suggested focusing fire to kill the Shadow Monkey, suddenly lifted his head, a flash of madness appearing in his eyes. He shouted hoarsely, his voice spreading across the scene, "Everyone! Listen to my command. Put aside all grudges between teams. Forget about so-called coordination and combos. Everyone! Free for all. No holds barred. If you see a Shadow Monkey with low health, steal it. No matter whose monster it is, no matter who left it at low health, whoever lands the final blow, the points go to them. There are 40 of us, let's overwhelm him with sheer numbers. I don't believe that he can match us 40 in luck. In this desperate situation, this was the only last-ditch counterattack he could think of, a total mess. To drown Qin Ce's precise killing line with overwhelming numbers and chaotic attacks. Chapter 50, The Final Blow. The other team leaders were stunned when they heard this, but then the same fierce light exploded in their eyes. Right. Chaos. Only absolute chaos could disturb Qin Ce's terrifyingly precise predictions and weak point strikes. Let's do it. All together. Steal. Damn it, let's go all in. Nearly 40 people, like a wolf pack driven to the edge, let out a reluctant howl. They no longer cared about tactics, no longer distinguished targets, they commanded their pets. Towards all the injured, low-health shadow monkeys in sight, he launched a frantic, chaotic, and sweeping attack. Fireballs flew wildly, wind blades shot everywhere, ice shards splattered, vines danced wildly. A corner of the jungle completely turned into the center of a chaotic energy storm. The screams of the shadow monkeys became even more intense. And Qin Ce's finishing move's success rate, under the sudden and chaotic assault, indeed began to significantly drop. From nearly 100%, it fell to possibly only 70 or even 30%. Many times, several shadow monkeys were on the verge of death, with attacks flashing wildly. Even if Qin Ce shot out his wind blades, they could be blocked by other attacks, or hit simultaneously with another attack, causing his finishing move to go off track and be stolen by others. It works! It's working! One team member shouted excitedly as they managed to steal a shadow monkey's finishing move. Other teams, seeing this, became even more eager, attacking even more wildly and chaotically. The balance of victory seemed to slightly tilt towards the side with more people. Looking at the crowd below, reignited with hope and attacking even more frantically, Chinsu in the sky frowned for the first time. This tactic, purely relying on numbers and chaos to counter his precise strategy, although clumsy, did indeed limit his finishing move efficiency to some extent. He narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze sweeping over the 5 squads below, caught in the madness of rushing to attack, and then at the shadow monkey groups, who were wailing in the chaotic assault, their numbers rapidly decreasing. If this continued, his task would be completed, but some of his goals would be significantly reduced, and many points might be stolen by these people through luck. After all, these shadow monkeys were gathered by him. Wasn't he being taken advantage of instead? This was not the result he wanted. His goal was never just to complete the task, but to establish dominance. To tell everyone that provoking him, Qin Ce, would come at a price. He glanced at his task number. 48/50. A cold arc once again appeared at the corner of Qin Ce's mouth. He lightly patted Qingluan's neck. Li. Qingluan let out a long, earth-shattering scream, the sound rolling and instantly suppressing all the noise below. Then, Qingluan flapped its wings fiercely, and the green light surrounding its body suddenly erupted, like burning green flames. It did not attack anyone, but instead, with Qin Ce on its back, suddenly soared into the higher sky, increasing the distance from the battlefield below. At the same time, an indescribable, ancient and desolate pressure, mixed with pure and immense wind attribute energy, spread out from Qingluan like an invisible ripple, roaring and expanding towards the vast jungle below. The mythical talent Ninefold Sky was activated to its fullest for the first time, and this far superior advanced talent triggered the bloodline pressure of Qingluan, as a descendant of the divine bird Qingluan. An ancient perception, resonance, and guidance were released in a mysterious manner. This was not an attack, but a higher level of driving and intimidation, a pressure and summon coming from the very essence of life and elemental control. The effect was immediate and far exceeded anyone's expectations. Li. Qingluan let out another clear and passionate scream, as if it could pierce the soul. Then countless wind blades, following the cry, exploded like invisible thunder above the jungle, and rolling green light spread out from Qingluan, cleansing the area. The mysterious energy fluctuation made all the team members attacking below freeze in their tracks for a moment, their soul energy operations suddenly becoming obscure. All the summoned beasts, regardless of their species or attributes, involuntarily shrank back slightly, looking up in uncertainty at the blue divine figure in the sky. That was an instinctive awe coming from the level of life itself. Immediately after, the countless wind blades, a mix of ancient pressure and condensed ultimate wind spiritual power, surged through the entire jungle like a tidal wave. Boom, 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 boom. Screech, screech. Howl. Creak. In an instant, more intense and terrified screams, even more concentrated than when Qin Ce had gathered the monsters earlier, erupted from every corner of the chaotic jungle below. Not only the shadow monkeys being attacked and injured, but all those hiding in the trees, cracks in rocks, and deep in nests, even those that had never been discovered by any teams before, now all surged out like cats whose tails had been stepped on. The gray-brown monkey shadows, like ants whose nest had been exploded, gathered in dense swarms, forming several massive streams of fleeing monkeys. They no longer had any desire to attack, only pure, instinctive fear and the urge to flee. The few lower-grade bronze monkey leaders roared, trying to maintain order, but under the omnipresent pressure and spiritual disturbance, they couldn't even protect themselves, scrambling in the monkey swarm, fleeing for their lives. Wherever the eyes could see, the jungle seemed to have come alive, countless shadow monkeys leaping and running through the treetops, fleeing desperately toward the direction far away from Qingluan, far away from this area. This is... A team leader below stood dumbfounded, even forgetting to attack. He drove all the monkeys away. A team member's voice trembled, pointing at the fleeing monkey shadows retreating like a tide in all directions, his face pale. This scene was so shocking. Qin Ce could not only gather the monkeys, but he could also scare away all the battle-crazed shadow monkeys. When those wind blades fell, everyone present realized that each wind blade's attack wasn't deadly. After all, how strong could a Black Iron Tier area attack be? But combined with the imposing aura and pressure originating from the top-tier bloodline essence of Qingluan, it caused all the beasts to flee. This ability to turn the tide with a flip of the hand, this power to control the situation, what kind of control is this? What kind of deterrent power is this? The 5 small teams, who had previously been complacent about using chaotic attacks to barely resist Qin Ce's precise monster stealing, now felt as if they had been doused with a bucket of ice water from head to toe, the fiery feeling in their hearts extinguished instantly, leaving only an icy chill and absurdity. They had fought desperately, fighting for just that part of the shadow monkeys gathered by Qin Ce. But now, with a single shout from Qin Ce, he had directly emptied the entire jungle's stockpile of shadow monkeys. How could they continue to fight? How could they continue to compete? He had directly overturned the table. No, he had taken away all the dishes from the entire cafeteria, stove and all. Chapter 51, Toying with Hearts. High above, Qin Ce's indifferent voice once again echoed clearly in everyone's ears, carrying a trace of undisguised sarcasm. Everyone, it's been a pleasure working together. But, it's clearly cooperation, yet you insist on calling it work. Since you're so unwilling, since you don't want to fight, let's call it quits here. In the jungle, an eerie silence fell. After a long while, someone hoarsely spoke, their voice dry. He's completed his task. Someone instinctively looked at their team's task board, checking the progress. On the 1-star Shadow Monkey task, the completion progress had already changed to 3/6. And the new one had an overachievement mark. Not only that, there was a small note in parentheses, quantity, 87/50. 87 monkeys. He alone, in such a short time, had not only completed the basic requirement of 50, but also killed 37 more than required. This efficiency, these kill numbers. What? What are we doing? A team member collapsed onto the ground, their face full of confusion and self-doubt. They had eagerly come to snatch the task, thinking they could easily overpower Qin Ce, who was isolated. But instead, they had been played with by him, one person, using all kinds of unbelievable methods. All their efforts, calculations, and struggles became a joke in the face of his absolute power and control. Not only had they suffered a crushing defeat in terms of points and tasks, but this was also a complete blow to both confidence and dignity. We helped him finish it all? Zhao Rui's throat was dry. Not just him. All the captains fought at the same time. Their joints clicked into place. From the very beginning, Qin Ce never planned to kill the 50 shadow monkeys by himself. That would be too slow. Even though he was fast at finding monsters with his 9-star insight and had strong attack power, killing 50 would still take a lot of time. And time was exactly the most precious thing in the elite class competition. Other teams wouldn't wait for him. So, he designed this trap. He used the monkey wave to force all the teams onto the field, made them furious with his precise monster stealing, and then used the illusion of covering bombardment to make them think they had found a way to deal with it. And just when they were desperately attacking, thinking they had finally turned the tables, Qin Ce's task progress was rising rapidly with every attack, every bomb they launched. Finally, after the complete chaos, with one large area attack, he instantly exceeded the shadow monkey task. He alone used our hands to kill over 80 shadow monkeys. Captain Shan murmured, his battle axe falling to the ground with a loud clang. And it was faster than any of our teams working alone, or even 2 or 3 teams teaming up. Captain Shadow's face turned pale. It wasn't until this moment that they completely understood. From the moment Qin Ce started pulling the monsters, they had fallen into a trap. Every reaction, every countermeasure was within his expectations. If they hadn't been greedy, if they hadn't tried to steal Qin Ce's monsters, but had just honestly gone to find their own, maybe their speed wouldn't have been much slower than his. But now, not only had they helped Qin Ce complete his task at an incredible speed, but they had also broken the first-hand principle, an unwritten rule. From now on, Qin Ce could openly steal monsters from anyone because it was you who broke the rule first. As long as a team received the same task as Qin Ce, unless they perfectly staggered the timing, they could all become his workers. At this point, Qin Ce's voice once again rang out, with a hint of leisurely mockery. So, for the remaining 1-star tasks this month, like the clearing the snake cave, has any team chosen it yet? Because I'm about to pick it. What are your thoughts? Snake cave? That was not the 1-star task picked by Thunder Team. It was of moderate difficulty, with a decent reward. There were several teams that had considered taking it. In fact, 2 teams had already accepted the task. But now, Qin Ce openly said he would pick it. What does that mean? After a brief moment of confusion, the quicker thinkers suddenly shuddered. He's forcing us to make a choice. Jang Rui gritted his teeth and whispered. If any team chose to take it, they would face the same situation as today. They might be used as tools by Qin Ce to quickly complete the task. If no one took it, it would be like handing the task over to Qin Ce, and he could leisurely complete it alone and steadily earn the points. Choosing or not choosing either way, Qin Ce was already in an unbeatable position. A deathly silence filled the room below. The cheers, smugness, and excitement from earlier had all turned into ice-cold water, chilling them to the bone. Regret wrapped around them like poisonous vines. If they hadn't been greedy, hadn't broken the rules. But there was no if. Just kidding. Qin Ce suddenly chuckled, breaking the silence. Choosing tasks is up to you. I have no right to interfere. He changed his tone abruptly, his voice turning cold. But one thing is not a joke, there are still 3 slots left for the Shadow Monkey task. He pointed at the 5 teams below who were staring at each other in confusion. And you, attacking chaotically like this, who do you think will get those last 3 slots? Buzz. Everyone's minds felt like they'd been hit with a sledgehammer. That's right. The task was only exceeded, not completely closed. Now there were still 3 teams that could continue to complete the task and earn points, though there were no longer any ranking bonuses. But the base points are still there. And they, 5 teams, were just celebrating in the alliance. Now, the alliance has instantly collapsed. Stormwind, Mountain, Shadow, Frostblade, and Watermoon, 5 pairs of eyes met, filled with vigilance, calculation, and a trace of hostility that was hard to detect. Only 3 spots left. Whoever is faster will keep these 50 base points, avoiding the penalty of deduction. Whoever is slower might become the unfortunate 4th or 5th, working in vain, even possibly losing double points for giving up. Ahem, Jang Rui stepped back first. Stormwind team, we worked the hardest just now, we should. Bullshit. Mountain team's captain picked up his battle axe. In that last wave of focused fire, we killed at least 8. Shadow team controlled the entire time. Without us, you'd have been scattered by the monkey group. Frostblade team's ice frost slowdown was the key. A quarrel was about to erupt. Qin Ce watched the 5 teams below from the air, their swords drawn and bows ready. A cold curve formed on his lips. Ha ha ha. He suddenly laughed loudly, his laughter echoing far across the forest. Then, Qingluan's wings flapped, transforming into a blue rainbow and completely disappeared into the sky on the other side of the jungle. Leaving the 5 teams below, caught in the lingering smell of blood and the impending internal strife, looking at each other, unsure whether to advance or retreat. The sunset shone down, lighting up the remaining regret on their faces and the renewed hostility in their eyes toward each other. Chapter 52, The Same Taste. The habitat of the sand scorpions was located on a barren desert to the southeast of Windling City. By the time Qin Ce arrived riding Qingluan, it was already night. Under the moonlight, the gray-yellow sand stretched across the undulating sand dunes, sporadically dotted with drought-resistant thorn bushes and weathered rock pillars. 3 small teams had been battling here for some time. Qin Ce did not reveal himself immediately. He had Qingluan circle at 100 meters in the air, using his 9-star insight to silently sweep over the area below. The sand scorpion, a high-grade black iron, with a tough exoskeleton, its tail's venomous stinger capable of paralyzing a bronze-level pet beast for several seconds. They were accustomed to lurking half a meter beneath the sand layer, with only the pores on their backs visible, making them extremely hard to detect. The 3 small teams responded in different ways. One team was using digging moles to traverse the sand back and forth, using vibrations to force the scorpions to surface. Another team used fire-type pets to set the thorn bushes ablaze, trying to smoke the scorpions out. The third team was the most direct. The captain rode a high-grade black iron earthquake rhino, stomping across the sand, using pure physical vibrations to force the hidden scorpions to emerge. The efficiency was not high. Qin Ce observed for 10 minutes, and the 3 teams combined had killed fewer than 10 scorpions. Yet the task required 30. He patted Qingluan's neck and slowly descended. When the blue shadow appeared in the air above the sand, the actions of the 3 teams froze at once. Qin Ce? Why is he here? Has the shadow monkey task ended? Surprised, wary, and even slightly curious gazes gathered toward him. Qin Ce did not pay attention. He made Qingluan fly low along the sand, and his 9-star insight was in full operation. The life points beneath the sand were as clear as stars in the night sky. He flew slowly, as if searching for something. The members of the 3 teams exchanged glances, but no one dared to make a move. Some scattered information about the shadow monkey task had spread through various channels, but since the teams were still in competition, and no one wanted to admit their shameful failures, everyone just vaguely knew that this solo team's captain was not to be trifled with. Soon, Qin Ce found his target. It was a relatively flat area of sand, beneath which at least 10 sand scorpions were hiding, including 2 with significantly stronger auras, scorpion leaders, close to the bronze level. He hovered about 10 meters above the sand and ordered Qingluan to gather wind energy with him. The wind energy condensed between the man and the beast. Then compressed, and compressed further. Next. At Qin Ce's command, 2 waves of energy blasted toward the sand. Boom! Boom! The explosions, one after the other, interfered with each other. Then, in the form of an energy shockwave, it spread out across the sand. Whoosh! An invisible wind pressure slammed down, and the sand rippled like water. The layers of sand below were violently stirred by this force, the grains rolling, and the hidden poisonous scorpions were violently shaken out. Splash! More than 10 gray-black scorpions sprang out from the sand, their exoskeletons gleaming with a cold shine under the moonlight. Angered by this sudden attack, they raised their stingers high, hissing with a threatening sound. Qin Ce did not attack. He simply rode the Qingluan, slowly hovering above the group of poisonous scorpions, occasionally brushing a wind blade along the edge of one scorpion's exoskeleton, causing no real damage, but enough to make that scorpion angrily chase. Thus, a strange scene unfolded. Over 10 top-grade iron scorpions chased a Qingluan across the sand, and more poisonous scorpions were stirred up, joining the chase. Meanwhile, Qin Ce, on the back of the Qingluan, calmly adjusted his direction and speed, always keeping the scorpion swarm in pursuit. Once the number of scorpions accumulated to a certain level, Qin Ce began to walk in circles toward the direction of the 3 teams. What does he want to do? The leader of the Digging Mole Squad's voice trembled. What else? The leader of the Fire Tiger Squad's face darkened as he put down the communicator, which he had just used to contact other squads, just like the Shadow Monkey mission, lead them here and force us to go down. Then, should we retreat? The leader of the earth-shaking Rhino Squad hesitated. Retreat? The 3 leaders exchanged a glance, all seeing the struggle in each other's eyes. Retreating meant giving up on the mission, but they had already invested too much time and resources here. To give up now would not only waste their efforts but also possibly result in penalty points for mission failure. Not retreating meant facing Qin Ce's calculations. However, seeing the squad staying in place, undecided and unmoving, Qin Ce took the initiative to walk the scorpion swarm, passing about 50 meters from the side of the Digging Mole Squad. A poisonous scorpion was brushed by the wind blade, and in a fit of rage, it broke off from the swarm and charged at the closest Digging Mole Squad. Watch out, the leader shouted. The team members instinctively countered, moles digging to interfere, wind blades sniping from a distance, and earth walls blocking. The poisonous scorpion was quickly focused on and severely damaged. Just as the final blow was about to land. Whoosh! A wind blade shot from the side, precisely finishing it off. Current kill count, 1 out of 30. The Digging Mole Squad members froze in place. Damn it, the leader gritted his teeth, he stole it from us. Almost simultaneously, Qin Ce led the scorpion swarm past the fire attack squad's vicinity. This time, 2 poisonous scorpions were intentionally left behind and charged straight into the fire attack squad's formation. Meet them, the fire attack leader yelled. Flames spewed out, and the poisonous scorpions struggled in the sea of fire. At the moment of death, the wind blade reappeared. February 30th. March 30th. Qin Ce. The fire attack leader's eyes turned red. The 3rd squad, the earth-shaking Rhino Squad, was not spared either. When the scorpion swarm passed for the 3rd time, Qin Ce even deliberately lowered his altitude, letting a few scorpions almost pounce on the backs of the rhinos. Forced to fight back, forced to output, and then, forced to have the kills stolen. This time, there was no greed like in the Shadow Monkey's case. However, similarly, once human anger is ignited, it's hard to extinguish. We can't let him be so arrogant, the Digging Mole leader roared, everyone, output with everything. Kill these scorpions as fast as possible, don't give him a chance to steal. Yes. Chaos attack. We'll make sure he can't judge the last blow. Kill. The 3 teams, which had originally been on guard against each other, now formed a temporary alliance because of the same goal, to prevent Qin Ce from stealing any more kills. They no longer held back, all their pets fully erupted, and their skills illuminated the sand like daylight. The poisonous scorpions, under the dense firepower, were heavily injured without any regularity, and one by one, they fell. As for Qin Ce, he no longer led the monsters. Even stopped his walking, he hovered above the battlefield, seemingly concentrating on identifying opportunities. Seeing that the poisonous scorpion was about to die and there was a chance, he decisively made his move and took the kill. This efficiency, compared to Shadow Monkey's, was pitifully low. He couldn't even make a precise last-hit steal. It seemed that, in terms of speed, he couldn't even beat the 3 small teams. Chapter 53, Different Calculations. The 3 teams quickly noticed this. It's working, he can't steal from us, someone shouted excitedly. We have more people. We can kill faster with focused fire. Keep going. Kill the rest. They got more and more excited as they fought, and they felt like they had found a way to deal with it. If they just used absolute firepower, Qin Ce wouldn't be able to steal the last hit. More than 50 poisonous scorpions, under intense fire, quickly dropped in number. 30. 17. 5. When the last poisonous scorpion fell under the combined attack of flames and rock spikes, the members of the three teams nearly sighed in relief at the same time. We won. Although Qin Ce had stolen a few, they had killed most of them. The task should be completed by them first, right? They looked down at their team boards. Hint: 1-star task: exterminate the sand poison scorpions, completed by teams, April 6th. Task complete. Wait, what? Why does it say 4 teams have completed it? Silence. Dead silence. The three captains stared blankly at the 4/6 and then at their teams, finally all looking up at the fourth figure in the sky. Chinsu hovered there, the moonlight outlining his and Qingluan silhouettes. On his wrist, the team board faintly glowed. Task progress, 30/30. Completed. When? They clearly had gotten most of the kills. Then, they suddenly realized that their task required 30 venom sacs. But Qin Ce's task also required 30 venom sacs. This task was different from Shadow Monkey's. It wasn't about the number of kills, what mattered was collecting the venom sacs. And there were only 4 teams on site, so, compared to the upper limit of 6 teams, no teams had exceeded the number of completed tasks. At this moment, the total number of venom sacs from the killed scorpions was enough for all the teams present. Only then did they suddenly realize that Qin Ce had never intended to steal the majority of kills. He only needed everyone to complete enough of the required amount for the task. And they, driven by anger and competitiveness, fought desperately to kill all the poisonous scorpions. Then, when the number of kills satisfied their task, the extra venom sacs would automatically be distributed to Qin Ce. If they didn't want to help, they could just stop and leave. But, caught in the inertia of their thinking, all they could remember was to intensify their attacks. How could they stop? So, Qin Ce didn't need to work hard at all to complete his task. This was a complete reverse hand lesson in thinking. Just like the people on Shadow Monkey's side, they were all played by Qin Ce, like pawns in his palm. Qin Ce looked at the 3 blank faces below and shook his head lightly. Then, Qingluan spread her wings and soared into the sky, disappearing into the southeastern night sky. Task completed, time to go back to sleep. That night, when each team dragged their tired bodies, full of resentment, back to the elite class base, a message spread like wildfire. Shadow Monkey's task, completed by Qin Ce, with help from 6 teams. Sand Scorpion task, completed by Qin Ce, with 3 teams acting as tools. And Qin Ce himself had already gone back to sleep long ago. In the cafeteria, a few team captains who had just returned gathered together, each one with a darker expression than the last. We were played by him like monkeys. Jang Rui gritted his teeth. He didn't care whether we stole the kills, what he cared about was that we helped him kill the monsters. Now, the first-hand principle is completely useless. Captain Shan Yu smiled bitterly. From now on, whenever we run into Qin Ce on a task, we'll have to be on edge. Who knows if he'll do another walking monster trick? And he deliberately teased us to take on the next task. Captain Dark Shadow murmured. This is a trap for us. Whether we take it or not, we lose. A cloud of gloom and sorrow hung over the scene. At this moment, the light at the cafeteria entrance dimmed. A slender, tall figure walked in. Silver hair like snow, eyes like stars, wearing a simple white training suit, with a badge on her chest that sparkled like starlight. Jang Rui. The whole room instantly fell silent. Everyone turned to look at her, this undisputed number 1 of the elite class, the top of the total points leaderboard, the daughter of the city lord. Jang Rui walked up to the food counter, ordered a simple late-night snack, and then, carrying her tray, walked to an empty table in the corner, all under the watchful eyes of the crowd. She ate slowly and elegantly, as though completely unaware of the complicated gazes around her. But only she knew that she was listening all along. Listening to the captain's low complaints, hearing them describe Qin Ce's methods, hearing the helplessness and fear in their words. When she heard how Qin Ce used the monster-luring tactic to force everyone off the field, and how he used precise monster snatching to counterattack, her hand holding the spoon paused slightly. Then, she continued eating, but deep in her eyes, a faint surprise and admiration flashed. She had originally thought that, facing this collective targeting, Qin Ce's only option would be to seek allies like her Starshine team. She had even prepared herself to be approached. But she never expected that Qin Ce chose a different path. A more dangerous, more desperate, and even more spectacular path. With a flip of his hand, he could make the clouds form and rain fall. With just one person, he completely disrupted the entire elite class's rules and unwritten rules. He even used human thinking inertia to turn 2 groups of people into his tools. Qin Ce. Jang Rui whispered his name, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. She picked up her soup bowl and took a sip. The soup was fresh, the temperature just right. And the night outside seemed less oppressive because of someone's presence. On the other side of the cafeteria, the captains of various teams exchanged glances and finally sighed long and hard. They knew that, from this day forward, the rules of the elite class had been completely rewritten. And the person who rewrote the rules was now peacefully asleep, utterly content. The next day, a new announcement mysteriously appeared on the bulletin board at the elite class cafeteria. The announcement had no fancy words, just a simple and almost cold line of text. Thunder Team, ID 03, Qin Ce today's task. 1 star, eliminate the snake den. Signed, Chinsu. That morning, this announcement was like a stone thrown into a pond, creating a huge stir. What does he mean? Is this a show of force? Public task selection. This is a provocation. Who gave him the guts? Several short-tempered team captains, who had never experienced Qin Ce's suppression, immediately wanted to tear down the notice, but were held back by their teammates. Don't act impulsively. Have you forgotten how he wiped out the Li Feng team? But this is just too arrogant. Arrogant? Well, then you'd better have the skill to deal with that arrogance. Amidst the argument, someone sneered, it's just a one-man team, right? I don't believe it. You all are foolish, thinking we're like you? I'll take the same task, and let's see how he messes with me. This suggestion was echoed by many. So, several teams, who had either never been targeted by Chinsu or were still dissatisfied with him, came up with a plan to deal with him. They, holding their breath, took on the exact same task Chinsu had posted: eliminate the snake Denver. They skipped breakfast, left early, arrived early, and started the extermination ahead of schedule. Chapter 54, No one dares to touch its sharp edge. Then, Qin Ce came. He was still riding on the Qingluan, hovering above the entrance to the snake Denver. While those teams fought the poisonous snakes deep inside the den, Qin Ce stayed at the entrance, using the 9-star insight to lock onto every poison snake that had been weakened, and then used wind blades to precisely finish them off. At first, the teams inside the den wanted to use the old method of covering bombardment, but the snake den's terrain was too narrow. They couldn't unleash their full power. They tried splitting their forces to block the entrance, but Qingluan's wind blades were condensed and could not be stopped, especially with the control of the thread-like wind blades changing direction. They attempted quick kills, but Qin Ce's wind blades always managed to slip through at the last moment, sneaking in from an unexpected gap to steal the kill. That day, 3 teams assigned to the snake den mission fought inside the cave for 6 hours, killing over 100 venomous snakes. The mission was completed. But Qin Ce had completed his mission as well. They couldn't stop a single thing from Chinsu. The next day, the bulletin board was updated as usual. Another team, dissatisfied, took on the same mission to collect nightlight mushrooms. This time, they were smarter. They decided not to kill monsters, just to collect. The nightlight mushroom was a plant, and there was no last hit rule. Whoever collected it would claim it. Qin Ce indeed did not steal it. He simply had Qingluan circle above the misty valley, using wind blades to precisely shatter every nightlight mushroom they found. Since I can't collect them, his voice drifted down through the mist, then no one else will either. The team spent the entire day in the mist, and not a single complete nightlight mushroom was brought back. The mission failed, points were deducted. The third day, the fourth day. Every day, teams that didn't believe in the curse took on Qin Ce's publicly posted missions. Every day, they returned defeated, in various tragic ways. Qin Ce's methods were ever-changing. Sometimes it was precise monster stealing, sometimes violent clearing of the area, sometimes pure destruction and interference. But the core never changed: if you want to compete for my missions, you better be ready to help me complete them. Gradually, fewer and fewer dared to challenge him. Until one day, half a month later. In the northern hills, the home of the Howling Wolf Pack. This was the target of a 2-star mission, a wolf pack with more than 50 wolves. The lead wolf was a mid-tier bronze, and it had 3 lower-tier bronze guard wolves. 2 teams had taken on the mission and were struggling in battle. The wolves were too cunning, never fighting head-on but using the hilly terrain for constant guerrilla tactics and ambushes. The 3 teams were exhausted, and their efforts were beginning to fail. Just then, Qingluan arrived. Qin Ce didn't land. He let Qingluan circle above the wolf pack, his gaze locked on the mid-tier bronze lead wolf commanding from a distant hill. The lead wolf seemed to sense the threat, howled to the sky, and ordered the pack to retreat. But it was too late. Qin Ce urged Qingluan's wings to beat fiercely. As they neared the Wolf King, Qin Ce used wind energy to soar into the air. Qingluan's wings flashed, executing the wing flash skill, appearing right in front of the Wolf King before it even had time to react. Talent skill, 9-fold Skyfall, first stage, Condense Breath. Enhancement, Spiderweb Wind Blade. Whum! The air seemed to tear apart, an invisible hand rending the space, and a massive green web appeared right in front of the Wolf King. 18 wind blades surrounded the Wolf King, all exploding on its body. Countless wind energies disturbed the space, causing it to distort slightly, and the wind pressure increased dramatically. The lead wolf's howl suddenly stopped. It fearfully discovered the air around it had become as thick as glue, its movements slowed by at least 30%. And that was the key. At that moment, Chinsu was already focused, a single blue wind blade diving downward. Kill. A soft command, and the wind blade was released. There were no flashy trajectories, just an insanely fast straight line. Whoosh. The wind blade pierced through the lead wolf's shoulder injury, using it as an opening to tear it apart completely. Had it not been for this mysterious injury, Chinsu would never have been able to kill it with one blow, not even close. But no one else knew that. They only saw the mid-tier bronze beast, without even a chance to struggle, instantly die. This scene shocked everyone present. Not even the completion prompt for the 2-star mission mattered to them. Black Iron killing bronze. Everyone had always thought it was just a rumor. But now, it was happening right before their eyes. Qin Ce landed, standing beside the body of the alpha wolf. Then, he froze. It wasn't just him, the 3 teams around him, as well as the Qingluan circling in the sky, all simultaneously felt a strange energy fluctuation. The Qingluan let out a long, mournful cry, and its body shone brightly with green light. Its feathers became longer and sharper, and the tail feathers almost spilled over into substance, as its wings spread with a faint sound of wind and thunder. Level breakthrough, superior black iron peak black iron. Qin Ce closed his eyes, feeling the energy surging inside him. His meridians were expanding, his mental strength solidifying, and even the Beast Tamer level, which had been stuck at superior black iron, suddenly showed signs of loosening. When he opened his eyes again, the entire battlefield was silent. The members of the 2 teams stared dumbfounded at the breakthrough aura still lingering around the Qingluan and then at the body of the mid-level bronze wolf, which had been killed with a single strike. Finally, they looked at Qin Ce. In their eyes, the last trace of defiance and hope was completely extinguished. The pet beast, which had just broken through from superior black iron to peak black iron, killed a mid-level bronze wolf with a single strike. Such power was no longer on the same level as theirs. From that day on, the hustle and bustle in front of the bulletin board completely disappeared. No team dared to touch Qin Ce's public tasks anymore. Even when, one day, Qin Ce lazily stopped updating the bulletin, some teams would still cautiously approach and ask, "Captain Qin, what's your next task? Our team wants to take the gathering task in the East District, but we're not sure if it'll conflict with yours. If you're interested in a task, just let us know in advance, we'll definitely avoid it." Flattering, ingratiating, even with a hint of reverence. Afterward, Qin Ce's points began to steadily rise. Every month, he would exchange the most sought-after resources from the updated exchange list. Moonlight Dew nourishes mental strength and warms the meridians. Earthcore Fire Lotus Seed, tempered the body, increases energy explosion. Wind Spirit Crystal Core, top-tier supplement for wind-type beast pets, can purify bloodlines. The feathers of the Qingluan grew even more dazzling, and its body suddenly became larger. Qin Ce's complexion visibly improved, his body, which had been weak due to malnutrition in childhood, was rapidly strengthening under the nourishment of top-tier resources. 3 months passed quietly in a daily cycle of tasks, training, and exchanges. Until one ordinary evening, Qin Ce sat in the dormitory, opened the team board, and checked the total points ranking. First place, Xinghua Team, Jang Rui, points, 4123. Second place, Thunder Team, Chinsu, points, 3987. Third place, Lifeng Team, Zhao Rui, points, 3210. The gap, 136 points. The difference of 2 2-star tasks. Qin Ce stared at that number for a long time. Outside the window, the lights of Fengling City gradually brightened, and the energy shield emitted a faint purple glow at the horizon. He closed the interface and walked to the window. 3 months ago, he had just advanced to his senior year, targeted by everyone, ranked 10th, in a precarious position. 3 months later, he alone led a team, pressuring the entire elite class so that no one dared touch him, with his points firmly in second place. Only one step left. He raised his hand, and a swirl of green wind gathered in his palm. The wind whirl spun, cutting through the air, making a faint screeching sound. First, he whispered the name, and a sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. Only 2 tasks left. Chapter 55, the graduation season begins. 3 months of sleeplessness and countless battles on the edge of life and death, only one final step remained before reaching the goal that would change his family's fate. The next day, just as Qin Ce was about to make a final push for the top spot on the leaderboard. Buzz. 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 The team badge on Qin Ce's wrist suddenly vibrated violently and emitted a glaring light. A message inside the team badge? Or is another team causing trouble? Qin Ce's consciousness entered the team badge. A message was flashing red in the center of the team badge interface. Congratulations to Xinghua team leader Jang Rui, whose pet beast successfully broke through to the black iron level. Officially promoted to bronze level. Due to the detection of a bronze level beastmaster in the elite class, the graduation season has begun early. The 3-star mission system is now unlocked. Graduation assessment tasks are released. The notification dispersed. Qin Ce looked back at the team board interface. On the task list, the 3-star mission module, which was previously locked in gray, was now shining with brilliant golden light, and rows of text flowed like a stream, emerging one by one. Graduation Season 3-star mission unlocked. Task type: 1. Proof of the Lone Wolf, kill 10 bronze-level medium beasts, types not limited, alone. Reward, 1,800 points, 3-star special material exchange voucher times 10. 2. Beast Herd Dispersal, defeat at least 3 bronze-level beast herds, with more than 100 in the herd, and 30% of them being bronze-level. Reward, 2,400 points, 3-star special material exchange voucher times 15. 3. Cross-level hunt, team up to kill 1 silver-level normal beast. Reward, 3,500 points, 3-star special material exchange voucher times 25. For 1 known exploration, scout and map out a detailed map of a designated area, danger level below gold, marking resource points, beast nests, and terrain features. Reward, 1,000 points, 3-star special material exchange voucher times 5. 5. Beast Egg Refining, use a soul talisman to condense beast eggs within 1 hour of the beast's death. Quality requirement, above bronze superior. Quantity requirement, at least 8 eggs. Reward, 800 points, 3-star special material exchange voucher times 12. Previously, Chinsu was only 136 points behind Jang Rui. And these 3-star missions, any of them are above 800 points. As long as he completes one of these tasks, he can instantly surpass Jang Rui and take first place. But Qin Ce's gaze lingered on the 5th task. Beast Eggs. He remembered the knowledge Wei Ming had briefly mentioned earlier. When a Beastmaster breaks through a major realm, their soul talisman upgrades and unlocks new pet slots. When a Beastmaster has available slots, they can kill beasts that are no more than 2 major levels above them, and within 1 hour after the beast's death, they can try to condense the beast's soul and essence with the soul talisman, forming a beast egg of that beast type. This is one of the main ways most Beastmasters acquire new pets. It is also one of the most important sources of income for newly promoted Beastmasters. A high-quality beast egg can support a common family's living expenses for years in the market. However, high-quality beast eggs are not easily obtained. Firstly, the beast that is killed must be excellent enough. Secondly, the refining process consumes a lot of mental energy, and the success rate is influenced by multiple factors such as the beast's species, death condition, and the Beastmaster's own situation. Also, there is some luck involved. So, the good eggs that can be condensed are extremely rare. And now, only Jang Rui from the elite class has broken through to bronze. Qin Ce murmured softly, so, now only she has spare pet slots. This 5th task can actually only be done by her. It can be considered her exclusive task. Plus, with the resources backing her, it means that, as soon as the 3-star missions are unlocked, she is already 1 task ahead of everyone else. Therefore, the appearance of the 3-star missions doesn't help me catch up to Jang Rui faster. Instead, it actually widens the gap between us. This thought made Qin Ce feel a chill in his heart. He now paid even more attention to the changes in the team board. He continued to look down. The material exchange list also underwent a big change due to the 3-star missions. In addition to the previous points exchange list, a new 3-star special material exchange list appeared. The dazzling array of item names and their effect descriptions made people's eyes hot. Fire Essence, Fire-type pet enhancement material, can increase the purity and temperature of flames. Ice Heart Lotus, Ice-type pet auxiliary elixir, stabilizes the mind and strengthens freezing control. Wind Thunder Stone, rare wind and thunder dual attribute ore, can be used for forging or directly absorbed. Core of the Earth, Earth-type pet breakthrough material, with a certain probability of triggering bloodline evolution. Stardust Sand, a universal material for space and mental powers, it nurtures soul symbols and expands the capacity for mental energy. Each item is a top-tier resource that is valuable but hard to come by on the market. In the past few months, the things Qin Ce managed to grab from the exchange list, such as Moonlight Dew and Earthcore Fire Lotus Seeds, seem like child's toys compared to these 3-star rewards. Why do I say this? Because the items on the previous points exchange list, though rare on the market, were mainly aimed at supplementing the body of the pet beast or beastmaster, or after digestion, turning into energy inside the body. But the 3-star rewards are not like that. This brings us to what Teacher Wei mentioned during class. After reaching bronze level, the pet beast enters its true growth period. The black iron level is just like the infant stage of a human. Like babies who can only consume breast milk, black iron pets can only build their physical foundation with regular nutrients, without interfering with their internal elements, energy, or bloodlines. Once they reach bronze level, it's like humans entering childhood. They can eat other foods, add additional nutrients, and adjust their body. Similarly, pet beasts can gradually introduce element strengthening, bloodline purification, and characteristic awakening to adjust their essence. True cultivation begins at this stage. So, 3-star rewards are materials that can directly enhance the pet beast's essence. Just like before, the direction of pet beast evolution that Qin Ce identified through 9-star insight can only succeed with materials from these 3-star rewards. This proves the rarity of 3-star materials. In other words, as Jang Rui advances to the bronze level, the graduation season for the team is beginning. The difficulty of tasks and the richness of rewards have risen to another level. Competition has become even fiercer. Qin Ce's goal of surpassing Jang Rui's ranking has become more difficult. Qin Ce clenched his fists tighter. The Qingluan is now at the peak of black iron, only one step away from bronze. But this step might require a life-or-death battle for a breakthrough, or some guiding opportunity. Chapter 56, Restless Hearts. The breakthrough of a pet beast is different from that of a human. For the breakthrough to a new level, the pet itself holds the initiative, so it is somewhat uncontrollable. Many beast masters are stuck at certain boundaries. Qin Ce's 9-star insight has the key information to break through, but the materials used for it are hard to obtain in his current closed state. On the other hand, Jang Rui has already passed this hurdle. This is the biggest difference between them. No. It's not just Jang Rui. If other students in different teams also advance to bronze level, their chance of catching up to him will increase dramatically. No wonder. Qin Ce murmured. No wonder the competition in the elite class is so fierce. Just the opening of the graduation season has created so many variables. Add to that the new resources and temptations. The teams he had previously suppressed with his methods are probably starting to stir again. As Qin Ce predicted, on his way from the dormitory to the training base, with the news spreading, everyone had lost their focus on tasks. The entire senior base was filled with discussions about the start of the graduation season. Each team's members gathered together, faces full of excitement and anticipation, replanning the development paths for their teams. Those 3-star tasks and rewards ignited everyone's ambition. They even looked at Qin Ce with more provocation and defiance in their eyes. This lone wolf certificate. 1800 points. With our elite class strength, once we break through to the bronze level, taking on a mid-bronze level opponent is no big deal. In that case, our total points would place us directly in the top 3. Beast Swarm Dispersion. 2,400? That's so high. I heard it's because one of the graduates this year is the daughter of a city lord, so they specially made the task more difficult. The same thing happened with the silver hunting task. But, I think, if our team can break through 3 bronze levels, facing a group of bronze beasts and continuously pulling aggro to kill them, it's not impossible to complete the mission. Hunting above our level? That sounds a bit exaggerated. Silver level. Our entire team combined might not even be enough to fill the gap. The exploration task might be safer, but it's too time-consuming, and the unknown areas still have gold-level fierce beasts. The risk? But, it's tough for us, but it should be even tougher for Qin Ce. This 3-star task, don't even talk about him being at the peak of black iron, even if he breaks through to bronze now, aside from the lone wolf's proof and beast egg refining, what other task can he complete? Don't forget, graduates have to complete at least 3 3-star tasks. So, does that mean we have our chance to turn things around? Forget the tasks, even if one of us breaks through to bronze first, we could overpower Qin Ce. When that happens, I'll take his fierce beasts and vent my anger. These words didn't even soften when they saw Qin Ce. The volume didn't drop at all. However, these minor shifts in attitude were nothing. What really mattered was the news Qin Ce would hear next in the training ground. It would be far more lethal. When Qin Ce entered the training base, not only the 12 elite class teams but also many other ordinary class training squads appeared. Because the task boards had changed, all the teams needed to come to the training base to adjust their task permissions. Many ordinary class students came just to see Jang Rui, who had upgraded to bronze level, and greet her, get familiar with her. This led to the training base becoming quite lively, and various conversations filled the air. Ordinary class students were curious, probing into the elite class's situation. Most people were most concerned with how this sudden change would affect the final ranking of the elite class. This led to the mention of Qin Ce, who was ranked 2nd. Sister Jiang is amazing. By mid-senior year, she's already bronze level. By the time we graduate, it'll be lucky if we even reach the bronze threshold. Now that's what you call a real genius. Those who got to 2nd place by luck and method should be exposed for what they are. Ha, you must be talking about Qin Ce? Indeed, Qin Ce doesn't stand a chance anymore. A familiar voice came from the left. It was Zhao Rui from the Liefeng team. He was gathered with several other team captains, wearing a smile full of mockery that had been suppressed for months and finally got released. As long as Sister Jiang completes 3 3-star graduation tasks, she can apply for early graduation. Once she graduates, the ranking of the first team in the elite class will be permanently locked. By then, no matter how many tasks Qin Ce completes or how many points he gets, it won't matter. Exactly, said the captain of the mountain team, crossing his arms and sneering, a solo team sprint for first place? Dream on. We just let him have it before, and he really thought he was someone important? Now, Sister Zhang's bronze level, and the Qingluan team's members are all at the peak of black iron, and they cooperate extremely well. Some people still want to grab first place? They should think about how not to be left too far behind. TSK, some people used to say common or miracle, that by getting first place they could create a new noble family. In reality, they're just clowns' head. Laughter rang out, harsh and loud. Qin Ce's footsteps didn't slow down as he walked past them. His expression remained unchanged. He simply walked through the mocking gazes, heading to the old locust tree at the edge of the training ground and stood still against its trunk. He didn't care about these taunts. However, some words did catch his attention. Early graduation. Quota locked. What did this mean? Because Chinsu had jumped directly from freshman year to senior year, some of the senior year graduation rules Chinsu didn't understand. He had only known before that Jang Rui's breakthrough to bronze would cause a gap in strength, making it extremely difficult for him to catch up. But what does graduating early, with a locked spot, mean? Does it mean that when a graduate completes 3 3-star missions, they can meet the conditions and apply for early graduation? And once that team graduates and ranks first in points, the total points ranking for that year will be permanently locked in first place? In other words, if Jang Rui is first at that time, then first place will forever belong to Jang Rui? At this moment, the discussion from the other side came again. Do you think Qin Ce still has any chance? Chance? His only chance now is to take on 3-star missions with Jang Rui and complete them faster than her, while also surpassing her in points. But, is that possible? Qin Ce's beast still hasn't reached bronze, and his team only has 1 member. Jang Rui's side has a complete 9-person elite team, with 3 years of coordination. And don't forget, Jang Rui is the daughter of the city lord. Will she lack information? Will she lack support? Chinsu is definitely going to lose. Chapter 57, Jang Rui's intentions. The only chance is to take on 3-star missions and complete them earlier than Jang Rui. But 3-star missions are unique, and if completed later, not only will the points be lost, but points will be deducted. Could they be deliberately saying this for themselves? Qin Ce narrowed his eyes and glanced at those people. They're digging a hole for themselves. But is there another way to go? Qin Ce once again focused his mind on the team card. He looked at the tasks again, calculating. If Jang Rui starts pushing for 3-star missions now, with the strength and efficiency of the Qingluan team, they could likely complete 3 3-star missions within a month. And what about himself? Qingluan is still at the peak of black iron, although just 1 step away from bronze, but that step may require an opportunity, may require life and death trials, or perhaps, it just cannot be crossed. What's more critical is that he is alone. In 3-star missions, beast herd dispersion requires defeating 3 bronze beast herds, something he cannot accomplish alone. Defeating them isn't just about killing the leaders, it requires causing widespread damage to the herd, making it collapse in a short time, which is impossible with wind energy. Level up hunts require a team to hunt silver level fierce beasts, these are also not something he can do alone right now. Also, tasks like beast herds, other teams won't accept them unless they have great confidence, so Qin Ce can't rely on them to complete the mission. This means, at the current stage, the only 2 3-star missions Qin Ce can attempt alone are Proof of the Lone Wolf and Unknown Exploration. The former requires killing 10 bronze-level fierce beasts, and the latter requires exploring 3 areas that are extremely dangerous to them, both of which are highly difficult and time-consuming. But these are just 2 3-star missions. To meet the requirement of completing 3 3-star missions, Qin Ce must, in the process of completing these 2, advance to bronze, which might allow him to complete beast egg refining and reach 3 3-star missions. But is this possible? And will Jang Rui wait for him? Time is on Jang Rui's side. Just as Qin Ce was thinking about Jang Rui, a stir suddenly appeared at the door of the training field. Then the whole area fell silent for a brief moment before erupting into even more enthusiastic noise. Wow, it's Jang Rui. Senior Jang. Senior Jang, have you really reached the bronze level? Congratulations, congratulations, congratulations on Senior Jang's breakthrough. Bronze level, that's incredible. Senior Jang, you are my idol. The students from the regular classes greeted Jang Rui as she walked in. Then members from various teams, after hearing the noise, also gathered around to greet her, with tones full of sincere congratulations and a bit of flattery. This wasn't just because Jang Rui was the city lord's precious daughter. Even more so, it was her own personality and the way she interacted with others that drew admiration. Jang Rui nodded, responding one by one, with her usual polite and cold smile on her face. Thank you all for the care over these past 4 years, her voice was clear and bright, reaching every ear. The achievements I have today are all thanks to everyone's help. Thank you. With graduation coming, Ruowei wishes everyone can have their desires fulfilled. Even after we leave school, I hope we can still help and rely on each other just as we do today. The greetings were appropriate, the etiquette perfect, and her posture impeccable. This is Jang Rui, undoubtedly the top star of the Windling First Battle Academy, the daughter of the city lord, and a future big shot. Afterwards, she exchanged a few words with the team leaders, getting a sense of their plans for the upcoming 3-star mission, before turning and walking directly to the edge of the training ground under everyone's watchful eyes. She was walking toward Qin Ce. The crowd's gazes followed her like spotlights. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. Jang Rui stopped 3 steps away from Qin Ce. She didn't speak immediately but gave Qin Ce a thorough look, from his calm, unruffled eyes, to his straight posture, and finally to the purple team badge on his wrist. Then, she smiled. It wasn't a polite smile but a more genuine one, with a touch of playful amusement. Over these past 3 months, I've seen your tireless efforts. Everyone thinks your achievements were built on taking their fierce beasts. But in fact, after the initial attack, once they avoided you, all those points were earned by you, weren't they? Such hard work, do you want to be number 1? Her cold voice rang out. Qin Ce's heart stirred as he listened to Jang Ruowei's words. From the first meeting after the school review, where she looked down at him and offered friendly advances. Then later, her indifference, and watching the show from the sidelines, before eventually securing a team badge and considering an alliance due to mutual benefit. And after that, the reminder messages. Jang Ruowei's attitude had gotten better, each time more peaceful and respectful. Now, she was standing in his position, speaking up for him. This change was huge, and most people would likely feel quite proud right now. But to Qin Ce, Jang Ruowei's essence had never changed, it was always about benefiting herself first. In terms of his past life, this would be called capitalist thinking. So, Qin Ce nodded calmly, straightforwardly acknowledging it. Yes. I want to be number 1. His clear admission made the crowd fall silent in an instant. All eyes were focused on the two of them. First and second. Qin Ce nodded. Just learned about them. Then you should also understand, Jang Rui turned her head, her gaze landing on his face. Your only chance to win is to take the 3-star mission at the same time as me, complete it faster than me, and get more points than me. She paused, then added, and that's with me having a bronze-level pet beast and a full team, while you only have a black iron peak in yourself. Her words were blunt, even somewhat cruel. The surrounding air was filled with a sharp, suppressed intake of breath. Senior Jang, is she declaring war? No, she's stating the facts. Qin Ce really doesn't have a chance. Such a pity, I actually had high hopes for Qin Ce. The murmurs of the crowd were mixed, but still clearly audible. So what? Qin Ce replied calmly, unaffected by the words. Jang Rui was slightly taken aback. She was surprised by Qin Ce's calm and composure. She couldn't quite grasp his attitude. Honestly, Jang Rui didn't want to force this real genius, who always went against the grain. But she has her own difficulties. She needs Qin Ce, this person. Qin Ce is her best choice right now. Immediately, a complex look flashed in Jang Ruowei's eyes. Chapter 58, Dare to Bet? Jang Rui did not reply immediately, but instead stayed silent for a few seconds, then slowly spoke in a very calm tone. I have looked at all the tasks for the 3-star rank. From your perspective, actually, with my current points and abilities, as long as I complete the Beast Egg Refinement 3-star task, I can lock in your rank and points. You will never be able to finish 3-star tasks faster than me. And conveniently, the Beast Egg Refinement task is the easiest one for me to complete. She looked at Qin Ce, so, theoretically, as long as I complete the Beast Egg Refinement task, then with plenty of time, quickly finish 2 other 3-star tasks, and immediately apply for graduation, there won't be any chance for you to catch up, right? Qin Ce nodded, yes, that's right. Hearing this confirmation, Jang Rui felt a sense of relief, taking another step forward, now just a meter away from Qin Ce. So, Qin Ce, Jang Ruo's voice was very light, yet carried a certain heavy weight. Although I don't know why you're so focused on being first, I think it's probably just for those rewards, so let me give you a chance. The wind in the training field suddenly stopped. Everyone held their breath. Qin Ce, Jang Rui spoke, her tone a bit forceful, carrying the flavor of upper-hand power distribution. After graduation, with the support of the City Lord's Mansion, I will form a special inspection team. It will directly report to the highest authority in Fengling City, responsible for handling special events and urgent tasks. More importantly, it will monitor the officials. She paused, her gaze fixed on Qin Ce. I want to invite you to be my deputy. The rewards of being first, I'll give to you. As her words fell, there was a collective gasp from around them. Not far behind Jang Rui, several members of the Xinghua team had their faces changed drastically. Deputy? Deputy of the Special Inspection Team? That's no honorary position. That's a real position of power, directly involved in the highest level decision-making in Fengling City, accessing the most core resources and information, and it's a perfect springboard for future promotions. Jang Rui actually offered this position to someone she had barely met, or even one could say, a rival? And it was the first invitation? Captain. A member of the Xinghua team couldn't help but speak. Jang Rui raised her hand, signaling for silence. Her eyes never left Qin Ce's face, waiting for his response. Qin Ce remained silent for a moment. He looked into Jang Rui's eyes, trying to read more from those deep pools of gaze. Was this another pressure tactic based on the current situation? Was this another high-stakes attempt to recruit him? If there wasn't some calculation behind it that he hadn't figured out yet, then no one would believe it. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world, and for people like them, everything has a price tag. Such a heavy offer must mean an equal or greater pitfall waiting for him. So, Qin Ce slowly and firmly shook his head. I appreciate Senior Zhang's goodwill, Qin Ce said, his voice still calm. Everything you said is fine, but who will finish first is yet to be seen. How do you know I won't be the one graduating first? The surroundings instantly went silent. Such a huge offer, not to mention matching or surpassing the rewards for the first place, even without rewards, they would still be willing to take on the position of deputy in the special inspection team. But this person, how did he turn it down? Jang Rui was stunned at first, then confusion flashed in her eyes. Why? Then came anger. How could he refuse such an offer and still continue meaningless competition? What was the reason? For the first time, Jang Rui felt out of control with a person's heart. You still want to compete with me? She asked with a cold laugh, her tone showing no attempt to hide her anger. Qin Ce didn't answer, he just raised his wrist and took out his team card. Then, he activated his mental power and entered the task system. Under the gaze of hundreds of eyes in the room. Soon, at the back of the 3-star task list, the number of teams accepted column, which originally showed 0, gently jumped. It changed to 1. Thunder Team accepted. Wow. Suppressed exclamations rose and fell. He really accepted it. One person, one team, accepted 3 3-star tasks, ready to face off against Jang Rui head-on. Jang Rui looked at Qin Ce, who expressed his stance with solid action, and laughed angrily. She even wished she could leave immediately, complete the 3 3-star tasks, and slap Qin Ce's face right away. But at that moment, the master of manipulation, Qin Ce, came online. His completely disrespectful move was not meant to provoke Jang Rui or finish the tasks directly, not giving him the chance to take first place. Nor was it for some so-called pride of a man. What he was thinking was simple, he just wanted to stimulate Jang Rui and see if she had any hidden calculations behind her. After all, if Jang Rui really had no hidden schemes, Qin Ce's move would only make her think that Qin Ce had a problem with his brain and was ungrateful. Just like most of the people present, confused, not understanding, and with a bit of mockery. She wouldn't be angry and want to take revenge like Jang Rui did now. So, at this point, Qin Ce's attitude suddenly softened. I don't want to compete with you, nor do I look down on the supervision team. I just know that if virtue does not match position, disaster will come, as an old saying from my hometown. So, I want to compete with all my effort, not to prove that I can, but to prove that your vision is unique, that you can discover gold. More importantly, I want to shut everyone's mouths, at least in the future, everything will not be an internal deal. Sweet words. The only 4 words in Jang Rui's mind. However, through Qin Ce's softened attitude, she saw an opportunity. The anger in her heart immediately dissipated. Because she thought of how her mother dealt with her father, pushing him up. The curve of Jang Rui's lips grew whiter. She suddenly took a step forward, leaving only half a meter between her and Qin Ce. Her voice became arrogant, but with a kind of almost burning seriousness. Since that's the case, then let me give everyone a justified reason. How about a bet? Qin Ce raised an eyebrow. A bet? What's the bet? If you lose, Jang Rui said word by word, after graduation, come under me, be my assistant. And, solve a problem for me. She didn't specify what the problem was. But Qin Ce saw a fleeting, extremely rare annoyance in her eyes. And that was the answer Qin Ce had been looking for. Qin Ce felt slightly relieved and started speaking accordingly. What if I win? Then I will be your backing, Jang Rui said decisively, with your solo team taking first place, after graduation, you will naturally join the new elite class because of those rewards. But the hardest part of being a new elite is not getting resources, but keeping them. Without a foundation, without allies, you'll be coveted, excluded, and even schemed against by countless people. She looked at Qin Ce, as the daughter of the city lord, I will unconditionally support you, guarantee your interests, and help you stand firm. How about that? Chapter 59, Urgent Alarm. This bet is too big. The loser must either give up their freedom and future possibilities, or pay a huge price for political protection. But Chinsu almost didn't hesitate. And there was no room for hesitation. If he hesitated, he would offend Jang Rui to the extreme. On the other hand, what if he took first place? Wouldn't that bring even more benefits? Okay. He nodded, I agree. Jang Rui's eyes brightened, and she extended her hand, a promise? Qin Ce shook her hand. That hand was cold, but the grip was firm. A promise. At the moment when their palms clasped, the team card system vibrated again. The number of accepted teams for the 3-star task officially changed from 1 to 2. Starshine Team, Thunder Team. The first and second bets officially took shape at this very moment. The crowd watching had completely frozen in place. They stared at the two young figures in the arena, and for a brief moment, it seemed like they were witnessing a historical scene. One bet with freedom and future, the other with identity and protection. One aimed to break the class system, the other to escape the shackles. This was no ordinary competition. This was clearly a duel where the entire life was the wager. Historians of the future would call this day's bet the Linglong bet. It was a bet that seemed light but carried the weight of 1,000 pounds, one that changed the future of Foamling City for decades to come. In fact, no one knew what calculations were at play when this bet was made. At this moment, no one present knew the true weight this bet would carry for the future. They instinctively held their breath, staring at the scene before them. Then, woo woo woo. The sharp, ear-piercing alarm rang out without warning, echoing above the entire base. This was not a short rehearsal tone but the highest level alarm, a continuous, piercing wail. What's that sound? Enemy attack? No, this is the citywide alarm. The training ground erupted into chaos in an instant. Jang Rui and Qin Ce both let go and looked up at the sky. The alarm continued, growing more urgent with each wail, its pitch rising higher and higher. Then, a hoarse, heavy, undeniable voice echoed through the base's loudspeakers, broadcasting an emergency message. Attention all personnel. To the west of Foamling City, in the direction of Shi Mountain City, a large-scale beast tide is gathering. Danger level 4 stars. Repeat, danger level 4 stars. All combat personnel, immediately enter combat readiness. This is not a drill. This is not a drill. The alarm sounded like a rusty saw blade, repeatedly cutting at everyone's nerves. The training ground exploded into chaos. What's going on? Beast tide? Are you kidding? It's not a drill. Listen to the broadcast. Quick! To the plaza to assemble. The students, once stunned, snapped out of it and instinctively ran towards the central plaza of the base. Some summoned their beasts to ride, others ran directly, while some collided in panic, creating a momentary mess. Chinsu and Jang Rui exchanged a glance and almost simultaneously turned and rushed towards the plaza. The members of the Starshine squad followed closely behind, with Lai Feng, Shanyu, and Aning. The leaders of each squad also reacted quickly, barking orders for their members to follow. 2 minutes later, the plaza was packed with people, a sea of bodies. All the senior classes, nearly 1,000 people, now looked up at the figure standing on the high platform in front of them, the grade director, Tu Feng. Tu Feng was a burly man in his 50s, with a savage scar running diagonally across his left cheek, from the brow bone to the chin. It was said that he had received this wound during a past beast tide when a bronze-tier savage beast's claws slashed him. He rarely made an appearance, but now, standing there, he resembled an iron tower, exuding the aura of one who had seen blood and fire. Silence! A roar like thunder, instantly silencing all the noise. Tu Feng's gaze swept over the crowd like a hawk's, and everyone he looked at instinctively straightened their backs. Just 10 minutes ago, Tu Feng's voice spread across the plaza through the loudspeakers. It was deep and hoarse, every word sounding like an iron nail driven into the ground. An urgent military report came from the Shi Mountain City direction. A large-scale beast tide is gathering, heading straight for our Foamling City. He paused for a second, letting the weight of those words sink into everyone's hearts. Preliminary estimates suggest the beast tide consists of over 100,000 beasts. Danger level, 4 stars. Boom! The plaza erupted in a frenzy. 4 stars? 100,000? Are you kidding? What about Shi Mountain City? Isn't it within the range of the beast tide? Panic spread like wildfire. Even the slowest of students understood what 4-star beast tide meant. Humanity's history of fighting savage beasts was written with blood and fire, a history of cities being destroyed. 1-star beast tides. It can easily wipe out a village. A 2-star beast tide, the town becomes ruins. A 3-star beast tide, the county falls, corpses everywhere. And a 4-star that is a disaster that can destroy a whole city. Quiet! Tu Feng shouted again, his voice full of unquestionable authority. The Beast King is confirmed at Moonlight level, and there is more than one. Moonlight level. These 3 words are like cold water poured over the head, freezing all the noise instantly. Zhang Tianzong, the Lord of Fengling City, is a peak moonlight-level Beast Tamer, the unshakable anchor of this city. And now, there is the same level in the Beast Tide and not just one? What does that mean? It means this Beast Tide could possibly break through Fengling City's defenses head-on. I know what you are thinking. Tu Feng's voice lowered further, yet became stronger. Scared of dying? Want to run? But I tell you, if Fengling City falls, the 3 million people inside, including your parents, brothers and sisters, friends, not one will survive. He stepped forward, the high platform under his feet seeming to shake. The ferocious beasts will not reason with you, will not accept surrender. The day the city falls, is the day of slaughter. In the past 100 years, 17 cities have been breached by beast tides, not one had survivors, even the corpses were completely eaten. The square fell into dead silence. Only heavy breathing, and teeth-chattering sounds that could not be suppressed. Tu Feng's gaze slowly swept across the pale faces, his voice suddenly slowing, yet carrying even heavier power. So, there is no way back. Fengling City must be held. The military has issued the highest mobilization order, all combat personnel, enter the battle sequence. Including you, students of the War Academy. He paused, looking at the young faces below. I know, many of you have never truly been on a battlefield. I know, you will be afraid, your hands will shake, you may even want to run. But I also know you are students of Fengling War Academy. The backbone of this city's future. Your parents sent you here not to raise a bunch of cowards who hide in danger. Now, the test comes. To be a coward, or to be a hero, you choose yourself. Chapter 60, The Beast Tide Arrives. These words were like a heavy hammer, shattering fear, igniting a long-suppressed bloodlust. People in the crowd began to straighten their chests, their eyes gradually becoming firm. Tu Feng watched these changes, a flash of satisfaction in his eyes, then it turned serious. The military will not let you die in vain. All participants will earn points based on their battle achievements. This mission system will be integrated into the city's military merit system. He raised his hand, on the square's electronic screen, a series of contents projected from his officer's battle tag on his wrist. The screen scrolled dense exchange lists, the top few lines glowing with dazzling gold light. Starshine level Earth level innate skill, exchange requires 100,000 military merit points. Golden Pet Evolution Potion, exchange requires 5,000 military merit points. Moonlight level Ferocious Beast Material, specific type, exchange requires 30,000 to 80,000 military merit points. Permanent residence in Inner City, family unit, exchange requires 800 military merit points. See it? Tu Feng pointed at the rewards that made eyes shine. These are the hidden treasures of the whole city. Resources you never even dared to dream of before. Now, as long as you have the ability, you can get them. This beast tide is a crisis, but also an opportunity. An opportunity to be reborn, to soar into the sky. His voice suddenly rose, like war drums pounding. So, I ask you. Do you dare to go to the battlefield? Do you dare to fight the ferocious beasts with your life? Do you dare for yourself, for your family, for this city, to carve a path of blood? A brief deathly silence. Then, the first voice rose. I dare. It was Jang Rui. She stood at the front of the crowd, silver hair flying in the wind, eyes sharp as knives. Then the second, third. I dare. I dare. I dare. The roars grew from scattered to gathering, eventually becoming a deafening wave of sound. Into the sky. Tu Feng looked at the faces below, all lit by the fire of battle, and nodded. Good. All class leaders, immediately take the students back to the camp for 1 hour of combat readiness. After 1 hour, proceed to the defense positions according to your assigned areas. The elite class will be led by Teacher Wei Ming, their mission has been arranged separately. Dismissed. The crowd scattered like a tide, rushing toward their respective camps. Footsteps, shouting, and the screeching of pets blended together. Chinsu stood still, watching the busy figures around him, then looked up at the sky above Xia Mountain City to the west. There, the clouds hung low, and the sky was gloomy. A mountain storm was about to come. Then, his gaze turned southeast, toward Yai Town, the direction of home. As the group dispersed. In the elite class, Wei Ming took a special communicator that flashed red light from two directors' hands and spoke quickly in a low voice. Elite class, everyone. Follow me immediately. Hurry. Without any extra words, all the elite class students, including Qin and Jang Rui, quickly followed. After passing through the administrative building, the group entered an underground tactical meeting room with stronger protection and soundproofing. The atmosphere in the meeting room was heavy, with a huge electronic screen showing the map of Fengling City and its surrounding areas, several glaring red arrows pointing from the west toward the city, accompanied by a series of shocking data evaluations. Wei Ming used the special communicator to unlock the control console system. He turned around and faced everyone. Time is tight, I'll keep it short. Wei Ming's face was serious, staring at all the elite class students as he spoke rapidly. The beast tide is coming, and the military war status has been activated. From now on, your identities are no longer just elite class students of the Battle Academy, but specially formed combat personnel of Fengling City in wartime. At that moment, the activated console emitted a buzzing sound, and a wave of mental energy spread across the entire space. The 12 team badges of the elite class vibrated in response. Wei Ming stood on the main control platform, his expression more serious than ever. All team leaders, look at your team badges. Qin Ce looked down, and the badge on his wrist had completely changed. The top of the screen, Thunder Team, number 03, had changed to 1st Battle Academy Special Forces Team number 02. Number 02, the previous second place on the total points ranking. Next to him, Jang Rui also raised her hand, and her badge displayed 1st Battle Academy Special Forces Team number 01. Aside from the team number change. Looking further down, the title of the total points ranking had changed to Fengling City Bronze Level and Below Combat Unit Total Ranking. This list was astonishingly long, with thousands of team names scrolling rapidly. Qin Ce took a quick glance, at least over 1,000 teams. You should have seen this ranking. Wei Ming's voice echoed. It covers all combat units in Fengling City below the rank of officer and bronze level, including regular military units, city defense patrol teams, private armies of various families, registered mercenary groups, and our Battle Academy's elite class. There are so many, a student exclaimed. Yes. He paused, emphasizing the next words. Remember, from now on, you are no longer competing with your classmates in the same class. Your competitors are all the combat personnel of the same level in Fengling City. They include famous hunters and elites who have crawled out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. They have more experience, better coordination, and you are just a group of chicks who have never faced a storm. Now, you have to compete with them for the battle achievement rankings in this beast tide. Do you know what that means? It means, before you even graduate, you have already joined the military achievement ranking of Fengling City. If you perform well, think about what that means. Military achievements are never something you can just wish for. But now, that opportunity has come. A suppressed gasp filled the room. Competing for rankings with the entire city's combat units? The pressure was now far greater than ever before. 10 times. But the benefits are also immense. Not to mention the previously discussed rewards from point redemption in the square, this military merit record, if performed excellently, can completely save them 5 years of detours. Hiss. Thinking about it this way, this ranking is definitely a must-have. Seeing such a change, everyone couldn't wait to continue watching. Qin Ce's gaze shifted downward. The task system had completely transformed. Originally occupying the core position, the academy tasks were now pushed to the corner, replaced by a simple, rough, and military-styled interface. Military Merit Task System, Wartime. The main categories only have 4 items. Kill Mission, basic merit is awarded according to the type and level of the fierce beasts killed, with flying types and special types having a coefficient bonus. Regional Defense Mission, merits are evaluated based on the importance of the defense area, defense duration, and the number of waves of attacks repelled. Support Mission, respond to requests for help and earn merit based on the battle results after successful support. Core Mission, special, high-risk tasks issued directly by the command headquarters, with extremely high merit. Chapter 61, the special nature of the elite class. The rules are simple: kill enemies, defend the land, rescue, and complete orders to earn merit. Wei Ming continued to explain. Click on each one, and inside are more detailed subtasks and the corresponding merit points. Qin Ce casually clicked on the kill mission, and the list that popped up made his pupils contract slightly. Kill fierce beasts military merit benchmark. Black Iron low grade, 1 point. Black Iron mid grade, 3 points. Black Iron high grade, 5 points. Black Iron peak, 8 points. Bronze low grade, 20 points. Bronze mid grade, 50 points. Bronze high grade, 100 points. Bronze peak, 300 points. Silver low grade, 1000 points. It was followed by a long list of coefficient bonuses explanations. Flying type fierce beast times 1.2. Elemental type fierce beast times 1.3. Pack type fierce beast, kill leader, times 1.5. Nighttime combat times 1.1. Important node times 1.3. Wei Ming emphasized, merit can be exchanged for wartime special resources, including but not limited to advanced potions, talisman-powered equipment, one-time attack/defense gear, rare materials, and even, including the starry-level innate methods that were strictly controlled in the past. Starry-level innate methods. These words were mentioned again, like a heavy bomb, causing all the students to freeze for a moment, and their eyes erupted with intense light. That's the key to reaching a higher level. Usually completely out of reach, yet now it appeared in the exchange list? Even if it's just fragments or prerequisites, it would be worth a fortune. Behind the cruelty of war, there are indeed huge opportunities. But Wei Ming's voice suddenly rose, suppressing the restlessness of the crowd. Although merit is good, you also need a life to spend it. The battlefield is not a drill, fierce beasts won't follow the rules, and death could come at any time. You are the future hope of Fengling City, and I don't want to see any unnecessary sacrifices. So, remember, when on the battlefield, obey orders, and obey orders. He took a deep breath, his tone softened but became even more serious. Next, the most crucial step, the difference between you and ordinary students is that your defense zone is different from theirs. They are only in the outer city suburbs, but you. Pay attention. Wei Ming's voice pulled everyone's attention to the electronic screen, where he pointed to the map above. On the giant electronic screen, Fengling City's area was divided into different colored concentric circles. Among them, the outermost white area is the outer city suburb, with countless red-marked buildings resembling bunkers. Each bunker had several miniature yellow defensive devices. The next layer, light yellow, is the outer city defense zone, where long defense walls connect to even larger castle towers. Each tower had more than 10 orange defensive devices. Next, orange is the main city periphery, with even wider defensive walls and numerous red defensive devices. The area surrounded by the main city's walls is the deep red main city core, where there are taller towers, thicker protection, and golden city defense weapons. And the very center, that small golden area, marked as inner city, each building's top is covered with city defense equipment, many of which are shining lights from the weapons. This should be pretty obvious. The closer it is to the center, the stronger the defense, the better the military equipment. The methods used to deal with the fierce beasts are more ruthless, and naturally, the higher the score gained. Wei Ming said in a deep voice, but more importantly, during a beast tide, high-level fierce beasts will prioritize attacking this most central area. Because it contains the energy sources they crave, the population, and the aura of high-level beast masters. He scanned the crowd, so, when choosing a defense zone, the closer you are to the inner city, the stronger the beasts you encounter, the more intense the battles, and the stronger the city defense weapons you can control. Accordingly, the military merits you gain will also be greater. One of the students couldn't help but ask, "Wei teacher, we are just at the bronze level or below, what should we do if we encounter silver or even golden level fierce beasts?" This is the second point I want to emphasize. Wei Ming raised his hand, the projection switched, displaying a row of fierce turrets and energy launchers on the city walls, city defense system. The city walls of Fengling City are not just for show, they are equipped with heavy weapons capable of threatening golden level fierce beasts. You can use these city defense facilities to attack during the battle in your defense zone. Any fierce beasts you kill using these weapons will count towards your military merits. He paused, adding, of course, if the city defense weapons kill them independently, the military merits will be divided, with 70% going to the city defense department. But when fierce beasts reach the defense line, and you weaken them with weapons, constrain them with your pets, and then use the city defense weapons to finish them off, then all the military merits will be yours. These words made many people's eyes light up. Killing golden level with bronze level might sound impossible, but if the city defense weapons can damage a golden level fierce beast and they finish it off, wouldn't the military merits be? Don't get your hopes up too high. Wei Ming poured cold water on them. High-level fierce beasts are not stupid, they will prioritize destroying the city defense systems. So, this area will also be the most intense, and you may find it hard to even stand your ground, so assess your own abilities. Afterward, Wei Ming glanced at his watch. There are 40 minutes left, the selection rights for each defense zone will soon open. You can assess your own combat abilities and consider which area suits you best. Of course, the military side may also have some restrictions. In short, the best choice is the one that suits you. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the screen. Only Chinsu and Jang Rui were different. Jang Rui's expression was calm, as if she had already known these rules and had made up her mind. While Qin Ce lowered his head and looked at the golden inner city area on the map, then glanced at the white suburbs on the outskirts. His fingers lightly stroked the surface of the team plate. His mother and younger sister should be in Yai Town now. Yai Town is located in the southeastern direction of Fengling City, belonging to the outermost suburbs area. This area was not even shown on the screen. According to the advanced direction of the beast tide, the west side would be the first to bear the brunt, while the east side would face much less pressure. But less pressure does not mean safe, because the defense forces in the suburbs are also the weakest. If the beast tide splits the forces, or if flying fierce beasts circle around the back. Qin Ce's brows gradually furrowed. At that moment, all the lights on the screen flickered. A prompt sound rang. The defense zone selection authority has been opened. The vibration of the team plate pulled everyone's attention back. The interface on the big screen switched, revealing a detailed defense map with every street marked, showing the available defense zone positions for the elite class. Inner city, 2 spots, golden mark. Main city core area, 3 spots, red mark. Outer city defense zone, 7 spots, orange mark. The edges of the map are filled with large gray areas, labeled outlying villages, towns, military bases, but those areas are not marked with selectable spots clearly reserved for non-elite students or special arrangements for regular troops. It has begun, someone whispered. Almost at the same time, 10 waves of choice application mental energy surged into the 2 golden marks in the inner city. Everyone wanted to grab those 2 coveted spots. But the next second, a cold system prompt popped up. Choice order, proceed in current ranking order. First place, Jang Rui, ID 01, please choose. Second place, Qin Ce, ID 02, please wait. What? Choose by ranking? Does that mean? Frustrated exclamations erupted around the room. The team captains at the back of the rankings immediately sank in despair. Their earlier strategy of avoiding Qin Ce's sharp competition had slowed their progress in the academy's tasks, leading to a slow increase in points. Now, karma had arrived, the era of military achievements had begun, but because of their historical rankings, they lost the priority to choose. Jang Rui was not surprised at all. She didn't even glance at the map, simply raised her hand, and lightly tapped one of the golden marks in the inner city. That was an area located in the northwest corner of the inner city, backed by the Lord's mansion, with a vast central plaza in front. There were 5 heavy energy turrets on the city walls, defense rating, yes. Jang Rui, ID 01, chooses, Inner City West Plaza Defense Area. Remaining inner city spots, 1. Choice complete, she withdrew her hand and calmly turned her gaze to Chinsu. Waiting for his decision. All eyes in the room focused on him. Only 1 spot remained in the inner city. According to reason, Chinsu, being second, should have taken it without hesitation, choosing to guard the most core area alongside Jang Rui. It would maximize military achievement rewards and maintain the most advantageous competitive position from their previous bet. But the Beast Tide, this unexpected event, had brought their competition to a new starting point. However, Qin Ce raised his head and looked toward Wei Ming. Teacher, his voice was exceptionally clear in the quiet training field, aren't the defenses of the outer forts and towns relatively weaker? Wouldn't they be more dangerous in the face of the Beast Tide? Wei Ming was taken aback for a moment, then frowned. The danger is certainly not as high as the core area of the main city. High-level beasts will prioritize attacking the inner city. But the outer defenses are weak, lacking heavy city defense weapons, and the station personnel are mainly ordinary troops and low-level Beast Tamers, so. He paused and spoke honestly, in terms of survival probability, the outer areas are indeed more dangerous. Once the defense line is broken, reinforcements will have difficulty arriving in time. Qin Ce nodded, his expression unnervingly calm. Then, he said something that stunned everyone. I choose to guard Yai Town. Silence. At that moment, even the air seemed to freeze. After a few seconds, countless voices of discussion erupted. Choose Yai Town? Yai Town. Where is that? I think it's the town on the far southeast edge. Is he crazy? Giving up an inner city spot to guard the most outer town? That place doesn't even have defensive equipment. Without the support of defensive weapons, how much can one's personal strength really do? Didn't he just make a bet with senior sister Jiang? How can he earn military achievements by going to the outer area? Is this guy really stupid or pretending to be stupid? Even Wei Ming was stunned. Qin Ce, can you say that again? Wei Ming furrowed his brows, doubting his own hearing. I choose to assist in defending Yai Town. Qin Ce repeated, his tone unwavering. Wei Ming opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but saw the unquestionable determination in Qin Ce's eyes. Jang Rui frowned slightly, took a step forward, and spoke in a cold voice. Qin Ce, are you sure? Choosing the outer area means your military achievement rewards will only be 1/10 of what you would earn in the inner city. Also, the Yai Town direction is not the main assault path of the Beast Tide, and the beast level and density will be much lower. No matter how well you defend, your military achievements will never catch up to mine. She paused, her tone becoming serious. Are you conceding this bet directly? Qin Ce turned to look at her, his eyes unwavering, only a calmness that bordered on stubbornness. The bet I will fulfill. But there are some things more important than the bet. Yai Town. At that moment, an idea suddenly flashed through Wei Ming's mind. He stared into Qin Ce's eyes and slowly asked, is it because your family is there? Qin Ce nodded. Yes. He paused for a moment, his tone calm, almost like stating a fact. The strongest defensive force in Yai Town is a low-grade golden-ranked officer, with 3 silver-ranked assistants under his command, and a regular army of fewer than 200 soldiers. The city wall is 7 meters high, equipped with 6 old-style crossbows and 2 energy towers. These are all from 20 years ago. With such defenses, how long can they hold up against a 4-star Beast Tide? Wei Ming fell silent. Qin Ce continued, my mother is an ordinary person, working at a sewing factory in the town. My little sister is 7 this year and hasn't awakened her spiritual power yet. It's just the two of them at home, and they live in the west side of the town, which is very close to the city wall, but there are no defensive weapons there. He looked at Wei Ming. Teacher, what do you think the survival chances are for them if the beast tide really reaches the southeast? Who will the town prioritize protecting? The noble industries in the inner city, or the civilian homes in the west area? Wei Ming opened his mouth but couldn't find the words. I am the only beast master in my family. I am their only hope. Qin Ce's voice was soft, but it hit the ground like a hammer. If I can't stand in front of them, then what is the point of all the skills I have trained for? Qin Ce, Wei Ming finally spoke, his tone weary with an attempt at persuasion. You need to trust the government and the military. Fengling City has been established for 100 years, having faced more than one beast tide. We have complete emergency plans in place. No civilian area will be easily abandoned. Do you believe that? Qin Ce suddenly retorted. Wei Ming froze. Qin Ce looked at him, his eyes filled not with anger or accusation, but with a kind of sorrowful clarity. Teacher, do you really believe that at the moment of life and death, those who made the plans will treat the lives of civilians with the same importance as the nobles, the core resources, and the lifeblood of the city? If that is the case, then why are so many people desperately fighting for first place in points? The meeting room fell into complete silence. His words were too sharp, too direct, piercing through the window of the big picture that everyone was silently maintaining. Qingluan. Jang Rui could no longer hold herself back. She turned around and walked back, her voice filled with anger at his stubbornness. Calm down. This is not the time to discuss fairness. The beast tide is coming, and resources must be prioritized for the key defense areas. This is the most basic military logic. This isn't about the big picture or not, it's about the optimal solution when resources are limited. Chapter 63, Giving Up the Slot. Her words caused everyone to fall silent. Each person stands in a different position, leading to different conclusions. However, Jang Rui also knew that saying this was useless. There are just some things that have to be said, after all, many eyes are watching. Then, Jang Rui changed her tone completely. Qin Ce. This time, there was clear emotional fluctuation in Jang Rui's voice. I understand how you feel. But what can you change by going to Yai Town now? Even if you risk your life to defend a part of the city wall, can you stop the beast tide? The scale of the beast tide is beyond imagination. The defensive forces of the surrounding villages and towns simply cannot withstand a full-scale impact. What can you do alone? She took a step forward, her tone almost harsh. Be rational. If you go to the inner city, earn high military merits, win the bet, and get all the privileges of being the top graduate, the inner city property, top-level security, resource quotas, you can directly bring your family to the safest place. This is the rational, truly responsible way to handle things for them. Qin Ce listened quietly, then nodded slowly. Senior Jiang, you are right. He said slowly, rationality, logic, optimal solution. I understand all of that. In fact, doing what you said is truly the best choice for me. But for family, is it the same? What if they can't wait until then? He said softly, his gaze sweeping across the faces in the meeting room, some confused, some mocking, some full of pity. If the beast tide really splits and strikes the southeast, if Yai Town really falls, if my mother and sister. He lifted his head, looking at the map of Fengling City on the screen in the meeting room. If my family becomes the sacrifice in this optimal solution, then what meaning does all of this have for me? He turned back and looked at Jang Rui, his eyes as calm as a deep pool. Family is the one before all the zeros. Without that one, no matter how many zeros follow, it's still zero. He didn't continue. But everyone understood. Some choices aren't a matter of right or wrong. It's not about whether it's worth it. In Qin Ce's heart, family is the foundation of everything. Bets, military achievements, the future, even life, all must give way to this foundation. Jang Rui was stunned. She opened her mouth, wanting to argue, but found she couldn't speak. From Qin Ce's perspective, this was not wrong. But Jang Rui fell silent. She looked at Qin Ce for a long time, then slowly stepped back a step. You, do as you wish. She finally gritted her teeth, wouldn't block. But, whatever you choose. I won't cancel the bet. If you lose this way, don't even think about being my deputy. Come as a sidekick instead. Disappointment, undisguised disappointment. Such a talented person, yet so driven by emotions. She turned away, no longer looking at him. Even her fingers, at her sides, were slightly clenched. Qin Ce didn't pay attention to Jang Rui. He just turned his gaze back to Wei Ming. Change region? With his identity and status, it was very difficult, and it was easy to bear the responsibility by association. Think about it, with the beast tide approaching, everyone's busy rearranging animal supplies and troop deployments. Is it appropriate to go here and there to submit requests for troop movement? If Qin Ce wasn't so exceptionally capable, having caught up with and even surpassed most senior students in less than half a year, he would never have been able to discuss so much with a student. How could he balance both sides? Wei Ming glanced at Qin Ce, suddenly thinking of something. He took out his phone, quickly checking some information, then said to Qin Ce, "I just checked. The main attack directions of the Beast Tide are indeed the west and north. Yuntai Town is in the southeast, so it's unlikely to be the main attack direction. And I have an old friend in Yuntai Town, the head of a military base near there, named Mike. If you're worried about your family, I can contact him and ask him to help protect them." He looked at Qin Ce, his tone almost pleading. "Is this acceptable? Don't act impulsively. Go to the inner city first, and I promise your family's safety." "Thank you, teacher." Qin Ce interrupted him, his tone still firm, "But I still want to go." He paused, then added, "When danger strikes, being able to stand in front of my family, blocking the storm for them, that's the purpose of all the skills I've trained." "You." Wei Ming was so angry his hands were trembling. "How can you be so stubborn? War is not a joke, it's not something you can just decide on a whim." But in Qin Ce's eyes, there was nothing but pleading. Wei Ming looked at this student, then glanced at the map, where even Yuntai Town was not marked, a lonely white mark, almost forgotten by everyone. He finally sighed. "Yuntai Town is not on the elite class's standard choice list. But if you insist, I can help you apply for a special reassignment on the condition that you give up your inner city spot. But even so, the reassignment will depend on whether the military can make arrangements. It's not guaranteed that you'll be placed in Yuntai Town. I give up my inner city spot," Qin Ce said without hesitation. The meeting room erupted in surprise again. He really gave it up. The last remaining inner city spot, which so many people coveted, and he didn't even glance at it, just directly gave it up. Jang Rui's brow furrowed even more tightly. She looked at Qin Ce, her eyes filled with confusion, disappointment, and a kind of angry frustration. This was the opponent she thought worthy of her attention. How could someone make such an irrational decision at such a critical juncture? Qin Ce didn't care about those complicated gazes. He looked at Wei Ming and said, "Teacher, could you help me apply for a position transfer?" Wei Ming looked at him and finally nodded. At that moment, suddenly, a student, Sun Hao, stepped forward. Who doesn't have family? But at such a crucial time, when it concerns the future, life and death, even the survival of a city, is it appropriate to put family before the bigger picture? Everyone is fighting for their own small family, but who will fight for the greater good? Fighting for everyone is also fighting for your own family, right? You are just pure selfishness. Maybe, when you see the battle turning against us, you'll just slip away from the border. Soon, the other students began to whisper as well. How selfish. The Beast Tide is here, and he's still only thinking about his own family? Exactly, we're all risking our lives at the core defense zone, and he's going home to guard his own hometown? His family's lives matter, but the lives of others don't? I used to think he was a tough guy, but turns out he's this unclear. Public opinion started to shift. From being initially seen as loyal and righteous, with the guidance of certain people, Qin Ce gradually became seen as selfish, disregarding the bigger picture, and making a fuss. The gossip surged like a tidal wave, every gaze felt like a needle stabbing into his back. Even Wei Ming, who initially wanted to help Qin Ce apply for a transfer, slowed down because of these comments. If there was too much opposition in the class, such a move would definitely lead to consequences for him as well. Chapter 64, A Shared Interest Community. Qin Ce looked at the faces around him, some filled with disdain, some confused, even some with anger. He slowly raised his hand, making a gesture to request to speak. Surprisingly, the training ground gradually quieted down. Everyone wanted to hear what this usually strong, never bowing Qin Ce, after pushing himself into opposition with everyone, would say next. Qin Ce didn't speak immediately. He took a deep breath, then slightly bent his body, bowing with the gesture of utmost humility from the start. What you all said is right. His voice was not loud but clear enough to carry in the silence, rationality, the bigger picture, the optimal solution. All of these are correct. Choosing to go to Yuntai Town, from these perspectives, is indeed selfish, indeed disregarding the bigger picture. He paused, raised his head, and scanned everyone with his eyes. But I envy you all. This statement stunned everyone. I envy you for having families and parents who can shelter you from the wind and rain, Qin Ce continued, his tone calm, as if telling someone else's story. As for me, I am just an ordinary person, a fragile umbrella for a small family. Since the day my father died in the Yuntai Town defense squad, I became that umbrella. The room fell completely silent. Even the electronic sounds from the instruments seemed to quiet down. When the storm comes, Qin Ce looked at the young faces around him. I think everyone under an umbrella hopes that the umbrella above them will stand firm, resolutely, and securely over them. Not the umbrella itself thinking, which way should I fall to get myself wet the least? He paused, then asked a soft, yet heavy question. No one under the umbrella wants to be treated like that, right? Silence. No one answered, but everyone's eyes shifted slightly. My mother and sister are the same. Qin Ce's voice was light. They wouldn't want, when the beast tide comes, their only hope, the only umbrella at home, to choose another place to shelter, under the pretense of being safer or more advantageous, leaving them behind. And then, when they get soaked, washed away by the rain, does that umbrella, which has turned into a canopy, shielding them from all disasters, still have any meaning? He looked around the room, his tone suddenly changing. And moreover, let's take a step back. If we look at it from the most pragmatic angle, is my choice really a bad thing for you all? Everyone was stunned. Qin Ce pointed at the golden inner city mark on the projected map, as everyone knows. There are only 2 spots in the inner city. Senior Jiang has taken one, and there's still one left. His gaze swept over the top-ranked team captains. If I choose, that spot will be mine. But if I give up now, who will get that spot? Will it be passed to the next person? He paused, adding. In other words, because I am going to Yai Town, one of you will get the inner city spot that was originally mine. My selfishness creates an opportunity for someone among you. And everyone will move forward, taking a higher position because of this change. So, from this perspective, Qin Ce's lips curved into a faint smile, our interests are actually aligned, aren't they? Dead silence. Then came the sound of people realizing the truth. Of course. If Qin Ce doesn't go to the inner city, the spot he leaves open is their opportunity, right? The people who had been blaming Qin Ce for being selfish now changed their expressions. From anger to confusion, then to a subtle sense of glee. They had only seen Qin Ce as disregarding the bigger picture, but hadn't realized that this disregard was exactly what cleared a path for them. I agree with Qin Ce going to Yai Town. Jang Rui, captain of the Fierce Wind team, was the first to raise his hand. He was in 3rd place, so if Qin Ce gave up, the last inner city spot would be his. I agree too. The captain of the mountain team quickly followed. I agree. Support. More and more hands were raised. The disdainful glances from before were now replaced with understanding and support. Qin Ce watched the scene with no ripple in his heart. He knew that these people weren't supporting his choice, but the benefits his choice brought. But it didn't matter. All he wanted was the result that would allow him to go to Yai Town. And on the edge of the crowd, Jang Rui, the only one unaffected by the interests, stood still, unmoving. She looked at Qin Ce, then at the classmates who were raising their hands in support, and Qin Ce's words echoed repeatedly in her mind. An umbrella shelters from wind and rain. Suddenly, she thought of her own family. She remembered her grandfather, sitting deep within the capital, in the palace, still dignified despite his old age, the pillar of the Zhang family, the stabilizing force of the Federation, an epic-level beastmaster. He was supposed to be the protector of the younger generation. But on the day she turned 18, with an unquestionable tone, he had arranged her marriage to the heir of another powerful family. This is for the future of the Zhang family, her grandfather had said, his voice as calm as talking about the weather. You need a husband worthy of you, and the Zhang family needs stronger allies. At that moment, she felt the umbrella that had always sheltered her suddenly transform into a mountain pressing down on her. An umbrella should shield those beneath it from the rain, not treat them as mere pawns. She thought she had understood this truth long ago. But just now, she had used reason, the bigger picture, and the optimal solution to criticize Qin Ce. When did she become someone who thought like her grandfather? The reason she had noticed Qin Ce, the reason she had made that bet, was because of his different aura, wasn't it? Unselfish, uncompromising, playing by his own rules, like a sword cutting through the clouds. But now, she wanted to put this sword into the rational scabbard? Jang Rui suddenly felt a heat on her face. She took a deep breath, pushed through the crowd in front of her, and walked into the center. Teacher Wei, her voice wasn't loud, but it made all the murmurs stop instantly. I also agree with Qin Ce going to Yai Town. She paused, looking at Qin Ce. Her eyes were complex, but there was a firmness that hadn't been there before. And please, teacher, find a way to help him secure that defense area. If there are any procedures or guarantees needed, I'll handle it. This sentence caused another stir in the crowd. Jang Rui not only agreed, but also offered to help. Wei Ming looked at these 2 students, then glanced at the surrounding students who had completely changed their attitudes. Finally, he let out a long sigh. All right. He took out his special teacher permission card and operated it a few times on the team plaque. Qin Ce, I'm giving you the application permission to transfer positions. But whether the military approves it, and where they assign you, I can't guarantee. Thank you, teacher. Qin Ce nodded and accepted the permission. Chapter 65, Moving Stones to Crush Your Own Foot. Qin Ce started filling out the transfer application on the team plaque. The content was simple, applying to transfer from the elite team's standard defense zone to the Yai Town direction, obeying the military's unified arrangements. The crowd around him gradually shifted their attention to the screen, beginning to prepare for the battle. Everything was arranged. But Jang Rui watched the scene, and a strange thought rose in her heart. No, wait. Qin Ce not only stuck to his own choice, but also used such a clever way to resolve the conflict among everyone, even turning resistance into support. Did he just scheme against me? Meanwhile, in the shadowed corner of the training field, a figure quietly retreated further into the darkness and took out their communicator. It was a member of the former Thunder Squad, Sun Hao. He looked at Qin Ce, who was filling out the application form, and a flash of resentment passed through his eyes. It was this guy who snatched their team plaque and caused them to fall from 7th place to the 13th team with no ranking. He made them spend months trying to please others, with hardly any missions to take. And now, the 12 team plaques of the elite class were divided into 12 battle slots. But what about them? As the so-called temporary team, they had been working day and night for the past 3 months just to avoid being at the bottom and kicked out of the elite class. In the end, they didn't even get a single slot. Although Old Wei said he'd arranged for them to guard a military base, which wasn't worse than the outer city, was that really the same? Now, Qin Ce wants to transfer to Yai Town? Dream on. Sun Hao quickly typed a message on his communicator. Wugu, Qin Ce is applying to transfer to Yai Town, and has already received the class teacher's approval. He is filling out the form now. He wants to take advantage of the beast tie to protect his family. This is a rare opportunity for revenge. Can you do something to stop him from going? Click, sent. A few seconds later, Wu Zhou's reply came back. Got it. Leave it to me. Sun Hao looked at those 3 words and a cold smirk curled on his lips. Qin Ce, you made things hard for us. I'll make you taste what things not going as planned means. He put away his communicator and silently blended into the crowd. On the other side. At this moment, Wu Zhou was with his uncle, a mid-level officer in the city defense army, in the command center of the inner city wall, familiarizing himself with the wartime process and receiving the family team's defense assignments. When he received Sun Hao's message, he was stunned for a moment, then a hideously twisted smile of extreme resentment and excitement appeared on his face. Qin Ce. There's a road to heaven, but you won't take it. You barged into hell with no door. You want to go back to Yai Town to protect your damn family? In your dreams. He immediately walked aside, avoiding others, and dialed a secure line. His voice carried hatred. Dad. Qin Ce. He's the one who made me lose the team plaque and was kicked out of the elite class, ruining my future. Now, he's applying to transfer during wartime, trying to use this chance to go back to Yai Town to escape the chaos. This selfish, disruptive, only thinking about his own family and interests little man cannot be allowed to succeed. He must be severely punished. On the other end, a calm and steady voice remained silent for a moment, then said, Got it. I'll handle it. At this moment, Qin Ce had just finished filling in the last item and clicked submit. Transfer application submitted, awaiting military review. A prompt popped up on the interface. He put away the team plaque, raised his head, and looked toward the southeast. Yai Town, wait for me. He said silently. But little did he know, a venomous snake in the shadows had already silently bared its fangs. Only half an hour remained for battle preparation. Wei Ming quickly gave orders in the center of the training field, his voice steady and powerful, like a precision machine in motion. Jang Rui, Xinghui Squad, Inner City West Square Defense Zone. The battle preparedness supply list has been sent to the squad plaque, waiting for the notification from warehouse number 3. It must be completed within an hour. Zhao Rui, Lifeng Squad, Inner City East District Defense Zone. You are responsible for assisting in the defense of the Castle Lord's side flank. The pressure will be heavy, so 2 additional emergency treatment kits have been allocated to you. Once the order from Qin Ce arrives, after you receive your mission, you can wait for the warehouse notification. Shangyue Squad, Main City North Gate Defense Zone. Ing Shadow Squad, Main City South Street Tower. Frostblade Squad, Main City West Canal Secret Fortress. One squad after another was arranged, and the supplies were specifically adjusted and discussed. The instructors at the War Academy were not ordinary people, they were top talents in their respective fields. If it weren't for reasons like injuries or beast companions, they would not be here at all. But it was precisely because of their excellence that the arrangements before battle were clearly set out by them. As each squad in the meeting room was arranged, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Finally, only those 6 figures remained, wearing ordinary student uniforms, with no squad badges on their chests, the former Thunder Squad, now the 13th Squad. Wei Ming looked at them, his tone softened a little. The spot for Qin Ce has opened up, so you don't need to go to the external military units anymore. There's still a need for a squad in the outer city defense zone. You will take over. I'll help you apply for an official squad plaque. What? A sharp voice suddenly interrupted him. It was Sun Hao. His eyes widened, and his face turned pale in an instant. We go to the outer city defense zone? Is there a problem? Wei Ming frowned. Although the outer city defense zone isn't as good as the inner city, it's still a proper defense zone. With the city walls for support, it's much stronger than the originally planned external military base. But. Sun Hao spoke incoherently, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. He had just sent word to Wu Zhou, hoping to use Wu's family to block Qin Ce's order. Make Qin Ce frustrated and let him feel what it's like to be controlled. But he never expected that if Qin Ce's order was rejected, the open spot would be passed on to the next person, and they, as the only extra squad in the elite class, would just happen to fill that gap. What did this mean? It meant that if Qin Ce went to Yai Town, they would go to the outer city defense zone. Although it's not as good as the inner city, at least it is a regular defense zone, with city defense systems to rely on. The survival rate and military achievements would be much higher than the original external base. And they would also get their squad badge, making them a real squad. But now, if Qin Ce's order was rejected, wouldn't they? What exactly do you want to say? Wei Ming sensed something was off, his eyes sharp. Nothing. Sun Hao hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to meet his gaze. But it was too late. At that moment, the squad plaque on Qin Ce's wrist suddenly vibrated violently. It wasn't an ordinary alert, but a loud warning sound with a blood-red forced notification. Warning, transfer request, IDTS 2026-0216, has been rejected. Rejection reason: during wartime, an individual's unauthorized request to transfer out of the designated defense zone to a non-strategic location is suspected of evading combat duties and disrupting military morale. Additional penalty: applicant Qin Ce, prohibited from using external communication functions during wartime, except for emergency military communications, strictly stationed in the assigned defense zone and not allowed to leave without authorization, otherwise, it will be treated as wartime desertion. The penalty takes effect immediately. Chapter 66, Family is Never a Choice. The red words were as glaring as blood. The squad leaders from several teams in the meeting room all gathered around. After seeing the contents, they all inhaled sharply. This is too much, right? If the transfer request isn't approved, then fine, but why ban communication? And threaten with desertion? How is Yuntai Town suddenly a non-strategic location? It's also part of Fengling City's territory. Clearly, someone is targeting him. Why? He only applied for a transfer. How is that disrupting military discipline? And why treat it as desertion? This punishment is too severe. Obviously targeted. Someone must be behind this. Could it be the Wu family? A quick-thinking trainee had already guessed the mastermind behind the scene. The crowd immediately erupted in anger. These were the trainees who had previously received better posts after Qin Ce gave up his spot. If Qin Ce couldn't be transferred, wouldn't that mean they'd all be downgraded as well? At this moment, they felt the same huge injustice and anger as Qin Ce did. The wartime regulations were indeed strict, but Qin Ce's request was reasonable. Even if it wasn't approved, there was no need to label him as avoiding battle or disrupting deployments, let alone restricting communication and treating him like a traitor with such severe punishment. This was already beyond the scope of a normal rejection, it was full of blatant revenge. Wei Ming's face instantly turned as dark as water. He quickly pulled out his phone and rapidly flipped through the official military notification letter he had just received. Its content matched the one displayed on Qin Ce's team card, with even harsher wording, signed by the Fengling City Military Department Special Inspection Office. Special Inspection Office. That was the department run by Wu Zhou's father. Wei Ming suddenly looked up, his gaze sharp as a knife, staring at Sun Hao. Sun Hao shuddered under his gaze, instinctively stepping back a step. It's you? Wei Ming's voice was as cold as ice. And no, it's not me. Sun Hao denied vehemently, but his voice was trembling. But the people around immediately understood. In the former Thunder team, who had the closest relationship with Wu Zhou and the strongest motive to do such a thing, if not Sun Hao? Not you? Then investigate. Jang Rui's voice rang out, cold as frost. Wei teacher, request to review the communication records. I want to see who dares to make such a small move during wartime. The members of the Qingluan team immediately stepped forward, ready to capture Sun Hao. Wait. Qin Ce suddenly spoke. He raised his hand, stopping the Qingluan team members' movements, then looked at Wei Ming, his voice eerily calm. Teacher, investigating who did this is meaningless. Our time is running out. I just want to ask, besides the reassignment, is there any other way to get me to Yuntai Town? Wei Ming stared at him, then at the glaring, treated as wartime desertion on the team card, his teeth grinding together. He knew that the Wu family had delivered a death blow. Not only had the transfer request been rejected, but they had also shackled Qin Ce, prohibiting communication, prohibiting leaving the post, with any movement being labeled as desertion. This was meant to trap Qin Ce completely within the assigned defense zone, leaving him no room for independent action. Wei Ming was also anxious now. The request was approved by him, and he couldn't afford the responsibility if accountability came after the war. The only way, at this stage, was to push through this rejection and resubmit it successfully. But Wei Ming's fingers flew across the communicator's screen, sending out message after message, using up all his connections, yet the replies kept bouncing back with rejection, insufficient authority, and wartime special cases not approved. His face darkened more and more, the veins on his forehead faintly throbbing. In the conference room, everyone waited quietly. The other 5 members of the former Thunder team had quietly moved to the back, watching Sun Hao, who was frozen in place, his face pale, with complicated and distant gazes. They weren't stupid. Sun Hao's earlier breakdown and Wei Ming's questioning had already explained everything. But no one spoke. The beast tide was approaching, and no one had the energy to deal with such internal conflicts. Time ticked by. Less than 15 minutes remained until the combat readiness period ended. Who? Wei Ming finally put down the communicator, letting out a long, exhausted sigh. He looked up at Qin Ce and shook his head. I've tried all the channels I can reach. His voice was hoarse, all of them were blocked by that rejection letter. The Special Inspection Office directly labeled the reassignment request as wartime avoidance. All subsequent actions would need to overturn this classification. But overturning it will require a higher-level military tribunal to intervene, and it will take at least 3 days. 3 days? The vanguard of the Beast Tide could reach the outskirts of Fengling City tomorrow. Qin Ce listened silently. His face showed no expression, he only looked down at the team badge on his wrist, the bright red warning still flashing on it, along with the no unauthorized departure lock. The only way now, Wei Ming said with difficulty, is to bypass the elite class system and assign you as a temporary support personnel to a certain township defense area below. But which township exactly? I don't have the final say. He paused, his tone heavy. And, with someone specifically watching, Yai Town, it's basically impossible. Basically impossible. These 4 words were like ice picks, stabbing into Qin Ce's heart. He slowly raised his hand, his fingers brushing over the cold surface of the team badge. Then, he did something that stunned everyone. He unbuckled the wristband and took the team badge off. The dark silver metal badge lay in his palm, faintly glowing under the training ground lights. It still bore the words Thunder Team, though it had been changed to 1st Battle Academy Special Forces, the traces of the original still there. Teacher Wei, Qin Ce spoke, his voice calm, what would happen if I leave the academy now and go to Yai Town as a civilian? Wei Ming's pupils shrank. Are you crazy? That's equivalent to giving up all the rights of Battle Academy students. No logistical support, no intelligence, no rescue authority. If you're caught in a beast tide, no one may even collect your body. And, Jang Rui stepped forward, her voice laced with suppressed anger, if you leave now, the military can directly treat you as a deserter or even a traitor. During the beast tide, deserters can be shot on sight. Qin Ce looked at her, then at Wei Ming, before his gaze finally returned to the team badge in his hand. He gave a faint smile. The smile was subtle but carried a kind of near-tragic determination. Then I'll be a traitor. Qin Ce. Wei Ming shouted sharply. Is it worth it? Jang Rui asked, staring into his eyes, each word heavy. Qin Ce lifted his head, meeting her gaze. In that instant, Jang Rui saw something she had never seen in those eyes before, not anger, not despair, but a kind of pure, unshakable determination that allowed for no impurities. Family, Qin Ce said, each word seeming to be carved out of his chest, it's never a matter of worth or not. He paused, his voice suddenly rising. It's a necessity. Chapter 67, Changing Views. Necessity. No need to weigh the pros and cons, no need to calculate gains and losses, no need to ask whether it's worth it. Because some options, from the very beginning, have no room for not choosing. Jang Rui stared blankly at him, looking at this young man who stood against everyone, even willing to bear the title of traitor to jump into the cliff. She suddenly remembered many years ago, when her mother was seriously ill, her father dropped all political affairs and stayed by the sickbed for 3 days and nights without sleeping. At that time, someone advised her father, Lord Mayor, the big picture is more important. Her father coldly replied, if I can't protect my wife and daughter, what's the use of this big picture? At that time, she didn't understand. Now, it seemed like she understood. Why her grandfather, despite being at the top of the Federation, had her parents come to this remote 4th-tier town. Why her mother, who was so focused on quality of life, would follow her father and work on the farm. She also understood now why, after her grandfather arranged a marriage, her father let her live as she pleased. It turned out, there were some things that didn't require any consideration, they were a necessity. Jang Rui closed her eyes and took a deep breath. When she opened them again, all hesitation, all calculations, all considerations that belonged to the mayor's daughter were gone. Only an almost willful, reckless impulse remained. All right, she said, I'll help you. Qin Ce looked at her, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Was this really Jang Rui? But the Jang Rui in front of him didn't explain. She took out her communicator and dialed an encrypted number. A few seconds later, the call connected. Her voice was soft, but it carried an unquestionable authority. "Father, I need that permission." Wei Ming suddenly turned his head. "Jang Rui, stop messing around. The situation with your father is very complicated." "Mr. Wei," Jang Rui interrupted him, raising the communicator in her hand. "When you contacted the military earlier, I had already contacted my father. However, I have been hesitating whether to use this permission. After all, you know there are two factions above. At this critical moment, provoking a confrontation might not be good." She paused, her lips curving into a subtle smile. "But now, I think it's worth it. If my father knew about today's situation, he would agree." After speaking, Jang Rui received a message on her communicator. She edited a document and then pressed the send button. Almost at the same time, the team badge in Qin Ce's palm trembled violently. It was not a warning, but a crisp sound, like a system notification indicating matter approved. Qin Ce opened it to take a look. On the previous punishment notice, the red glow faded, and the warning disappeared. New information began to slowly appear. Position change request, ID, TS 2026-0216, reconsideration approved. New assignment, Yai Town Direction Mobile Defense Officer. Permission, free to move, not restricted by fixed defense zones, can independently accept defense tasks within a 50 km radius of Yai Town and surrounding areas. In special situations, can also make independent decisions if there is sufficient reason. Special note, this order was directly issued by the highest military command of Fengling City, priority, highest. Free to move. Mobile defense. Not restricted by fixed defense zones. Qin Ce stared at those lines, momentarily lost in thought. It's done? He raised his head and looked at Jang Rui. Inside, there was gratitude, suspicion, and more, a complete overturn of his understanding of Jang Rui. Jang Rui was putting away the communicator. She met his gaze, raised an eyebrow, a look of arrogance on her face as if saying, "Is there anything I, the young lady, can't do?" "What's wrong?" she asked. "Can't believe it?" Qin Ce paused for a few seconds, then slowly shook his head and asked cautiously, "No. I was just thinking, what's the cost?" He stared directly at Jang Rui. "For you to get your father to use the highest command's authority to directly overturn the special inspector's decision. This is not just a simple word, so what do I have to pay?" Jang Rui froze for a moment, then sneered. "Cost?" She raised her chin, her black hair swaying with the motion. "I, the young lady, only help others depending on my mood. Today, I'm in a good mood, is that not enough?" After saying that, she felt a little embarrassed and quickly changed the subject. She first took out a dark golden document from her small bag, embossed with the city lord's emblem, and casually tossed it to Chinsu. "Here." Qin Ce caught it. The document felt heavy in his hand, with a tactile sensation of energy flowing on its surface. He opened it, finding complex runes and information about the city lord's mansion. At the bottom was a small line of text, "Highest level personnel escort proof." "What's this?" he asked. "A safe house qualification." Jang Rui's tone was calm, as if she were discussing something trivial. "There are 12 highest-level safehouses within the inner city of Fengling City, capable of withstanding direct attacks from Haoyue-level beasts. In addition, there are military-grade safehouses in military bases around the city that can also be used. This document allows you to designate up to 3 people to enter the nearest safehouse for shelter at any time, even during a beast tide." She paused and added, "I'm giving it to you now." Qin Ce gripped the document, the metal edges digging into his palm. He lifted his head and looked at Jang Rui, gazing at her for a long time. It was as if he were getting to know her again. Then, Qin Ce solemnly and deeply bowed. "Thank you." The 2 words were light, but heavy. Jang Rui turned her face away, the tips of her ears turning slightly red, but her tone remained arrogant. "Stop that. The bet still stands. You lost, and you still have to come serve as my assistant." Qin Ce straightened up, carefully putting the document away. He put his team badge back on. "The bet still stands," he said, his eyes reigniting with sharp intensity. "I lost, and I will accept it." Jang Rui's lips curved into a smile, a glimmer of amusement flashing in her eyes. "That's good." She turned and, with the Xinghui squad, headed toward warehouse number 3 for supplies. After taking a few steps, she paused, looked back at Qin Ce, and said, "Come back alive." Qin Ce froze for a moment, then nodded seriously in response. Minutes later, a green flash soared out from the base. The Qingluan flapped its wings, breaking through the clouds. Qin Ce sat on the back of the Qingluan, looking down at the land below. After 3 months of intense training, the Qingluan had grown even larger. Its wingspan exceeded 5 meters, and its green feathers shimmered with a metallic gleam under the sunlight. The breath of Black Iron Peak had been fully stabilized, it was only a matter of time before it reached the bronze level. And its speed, enhanced by the Nine Heavens Blue Sky talent, had reached a terrifying level an ordinary bronze-grade flying beast would be hard-pressed to catch up. From Foamling City to Yai Town, the straight-line distance exceeded 180 kilometers. If traveling on the ground, it would take at least a day and a night. However, for the Qingluan, with its long-distance flying speed, Qin Ce estimated that it would take no more than 2 hours to reach. Sitting on the bird's back, the strong wind blew in his face, but it couldn't blow away the burning urgency in his chest. Chapter 68, Completing the Notification Task. As the Qingluan flew out of the base's range, Qin Ce looked down, watching the scene below gradually shift from the bustling, tense preparations of Foamling City's main area, to the busy and noisy outskirts, and then to the more distant wilderness and scattered villages. But the wilderness was not quiet. In the fields, farmers were frantically harvesting crops. Those that were not yet ripe were hastily cut down and piled on the ground, looking rushed and messy. On the roads, crowds of people fleeing the disaster filled the streets, carrying their families, with crude baggage and pushing creaking carts. Children were crying, adults were shouting, and livestock were panicking, shrieking in fear. Occasionally, a few squads of soldiers could be seen trying to maintain order, but their numbers were too few, and against the surging tide of people, they seemed like a few stones trying to block a flood. Further away, small village forts had closed their gates. Qin Ce saw people climbing the earth walls to reinforce their defenses, others were driving their pets to patrol the perimeter, some were burning a pungent herb at the village entrance, trying to increase the chances of repelling the beast tide. Everyone was busy, and everyone's face was marked with seriousness. Qin Ce saw a little girl, 6 or 7 years old, clutching a worn-out doll, standing at the roadside, staring at the retreating convoy with tear-filled eyes. Her mother knelt down, tightly hugging her and whispering comfort. He saw an old soldier with graying hair, wearing a faded, worn-out military uniform, standing at the village entrance, giving a speech to the young men and women gathering. The old man stood straight, his voice hoarse but powerful. He saw a small group of civilian beastmasters, with their pets carrying supplies, hurrying along the road. One of them looked back, staring in the direction of their home with a reluctant gaze, yet their steps never slowed. This was the scene of life under the beast tide. Fear. Reluctance. But more than anything, the determination to do everything to survive. Everyone was struggling. Struggling to live, struggling to protect everything they held dear. But Qin Ce's 9-star insight could clearly see that the defense strength of those village forts could only resist the impact of black iron-level beasts at most. Most of the patrol beasts were low-level bronze, with few even reaching the mid-bronze rank. The smoke from the burning herbs was almost useless against beasts above the bronze level. They were doing everything they could to prepare, but those preparations were as fragile as paper in the face of a true beast tide. Qin Ce clenched his fist. His nails dug deep into his palm. He was still not strong enough. If he were at the gold level now, even at the level of a full moon, he could easily, with his own strength, hold up the sky for this area, protecting these villages, protecting Yai Town, protecting his mother and little sister. But he was just at the peak of black iron. Even with the 9 layers of the blue sky's gift, even with Qingluan's speed now matching that of bronze, he was still not enough when facing such a beast wave. I need to get stronger, faster. Qin Ce muttered softly, his voice carried away by the strong wind. Strong enough to truly protect everything I want to protect. Qin Ce clenched his fists, withdrew his gaze, and opened his team badge. The interface had switched to the military achievement system, and his identity now read: Qin Ce Yai Town Direction Patrol and Defense Officer. Current task, Village Warning, 0/7. The task list contained only one entry: go to the 7 remote villages under Yai Town that have no communication, pull the alarm, and confirm that the villagers enter the underground bunker. It was simple, basic, and the military reward was pitiful, only 35 points if fully completed. But Qin Ce didn't mind. Because military achievements were never his goal. His goal was that once this task was completed, he could move freely and return home to take care of his mother and little sister. Qingluan accelerated again at his signal. The Black Iron Peak pet, under the 9 layers of blue skies enhancement, had reached an astonishing speed in flight. The wind howled past his ears as the scenery below rapidly retreated. 2 hours later, the horizon was nothing but desolate wilderness with no sign of human life. The first village appeared in his view. Dozens of mud huts surrounded a slightly higher, stone-built clock tower. At the top of the tower hung a rusty iron bell, the village's alarm. Qin Ce landed, startling the 2 villagers patrolling the village entrance. Their pets were 2 black iron mid-grade earth dogs, which shrank back in fear and growled at the sight of Qingluan. I am Qin Ce, elite class from Foamling Battle Academy, Yai Town Direction Patrol and Defense Officer. Qin Ce showed his team badge in order. The beast wave is about to arrive. Please immediately pull the alarm and have all villagers enter the underground bunker. No one is to go outside. The villagers were first stunned, then their faces changed dramatically. One of them turned and ran wildly toward the clock tower, while the other beat the copper gong in his hand, shouting hoarsely. Beast wave. The beast wave is coming. Everyone into the bunker. Hurry. Clang. 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 The sound of the copper gong mixed with the toll of the bell, breaking the midday silence. After a brief moment of chaos, under the efforts of the bronze senior beast master and the village chief, the villagers began to hurriedly but orderly move toward the solid underground shelter at the center of the village. Elders, children, women, all being supported and urged on by the younger adults, ran toward the inconspicuous entrance to the underground bunker beneath the village clock tower. Qin Ce watched this scene and did not linger. He found the village's leader, a bronze senior beast master, briefly explained the scale of the beast wave and its expected direction, confirmed the underground bunker's supplies and defensive strength, then jumped back onto Qingluan. Sir! The old beast master called out from below, aren't you staying? Our village can hold enough people. I still have 6 more villages to notify. Qin Ce interrupted him, stay hidden, our direction is not the main one for the beast wave. As long as you get through the most intense phase, you'll be fine. Qin Ce didn't dare to make any further promises. After offering a few words of comfort, Qingluan flapped its wings and soared into the sky. The second village, the third village. The process was almost identical, land, show identity, pull the alarm, confirm the villagers are hidden, explain the situation, then leave. Each village's defenses were very similar: underground bunkers, thick earthen mounds, hidden and sturdy entrances, old alarm systems, and at most a few crossbows. The strongest force in each village was no more than a bronze senior or mid-grade beast master. But they were all preparing desperately. Qin Ce watched those figures running, shouting, supporting, and carrying in the morning light, and the burning urgency in his heart turned into a heavy sense of responsibility. When the alarm of the 7th village, the most remote one, was sounded. Watching the last batch of villagers disappear into the entrance buried under dirt, Qin Ce's wristband began to vibrate. Mission completed, village warning, July 7th. Military merit 35. Current military merit, 35. Chapter 69, returning to fetch people. The numbers were pitiful. Compared to his previous military merit rewards in the inner city defense zone, killing a middle-tier bronze beast would give him a base military merit of 50 points, and with regional defense and other bonus factors, it could reach over 70 points. That's double this mission's reward. But now, Qin Ce couldn't care about that. He brought up the map, confirmed the direction, then patted Qingluan's neck. Pointing north, he excitedly shouted. Let's go, back to Yai Town. Qingluan let out a long howl, flapping its wings, turning into a green rainbow, swiftly flying northward. There was his home, which he hadn't seen for months. There was his mother, his little sister. There were the people he would protect no matter what. Sunshine spilled on his face, the wind howled past his ears. Qin Ce watched the horizon growing clearer ahead, his heart racing uncontrollably. Soon. He would soon arrive. After this wave of beasts passed, after graduation, after gaining the privilege of being number 1, he could bring his mother and little sister into Fengling City, into the inner city, so they would never again have to panic and hide in bunkers when they heard an alarm like today. He would give them a true, strong shelter, one that would not be shaken by any wind or rain. For this goal, he clenched his fist, fiery light igniting in his eyes. Wait for me, Mom, Xiaojian. I'm back. In the east district of Yai Town, at the Qin family's small courtyard. The courtyard wasn't large. 3 brick antile houses formed a small yard. Thorn bushes were planted in the corners, and rough cloth clothes washed the night before hung on a clothesline. Mother Suwan was struggling to push a heavy wooden cabinet toward the entrance of the cellar in the corner of the yard. Her frail figure seemed a little unsteady, her forehead dripping with sweat, strands of hair sticking to her pale cheeks. Little sister Qin Jian, though young, was holding a bundle of thick hemp rope, trying to help her mother secure the cabinet. Her face turned red as she suppressed the panic in her eyes, holding back tears. Xiaojian, go to the cellar and bring 2 bags of grain. Suwan gasped, calling out. In case we need to hide for a long time. Oh. I'll go get them. Qin Jian responded, putting down the hemp rope and running to the grain jar behind the house. They were doing what most common families in the town were doing, using any means they could think of to reinforce their small home. Even though everyone knew that if the beast tide really reached here, these wooden cabinets, hemp ropes, and even the cellar would be useless. But it was all they could do. Mom, when will brother come back? Qin Jian asked softly, holding a bag of grain. Suwan's hands paused for a moment, then she forced a smile. Your brother is training in the city, he'll only be able to come back after graduation. After this danger passes, I'll take you to the city to see him. Before she could finish, a clear and long bird cry suddenly came from above. Both of them instinctively looked up. In the morning light, a greenish figure swooped down like a shooting star, its wings spreading, and the wind pressure it caused stirred up dust in the yard. The giant bird landed steadily in the center of the yard, and the young man on its back jumped down. "Mom! Xiao Jian!" Qin Ce's voice was a little hoarse, his eyes slightly reddened. Suwan dropped the wooden beam in her hands with a loud crash. Qin Jian's grain bag slipped from her arms, spilling wheat all over the ground. "Brother! Brother?" Qin Jian was the first to react, screaming and rushing over, crashing into Qin Ce's arms like a little animal. "You really came back? Are you going to take us to the city?" Qin Ce tightly hugged his sister, feeling the trembling of her small body in his arms. His throat felt as though something was stuck in it. He raised his head and looked at his mother, who was still frozen in place. Suwan's eyes instantly turned red. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but she could only walk over quickly. He reached out and touched Qin Ce's face, then pinched his arm, and finally gently patted his shoulder. "You've lost weight," she said in a hoarse voice, "but you're stronger." Just those 3 words. But they made Qin Ce's nose tingle. "Mom," he took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, "there's no time. Listen to me." He quickly explained the situation with the beast tide, then took out the dark gold identification card Jang Rui had given him. "This is the highest level safety shelter qualification. It will let us into the military base's shelters. I know a place, 3 kilometers from here. We'll go there now." "Military base?" Suwan froze for a moment. "A place like that, will they let us in?" "They will," Qin Ce said firmly. "I have permission, and there are friends of my teacher there." He didn't explain further and immediately gave Qingluan an order. "Qingluan, lie down." Qingluan obediently crouched low. Qin Ce helped his mother and younger sister onto the bird's back, telling them to hold onto the feathers on Qingluan's neck. "Brother, what about you?" Qin Jian asked worriedly. "I'll run with you," Qin Ce patted her head. "Qingluan can barely carry 2 people. I can't add myself. Don't worry, I'll keep up." As soon as he finished speaking, "Woo woo!" the air raid siren of Yai Town wailed, a sharp and mournful sound. "Roar!" A distant, thunderous beast roar echoed from the western horizon. Immediately, the second roar, the third, the roars merged into one, like a tidal wave moving closer and closer. Qin Ce's face changed drastically. He activated his wind energy beneath his feet, launching himself like a missile into the sky, instantly leaping over the 7-meter-high town wall. He hovered in the air and looked west. On the horizon, a dark mass of beasts spread like spilled ink, moving at an astonishing speed. In the sky, a dense cloud of flying beasts formed, blocking the just-risen sun. Even more terrifying was, within the front of the beast tide, Qin Ce saw several overwhelming presences. Silver level, no, at least golden level beast auras. The beast tide had truly arrived. And its scale far exceeded his expectations. "Hurry!" Qin Ce dropped from the sky. When he landed, he used wind energy to cushion his fall, then ordered Qingluan to take his mother and younger sister out of the town. Qingluan sensed the danger as well. With a flap of its wings, it lifted Suwan and Qin Jian into the air, only 3 meters off the ground, flying at the fastest low altitude to get out of the town walls. The town's guards stood on the walls, dumbfounded as they watched the blue shadow carrying 2 people rush out of the town. The young man, like a cheetah, sprinted on the ground, and the blue wind energy surged around him as he leaped over the wall to chase. "Is that the Qin family kid? Wasn't he at the Wind Ridge City Combat Academy? How did he come back? His pet beast has gotten so big. That bird looks so powerful. But, is he crazy? Leaving the town at a time like this?" Amid the chatter, Qin Ce's figure had already disappeared behind the hills outside the town. Chinsu was running below at full speed. The wind energy wrapped around his legs, and with each step, he covered several meters, moving so fast that he left a blur behind him. But he didn't dare sprint at full speed. He needed to stay beneath Qingluan, ready to face any potential danger from the ground. Sure enough, less than 500 meters out of the town, the first wave of attacks arrived. 3 rotten-toothed hyenas lunged out from the dry grass, their fetid saliva dripping, their eyes filled with violent bloodshot veins. They were not high-level, just black iron intermediate, but their numbers made up for their lack of quality. They surrounded Chinsu in a triangle, blocking his escape routes. "Qingluan, fly higher!" Chinsu shouted sharply, at the same time exploding his wind energy beneath his feet, advancing rather than retreating. He charged directly at the hyena in front. Just before they collided, he slid sideways, and a wind blade extended from his palm, turning into a half-meter-long thin blade, precisely slicing the hyena's neck artery. Put! Hot blood splattered. The hyena wailed and collapsed. The other 2 hyenas missed their pounce and were about to turn around, but Chinsu had already appeared behind one of them like a ghost, ready to strike again. The wind blade pierced the back of the head, twisting. The second one died. The last hyena finally felt fear, whining as it backed away. Qin Ce didn't give it a chance, raising his hand and sending a wind blade flying out, piercing through its chest. 3 corpses fell to the ground. The entire process took no more than 5 seconds. "Brother, you're amazing." Qin Jian, on Qingluan's back, widened her eyes and shouted excitedly. Suan tightly gripped Qingluan's feathers, watching her son's figure darting through the beasts like lightning, her eyes filled with both pride and, more so, heartache. She knew that this amazing was earned through countless life-or-death battles. They continued forward. An armored wild boar charged down from the side slope, its heavy body like a war chariot, its 2 curved tusks aimed at Qingluan's abdomen. Qin Ce's pupils contracted, and his hands spread out in front of his chest. Skill, spider web wind blade. Dozens of fine wind blades interwoven into a net, heading straight towards the wild boar. The wind blades slashed across the boar's thick iron armor, creating dazzling sparks. Although it didn't break through its defense, it successfully slowed the boar's charge. Now's the chance. Qin Ce leapt into the air, a wind blade almost a meter long forming in his hands. Using the momentum from his fall, he thrust it fiercely into the soft flesh on the back of the boar's neck, where there was no armor. Splat! The wind blade pierced through, exiting the boar's body. The wild boar let out a pitiful scream as it rolled and crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Qin Ce landed, panting as he wiped the blood off his face. The high-quality black iron armored wild boar's defense was comparable to low-grade bronze. But for him, after 3 months of intense battles, this was no challenge. However, he couldn't afford to slow down. He looked up at the sky. Qingluan had already flown a distance ahead, and his mother and younger sister were anxiously looking back at him. "Let's go!" He waved his hand and sprinted to catch up. The next stretch of road was filled with continuous attacks. The beasts, disturbed by the beast tide scent, emerged from all directions, water pythons lurking in the streams, venomous spiders hidden in the treetops, and burrowing rodents emerging from the ground. Along the way, Qin Ce killed at least 7 or 8 beasts that were disturbed by the beast tide and went into a frenzy. They weren't high level since they were near the town, and the stronger beasts had already been cleared. So at most, they were high-grade black iron, but the problem was, due to the disturbance of the beast tide, there were too many of them, especially since he was in a hurry. This consumed a lot of his physical strength and energy. What was even more troublesome was that he could feel the pressure from the beast tide in the west was rapidly closing in. Hurry! Go faster! He looked up at Qingluan's figure in the sky, then glanced back at the dark wave of beasts approaching behind, his heart tightening like it was being squeezed by an invisible hand. 3 kilometers, a distance that would usually take just a few minutes to cover. But now, it felt as long as a lifetime. On Qingluan's back, Suan and Qin Jian, from their initial cries of worry to their silent watching, and finally, the mother's heartache and Qin Jian's admiration in her eyes. "Mom," she whispered, "brother is even more powerful than the town's defender. Last time, when the town defender killed that bronze-grade mad bull, it took him a long time and he got injured. Brother killed that big scorpion earlier with just a few strikes." Suan didn't respond. She just held her daughter tightly, her eyes locked onto the bloody figure battling below. That was her son. The son she had raised on her own. The quiet child who had once been afraid to even kill a chicken, who spoke in soft whispers. When did he grow into a warrior capable of carving a bloody path through a horde of beasts on his own? Her eyes grew warm, but she held back her tears. She couldn't let him be distracted. Finally, ahead appeared a valley surrounded by barbed wire and tall walls. The military base was ahead. Qin Ce's spirits lifted, and he quickened his pace. But just as they neared the base entrance, a sharp alarm sounded. Bzzz. The energy shield shimmered, and on the lookout tower at the entrance, the 4 heavy machine guns turned their barrels, aiming at them. A group of fully armed soldiers charged out of cover, raising their guns and shouting harshly. "Stop! During wartime, no unauthorized personnel are allowed near the military base. Leave immediately. Otherwise, we will consider it an act of hostility." Qin Ce stopped in his tracks, and Qingluan also hovered in the air. He raised his hand, signaling that he meant no harm, and shouted loudly. "I am Qin Ce, an elite-class student from the Windling War Academy. I have an urgent transfer order, requesting access to the base's safe house." He showed his team badge and the dark golden identification card given by Jang Rui. The officer in the watchtower used binoculars to look at them, said a few words into his communicator, and then coldly responded. "Team badge confirmed. But the safe house is only open to authorized combat personnel, civilians are not allowed to enter. Please take your family and go to Windling City, 100 kilometers away." "What? How could this be?" Qin Ce's heart sank. "Officer," he raised his voice, "the beast tide is approaching. They can't make it to Windling City. I have the highest level safe house qualification, according to the rules. The rule is that the safe house prioritizes combat personnel and their direct family members. The officer interrupted him, "Your transfer order only authorizes you as a patrolling defense member to operate nearby and does not authorize you to bring civilians into the military base." He paused, his tone cold. "Please leave immediately. Otherwise, we will take forced measures." As his words ended, the heavy machine guns on the watchtower made a click sound as bullets were chambered. Qin Ce clenched his fists. He looked at the dark barrels of the guns on the watchtower, then glanced back at what was behind him on the western horizon. The black beast tide was already clearly visible, like a wriggling giant carpet, covering the horizon. Time was running out. Wait, could it be that the ordinary soldiers don't recognize the special identification Jang Rui gave him? If that's the case. Mike. Qin Ce nearly yelled this name. The base commander Mike is a friend of my teacher Wei Ming. I have crucial intelligence. The guns still pointed at them, and the officer in the watchtower frowned. He then said a few more words into his communicator.